I accidentally fell on my way home from get off work and travel through time. This sounds too outrageous, like a fairy tale. It not only challenges common sense, but also makes people doubt its truth. But such a bizarre experience really happened to me. That day, I had just finished get off work at the Research Institute and was walking home when I stepped on empty air and fell heavily. When I opened my eyes again, everything around me had changed. I was back in 1993. At this moment, a familiar voice came from my ears. Brother Chuan, Qin Chuan, come out and play. You little bastards, are you itching for trouble? Are you here to ask Qin Chuan to go racing with you again? Hey, the old man is going to hit someone, run. The voice was vague and distant, as if there was a layer of membrane between them, and it could not be heard clearly. The slowly rotating ceiling and green three-blade ceiling fan in front of me, and a sharp pain in my mind, disrupted my thoughts. Many forgotten memories came to my mind, as if I had returned to those youthful years. I covered my head and sat up in a daze. The solid wooden wardrobe, diagonally opposite the single bed, was piled with quilts and covered with a thick blanket. On the cabinet door was a brand new old-fashioned New Year picture. A doll riding a red carp was smiling at me. What is this? This. I pinched my arm, and the pain reminded me that this was not a dream. When I opened the window, what came into view was indeed my familiar home. Outside was a small courtyard of less than 1 mu of land, and my motorcycle was parked in the yard. We lived here for several years before my father went bankrupt and went to jail. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but cast my eyes on the calendar on the wall, staring at the date marked on it. 1993 AD, April, leap month, first Thursday. On April 1st, 1993, I actually went back to the day when my fate changed. This day is destined to be unforgettable for me. I remember that time, I was having a great time outside, when suddenly a foreigner came and bought all the unsold steel pipes from the steel plant contracted by my father, but he only paid a 10% deposit. After that, the factory never received the final payment, and the more than 600,000 US dollars, equivalent to about 3 to 4 million renminbi, was directly wasted. The steel mill fell into dire straits and eventually declared bankruptcy. The sudden change in my family caught me off guard, but in order not to disappoint my father, I focused on studying hard and finally got admitted to university, bringing some honor to my family. When I returned home to share the good news, I learned that my father had been thrown into prison for being unable to repay the bank loan. Dad, it's a swindler from the steel factory. No, I have to go there quickly. My heart was filled with anxiety. I glanced at the wall clock, quickly put on my clothes, and rushed out the door. All right, seeing the motorcycle, I rushed back to the room and grabbed the car keys next to the pillow. After I got on the motorcycle and before I started the engine, I subconsciously looked around, fearing that the retired Grandpa Wong next door would suddenly rush out, drag me off the bike, and beat me up. So, I decided to push the motorcycle out quietly and quickly pushed it to the entrance of the village. Brother Chuan, you really did sneak out. Let's go. I'll take you to meet up. When I heard that, I was so scared that I turned around and saw a smiling young man leaning against a fiery red Honda CG 125 motorcycle, waving at me. He looked familiar, and I was moved, so I asked tentatively, Li Jianxi? Well, let's go and race on Akina Mountain. Li Jianxi responded excitedly, preparing to start the motorcycle. Wait, I have to go to the factory to find my dad. By the way, Jianxi, I remember your dad is the director of our County Public Security Bureau. I said hurriedly, Yeah, Brother Chuan, why did you mention him suddenly? Don't scare me. Li Jianxi was obviously a little panicked and looked around. I'm not going to scare you. It's urgent. Come here, I want to tell you. I lowered my voice and quickly reminded him. Oh, okay, Brother Chuan. I'll go tell my dad right away. Before Li Jianxi started the motorcycle, I had already mounted my own bike and rushed forward in a hurry. Li Jianxi watched me go away, then stood there scratching his head in confusion and shouted, Then let's not meet today. Let's play together another day. Unfortunately, the taillights have disappeared in the distance. The khaki sea water gently lapped the beach of Dingxi Bay. The rolling hills in the distance were displayed like a picture, and the provincial highway 209 meandered between the mountains and the sea. A motorcycle sped along the coastal highway, as fast as the wind, raising clouds of dust. This motorcycle is distinctive, with a sharp square headlight, a clear speedometer on the dashboard, a gray fuel tank, a partial cover, and shiny engine fins. With such appearance, you can't help but recognize its identity at a glance. Honda CB 125T. This car was very popular in the 1990s. Riding it, No matter where you go, you'll be the most eye-catching presence on the street. I gripped the accelerator tightly and rode the motorcycle at full speed, heading straight for the steel plant. Soon, I drove to a factory area with a row of chimneys and a strong factory atmosphere. There was a white wooden sign hanging at the gate with a few big words written on it, Liang Iron Steel Plant. A group of workers were standing in front of the factory. They were wearing work clothes, yellow safety helmets, and sunglasses casually tucked into their pockets. There were also some cadres wearing Zhongshan suits or lapel jackets, and everyone's eyes were focused on a road in the distance, expecting something. Liang Iron and Steel Plant was born in the era of national steelmaking, but because the surrounding iron ore was of low grade and the temperature of the earthen blast furnace could not meet the requirements, the iron slag produced was common and the plant was abandoned within a few years. However, in the 1980s, with the gradual rise of the economy, many places were seeking development. Qin Jiangwo, a veteran worker at Capital Steel Company, finally couldn't help it. In 1988, he returned to his hometown Liang, contracted the abandoned steel plant, and helped his fellow villagers get rich. Although there was no ideal iron ore, Qin Jiangwo still decided to use scrap iron for recycling to break through the difficulties. With this strategy, Liang Iron and Steel Plant quickly came back to life and made hundreds of thousands of yuan in the first year. It was truly a golden age. As funds accumulated, Qin Jiangwo purchased obsolete steel rolling equipment from his old unit, gradually transformed from steelmaking to steel rolling, and began to produce water pipes. Soon, buyers from Liang, the entire Jiaodong Peninsula, and even the entire province came to purchase their steel pipes, and the queues of cars stretched 3 miles away. However, the good times did not last long. Since last year, purchasing orders have decreased significantly. Even though sales section chief Li Runping ran around promoting steel pipes, the situation did not improve. Since this spring, not a single steel pipe has been sold. The factory has used up all its funds and has borrowed money from the bank. It is on the verge of collapse. Last week, Li Runping attended the Capital Steel Sales exhibition. Despite the worrying situation, he persuaded a foreign boss at the exhibition to promise a large purchase, giving the factory some hope. The goods were scheduled to arrive on time on April 1st, and everyone's hope was ignited. However, as time passed and April 1st approached, there was still no news. Alas, domestic steel production capacity is in excess, and no one can use up all the steel. Li Runping sighed. In the beginning, we worked hard to pursue large-scale steel production, but now there's an oversupply of steel. Just when everyone was feeling down, a fiery red Santana sedan appeared at the end of the factory. There was a jubilation at the entrance, and everyone's face showed a long-lost expectation. After the car stopped, Qin Jiangwo hurried forward and opened the back door himself. A foreigner of average build and ordinary features came down. He didn't look like the big boss on TV, and everyone couldn't help but wonder. Then a yellow-skinned, black-eyed translator came down from the other side of the Santana. He pushed aside the crowd with great pride and said loudly, make way, don't crowd around. This is Mr. Chetri, the purchasing envoy sent by our Jindel company." Before he finished speaking, the translator Pan Qingyu said proudly, "Okay, everyone, spread out and let Mr. Chetri see your products first." Everyone made way. Chetri nodded and followed Pan Qingyu into the factory. In the factory, bundles of 4-inch steel pipes are neatly stacked. Each bundle is 6 meters long and weighs 60 kilograms, forming a towering mountain of steel pipes. We mainly produce 4-inch pipes here. The quality is good and they are used in many construction sites in the province, Qin Jiangwo introduced confidently. However, Chetri looked around and finally said, "The quality of these steel pipes is uneven and some are not straight. The quality is worrying. But considering your hard work, I can accept $300 per ton." $300? Qin Jiangwo was stunned. After conversion, although this price was not high, it was acceptable under the current market conditions. He nodded and agreed to the terms of the deal. Just then, a roar came from outside the factory, and the sound of a motorcycle engine tore through the silence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The motorcycle approached rapidly, and everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to the door. Qin Jiangwo couldn't help but sigh. His son, the idol Qin Chuan, was finally back. When I was working at Shugong, I was a well-known gangster in the factory. I was naughty and did all kinds of sneaky things all day long. In the parlance of the capital, I was a troublemaker. Later, Qin Jiangwo returned to his hometown and opened a steel plant. He invited me to join him and originally planned to let me take over the plant. Who would have thought that I actually took 30,000 yuan from the factory account and bought a Honda motorcycle? I said I was going to ride a motorcycle to do business, but in fact I was out fooling around all day and basically never went to the steel plant. When I occasionally came back, I went straight to my hometown village. In the end, Qin Jiangwo could only ask the neighbors to help look after the factory. In the past, everyone hoped that I could come back to the factory to help, but now, everyone hopes that I would just disappear and stop causing trouble for everyone. One day, I came back on the gray motorcycle and heard a voice from afar. Dad, don't sign the contract. If Ah-san is trustworthy, sows will climb trees. Upon hearing this voice, Pan Qingyu's face immediately turned pale. He walked a few steps angrily, pointed at the motorcycle and shouted, "Where did this second-rate guy come from? He speaks wildly and insults foreign guests. If you dare to say that again, be careful and squat inside. Hey, stop the car." I quickly stepped on the gas. The motorcycle engine roared, the chain creaked, and the wheels whizzed. Looking at the translator blocking the way, my eyes were full of coldness. Translation: You dare to be worse than Ah-san. I was looking for an opportunity to deal with you, but I didn't expect you to come to me. Get out of the way. The brakes are broken, I shouted. The translator was stunned for a moment, his face full of confusion. The brakes are broken? Then why are you still turning the accelerator? Fix it quickly. Stop. I am the translator sent by the Foreign Affairs Department. Before he finished speaking, the motorcycle was approaching a high speed, and the tires made a sharp friction sound. The car suddenly made a sharp turn, and the rear wheels swept across and hit Pan Qingyu directly. Bang! Pan Qingyu lay on the ground in pain, holding her leg and screaming, "Someone hit me! Someone hit me! This is murder! This is murder!" Qin Jiangwo's face darkened, and he glared at me angrily. "You bastard! It's okay that you are unreliable at other times, but today is a critical moment in the factory, and you dare to come back and cause trouble." He gritted his teeth and picked up the fire rod next to him. "I'm going to beat you to death. I'm going to smash your motorcycle." "Dad, wait a minute." I looked at my dad, feeling a lot of emotions in my heart. This man who has always been dissatisfied with me, but loves me. Today, I must make you look at me in a new light. "You second-rate bastard. You're in big trouble." Pan Qingyu sat up in pain and looked at me angrily. I deliberately stepped on the accelerator just now to increase the temperature of the exhaust pipe, and it just happened to hit Pan Qingyu, whose pants were burned and injured. Although not serious, it was enough to make him scream in pain. "We'll talk about your business later. Now, let me expose this liar." I glared at Chetutri with a cold voice. Pan Qingyu's anger was completely ignored. He was so angry that he could hardly stand up. He gritted his teeth and said, "Every word you say is an insult to the distinguished foreign businessman. I won't translate for you. No need for you. I can do it myself." I looked at Ah-san sharply and said coldly, "You only paid a 10% deposit and you want to take away all our steel pipes? You're doing business very cleverly. If you want to buy, pay the full amount. Don't try to take advantage of us." Qin Jiangwo was stunned. How could this usually useless son speak such a fluent foreign language? Although he didn't understand, he could tell that what the translator said was similar to what the interpreter said. Chetri was also stunned. He didn't expect that a young man on a motorcycle would ask him to pay the full amount. "Translator Pan, what's going on?" Chetri asked with some confusion. Pan Qingyu tried to stand up painfully, but the pain in his legs made him powerless. He could only shout angrily, "Hey, the foreign guest is angry. Apologize to the foreign guest. If you continue to be so outrageous, I will call the police." "Call the police? I'm waiting for the police to catch this liar." I sneered. "Xiao Chuan, stop talking nonsense." Qin Jiangwo shouted anxiously. "Dad, I'm not talking nonsense. Look at what this liar's purpose is. What does he want so many steel pipes for? Building a building. Dad, think about it. What kind of building would need more than 200 tons of our steel pipes? These are not steel bars. These are steel pipes. Ordinary buildings don't even need 20 tons. Foreign countries are full of skyscrapers. How would you know?" Pan Qingyu sneered. "The tallest building in India is in Mumbai. It's only 15 stories high and 54 meters high. What can he do with so many steel pipes?" I responded calmly. "Jindal Company makes mechanical and electrical equipment, not construction. Why does it need so many steel pipes from us?" I added, "Why do you care so much about your customers' affairs? Pan Qingyu shouted impatiently. I'm not like Waijishan Iron and Steel Plant and Great Wall Casting Factory, which waited for 2 years but still couldn't get the final payment and finally went bankrupt. I said bluntly. When Chetri heard a few factory names, his face changed instantly and he immediately turned around and walked towards the car. Mr. Chetri, wait for me. Pan Qingyu was anxious, but his legs hurt so much that he couldn't stand up, so he could only shout anxiously on the spot. Bang! The door of Santana slammed shut. Chetri didn't intend to wait for him and ordered the driver to leave. At this moment, a police car suddenly appeared at the door. Want to run? Can you run? Police comrade, you are finally here. Pan Qingyu said this almost in tears. He finally understood what it meant that a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. These country's savages not only disrespect foreign guests, but also dare to bump into him. No wonder this place was once the gathering place for the heroes of Liangshan. Police comrade, arrest this bastard immediately. Not only did he hit me, he even burned me with his motorcycle, and he also insulted the foreign guests. It doesn't matter if I get a minor injury, but if the foreign guests are insulted, that's unacceptable. The van blocked the doorway, so Santana had no choice but to stop. The police seemed to ignore Pan Qingyu's cries and walked directly to Santana, their eyes falling on the man in the car. Are you Chetri from G-Nell Company? That's right, police comrade. He is the distinguished foreign guest. Pan Qingyu said quickly. He doesn't understand our Eastern language, so the Foreign Affairs Department specially sent me to be his translator. This car was also dispatched by the Foreign Affairs Department. If you need to communicate with him, I can translate, but I hope you can severely punish these villains. The police then looked at Pan Qingyu and said, Okay, then tell him that he is suspected of fraud in our Dongfang, and we need to take him back for interrogation. Fraud? Take him back for interrogation? Pan Qingyu was stunned. Comrade police, you must have made a mistake. He is a foreign guest, and diplomatic affairs can be big or small. Foreigners have to abide by our Eastern laws, even if they make mistakes. This is our land. I said coldly beside him. What's wrong with foreigners? Are foreigners superior to others? Some people kneel for so long that they feel like they can't stand up. Comrade police, did you hear that? It's this guy. You come with us too. Pan Qingyu realized that the police were also going to take him away, and he panicked. Police comrade, I really didn't do anything bad. This is the job assigned by my superiors. What on earth did Mr. Chetri do wrong? Do you know? 2 years ago, a fraud case occurred at Waijishan Steel Plant and Great Wall Casting Plant. The scammers only paid a 10% down payment and took away all the products. The tens of millions of yuan balance was not paid, which directly led to the bankruptcy of the two plants. One of the police officers said, We thought that such a liar would not appear again, but unexpectedly, 2 years later, he came back again. Qin Jiangwo and others were shocked, and then they realized that Chetri was the liar. He only paid the down payment, and the rest of the balance was wasted, causing the factory to go bankrupt. If Xiaochuan hadn't acted in time, we would have been cheated and couldn't even get the final payment, and Yang Iron and Steel Plant would have to close down. Qin Jiangwo felt a chill in his heart, and his whole body was cold. Comrade police, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Pan Qingyu asked hurriedly. Whether it's a mistake or not, we'll know when we go back and investigate. Let's go. Pan Qingyu tried to stand up, but a sharp pain came from his leg. Oh, it hurts. Police comrade, I'm injured. I have to go to the hospital. Okay, we'll take you there. The policeman's tone was cold and ruthless, and he obviously regarded him as an accomplice. Santana was also taken away by the police, and the two cars drove away. Qin Jiangwo finally recovered from his shock. Xiaochuan, how did you know? Yes, we are in the steel industry, and we have never heard of these factories. How did you know about them? I smiled and replied, My dear uncles, I don't ride my motorcycle for leisure every day. I'm looking for sales for our factory. Of course I know about Chetri's affairs. There are bad foreigners too. Looking at these familiar faces, I was filled with emotion, because I knew that all of this was exactly what I had experienced in my previous life. Unfortunately, I did nothing at that time. Now that I have finally solved this problem, I feel relieved. Although I felt relieved, Qin Jiangwo still had a heavy heart. Really? Xiaochuan, have you found out where we can sell our steel pipes? I found out. In my previous life, I heard someone say that on the same day when the steel plant was defrauded, the nearby fertilizer plant met a real foreign boss who bought a large amount of ammonium nitrate fertilizer. The fertilizer plant took this opportunity to become bigger and stronger and later opened a branch plant. As for what these foreign bosses bought the fertilizers for, we only heard about it from hearsay more than 10 years later. Before my rebirth, I just lamented the tricks of fate, but I could do nothing about it. Whenever I was busy, I often thought how great it would be if the foreign boss had come to our steel plant. Now that the opportunity has come, I will never miss it. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I will go find a mountain. Really? Great. Chuan, where's the client? There's no rush for this. Let's process the steel pipe first. Processing? Do you mean threading? No problem. If the customer wants it, we'll take care of it. No, it's not threading. I shook my head and thought to myself, forget it. No one understands, so I'll demonstrate to everyone. Then I took out a 4-inch pipe, put it on the cutting machine, and prepared to cut it into 3 sections. The 4-inch pipe is the specification we often talk about, officially called DN100, with an outer diameter of about 11 centimeters and an inner diameter of about 9.5 centimeters. It is the main product of our factory. Everyone saw me cutting it into 3 sections and looked confused. How could the tube be shortened if it wasn't lengthened? The cutting machine made a sharp roar, sparks flew, and a 6-meter-long steel pipe was quickly cut into 3 sections. My movements were clean and neat, just like a veteran. The workers in the factory gathered around, and the people outside stood on tiptoe to watch, and the discussion became louder and louder. A familiar worker patted Qin Jiangwo on the shoulder and said, I've always said that this kid has been smart since he was young. He just didn't put his mind on the right path before. He must have practiced secretly, and his efforts paid off. Qin Jiangwo's eyes gradually became moist, and they sparkled. My disappointing son has finally become successful. I'm so proud of him. After the cutting was completed, I picked up one of the steel pipes and continued to put it on the cutting machine. This time, I placed the tube vertically. Everyone's doubts became even stronger. What is Qin Chuan going to do? Sparks began to come out of one end of the steel pipe. I quickly cut a dozen centimeters, then turned the steel pipe 90 degrees and continued to operate the cutting saw. Soon, I cut a cross-shaped opening at one end of the steel pipe. Then, I continued cutting next to the opening, shaving off the 8 corners along the same direction. The originally smooth end of the steel pipe instantly turned into 4 huge saw teeth. Chuan, what are you doing? Everyone around was confused. For a period of time, street thugs liked to use steel pipes as weapons. They would sharpen one end into a sharp angle, making it extremely sharp and able to pierce the human body. The pipe was hollow and could also be used to drain blood, which was extremely perverted. Some people even make one end of the steel pipe into a serrated shape to make it look more ferocious. However, those are usually made of 6-point pipes, which feel light. This steel pipe is thick and long and looks like a spear. Suddenly, Qin Jiangwo seemed to realize something, and his face became serious. Chuan, are you planning to give this to your friends? Of course not, Dad, don't worry. Even if it is, can they use up all the steel pipes in our factory? Just wait and see. I continued to work. Okay, we finally finished one, I said, looking around. Now I need to find a piece of steel and cut 4 trapezoids. For trapezoids? What are they used for? Everyone was still confused and didn't know what I was going to do. The harsh sound of the cutting machine rang out again, and 4 trapezoids were cut out accurately. I took these trapezoidal plates and tentatively placed them on the end of the steel pipe. The size was just right, which showed that my skills were still not rusty. I have worked in many types of jobs, and these simple tools are no problem for me. I can even operate CNC machine tools with ease. Chuan, what are you going to do? You'll find out soon enough, I responded with a smile. Next, I'll need a sledgehammer and a welder. Although no one knew what I was going to do specifically, they all had a hunch that it would be something complicated. Bang! I raised the sledgehammer and smashed it hard on the jagged part of the steel pipe, muttering something to myself. The saw teeth were bent and gathered tightly together, and one end of the steel pipe was closed to form a pointed cone shape. Okay, I put down the sledgehammer, picked up the welding tools, and started welding. When I welded the first trapezoidal steel plate to the other end of the steel pipe, the people around me finally noticed it. Ogawa, are you going to make a rocket? With a sharp front end and 4 trapezoidal tail fins at the rear end, the entire tube is slender and looks like a rocket no matter how you look at it. However, this thing looks too crude, doesn't it? Can something made like this fly? Even if it flies, can it hit accurately? Suddenly, Qin Jiangwo seemed to realize something, and his face became heavy. Chuan, this is not illegal, right? What crime? Dad, How can such a small steel mill like ours make munitions? This thing is just a large-sized rocket. What's more, I plan to sell it overseas. You see, after I modify it like this rocket can be sold for at least $50 each. The price given by ASEAN is $300 per ton, and this modified Sky Monkey is about 20 kilograms, which is about $6. I plan to sell it for $50, so the profit difference is not small. I skillfully used the welding rod to ignite the joint. Sparks flew, and after a few strokes, the welding under the arc was completed, and even a beautiful fish scale pattern appeared. The people around were stunned. I can understand a seemingly simple cutting machine, but this kind of welding technology is definitely not something that can be achieved in 3 to 5 years of practice. How could Qin Chuan achieve this level? I ignored their shock and continued welding the seams between the tail fin and the front serrations. An extra-large Sky rocket was finally completed. It is 2 meters long and 11 centimeters in diameter. It has a sharp front end and a raised back end. The whole shape is simple but powerful. Isn't this the famous Kasan rocket? It is simple in structure, easy to use, low in cost, and suitable for mass production. Although it is simple and crude, it is enough to become a key weapon. Back then, before I was reborn, there were foreign bosses who came here to buy fertilizers to make explosives. If I took this Sky rocket to sell, they would definitely be interested. Dad, our survival depends on this. I have to take it to market and find overseas clients. Selling to foreigners? Qin Jiangwo hesitated and frowned. You want to go abroad? Although the procedures for going abroad were not difficult to obtain at that time, the factory's financial situation was already stretched to the limit, so how could it afford to support me to go abroad? Besides, was my purpose to go abroad for the factory or to have fun? Why go abroad? I can't even leave the province. I want to go to the West Fertilizer Factory in the next county. I explained. West Fertilizer Factory? You want to sell this thing to the fertilizer factory? Can they use it? Yes, there were a few foreigners buying fertilizer there recently, and I thought I would join the fun. I said, walking towards the motorcycle. It is not easy to tie this steel pipe to the motorcycle. I kicked hard, tied the steel pipe, rode on it, and prepared to go find foreign customers. Qin Jiangwo pondered for a moment, and finally said, Xiaochuan, I will help you carry it. Oh, what a pity. If our factory had money, we would have bought a car a long time ago. When we have money in the future, we can buy a Xiaoli. No need, I said, and fixed the tail part firmly on the motorcycle with the steel pipe standing straight like selling candied haws. Dad, don't just sit there. Continue making the skyrocket monkey according to my plan. Once I find customers, we have to make a batch and show them to them. After saying that, I got on my motorcycle and started to leave. Everyone was still skeptical and hesitant. Director Qin, is this thing really useful? What if we can't sell it after we make it? Since the steel pipes can't be sold anyway, I think we should make a batch, as Qin Chuan said, and see if we can find a buyer. Qin Jiangwo finally made the decision. Although he was a little confused, he still made up his mind. Trust his son for once. The East was once a country that was short of fertilizers. At that time, farmers relied mainly on collective cooperation and piecing together the resources at hand to barely maintain production. Fertilizers were allocated from higher authorities, and sometimes they were just buried in a hole dug before being returned to report. Until the household contract responsibility system was introduced, fertilizer became a hotly sought-after treasure everywhere. People found that fertilizer was simply unavailable during the fertilization season. Even at a county government meeting, a representative said, "Whoever solves the fertilizer problem will be the county magistrate." Entering the 1980s, the Oriental fertilizer industry gradually grew stronger, forming a production structure with large, medium, and small scales coexisting, and the annual output growth rate reached 28%. By 1990, the East's nitrogen fertilizer production surpassed that of the Soviet Union, making it the world's largest nitrogen fertilizer producer. By 2005, China's phosphate fertilizer production surpassed that of the United States, becoming the world's #1. Now in 1993, Dongfeng no longer lacks fertilizers and even has surplus fertilizers to export. However, there are still not many international customers who actively come by. Mr. Mar, this is our fertilizer production line. We can synthesize 100 tons of ammonium nitrate fertilizer every day. Yang Xiaojun, director of Shi Fertilizer Plant, introduced to foreign customers with a smile. The 10,000 tons of ammonium nitrate fertilizer you requested is actually only our 3-month production. Don't worry, we will give priority to your order. Director Yang said with a smile, feeling proud. We still have 2 months of inventory and expect to be able to ship in a month, he continued. This just happens to be our fertilization season. The long staple cotton is waiting for fertilizer. Amar responded. Although he is thin and dark-skinned, he behaves confidently and steadily. Although his language is not very fluent, it does not affect his communication with the factory manager. Just as Yang Zhaojun was enjoying himself, a worker hurried over and whispered in his ear, Director, there's a young man outside who wants to meet our foreign client. Meeting a foreign client? Yang Zhaojun was alert, suspecting that he was sent by another fertilizer factory to steal the client. He said impatiently, Get him out of here. However, the factory manager did not waste much time and smiled again. Mr. Amar, if you take a look at our warehouse, you will better understand the strength of our factory. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the factory. The roar of a motorcycle broke the silence. A gray motorcycle came speeding by, and the rider shouted, Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Yang Zhaojuan's heart tightened instantly. Hurry, protect our client. He hurriedly stood in front of Amar, and others also stood in front of the motorcycle, determined not to let the client be snatched away. However, Amar impatiently waved away the people blocking his way and stared at the motorcycle. Yang Zhaojun didn't dare to say anything else, but he became more and more nervous. The motorcycle stopped suddenly in front of everyone, and the rider took off his helmet, revealing a young face. Mr. Amar, fertilizer and steel pipes are a perfect match. I heard that you came here to buy fertilizer, so I specially gave you the steel pipe. Yang Zhaojun breathed a sigh of relief and thought, as long as they don't come to steal my business, it's fine. But how can fertilizer and steel pipes be considered a perfect match? Amar looked puzzled, but remained calm. How do these two work together? I continued to explain. If you decide to buy our steel pipes, we will provide you with a matching usage plan to ensure your satisfaction. Amar thought for a moment and nodded. If the plan is reasonable, I will consider buying more. I smiled and said, It's actually very simple. Just stuff the fertilizer into the steel pipe, and then let's find a place to discuss it in detail. Amar motioned to his entourage to follow him, turned and walked towards the taxi parked nearby, and drove towards the West Hotel. Yang Zhaojun watched them leave, but he was full of doubts. Are they really here to sell steel pipes? Inside the West Hotel, the waiter watched Amar and the rider come in, but didn't dare to ask any more questions and just watched them enter the room. As soon as the door closed, I immediately began to introduce. This steel pipe can be filled with 2 different fertilizers. The first half is a mixture of ammonium nitrate and combustibles, and the second half is a mixture of sugar and potassium nitrate. I explained. These 2 chemicals can react violently to form an explosive substance. After hearing this, Amar's expression froze, and he was obviously shocked. Before he could ask, I continued. After the 2 mixtures are heated and melted, they can be put into tubes to make simple propellant. With a battery or a fuse to ignite, the range can reach at least 5 kilometers or even 10 kilometers. Amar nodded. What about the fuse? I smiled and said, the fuse is actually very simple. Just put a nail on the tip and align it with the primer of the bullet to form the simplest impact fuse. Today, with the rapid development of electronic technology, the detonation mechanism of bombs and shells has become extremely simple. But in the era without modern electronic technology, people still solve the same problem with their ingenuity. Such devices, which appear to explode immediately upon contact with the ground, are usually triggered mechanically. Specifically, a firing pin will be installed at the front of the warhead. After the warhead falls to the ground, the firing pin will be hit and displaced, thereby triggering the detonator and detonating the explosive. If there is no detonator, that's fine. You just need to put a bullet in the warhead and align the striker with the bullet's primer. When the bullet hits the ground, the firing pin strikes the bullet, igniting the primer, which in turn sets off the explosive via the burning gunpowder in the bullet. This simple idea brought enlightenment to Amar. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, your idea is very interesting. Of course, in order to avoid accidental triggering, the nail must be inserted only when launching. At the same time, a rubber band is needed to hold the nail and provide sufficient elasticity. I said as I demonstrated. Good. Very good. Amar nodded excitedly. What you said is completely feasible, but But what? I demanded. Hearing is believing. Seeing is believing. Amar said, we need to see the sample you made and conduct an ignition test flight. Okay, I agreed, my eyes full of confidence. Let's find a place and make a large sky-high monkey. Let me show you that trains are not just pushed around, and being awesome is not just talk. By the way, how many do you plan to buy? There are more than 50,000 steel pipes in stock, each of which can be made into 3 sky rockets, with a total of more than 150,000. How much do you plan to buy? I asked. Amar frowned. How much is this? Each welded product is $50. It's good quality and low price. I won't cheat you, I replied with a smile. Of course, if you buy steel pipes separately, the price will not be so high, but these have been processed, integrating a lot of manual and technical wisdom. Although the sky rocket is small, its production is not simple. Okay, let's buy 10,000 first. Amar placed the order decisively. Only 10,000? I shook my head deliberately, with a hint of joking in my tone. Do you want this thing to look so insignificant? With 10,000 of them, the area that can be covered is only 100,000 square meters. But how big is a city? It must be at least tens of thousands of square kilometers. There's no way 100,000 of them can be found everywhere in the city. You know, when we set off fireworks during the Chinese New Year in the East, there are hundreds of millions of rockets. I continued to guide him subtly. And you also know that once this thing is used, it will not be easy to purchase it again in the future. It will be strictly supervised at any time. Therefore, I suggest you buy more at one time. After hearing this, Amar understood the truth and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he nodded. Okay, as long as the test flight goes smoothly, we will buy 100,000 first. 100,000 pieces equals $5 million. Amar brought $10 million with him this time and planned to use half of the funds to buy the rockets. Okay, then 100,000. Oh, by the way, I can't get any bullets for now, so let's use sand instead when we test fly. In 1993, bullets were not so easy to obtain, but I still had a way. After all, the gun control law was introduced in 1996, and the public began to collect guns. My friend Li Jianxi even dared to ask his father to get a few bullets from the small warehouse. However, I have a principle. Our rockets cannot have any military products. Okay, Amar nodded in agreement. Let's go to the nearby supply and marketing cooperative to buy some fertilizer and sugar, and then I'll take you to find a place to test fly. Motorcycles and Xiaoli cars quickly disappeared from the road. At the fertilizer factory, Yang Xiaojun and others finally received the news. Potassium nitrate? What do they want potassium nitrate fertilizer for? Shouldn't they want ammonium nitrate? Yang Xiaojun suddenly slapped his head and said, no, we may have been fooled. That guy is not here to sell steel pipes. He is here to sell potassium nitrate fertilizer. He is actually stealing our business. A group of people walked towards the fertilizer factory angrily, ready to seek justice. At the same time, I rode my motorcycle straight to my hometown and started our Sky Monkey test flight plan in the engine room on a hill. In this mountainous area, the well house is part of the irrigation system, helping farmers improve productivity. We got some infrastructure here and prepared for the next assembly. I directed everyone to move the sugar and potassium nitrate to the designated location and began to mix them carefully. Next, the materials in the pot slowly melt and mix into fuel in preparation for the upcoming test flight. Amar and his men were dazzled, especially when he saw that potassium nitrate and sugar mixed together could actually become a propellant for rockets. Ammonium nitrate and flammable powder can make people fly into the sky, while potassium nitrate and sugar can make the rockets soar into the sky. I was not idle. While Abdullah was busy stirring the mixture, I picked up the newspaper that came with the sugar and fertilizer I bought and started making paper rolls. Compare the size of a steel pipe from time to time to make sure the paper roll is the right size and can be inserted smoothly. Amar watched me do this and immediately understood. This was making a mold. After all, the finished product of the mixture of sugar and potassium nitrate cannot be poured directly into the steel pipe, because ammonium nitrate mixed powder needs to be placed at the front end of the steel pipe first, and then a partition is added to prevent the ammonium nitrate from coming into contact with the substance behind it. Otherwise, once ignited, the front end will be detonated and explode in the air. Therefore, the mold is essential. By the time I had finished making the mold, the contents of the pot were done cooking. I poured the thick substance into a paper tube and waited for it to cool, and the perfect solid propellant was born. Next, I started to assemble the launching device. Filling soil, adding partitions, and then stuffing the cooled propellant into the steel pipe, and the whole large rocket was ready. Since there was no launch pad, I inserted this huge rocket directly into the canal, tilted it at 45 degrees, and aimed it at the opposite hill. The mountain was a desolate rocky mountain, a bare sight. At this time of year, most people were busy working in the fields, so no one would hang out in the mountains. Mr. Amar, can you help me measure how far the mountain opposite is from us? Amar raised his thumb and made a simple comparison in front of his eyes. It's about 10 kilometers. As long as the rocket here can hit the hillside of the same height over there, the range can meet our needs. We can sign the contract and pay the deposit. Sally, go look over there. Yes, ride my motorcycle, I reminded him. As the sun sets, the sunset glow in the sky turns half the sky red. Under the warm sunset, I pulled out a piece of firewood from the stove and continued to explain, next, we can install an electric ignition device and ignite it with a heating wire or directly ignite it. Now, our rocket is ready to take off. At this moment, a majestic voice came from behind. Qin Chuan, what are you doing? You are such a disappointing child. Your father is worried about the factory, but you. I was startled. It was Grandpa Wong. Why was he here? Although I could see the hillside where my home was from afar, it took about 20 minutes to walk there. Normally, if I encountered this kind of situation, I would definitely run away and avoid him. But now there are customers here, and I have to test shoot, so I dare not run away. As soon as he finished speaking, an old soldier came over. He was wearing a retired military uniform and a liberation cap. The 5-pointed star on the cap was bright red and dazzling. His eyes were serious, revealing a majesty that could not be ignored. When I saw smoke coming out of the well room over here in the village, I knew it was you little bastards, Grandpa Wong said as he approached us. He paused for a moment and took a closer look at the people around me. It was obvious that they were somewhat different from the Chinese people, and there was a hesitant look on their faces. After retiring and returning to the village, Grandpa Wong still maintained his warm heart. Whenever he saw something wrong, he would help. My father often asked him to look after me, his unreliable son. No matter what I did wrong, he would scold me or beat me without hesitation. Today, he saw smoke coming out of the well house, and my motorcycle was missing. He immediately guessed that we were up to something. Maybe we were secretly doing something shady again. So he hurried over, but it seems he was wrong. Grandpa Wong, this is Mr. Amar, the customer I brought to our steel plant. I quickly introduced myself. Mr. Amar, this is my grandfather. Amar looked Grandpa Wong up and down and asked, have you ever been on the battlefield? Although Grandpa Wong is already an old man, Amar can still feel a strong fighting spirit from him. Only those who have experienced the battlefield can possess this kind of aura. That's all in the past. I went to the battlefield in the 1950s and killed more than a dozen enemies. Grandpa Wong said lightly. Amar immediately looked solemn. So you participated in the Far East War. We have a common experience. Although he did not mention the word enemy again, his eyes revealed respect. At this moment, he secretly made a decision in his heart. These people have done what they're doing now, and they are all comrades. How can you not feel at ease when buying things from comrades? Even if the range is not particularly far, it is worth a bash. A good man never brags about his past achievements, Grandpa Wong said with a smile. But what are you doing? This is a sky rocket, a steel pipe that our steel plant has modified. I explained. Mr. Amar took a fancy to this and planned to buy a batch, but he had to test the effect first, so I brought him here. Grandpa Wong was stunned for a moment. Then he looked in the direction I pointed at the sky-high rocket in the canal, and his eyes widened instantly. As an old soldier, Grandpa Wong saw the purpose of the flying monkey at a glance. As for its appearance, Grandpa Wong had no doubts in his mind. After all, there was nothing to worry about when selling it to foreign customers. Being able to make money and generate foreign exchange is the hard truth. Qin Chuan suddenly got the idea. Has he really become more capable? Seeing the approval in Grandpa Wong's eyes, I handed him a piece of firewood and said, Grandpa Wong, would you like to try it? Okay, I've shot guns, fired cannons, and killed enemies with a bayonet, but I've never tried this rocket. Grandpa Wong smiled, took the torch, and moved closer to the tail of the rocket. The paper roll was quickly ignited, flames came out from the tail, and the flying monkey flew out with a whoosh. As the sky gradually darkened, the flames were exceptionally clear in the night sky. The flight path was like a beautiful arc, disappearing into the night sky in an instant. Soon, the flying monkey arrived at the opposite hillside, raising a cloud of dust. Sala, riding a motorcycle, approached quickly. The lights of the motorcycle flickered in the dark. The landing point was clearly visible and was determined to be 10 kilometers away. That's amazing. I never thought that a propellant made of a mixture of sugar and fertilizer could make a steel pipe fly so far. Amar said excitedly, his eyes flashing with excitement, as if he had already seen the magnificent scene of tens of thousands of rockets being fired at the same time. Qin Chuan, wait for Sala to come back and take me to your factory. We'll sign a contract and pay a deposit. $50 per stick. Let's buy 100,000 sticks first. Grandpa Wang looked down at the cooking pot. Was it this thing that caused the flying monkey to fly up just now? Fertilizer and sugar? It was amazing. Then, hearing what Amar said, Grandpa Wang was shocked. A $5 million contract was actually negotiated like this? At Liang Iron and Steel Plant, as the sun sets, the workers' day finally comes to an end. Zhang Wanhe puts down his welding torch, takes off his thick gloves, and swings a hammer to hit the newly welded skyrocket. While he was busy finishing his work, he heard discussion nearby. We welded more than 300 pieces today. I wonder if it will work. Yes, if they are cut short, they cannot be repaired. If they cannot be sold, they will have to be recycled again. What on earth is the factory director thinking? His son is in trouble. Isn't he aware of it? What are you arguing about? Zhang Wanhe turned around and glared at the talkative workers. Without Qin Chuan, we would have been fooled by Asan today. The 10% deposit is not enough for the photovoltaic fee. If we can't get the balance, our factory will be ruined. We all know that Qin Chuan helped find foreign trade customers, but he promised to find foreigners to buy. It's already dark, and there's no one in sight. How long will it take for the Indian client that Section Chief Li is contacting to come? If Qin Chuan helps contact the foreign client, it will also take 3 to 5 days. Why are you in such a hurry? Before he finished speaking, a familiar roar of a motorcycle came from outside. The compact and powerful engine sound instantly shocked people's hearts. Is Qin Chuan back? But the strange thing is that there is a Xiali car following him. Qin Zhangwo was also a little worried. Would his son be able to do it? When he saw the Xiali car behind the motorcycle, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, I said to my father with a smile, let's show the customer our finished products. The customer wants 100,000 rockets, and the wholesale price is $50 apiece. As soon as I finished speaking, the workers around me stopped their work and looked at me sideways. $50 a stick? 100,000 sticks? That would be $5 million in revenue. The Indian in the morning promised to pay only 600,000 US dollars as a deposit. The scale of this business is totally different. Even if he only pays 20% of the deposit, it is still 1 million US dollars. Even if he doesn't pay the balance, the factory can still be saved. We're rich. The workers' eyes were shining with excitement. Qin Chuan is so amazing. Yeah, this is a counterattack. Zhang Wanhe glared at those talkative workers. They were just mocking Qin Chuan, and now they started to flatter him? Come on, Qin Chuan, bring the customer to see our finished product. I looked at the customer who had just gotten off the car and said, Mr. Amar, this is our steel plant, which mainly produces steel pipes and rockets. Please come and have a look, and then we will go to sign the contract. Mr. Amar just casually glanced at the factory and saw the mountains of steel pipes. He knew we were not fooling him. Especially the finished products that sparkled under the lights made them look more reliable. No need for a tour. Let's sign the contract directly. Amar said concisely with a firm look in his eyes. We pay a 50% deposit first. The goods must be shipped within 1 month, and the balance must be paid immediately after shipment. Okay, no problem. Qin Zhangwo nodded in response, and the uneasiness in his heart was slightly relieved. 50% deposit. Amar's attitude is very sincere. Soon after, the contract was successfully signed in the office. Amar took out his checkbook from his wallet and wrote a large check for $2.5 million. Looking at the number on the check, Qin Zhangwo still found it hard to believe. Was it really successful? Mr. Amar, it's getting late. I'll take you to the city to eat something nice and celebrate, I suggested enthusiastically. No, we still have to sign a contract with the fertilizer factory to buy ammonium nitrate fertilizer, and we also have to go to other fertilizer factories to purchase potassium nitrate fertilizer. Time is running out. Amar shook his head. I see. Work comes first. By the way, the ratio of fertilizers is very particular. Do you mix ammonium nitrate with aluminum powder and gasoline? If necessary, I can provide some formulas. Amar seemed to be getting more and more excited. Okay, let's try it when we get back. As Amar and his team left, Qin Jiangwo was still thinking about it all, as if he was dreaming. He looked at Li Runping. Old Li, this check shouldn't be fake, right? No problem. We have had dealings with foreigners before. I have seen the checks they wrote. They should be authentic. But to convert it into our domestic currency, we have to go through a lot of procedures. We have to go to the capital to handle it. And we may even have to go to Shanghai or Hong Kong. Okay, Lowly, I'll leave this to you. I have to continue organizing the production and complete 100,000 skyrockets within a month. This is a difficult task. As they were talking, the sound of a cutting machine was suddenly heard outside. The masters had finished their dinner and returned to work overtime. Qin Chuan is so amazing. He brought us such a big business. We must not let him down. That's right. No matter what, let's go for it. This month, the factory is our home. We'll eat steamed buns when we're hungry and sleep on cardboard when we're tired. In short, we must not delay this business. Zhang Wanhe shouted loudly. That's right, everyone work hard. If this deal is successful, not only can our factory be saved, but can also thrive better. We can repay the bank loan, pay the workers' wages, and get bonuses soon. If Lao Qin doesn't give me the bonus, I'll be the first to go and settle the score with him. Qin Jiangwo smiled as he watched the hard-working workers. Zhang Wanhe was his old friend at Shugong, and every word he said today was an encouragement to everyone. By the way, where's Ogawa? He just took out $200 from the finance department, saying he wanted to thank the police officers. Actually, the factory has been short of money, and the finance department dared not give me money. But my performance today won everyone's recognition, so I have to thank the police. Although the finance department had no money, Li Runping still took out 200 yuan from his own pocket to make connections. Of course, Qin Jiangwo could not know about this. That's right, thank the police, otherwise we wouldn't have been so successful. After all, having a good relationship with the police has many benefits. Yes, Xiaochuan rides his motorcycle everywhere. It seems that he is not doing his job properly, but he actually has good intentions. We misunderstood him before. Qin Jiangwo couldn't help feeling a little guilty after hearing these words. It turned out that he had always had such a good son. Chapter 9. 2 Merits in One Day. Chu, Qin Chuan, who was riding a motorcycle, sneezed inexplicably. Could it be that he was not wearing a helmet and the mountain wind blew him? In the past, when I rode a motorcycle, I only cared about looking cool and never wore a helmet. I can't do that again after being reborn. Safety comes first. When I have money in the future, I will buy a Santana and stop riding this motorcycle. If you want to die quickly, buy a kick. There was a net bag hanging on the handlebar of the motorcycle, which contained a box of chocolates, a pound of tea, and 1 or 2 ounces of American ginseng. It was not big and cost exactly 200 yuan, not even enough for gas to fill up the motorcycle. But this is the way the world is, and human relationships still need to be managed. Fortunately, there are private stores nowadays. If it were a supply and marketing cooperative, it would have closed down long ago. At this time, Qin Chuan had already ridden a motorcycle into the county town and found Li Jinch's home with familiarity. Unit 2, Building 3, Public Security Bureau staff compound. Carrying the net bag, he walked happily up to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. Boo, I Qin Chuan. Brother Chuan, why are you here? Li Jinshi opened the iron gate, his eyes full of admiration, and the two communicated with their eye contact. Brother Chuan, you're awesome. Thanks to you, this is the first time in my life that I've been praised by my dad. I came to see Uncle Li. Today's matter is largely thanks to his help. It's not convenient for me to recognize Uncle Li in front of foreigners today. Qin Chuan said as he walked inside, carrying the net bag. This type of old building is usually 50 to 60 square meters with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, 2 bedrooms in the front, 1 bedroom and kitchen in the north, and the living room is only a dozen square meters when you enter the door. It is almost full with a straight sofa and a coffee table. Opposite the living room is the bathroom. Li Jinch's father, Li Gang, was sitting on the sofa. On the coffee table in front of him were several plates of food and a wine cup. At this time, he had already drunk several glasses of wine and his face was flushed. When he saw Qin Chuan, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Xiaochuan, come in. Thanks to you today, your Uncle Li has made a great contribution and solved a major economic case. Uncle Li has to thank you. Hey, what else did you bring? Today his son came to say there was an emergency, but Li Gang didn't believe it at first. After all, he knew very well what kind of person his son was. However, After he made a phone call and confirmed the cases of 2 factories being cheated, he made up his mind. If you have arrested someone by mistake, then write a self-criticism and apologize to the foreigners. If you catch the right one, it will be a great achievement. Only with achievement will you have a chance to be promoted. So give it a try. Unexpectedly, the boy didn't lie, and he actually caught the right person. The capital took the case very seriously and sent a special task force over to take the man away. Although it was not his turn to interrogate him, his contribution in the arrest was definitely not small. After coming back, Li Gang was very happy. He asked his wife to cook a few dishes and opened a bottle of good wine. He also made an exception and invited Li Jianxi to the table to drink and eat with him. Then, Qin Chuan came, and he came to give gifts. Nothing much, just some normal food. Qin Chuan handed the things to Li Jianxi's mother, who came out of the kitchen. She looked at the things inside, and her face was full of joy. Xiao Chuan is a sensible child. Come to our house often in the future. Come, sit down and have a few drinks with your Uncle Li. No, I've already eaten. Before he could finish his words, the phone rang on the small table in the corner next to the sofa. Li Gang picked it up and his face turned serious. What? Is there such a thing? Okay, I'll go over right away. Dad, what's wrong? Brother Chuan just came. Li Jianxi said that he was reluctant, but he was very happy in his heart. Now that his father was gone, the table full of food and wine would all belong to him and Brother Chuan. 2 cars of people from the Laishi fertilizer factory next door have arrived and are blocking the entrance to the Yongwang fertilizer sales department in our county town. This is really strange. I don't know why the 2 groups had a conflict. Lao Luo and his team are not strong enough to handle the situation on the spot. I have to bring some reinforcements. Laishi fertilizer factory? Yongwang fertilizer sales department? Qin Chuan suddenly had an idea in his mind. Could it be that he had misunderstood something? Uncle Li, I think I know why they're having a conflict. If you go over there and say a few words, they'll go back obediently. Li Gang looked at Qin Chuan suspiciously, and when he finished speaking, his eyes became more complicated. Really? Qin Chuan nodded. Well, there are so many police officers on the scene who can't solve the problem. If I can persuade them to leave with just a few words, that would be another credit. After what happened today, Li Gang already regarded Qin Chuan as his own. Even if we have to trick them, we have to trick them back. The Yongwang Fertilizer Distribution Department was located in the former County Agricultural Machinery Station compound. Later, the Agricultural Machinery Station lost its business and declined. The site was left vacant and was contracted to individual business owner Zhang Yongwang. I don't know where Zhang Yongwang got the connections from, but he managed to get back a batch of scarce fertilizers. Farmers from all over the county flocked to the area. That scene is such a wonderful memory. In recent years, fertilizers are no longer in short supply, and the Eon Fertilizer Distribution Department is no longer crowded with people. But today is an exception. But they are not here to buy fertilizer, but to fight. Zhang Yongwang, you're going too far. You are actually trying to steal foreign customers from our fertilizer factory. Yang Zhaojun, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have so many people here. I just have a batch of ammonium nitrate fertilizer that I haven't paid for with your factory. Do you think you have to bring so many people to cause trouble for me? I want the money. I want the money. Why are you trying to steal my clients? My clients are all ordinary people. When did I get any foreign clients? Zhang Yongwang is fat and strong, and he is not afraid standing at the door. I haven't sold your batch of fertilizers at all. You don't have money, but if you want the goods, just take the fertilizer away. As long as he delays time, there will be a steady stream of helpers coming, allowing him to fully utilize the home advantage. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Okay, if you're still stubborn, we'll smash your store. There were only 7 or 8 policemen at the scene, while there were already 50 or 60 people gathered from both sides of the conflict. Luo Chung, the on-site police leader, had beads of sweat on his forehead and his hands reached for his waist several times. If there's really no other choice, I can only... Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. At this moment, a loud voice came from outside. Make way, let me in. Where is the director of Laishi Fertilizer Factory? You are too impulsive. Li Gang walked in, stood between the 2 conflicting parties, and looked across. Director Yang, you came all the way to our county and let foreigners wait in your factory. Is that appropriate? Foreigners in our factory? Yang Zhaojun was stunned. What a misunderstanding. This matter had nothing to do with Zhang Yongwang. Come to think of it, When foreigners come to buy fertilizer, they must come to the fertilizer factory, and they can't buy it from middlemen. How could I have taken it for granted at the time when I was so excited? But, Chapter 10, My Father is Li Gang. Comrade, have you called our factory? How do you know that foreigners are waiting in our factory? Yang Zhaojun asked. Of course Li Gang made the call, but the call didn't go through. This is easy to understand. The leaders brought a group of workers here to fight, and the rest of the workers had all gone off work. No one in the factory answered the phone. There must be someone at the gatehouse, but the gatehouse's phone can only call the factory and not the outside world. Are there any foreigners waiting? You can find out by calling back. Li Gang said, I just don't know if you have any staff left in the factory. If foreigners come, there will be no one to receive them in your factory. Cold sweat broke out on Yang Zhaojun's back. Indeed, how could I have forgotten this? He looked around and saw that the factory leaders, office secretaries, etc. had all arrived, and the factory seemed really empty. No, we have to go back quickly. Director Yang, these people are from Liang. Are they trying to trick us and send us back? That's right. It's already dark. Shouldn't the foreign guests go back to sleep? How could they continue to come to our factory? After listening to his subordinate's words, Yang Zhaojun felt a little embarrassed again. What should he do? The Eon Fertilizer Distribution Center is right here, so it can't run away. But if foreigners are turned away, they will go to other fertilizer factories. Li Gang said, Director Yang, your subordinates can't tell the difference between the important and the unimportant. Can you tell the difference between them? Why don't you take your people and leave? Yang Zhaojun rolled his eyes and said, We have 2 cars of people here. Half of them will stay here. Lao Wang, you continue to watch here, and the other factory leaders and office staff, follow me back. Seeing that half of the people had left, the police officers on the scene finally breathed a sigh of relief. With only half of the people left, they were confident that they would be able to control the situation. But Luo Cheng quietly walked to the side of Li Gang and whispered, Old Li, this is just a delaying tactic. When those people go back and find that there are no foreigners waiting, they will probably bring more people here. Should we set up checkpoints on the road in advance? No need. Li Gang said, I have confidence. What's the point of setting up checkpoints? If they really fail to fool them, the Pingxi Fertilizer Factory will definitely bring more people here, and then we will have to ask the armed police to go out. Even if they didn't see any foreigners when they returned, they should have calmed down, right? The old Jiefeng roared and sped along, and when it returned to the factory gate, sure enough, there was a Xiaoli parked there. The light was on in the gatehouse, and there was more than one old man guarding the door inside. The old man had obviously never dealt with such a big scene before, and he even stuttered when he spoke. Before the car stopped, Yang Zhaojun jumped out. Mr. Amar, I'm very sorry to have kept you waiting. Amar looked calm and said, It's okay. I thought your factory was going to fail. If no one comes back tonight, I will go to another fertilizer factory tomorrow. It was an accident. It was an accident. Yang Zhaojun nodded and bowed. Please come in, everyone. Please come in. Outside the Eon Fertilizer Distribution Department, the standoff continued. Time passed little by little, and suddenly, someone came hurriedly on a motorcycle. Director Wang, Director Wang. Director Yang found that foreigners were waiting for him after he returned. This was a misunderstanding. Luo Cheng finally felt relieved and looked at Li Gang with complicated eyes. Old Li, this time it's all thanks to you. You have made another contribution. Li Gang felt relieved. Qin Chuan was right again. This guy is not simple. The old director is about to retire. With these 2 contributions, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become the director himself, right? Thanks to Qin Chuan, I will definitely take care of their factory in the future. Go back and have a few drinks with him. After returning from the police call, Li Gang ran home and found that Qin Chuan's motorcycle had disappeared. Looking at the watch again, it was almost midnight. Qin Chuan should have gone home, right? Of course Qin Chuan went home. After doing so many things in one day, it was too tiring for a former gangster like him. He went home and fell asleep immediately. Brother Chuan, Qin Chuan. I was half asleep when someone came to call me from outside. You little bastard, are you itching for trouble? Are you here to ask Qin Chuan to go racing with you guys again? No, Grandpa Wang. I'm here to be Brother Chuan's younger brother. Be my younger brother? Great. You little bastard, you don't learn your lesson. You want to learn gangsterism from others? I will beat you to death. Grandpa Wang, no, I'm not a gangster. My dad is a policeman. My dad is Li Gang. I don't care who your father is. I'm telling you, Qin Chuan finally started to do human work, so don't harm him anymore. I'll find something to beat you to death. I'm here just to do human work with Brother Chuan. Well, I can't sleep this way. Qin Chuan could only get up from the bed, rubbing his eyes and running out. Then, I saw Grandpa Wang holding the rocket from yesterday in his hand, looking majestic with the pointed end facing Li Jianxi. After the successful test launch yesterday, Qin Chuan was in a hurry to sign the contract with Amar and the others, and did not take the skyrocket away. So Grandpa Wang carried it back, and it worked really well as a spear. Brother Chuan, my dad said that you are very capable and asked me to follow you in the future. Please tell Grandpa Wang that I am not here to race with you. At this time, Li Jianxi raised his hands and was about to cry. Grandpa Wang, Jianxi came to me to do some serious business. My father's factory was built yesterday, thanks to Jianxi's help. We also agreed last night that I will work hard with him to build our motherland and bid farewell to our past life. Real. Okay, don't just stand there. Go help out at the steel mill. Yeah. Li Jianxi quickly turned his motorcycle around. Qin Chuan pushed out his motorcycle and followed Li Jianxi towards the steel plant. 100,000 sticks a month. That means we need 3,300 sticks a day. Yesterday afternoon, the factory only made more than 300 sticks. However, by last night, everyone was motivated and started to divide the work and work on an assembly line. We made thousands of them in one night. But this is far from enough. Except for the final electric welding, which requires some technical skills. The rest are physical work, such as carrying steel pipes, cutting, hammering, etc., which can be done by temporarily hiring some people. Qin Zhangwo is busy finding people and arranging tasks. Dad, I brought Jianxi here with me. He could do any job. Qin Zhangwo didn't say hello. Jianxi, come here. You are responsible for moving the steel pipes cut by the cutting machine to the welder. Xiaochuan, I'll give you a workstation here. You'll be in charge of welding. Dad, Before he could finish his words, a welding mask was handed to him, a brand new one. Be careful to protect your eyes. What does eyes matter? The key to welding is that it damages your lungs. Dad, do you love your son so much? Dad, I don't have a welder's license. If something goes wrong, I will definitely be arrested for not having a welder's license. Xiaochuan, don't worry, my dad is here. You'll be fine. Chapter 11. A gas tank that can explode is a good gas tank. The welders in the factory were so busy that their faces became blackened and their lungs began to feel uncomfortable. Some of them coughed constantly, but they still insisted on working. A month passed quietly. The workers, who had been working hard for a month, went home to rest. The goods were shipped away, and the factory was empty. Looking at the place that was once filled with steel pipes in the open air, now empty, Qin Zhangwo had an indescribable feeling. It's out of the question. The deposit of $2.5 million has been brought back, converted into RMB at the exchange rate of 5.8. That is 14.5 million. The workers in the factory lined up outside the accounting office, waiting to receive their wages. In addition to the overdue wages, the factory also gave each person 500 yuan in overtime pay, which is great. Yes, it's equivalent to 2 months' salary. Holding this money in your hand is too hot. Everyone has worked hard during this period. Qin Chuan looked at everyone and said sincerely, everyone should work hard in the factory in the future, and you will definitely earn more than the county cadres. Everyone laughed. Xiaochuan, this is all thanks to you. Li Runping came out, put his arm around his shoulders with a smile, and led him outside. We paid off our debts, paid salaries and bonuses, and still have more than 10 million left. Moreover, after the goods have been delivered to the customers, there is still a balance of more than 10 million. Uncle Lee, let's go to Hong Kong to open an account, and then have the customer directly transfer the balance to our overseas account. In the future, if we want to buy something from abroad, we can directly transfer it from the foreign account. It's easy for us to earn foreign exchange for the country, but it's difficult to apply for foreign exchange to spend. Qin Chuan arranged the next things with a smile. Yeah, Li Runping had long admired Qin Chuan, and he would do whatever Qin Chuan said. What's more, Qin Chuan was not wrong. It is easy to earn foreign exchange, but it is difficult to apply for foreign exchange to spend. By putting it in a foreign account, you can avoid these restrictions. Of course, most companies also know the benefits of doing so, but they cannot do so because of their low profits. Once foreign exchange is received, it must be converted into RMB. It is necessary to pay the employees' salaries, purchase goods, and the company also needs money to expand its scale. It is not possible not to convert it into RMB. Only people like us, with profits more than 10 times, we'll have a surplus. Xiao Chuan, do you think our flying monkey business can continue in the future? At this time, Qin Zhengwo also strolled over, his eyes full of anticipation. Of course, but we still have a batch left in our warehouse. Just in case, we'd better use up this batch of stock before we start producing water pipes. There will definitely be more orders from customers. Although Qin Chuan said that there will be restrictions in the future in order to trick Amar into buying more, there's actually no big problem. After all, tunnels can be dug there. What he is worried about is that once the news spreads in China, many steel pipe factories will learn to make skyrocketing steel pipes and then engage in price wars. It will not be easy for them to continue selling at high prices. Yes, Qin Zhengwo now obeyed his son's orders. Then let's wait a little longer. The factory has recovered a lot of funds this time. Xiao Chuan, what do you think we should do next? Do what? Qin Chuan rolled his eyes and said, let's continue making gas tanks. Qin Zhengwo's eyes lit up. Yes, the gas tank. Our country's economy is getting better and better every year. Cities use gas, and rural areas are also starting to use gas. There must be a demand for these gas cylinders. This is really a good route. Although gas had been used in China before liberation, it had been developing slowly. In that era of material shortages, families in cities that had gas tanks only used them when guests came and continued to use honeycomb coal at other times. Coal gas was widely popularized in domestic cities in 1988. By 1992, many households in rural areas where living conditions had improved significantly began to use gas. Therefore, there must be a way to make gas tanks. But, Xiao Chuan, we have never made a gas tank. This thing is a pressure vessel. If it is not made well, it will explode. I can. Qin Chuan said, the domestic market cannot sell at a high price, so we made gas cylinders and continue to sell them to Amar and others. As for the poor quality and fear of explosion, Amar and the others won't mind it. What are you complaining about? A gas tank that can explode is a good gas tank. Really? How to do it? Qin Zhengwo's eyes showed excitement. First, we need 2.5 thick steel plates. Dad, many uncles and aunts in our factory were brought over by you from Shugon. The steel smelted in our own steel-making furnace is almost enough. We also have a rolling mill in our factory, so I don't have to worry about this. Qin Zhengwo nodded. When we make water pipes, we first make steel plates and then roll them. Of course, there is no problem making steel plates. Is the next step to use the plate rolling machine? Qin Chuan shook his head. No, the plate rolling machine has cracks when it is built, and it will definitely explode if it is filled with gas. We have to use a 500-ton stamping machine. The manufacturing process of a gas tank is not difficult. Cut the steel plate into a circle, put on the stamping part, and directly punch out half a gas tank. Then grind the edges, connect the upper and lower parts, and weld them. The main body of the gas tank is out. Weld the base at the bottom, weld the handle on the top, and make a hole on the top to connect the gas nozzle. It's that simple. Of course, if you want to make the gas tank safer, there are still many details, such as using an automatic welding machine when welding the upper and lower parts to ensure concentricity and welding quality, heat treatment, and pickling of the manufactured gas tanks, etc. However, if it is a disposable product exported to Amar, these can be omitted. All other factories can solve it, except one. We don't have a stamping machine in our factory. If you don't have one, go buy one. That's right. We have money now. If we want a hydraulic press, we can just go buy one. Even if it costs millions, we don't mind. Now that he has money, he is more confident. Qin Zhengwo's face is full of pride. There's no need for millions. Qin Chuan looked at Li Runping. Uncle Li, after paying the workers, how much cash do we have left? There's still about 500,000 yuan left. The main thing is that the money looks good when it is displayed outside, Li Runping said with a smile. After paying the workers' wages and bonuses, we have to deposit the money into the bank before dark. No need to save it. Just give me the 500,000 yuan, and I'll get a 500-ton hydraulic press. Qin Chuan said, looking at his father. Dad, am I qualified to take the money? Xiao Chuan, it was you who solved the crisis in the factory, and it was you who earned the money. No matter how much money you want, just go and get it. This factory will be yours from now on. Qin Zhengwo said very generously. Well, Dad, I'll go then. Jianxi, let's take the money and go do something. Just ride my motorcycle. Li Jianxi had just come out of the office and waved to Qin Chuan from a distance. Qin Chuan saw his gesture and then asked his father for money. Okay, Brother Chuan, they're both 125, but I still think yours looks cooler with dual exhaust. Watching Li Jianxi fiddling with Qin Chuan's motorcycle, Qin Zhengwo thought of something else. Now that the factory has money, it's time to get a means of transportation. Xiao Chuan, do you think we should buy a Xiaoli sedan or a Tianjin Daihatsu van? A van can also carry goods. Yeah, that's what I thought. Poof. Li Jianxi laughed. Jianxi, what are you laughing at? Nothing, nothing. Li Jianxi quickly waved his hands. Chapter 12, Audi 100. $500,000, all it can fit in a suitcase. However, Qin Chuan came out carrying a fertilizer bag, which was bulging with what was obviously bedding. In this day and age, people often use this method when they go out, taking trains or cars, moving back and forth. The target is not obvious at all, and no one knows that there are 500,000 yuan rolled up in this bedding. Fortunately, we have 100 yuan bills in this era. 10,000 yuan has only 100 bills, which can be tied into a stack with paper strips. Then, 10 stacks can be tied into a bundle. 5 bundles can make 500,000 yuan, which is easy to stuff into the quilt. There's a chrome-plated metal rack on the back of the motorcycle, just tied on. Xiao Chuan, how about Dad go with you? Seeing Qin Chuan getting on the motorcycle, Qin Zhengwo became a little worried again. Carrying so much money with you can easily get you into trouble. No, there's no room. Qin Chuan started the motorcycle, stepped on the accelerator, and left under the watchful eyes of Qin Zhengwo and Li Runping. Old Li the Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan has always been a very capable person who keeps a low profile. Since he said he wanted to buy it, maybe he can really get it back. Okay. Qin Zhengwo suddenly thought of something. He should go to the provincial capital to buy it? It's such a long way. I'll buy a Daihatsu from Tianjin and drive there later. Yeah. Qin Zhengwo nodded. In a county town, in a large compound, a Santana was parked at the door. The car was dark red and looked very festive. Occasionally, there would be some children in the compound who would want to climb on board when they saw the car, but as soon as they got close, the window would suddenly and silently fall down, revealing a serious face. Xiao Ming, what are you doing? Why don't you go home and do your homework? The child who was called was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. Boss, why aren't we leaving yet? Who are we waiting for? The driver Xiao, he asked Li Gang. Waiting for someone. Beep. At this moment, the sound of a motorcycle rang out. Li Gang pushed open the car door and walked down with a smile on his face. Xiao Chuan, you are finally here. Get in the car. Okay, Uncle Li Jianxi, put the luggage in the trunk, and I'll ride the motorcycle to the compound. Li Gang saw Li Jianxi coming too, and a smile appeared on his face. Why did you bring Jianxi with you? Let's go out and see the world together. Santana drove onto the highway and headed north. We arrived at Tianjin, the development zone, and the customs compound when it was dark. It's past closing time now, so there aren't many people inside. Li Gang made an internal call to the concierge, and soon a man came out. Old Wang, I haven't seen you for a few years. How are you doing? That's it. Come on in. The Audi you want is in the parking lot. The paperwork has been completed in advance. As long as you pay, you could drive the car away tonight. Thanks to you, my old classmate. Li Gang said, your Tianjin customs is really a popular place. I wish I could be transferred there someday. The two were classmates in the police academy and then went their separate ways, but they have always kept in touch. This time, Li Gang asked Wang Chong for help in getting an Audi. Wang Chong got it quickly and also completed the formalities in advance. These days, it's easier to get things done with someone. What's good about that? It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. I heard that your county director has retired, and you have become the top leader. Look at me, I'm just a small figure in the customs. I have to beg for help to get this car for you. Or maybe your position is a good one, with 300,000 or so. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Li Gang's face suddenly changed. Old Wang, don't talk nonsense, I don't have that much money. It's a friend of my son who has helped me a lot. This time he wants me to help him get a car. I'm only responsible for greeting him, and he pays for it. Ogawa, Ogawa. Qin Chuan had also gotten off the car a long time ago and had been following Li Gang, but he had been acting as a silent follower without interrupting their conversation. It was only now that Li Gang called out to him that Qin Chuan came up. Hello, Uncle Wang. I'm Qin Chuan. You can just call me Xiao Chuan. You are so young, yet you have so much money? What business does your family run? My father used to work at the capital steel plant. Later, he came back to Yangzhou and contracted the steel plant in his hometown and started an export business. Liang, steel plant export? Wang Chong suddenly realized. Is it the recent business worth more than $2 million US? We in the customs have always been impressed that our country is really full of hidden talents. With so many small steel mills closing down, there is still one that has broken a new path. Now we know that heroes have always emerged from youth. No, it's just a coincidence, Uncle Wong. I'll need your care in the future. That's for sure. Come straight to me if you export again. As they were talking, everyone had already reached the parking lot. After all, it was right at the entrance. A black car was parked in the parking space. It had a flat front and a long body. Its paint was so bright that it could reflect a person's shadow. The 4 circles on the front of the car were so dazzling under the light of the street lamp. The rear of the car was labeled with the Audi 100 logo. That's right, this is the most prestigious sedan of this era, the Audi 100. The Jetta and Santana of this era are both square box shaped with sharp edges and corners. However, the Audi 100 has gotten rid of this design. The body looks fuller, and the front and rear fenders are retracted. This is the best shape obtained from the wind tunnel. The car is low and very majestic. Even if you only look at the simple lines on the side, you can feel the simplicity and elegance. Here are the keys. You can try the car first. No, the smuggled cars seized by customs must be in great condition. Qin Chuan said, let's pay first. Jianxi, carry our luggage over. Li Jianxi is Li Gang's son, but he is ordered around by Qin Chuan here. This is not a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for him, but to show the relationship between the two. Only if you really treat us as one of your own would you be so rude. Nowadays, buying a car still depends on connections, especially for Audi. Cars are already pre-ordered while they are still on the production line. Most of them go to government agencies, and the few that flow into the market go into the hands of various automobile companies with connections. On March 26, 1999, the first authorized sales and service store of Guangzhou Honda Automobile Company opened for business, introducing the 4-in-1 service model and becoming the first automobile 4S store in China. Before this, the only way to buy a car was to go to an ordinary car sales company. Many of them were small stores that didn't have any cars. You had to pay the money first, and the other party would then use all kinds of skills to adjust the car. It was very risky, and you might get cheated. Li Gang was also unable to obtain a quota through government agencies, but fortunately, there was a completely new way. Wang Chang smiled and said, "You are lucky. We just happened to seize a batch of them. We priced them for auction according to the Audi 100 produced by FAW in China. In fact, if this kind of car is officially imported, it will sell for 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. These cars are very popular. If you hadn't said hello in advance, they would have been snatched up by others." Customs used to destroy smuggled cars on the spot when they found them. But later they found that this was too wasteful, so they changed to auctioning them. But it's not easy to win a bid for a car. At this time, Li Jianxi had already carried the quilt out of the trunk of the Santana and carried it to the side of the Audi. Qin Chuan pulled out a bundle and threw it directly on the dashboard, then patted the rest. "Uncle Wong, you are on duty in the office. You should prepare a quilt. Come on, I will carry the quilt in for you and go with you to handle the formalities. Jianxi, you stay by the side of the car and watch." Chapter 13. Official cars represent status. When Qin Chuan came out, the bedding and other things were gone. There was only a clip containing various documents and a temporary license plate. "Uncle Wong, we're leaving first." Qin Chuan got on the driver's seat. "Okay, be careful along the way." Qin Chuan turned the key and the engine made a dull sound. The 6-cylinder engine is different. The Audi 100 assembled by FAW in China mainly uses a 4-cylinder engine. This imported Audi 100 is equipped with a 2.6-liter V6 engine. Although its maximum horsepower is only 150, the exhaust sound of this engine is really nice. The gear lever is still automatic. Just shift it to D gear and step on the accelerator. The car started smoothly, so smoothly that you couldn't feel it had started moving. This is also the reason why many leaders like it. If you close the car windows, you can't hear the noise outside. Enjoy it. What enjoyment. "Brother Chuan, where's the crank? Why can't I find it?" Li Jianxi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the door panel in confusion. "Power windows, just push the button." As Qin Chuan spoke, he pressed the button on the driver's side, and the window slowly dropped. "Advanced, really advanced." Watching the Audi 100 leave, Li Gang smiled. "Lao Wong, let's go out for a meal together?" "No, I'm on night shift and can't leave or drink." "Okay, we'll see you later then." Li Gang came to Tianjin, definitely not just to see Qin Chuan off. He had other official business, and he had to go about his own business. The night wind blew in through the window, and I felt refreshed all over. Holding the 4-spoke steering wheel, looking at the road illuminated by the bright headlights, and listening to Shan Tianfeng's storytelling on the radio, Qin Chuan didn't feel sleepy at all. I'll buy some tapes when I get back. Rock music was the most popular in the 1990s. Which year was the song Nothing released? Well, I can't sing. I'm not penniless. I already own a steel plant and have made tens of millions in profit. Li Jianxi, who was sitting on the passenger seat, was also very excited. He touched the walnut interior panel and said with emotion, "This Audi is a level higher than Volkswagen. No wonder so many leaders like to ride in Audi." In this era, Audi is definitely more prestigious than Mercedes-Benz and BMW because it is an official car. By the way, Brother Chuan, we only have 100,000 yuan left. Isn't it a little too little to buy a hydraulic press? A 500-ton hydraulic press, if it's a brand new one from a big manufacturer, would cost over $1 million. And even if it's a second-hand one, it would cost $500,000. Qin Chuan got 500,000 yuan from the factory and ended up spending 400,000 yuan on Audi 100, leaving only 100,000 yuan, which he placed on the windshield. Fortunately, it is night if it were daytime. It's not a small amount. It's not 5,000 tons or 50,000 tons. This 500-ton hydraulic press is only worth the price of scrap metal. Buying a hydraulic press at scrap metal price? Li Jianxi looked at Qin Chuan curiously. Why would they sell it to us at the price of scrap metal? Qin Chuan patted the steering wheel, which was right at the horn position, making a beeping sound. With this car, the car left Tianjin, passed through Zhangzhou, returned to Dongshan province, and then began to travel through the mountain roads. Li Jianxi looked at the rolling hills around him and said with some worry, "Brother Chuan, do you know the way?" When they came, they took Li Gang's car. The driver was experienced and often went to Tianjin. When they came back, Qin Chuan drove. It was nighttime, and they were driving on a mountain road. After a few bends, Li Jianxi lost his way. "Certainly. That's great. Where are we going now?" "Mengyin." "Mengyin?" I remember when I was at home, I occasionally heard my dad say that there was a factory over there in a big mountain valley, and life was very hard. In that kind of desolate place, even if there was a factory, it would probably be a handicraft workshop. How could there be a hydraulic press? Don't underestimate them. That is not just a workshop. It used to be a military factory. What? Li Jianxi's face was full of shock. In the 1960s, the country drew several lines across the territory for war preparedness, and since then there have been the terms first line, second line, and third line. Good people are on the third line. At the command of the state, countless personnel and equipment were transferred into the mountains, and the vigorous construction of the third front began. At the same time, there are many mountainous areas in the first and second lines, which are relatively hidden. Many factories have also been built in these mountainous areas, which are called small third-line bases. Dongshan Province's small third-line bases are distributed in Yimeng, Tailai, and other places. In the Mengyin area, which stretches for more than 100 miles, there are many large and small Liujiao arsenals. Dongfeng Machinery Factory, located in Lufingshan, is one of them. At the beginning, the main production was 82mm mortar shells, but later on, all kinds of shells could be produced. A few years ago, when there was a situation in the south, 152mm artillery shells were urgently produced. At its peak, Dongfeng Machinery Factory had 3,000 employees, with over 10,000 family members included, and had kindergartens, primary schools, shops, and hospitals. However, these are all in the past. The era of the Third Front has ended, and the workers with connections in the factory have all found ways to transfer away. By the end of the 1980s, the factory was almost abandoned and was handed over to the local government. The local government demanded, "You can give it to us, but the equipment must be left behind." Anyway, they were all second-hand machines, so the factory and its equipment were left behind. Then, someone contracted the factory and started machining. However, it turns out that not everyone can go into the sea. After the factory was contracted out, it produced many products, including coal-fired stoves, tractor-mounted plows, and wheelbarrows. However, none of them were successful. After all, the factory is located in the mountains, transportation is inconvenient, and the cost of doing anything is higher than outside. When the dawn of a new day arrived, the old 212 in the factory finally returned. "Old Gua, have you found out?" "I found out," Gua Qing said excitedly. In a certain county in Dongshan province, a small steel mill had a large backlog of steel pipes and was about to go bankrupt. I didn't expect that they actually transformed the steel pipe into a rocket and sold it successfully. Moreover, they sold it at a high price. Really? Did the buyer find out clearly? The buyer's name is Amar, and he also purchased a large amount of fertilizer from the nearby counties of Laishi. As for what he's going to do with it, we're not in a position to say, but this is definitely not a one-time deal. It will definitely be a long-term deal in the future. Really? That's great. What are we waiting for? Let's switch to producing this kind of product. Factory director Yang Zhanfu said excitedly. Next time Amar comes, bring him to our factory. Our offer will be only half of that from Liang. If we can get the same number of orders, our factory will be rich. With the money, we can move the factory out. It's inconvenient to do anything in this mountain valley. Yeah, that's what I thought. Guoqing said, but our factory no longer has any working capital. I went to the city's bank, but they couldn't help me. Yes, this money issue is indeed a big problem. A penny can make a hero fall. Should we sell some of the outdated equipment in the factory? We haven't been producing shells for a long time anyway. Hey, there's a car coming with 4 circles on the front. Audi. Could it be the city's leaders? Or the provincial leaders? Chapter 14. How many minutes does it take to spend 100,000 yuan? Qin Chuan felt sleepy after driving until late last night. We happened to pass through a town, so we parked the car in front of the town government, intending to take a nap in the car until dawn. Who would have thought that the doorman who was dozing off at the door would wake up instantly and run to call the leader? In the middle of the night, the town leaders got out of bed and ran to greet the leader. Although Qin Chuan and Li Jianxi were both young men, the leaders did not dare to neglect them. They treated them to a midnight snack and arranged for them to stay in a guest house in the town. After daybreak, the 2 men were afraid that the leaders would beat drums and gongs to see them off, so they sneaked out. Li Jianxi was still immersed in the atmosphere of last night. That town is so welcoming. My dad has never heard of such a welcoming town when he goes out to handle cases. Qin Chuan smiled and said, that's because I took out the car keys and completed all the formalities. The tall and thin guy in town tried every means to get in the car to see if the ignition switch had been pulled or the door lock had been pried. If we find anything wrong, we will definitely be tied up like dumplings. The key point is that the 2 are too young and don't look like cadres at all. Then if we go to the Dongfeng machinery factory, will they be suspicious? Even if they suspect us, they will think that we are the sons of some big shot in the city or even the province. What are we afraid of? Hey, there's a supply and marketing cooperative up ahead. It's perfect. Let's go in and buy something. This way it will look more like. After some trouble, Li Jianxi got back into the car. He looked back from time to time. It really looked like the real thing. What are you looking at? Eat something. Oh, Li Jianxi picked up the snack he had just bought and put it in his mouth. Soon, Qin Chuan saw the factory hidden in the mountains and forests in the distance. This factory would certainly be useful in times of war, but now it's peacetime. By the way, when you get off the car later, please close the windows. Qin Chuan said this, stepped on the accelerator, drove the car straight towards the gate, and then honked the horn. Didi. The old man on duty at the gate was originally planning to close the door, but when he heard the sound and looked at the car, he quickly opened the door and gestured for invitation enthusiastically. Thank you, uncle. Take it. Qin Chuan held the steering wheel with one hand and threw something with the other, straight at the old man's chest. The old man was very nimble and grabbed it. It was red on the top and bottom and white in the middle, but on top of the white background, there was a red word, she. A box of double happiness costs several dollars. The people in this car are really rich. The old man looked at the car as it left, envy showing on his face. Where did this big leader come from? The people in the factory had also seen the car clearly and rushed over. The car stopped, and with 2 soft sounds, 2 people got out of the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat. When they saw the 2 men clearly, Yang Zhanfu and Guoqing looked at each other. Why are they 2 young men? Where's the leader? Guoqing reached out for the right rear door handle, and just as he was about to open the door, he heard a beep, and then the door could not be opened. This Audi is great. Santana still has a mechanical key, which can only lock the front door. Before locking, you have to press the knob on the rear door to lock the car. However, this Audi 100 has a central lock, which can be done by just pressing the key. Guoqing couldn't open the car door, so he could only put his hand on the window and look inside. This Audi 100 uses dark color glass, which does not require film. One can see outside from inside, but outsiders cannot see inside clearly. One can only vaguely see that there seems to be a person sitting inside. 2 young comrades. Why don't the leaders in the car get off? Yang Zhanfu asked curiously. The leader is a little sleepy. Take a nap in the car. Qin Chuan said, besides, there is nothing big to come here. No big deal. The two looked at Li Jianxi, who got off the passenger seat. At this moment, he was holding a stack of banknotes in his hand. The bank seal had not been removed yet. It should be 100,000 yuan. So much money. What are they doing here? Isn't it convenient for the leaders above to come down? That's right. Let the leader rest up there. Guoqing reacted and said with a smile, a small factory like ours doesn't need the leader to come here in person. You two are close to the leader, so just give him the order. Yes, two little brothers. Come to our office to talk? No. We heard that your factory has a 500-ton hydraulic press. Do you still need it? If it's useless, we'll help you sell the hydraulic press. Our leader has exactly 100,000 yuan on hand. As long as you agree, we'll pay you and deliver the goods. The hydraulic press is no longer needed, but Yang Zhanfu was still a little reluctant. For a machinery factory, machining equipment is their lifeblood. Selling equipment is a waste of money. Guoqing pulled him and said, Director Yang, we are planning to transform and manufacture other products anyway. This hydraulic press is useless. Since the leader likes it, it is our honor. What's more, we are short of money now. This superior is so kind to us. It's like timely help. Yang Zhanfu then realized that the machine was of no use to them now. They could get money by selling it, and with the money they could switch to producing steel pipe rockets. Moreover, the person who came here in the Audi 100 must be a high-ranking leader, and their factory cannot afford to offend him. Guoqing ran around everywhere, trying to get a loan from the bank, but their factory's performance was too poor and had no future, so no bank dared to lend to them. This news reached the ears of the senior leader in the car, who coordinated the matter smoothly, which was like timely help. If they don't agree, will the leader still be able to help them in the future? This is just being ungrateful. Sell it. $100,000 is not a small amount of money anyway. That's right. Thank you to the superiors for coming to my rescue in my time of need. Yang Zhanfu figured out the key points and nodded. This is a lot of money, enough to cover the shipping fee. I'll go get a stair. This hydraulic press is very heavy. Guoqing continued. Qin Chuan nodded. Okay, since your punching machine is useless, then the mold is also useless, right? Everyone present was stunned for a moment. The hydraulic press was sold, and the molds were naturally useless. They gave it away, but this was a military factory before, and those molds were used to make artillery shells. After they took over, the molds of those artillery shells were kept locked in the warehouse, and no one dared to touch them. Could it be that the person here wants to make a cannonball? This requires peanuts. Seeing the looks of the people around him, Qin Chuan reacted. What I want is the mold steel. You can destroy the mold first, such as burning it in half with gas cutting, or burning a big hole or something. I don't mind. Besides, this place has nothing to do with the army anymore. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, he looked at the car again. There's a big leader in the car. What are you afraid of? Yes, you're right. We have no use for these molds. I will send them to you. Now, I will take you two in to see the machines. Yang Zhanfu finally gave in. No need. Qin Chuan quickly wrote down the address and handed it to Yang Zhanfu. Our leader is very busy. We have to go. By the way, find the original receipts, manuals, etc. of the hydraulic press and give them to us. Li Jianxi originally planned to go in and take a look, but he didn't expect Qin Chuan to leave at that moment. So he could only turn back, wait until the car door was unlocked, pull it open, and whoosh in. But you can't let others see back through your car door. Qin Chuan also got in the car. Without even turning his head, he put the car in reverse gear, stepped on the accelerator, and the car reversed out. When I got to the door, I swung my tail gracefully, lowered the window, and waved to those who were standing there, ready to say goodbye enthusiastically. Goodbye. Please rest assured, it will be delivered before tonight. Brother Chuan, I haven't even checked the machines yet. This broken factory hasn't been in operation for many years. What if the machines break down? Qin Chuan smiled and said, return the bad ones to them. With the memories of his previous life, Qin Chuan could certainly be sure that the machines at Dongfeng Machinery Factory were still usable. After all, he had come here to inspect and bought several machines, including this hydraulic press. What if they don't give it to us? Qin Chuan patted the steering wheel. How is that possible? We came here in an Audi. Chapter 15. You went through so much trouble just to play disappearing? Qibao Mountain is located in the north of Laishi County. It is said that there were once 7 treasures in a mountain, so it was called Qibao Mountain. In the past, there was a nunnery on the mountain, but it was destroyed in that chaotic era, and only ruins remained of the nunnery. However, the nunnery was not alone, as there were cars coming and going on the road next to it every day, because just a few hundred meters behind the nunnery, the Kabaishan coal mine was becoming more and more prosperous. Dongshan province has many resources, coal being one of them. 1/3 of the province's underground is covered with coal, with a total estimated reserve of 268 billion tons. Kabaishan coal mine is one of the earliest coal mines to be put into operation. It is a large state-owned coal mine. With the support of reform, Kabaishan coal mine is also thriving. Old Dongfeng, old Jiefeng, and even stair vehicles were coming and going on the roads in the mining area. The drivers were used to this road and the same scenery. One day, when they saw an Audi appear on a mountain road, they were stunned. What kind of important leader is coming to inspect? The Audi went up the mountain at a rapid speed, leaving them behind. When the car arrived at the gate of the coal mine, the mine director Zhao Debao was already waiting with other leading cadres of the mine. This road leads to the mining area, so when Zhao Debao heard that an Audi was coming, he was shocked. What kind of leader is this? Is he here to inspect production safety? He is most afraid of this. Brother Chuan, there's so many people at the door. It looks like they are welcoming someone. Li Jianxi spoke from the passenger seat of the Audi. Pickup hours. Really? Oh, by the way, the one at the back got swept down. Do we need to help it up again? On the back seat of the car, there was just a quilt wrapped in a coat and a hat, so he looked like a person. At the Dongfeng machinery factory, they used this dummy to pretend to be the leader and nothing had gone wrong. But now, along the way, the dummy fell down. What should they do? No, it's a small matter like this. There's no need to bother the leader to intervene. Dear leaders, welcome to inspect our Kabaishan coal mine. We have. Zhao Debao nodded and bowed to the stop car and saw the car window rolled down, revealing two young faces. Who among you is the mine manager? The voice was extremely arrogant. I'm the mine manager, Zhao Debao said quickly. I don't know if the leader in the car. He looked inside with a sneaky look, and it seemed that there was no leader in the back seat. It's like this. We ordered a hydraulic press, but the address was written wrong. It said your coal mine is here. The hydraulic press will be delivered tonight. Please put away first. We will dispatch a car to take it away at midnight. Do you understand? I understand. Zhao Debao nodded repeatedly. Don't bother. Our coal mine can send a car to take you away. As long as they are not here to inspect production safety, everything else is fine. No, we can just use your coal mine's crane to help move it when the time comes. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, he started to reverse, turned around, and drove away. Zhao Debao breathed a sigh of relief. Director Zhao, this car has no brand name, and there is no leader in the car. Could it be? The temporary license plate is just a piece of paper. Once it is taken off the windshield, the car will have no markings at all. Some of the cadres at the coal mine became suspicious. No brand, no leader, of course, because what we do cannot be told to others. Mine manager Zhao said, this hydraulic press may have unknown origins. Remember, don't ask any more questions. Just do our own work well, and don't mention this matter again. Zhao Debao, the top leader, was knowledgeable and quickly figured out the key. If he did this job well, the unknown leader behind the scenes would naturally remember his contribution. If he messed it up, their coal mine would be in big trouble. You can't afford to offend people who drive Audi. Let's go back and clear out a clean warehouse. Our coal mine is dark everywhere. We can't dirty the hydraulic press. In the car, Li Jianxi was also very curious. Brother Chuan, are we leaving like this? Then what are you waiting for? Stay in the coal mine and eat? Those old foxes will definitely try to trick us. Aren't you afraid of letting something slip? Well, we'll drive over there in our Audi. They won't take our machine for themselves. They'll have to keep it well for us, right? That's right. They don't have much to lose anyway. They're just temporarily serving as our warehouse. Brother Chuan, why are we making such a fuss? Can't we just send it directly to the steel mill? Qin Chuan smiled and said, send it directly to the steel mill? In this way, Dongfeng Machinery Factory will know where the hydraulic press is going, right? Now that you know what's the point of being afraid, we bought it with real money. Who can prove it? Li Jianxi was stunned. It was just a verbal agreement at the time, because Qin Chuan knew that the factory was a military factory before, and he was not sure whether the machines could be handled privately. He was afraid of causing trouble, so he bought it directly in the name of his leader and asked for receipts and instructions for future preparation. If they really come to find us, we can still say that our machine was not stolen. A thief would never steal the machine and then go to the archives room to steal receipts or something. Of course, in this chaotic era, no one may care about such things. What Qin Chuan is most worried about is the construction of gas tanks, for which a 500-ton hydraulic press is necessary equipment. If the other party knew that the machine was sold to Liang Steel Plant, and then saw that Liang Steel Plant continued to make huge profits by making gas cylinders, they would definitely come to our door and ask for another 100,000 yuan to buy it back. Then we would be in big trouble. So, just go around in circles and make the other party have no idea where the machine has been taken, and they will have no place to cry. Go back and find a car from our county, change the license plate, and bring the goods back to us. Well, Brother Chuan, you can ask Xiao Arii for this matter. His father has a looping diesel, which he just bought this year. Xiao Arii was also one of their former racing partners. His father used to work in a county transportation company, but later he went out on his own and replaced the old Jiefeng with a Jiefeng 141 in 2 years. At the beginning of this year, he replaced the Jiefeng 141 with a new flathead Jiefeng with a diesel engine and a rated load capacity of 6 tons, so it is commonly known as Luping Kai. With this car, Xiao Arii no longer goes out to race cars. Instead, he follows his father in driving a truck because he thinks driving a big truck is more impressive. Okay, I'll take you to the family compound, and you ride my motorcycle to coordinate. What about you? I'll go back to the factory to make arrangements. Good. When the Audi drove back to the steel plant, Qin Chuan saw a brand new van parked at the door from afar. It had bright red paint, clean glass, and was small and square. Tianjin Dafa? Chapter 16. Buy a second-hand hydraulic press and get a car for free? At this time, several people were surrounding the car and looking it up and down. If you want to get rich, buy big money, make fortune. That's right. With this car, our factory will surely grow rapidly. Look at its fiery red appearance. So festive. Although the car is small, it can hold a lot of things. Although it only has 7 seats, if we squeeze in, it can easily accommodate more than a dozen people. The back seat can be folded up to carry goods, but considering the actual situation of our factory, it would be better to weld a luggage rack so that more things can be loaded on it. If you put too much in, can the engine handle it? Of course, no problem. Don't be fooled by the 3-cylinder engine. This is Japanese technology. Just now, the maximum speed can reach 100, which is more powerful than the 212 we had in our factory. The 212 focuses on off-road driving and is a hardcore off-road vehicle. It uses a 492 engine with a displacement of 2.445 liters. Although its maximum power is 75 horsepower, its maximum speed is less than 90 kilometers per hour, which is incomparable to the Tianjin Daihatsu van. Didi. At this moment, a horn sounded from behind, very clear and sounded unusual. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound, and then their eyes suddenly widened. Car. The car is so big, it's a high-end sedan. In this day and age, the quality of a car can be judged by its size. The Xiaoli is only over 3 meters long, and a high-end car sold in county towns like the Santana is only 4.5 meters long, while the Audi 100 is only 4 millimeters short at 4 meters and 80%. The car is not only long, but also wide. Santana is less than 1.7 meters wide, while Audi 100 is over 1.8 meters wide. This car is very stylish. As people from Shugong, they are quite knowledgeable. Audi, Li Rumping asked. Could it be that a leader from the province has come? Quick, go and greet them. Qin Zhangwo ran over, and when he got close, he was stunned. Xiao Chuan, whose car are you driving? Xiao Chuan, this car is for the big boss. Please don't damage it. We can't afford the compensation. Qin Zhangwo started nagging. Yes, Xiao Chuan, you want to drive a car. Our factory just bought a van. Although the price of this car is less than 30,000, it is very popular in the market. We spent more than 50,000 to buy it. Li Rumping also said, let's return this car to the leader as soon as possible. Originally, Qin Chuan planned to use the excuse that the car was borrowed. After all, it was difficult to explain. However, looking at the expressions of these people, he knew that the excuse he had come up with was meaningless. In order to avoid endless trouble in the future, Qin Chuan had no choice but to step down and explain patiently. Dad, this car is ours. Your own? Qin Zhangwo's eyelids jumped, and the scene of Qin Chuan taking money from the factory account to buy a motorcycle popped up in his mind again. Well, you kid, you're not punished for 3 days, and you're back to your old habits. Etc. Qin Zhangwo looked at Li Runping suspiciously again and asked, Did you give him money? Li Runping shook his head, indicating that he had no idea at all. This car is not cheap. I'm afraid it costs 1 or 200,000. Qin Jiangwo looked it up and down. No, this car can't be bought with money. It's an official car, the car that leaders ride in, and there is a quota. Li Runping shook his head. Then, all eyes turned to Qin Chuan again. Xiao Chuan, where did this car come from? It was given as a gift when I bought the hydraulic press. What? It's already pretty good to be able to buy a second-hand or even eighth-hand hydraulic press for 500,000 yuan, and the other party actually gave it as a gift, an Audi? Okay, let's quickly clean up and build a factory so we can install the machine. Qin Chuan said, this hydraulic press is related to the future development of our factory, and there must be no problems. Where's the hydraulic press? On the way. We'll be there tomorrow. Qin Jiangwo continued to look at the Audi 100 suspiciously. This car is really good. It must be comfortable to sit in. It was 100 times more comfortable than the Tianjin Daihatsu. Qin Chuan smiled secretly. How about it? Tianjin Dafa is not so popular anymore, right? To do something like this, you have to act first and report later. If I report to my dad, he will definitely be reluctant to do it. The older generation does not pursue enjoyment, but they also don't understand that a car is not just for enjoyment. It is also a necessity for doing business. Dad, can you get in and take a seat? This car will belong to our factory from now on. When we go out to do business, we can sit in it. Even the county magistrate will have to open the door for us. Forget it, Xiao Chuan, you didn't do anything illegal, did you? How is that possible? Qin Chuan said, Dad, where's the hydraulic press installed? Qin Jiangwo knew that Qin Chuan must be hiding something, but since he didn't want to say it, then forget it. People should be confused when they should be confused. Director Qin. At this moment, Zhang Wanhe ran out from inside. I just received a call. Master Zhao from the Yellow River factory in the provincial capital is willing to come to our factory to help on Saturdays and Sundays. However, he wants 100 yuan a day, and we have to pick him up and drop him off. The old master from the Yellow River factory? Qin Chuan frowned. Dad, we're just making a gas tank. Do we still need to hire someone? Yes. Qin Jiangwo nodded. After you left, we discussed it. We have never touched equipment like hydraulic presses. After all, this gas tank is a pressure vessel. Once there's a quality problem, it will cost lives, so he just didn't trust Qin Chuan. Although Qin Chuan patted his chest and said that he could handle the entire production by himself, his father was still worried. Come to think of it, Qin Chuan has been idle for the past few years and has never done any serious work. Although he helped solve the backlog of water pipes and showed off his welding skills, Qin Chuan has never touched a hydraulic press. If there is no experienced master to guide the machining, not only will the production not go smoothly, but it may even be dangerous. Okay, you can ask an experienced person to come. Tomorrow is Saturday. How about I drive my car to pick you up? No need. Your car is for senior leaders. We can just drive the van. Qin Jiangwo continued to look at his brand new van. This car is not tacky when going into the city, nor is it foreign when going to the countryside. It can run on highways and national roads, and can go on country roads. It is the most suitable. Well, you guys go ahead and get busy. I still have some things to do. Early the next morning, a sky blue Jiefeng looping diesel drove into the steel plant. The flathead cab had a wide field of vision, and the angular appearance looked very majestic. The sound of the diesel engine pumping oil was particularly powerful. Brother Chuan, the goods are here. Li Jianqi jumped down from the co-pilot's seat excitedly. Mission successfully completed. There's a large wooden box in the carriage. Dongfeng Machinery Factory is really awesome. They even made a box of the hydraulic press to avoid damage during transportation and to prevent leaks. There's a small wooden box next to the big wooden box, which contains accessories. Qin Chuan looked suspiciously at the face of a thin and dark young man who appeared from the cab. Well, you've worked hard. Xiao Ariai, where's your dad? My dad went on a long trip and came back early this morning. He went to sleep right after he got back. Your job wasn't far, so I drove back for you by myself. Not far? Where can I find a second-hand hydraulic press nearby? Qin Jiangwo was very suspicious. Dad, what are you standing there for? Push the gantry crane and oil hoist from our factory over here. Okay. Qin Jiangwo went to work and didn't notice the arrival of the van at all. Zhu Xing, the factory driver, set out in his van in the middle of the night and arrived at the provincial capital around 6 o'clock. He picked up people at the gate of the Yellow River factory and drove back to the factory at exactly 8 o'clock. According to the original arrangement, Qin Jiangwo and others should have been waiting at the factory gate to welcome the master. But unexpectedly, there was no one at the factory gate. The factory is quite busy. Zhu Xing stopped the car and said, "Please wait a moment. I will go and call someone." You guys are busy? My master is even busier. If you don't welcome us, we'll leave right away. Chapter 17. A master comes to the Yellow River Factory. The Yellow River Factory has a long history, which can be traced back to 1935, when it was an auto repair shop opened by the government. In 1958, the first Yellow River TN 220 Jeep was manufactured, and it began to come to the fore. Their main product is still the Yellow River brand TN 158-ton truck, which fills the gap in domestic heavy-duty trucks. When General Zhu visited the Yellow River Factory, he was very satisfied and wrote the two big words, Yellow River, personally. Later, when the country opened its doors, in order to solve the problem of shortage of light and heavy equipment in the country, stair technology was introduced from Austria. The Yellow River Factory was one of the main counterpart units. After digestion and absorption, the stair produced by the Yellow River Factory has become the most important means of transportation in the country. The workers at the Yellow River Factory are naturally high and mighty and are the absolute blue-collar elites in the industry. They not only work in the factory to earn money, but also go to small factories outside to work as technical consultants on Saturdays and Sundays. In this era, many workers in large state-owned enterprises are using this method to earn extra money. The more enterprising ones even quit their jobs and go to companies in the South to make big money. When they arrive at a small factory, they're considered technical experts, and the factory manager has to treat them like bodhisattvas, picking them up and dropping them off, providing them with good food and drink, and paying them their wages in real time. Workers in the capital only earn 400 yuan a month, but if they go out to perform for money, they can earn 200 yuan in 2 days. If they do it 4 times a month, that's 800 yuan, which is definitely a high salary. Zhao Shuren, a master craftsman at the Yellow River Factory, received an invitation from Liang Iron and Steel Plant. It happened that the previous small factory where he had performed for a living had gone bankrupt, so there was a seamless transition, so he agreed. But they didn't expect that the factory didn't pay attention to them, and the factory leaders didn't even come out to greet them. Zhao Shuren is a master and should be well-mannered, but his apprentice Pan Sonk refused to accept this and immediately made a harsh remark. "You too, I'm very sorry. Our factory's hydraulic press has just arrived, and the factory manager is busy directing the unloading." Li Runping came over and said, "I'm the head of the sales department of the factory. You can just call me Lao Li. I'm representing us at Liang Iron and Steel Plant." "Humph, can you represent me? Let your factory director come over." "Xiao Pan, what are you talking about? You should be kind and don't put on airs everywhere." Zhao Shuren finally spoke up. "Old Li, don't blame him. This little apprentice is young and hot-tempered and speaks aggressively. I brought him out just to get him in touch with society and see the world. The salary doesn't need to be too high. Just 50 a day will be fine. It is very common for masters to come out to earn extra money and bring apprentices with them. After all, every master has apprentices. There must always be someone to serve him." When he talked on the phone, he didn't have an apprentice. But since Zhao Shuren had spoken, Liang Iron and Steel Plant had to recognize him, right? As expected, Li Runping did not hesitate and nodded immediately. "No problem. 50 is 50, both of you. Let me introduce our factory to you first." As he was speaking, a clattering sound was heard, and Qin Jiangwo directed people to push out the gantry crane. The 500-ton hydraulic press refers to the pressure, not its own weight. This hydraulic press is divided into 2 parts, upper and lower, with 4 hydraulic columns in the middle. The working surface is right in the center of the hydraulic column. Its dead weight depends on how big the working surface is. The lightweight 4-column hydraulic presses of later generations even weigh only about 10 tons. However, the old guys of this era are all solid iron lumps, weighing more than 20 tons. Most machinery factories are equipped with gantry cranes to facilitate loading and unloading. They are usually homemade and very simple, and are considered good if they can lift 5 or 6 tons. The one at Liang Iron and Steel Plant is bigger, and its maximum lifting capacity is only about 20 tons, which is just enough to be used. Zhao Shuren looked at the big wooden box on the brand new Luping firewood and said, "This should be the 500-ton hydraulic press produced by Erzhong Machinery. After a few years of use, several joints are prone to oil leakage. I will check it for you after it is installed." "Yes, thank you." By the way, you bought the hydraulic press, but have you bought the mold? Li Rumping shook his head. It still doesn't work. It looks like I can only help repair the hydraulic press this time. Old Li, let's make it clear in advance that my master has to work for 2 days each time he comes out. Even if he only works for half a day, he has to be paid for 2 days, otherwise the rest of his time will be wasted. Li Rumping was slightly angry, but it was not that he cared about the money. There were tens of millions in their factory's account, so a few $100s were nothing. The key was the tone of the young apprentice's speech. Zhao Shuren was the old master, so it was normal for him to call him Lao Li. But what qualifications did a young apprentice have to call him that? Xiao Pan, how can you talk like that? Zhao Shuren gave him a serious look and said, Did you call me Lao Li? You should call me Section Chief Li. Yes, Chief Li. Old Li, don't bother with him. He rarely goes out. However, this salary... Don't worry about the wages. It will definitely be 2 days' wages. Li Rumping nodded. These master and disciple have a very harmonious relationship, and they work in perfect harmony with each other. Well, if you need a mold, I can also help you contact them. Zhao Shuren said, It can be used on a 500-ton hydraulic press, and it can also press 2 half-thick steel plate molds. The regular purchase price of a set is 800,000. I will contact you. 500,000 will be enough. 500,000? Li Rumping was moved. He only spent 500,000 on the hydraulic press and got an Audi 100 sedan as a gift. How could he spend so much money on the mold? This needs to be done quickly. Where's your factory manager? Director Qin, Master Zhao is here. At this moment, Zhu Xing finally found Qin Zhangwo, who was busy directing the movement of the hydraulic press. Really? Qin Zhangwo slapped his forehead. He had forgotten. The capable masters all have tempers. If no one responds when they come for the first time, they will probably be unhappy. Director Qin, here I come. Zhao Shuren's voice rang out from behind. We are one family. No need to be polite. Come on. Be careful when moving this machine. After a lot of trouble, the 4-column hydraulic press was finally installed in the workshop. The workers were walking around it, very excited. Hey, where's Xiaochuan? Qin Zhangwo was happy for a long time, but when he turned around, his son was gone. Go to the foundry. What is he doing there? Our factory has long given up on casting. Sand casting is a casting process, which uses molding sand to make a mold, and then pours molten steel into it to cast out the corresponding material. The cylinder block of a car engine and the coal stove in the countryside can all be manufactured in this way. However, their steel mills are now producing steel pipes using hot rolling technology. Sand casting has long been abandoned, and it will not be used in the production of gas tanks. Making molds. What? Zhao Shuren frowned immediately. Isn't this nonsense? How can the mold be cast? That's right. My master has been doing machining for decades, and he has never heard of using casting to make molds. What a joke. Pan San had a sneer on his face. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 18. Easter heat treatment is quenching in a water pool. The hydraulic press has been purchased, but there is still one last step before it can be used. The mold. A mold is placed on the workbench below the hydraulic press. This mold is usually concave. A second mold is placed under the movable beam above. This mold is usually convex. When the movable beam slowly moves down along the 4 columns around it under the action of the top crossbeam hydraulic cylinder, the upper mold slowly moves toward the lower mold, and finally the 2 molds are tightly combined together. During stamping, the material to be processed, usually a steel plate, is placed on the workbench of the hydraulic press. With a bang, the upper and lower molds process the steel plate in the middle into the corresponding shape. Not only is the processing fast, but the processed products are also highly consistent. The shell of the old jiafeng was knocked out by a master craftsman with a hammer. Each one was different and could not be interchanged. Later, stamping parts were used, which greatly improved the consistency of the products. The processing quality of hydraulic press is determined by the pressure on the one hand and the mold on the other. The higher the precision of the mold, the higher the precision of the press parts. The harder the mold, the harder the material that can be processed. The reason is simple. A blacksmith must be strong himself. If the hardness is not enough, the hydraulic press will make a bang, and the steel plate will be fine, but the molds on both sides will be deformed. Therefore, the manufacturing of molds is very complicated. Generally, high-strength steels, such as high-carbon steel and alloy steel, are used, and then they are processed on lathes. To process this kind of steel, the required tool strength must be higher. In later generations, in order to improve precision, CNC machining centers were also used. Moreover, ordinary people cannot make it, so there are special mold factories responsible for processing. I have never heard of using casting to process molds. Isn't this nonsense? Castings have low strength and poor precision and cannot be used as molds at all. Qin Zhengwo led everyone over and saw Qin Chuan and Li Jianxi sorting out the sand mold. This was pinched yesterday and is now dry and ready to use. Judging from the shape, it is obviously intended to be used as a mold for casting a gas tank. You want to make a stamping die? Xiaochuan, stamping dies are not cast. I know, Qin Chuan nodded. So what are you doing? To make molds. I've inquired about it. In the north, only Tianjin has a mold factory. The price is 200,000 yuan. Money is not a problem. The key is that the orders have been scheduled until next year. If we don't make it ourselves, do we have to wait until next year? Li Runping was stunned for a moment and looked at Zhao Shuren suspiciously. Didn't you just say you wanted 500,000? Zhao Shuren's expression froze, and Pan Sen spoke up beside him. Different molds require different steels. The one my master contacted for you must be the best steel. Even if the price is higher, it has less wear and tear and a long life. The one that costs $200,000 can only be used for 2 years at most, but the one we contacted can last for 10 years. That's right. Zhao Shuren nodded quickly. Steel is the most important. If you use ordinary steel to cast a mold, it will only take half a year before the mold becomes deformed and unusable. Xiaochuan, I have already opened the furnace. Throw all the scrap molds in. At this moment, Zhang Wanhe ran over. When unloading the truck, most people only noticed the big wooden box. In fact, there was a small wooden box on the truck. When Qin Zhengwo led people to install the hydraulic press in the big wooden box, Qin Chuan asked Zhang Wanhe to take the small wooden box to the steel furnace and start smelting. The small wooden box was filled with scrap molds. Even though they had been cut in half, their original outlines could still be seen. Some were cylinders, some were cones. No matter what it was used for before, once it turns into molten steel, you can no longer see it. Ahem. Zhao Shuren coughed twice. Director Qin, Laoli, since you invited me to teach you the technology, I have to fulfill my duties. I have to remind you that after the mold steel is melted and recast, it cannot reach the previous strength. Can you achieve the same strength by melting the steel and resmelting it? What a joke. After being remelted, the quality of the steel will be reduced by 1 level. Even if the composition of the steel remains unchanged, the internal structure is not the original structure and the strength will not meet the requirements. That's right. After steel is smelted, it needs to undergo heat treatment to become various usable components. Pan San said, advanced technology such as heat treatment is not something that a small steel mill like yours can master. We understand heat treatment. Qin Zhengwo said, the main processes are quenching and tempering. Quenching can increase strength, and tempering can increase toughness. Even though we are a small county-level steel plant, our senior craftsmen came from Shugon. Don't they understand this? We can all say the professional terminology. When steel is heated above the critical temperature, the interior will transform into austenite, and then through rapid cooling, it will transform from austenite to martensite. Among all the steel organization classifications, martensite has the highest hardness. However, Qin Zhengwo is rather reserved and doesn't like to show off. Really? Then just make it. We'll wait. Once the mold is made, we can start work. Pan San said. Zhao Shuren frowned. Let's move the mold to the steel furnace. As everyone was busy, Zhao Shuren and Pan San fell behind. They want to quench the steel. I'm afraid something might happen. Zhao Shuren spoke slowly. That's necessary. Only when something happens will they realize that they can't just act recklessly and have to ask us for help. Pan San said, Humph, a small steel mill like theirs doesn't know anything about quenching technology. They can only throw the mold into the pool, and it will definitely explode. When our ancestors were making weapons, they discovered that by heating the forged weapons to a certain temperature and then throwing them into water, the hardness of the weapons could be greatly improved. They called this method quenching. Over the past thousands of years, ordinary people have formed a fixed impression. What is quenching? Heat it and throw it into water. However, quenching will also cause stress inside the steel, and cooling too quickly will cause the steel to twist, deform, or even crack. Especially now these 2 gas tank molds are just 2 lumps of iron. It's so thick, heat it up and put it in cold water, it will definitely fry. Zhao Shuren was still a little worried. Master, we have proposed to help them purchase molds, but they didn't agree. They even think that we have made a lot of money from them. How can we let them suffer a little loss? Make way, make way. Just at this moment, a tricycle appeared from behind, with an oil barrel on it. Zhao Shuren sniffed. Diesel? Are they planning to use oil quenching? In fact, the earliest quenching agent used was vegetable oil. Compared with water, its biggest feature is that it is more gentle. Hot steel will cool down immediately when it enters water, but it will take longer to enter oil, and the cooling speed will be slightly slower, so it is not easy for the steel to break. In modern heat treatment processes, it is very common to use oil for quenching. Mineral oil is commonly used. Different mineral oils are selected according to the different quenching steels, and some special additives are added. Do people here know to use diesel as a quenching agent? Chapter 19, Master's Guidance. Brother Chuan, everything you asked for has been done. Li Jianxi greeted excitedly. Things that Brother Chuan arranges must be done properly. At this time, the other people who had come to the steel furnace also looked over, saw the oil barrel, and smelled the familiar smell, and were all surprised. Diesel fuel? What to do with diesel? Quenching. Quenching with diesel? Isn't this a waste? How much would half a barrel of diesel cost? Why waste it? We could just use it once, filter out the impurities after use, and continue to use it as diesel. Agricultural single-cylinder engines are not picky eaters. It can be started by adding soybean oil to them. But will this quenching cause a fire? This is diesel. If you put hot steel in there, it will be a disaster if it doesn't catch fire. Fire? How is that possible? Combustion requires two conditions. At worst, we could just put a lid on it. Combustion requires not only fuel, but also oxygen. When steel is put in, it will be directly submerged. Therefore, although the diesel around the steel is heated to a high temperature, it will not catch fire because it cannot come into contact with oxygen. Even if it catches fire, don't be afraid. Just like a fire in an oil pan, just close the lid. Master, I heard you say that there are two main methods of quenching, water quenching and oil quenching. For large and thick steel, oil quenching is better, but oil quenching also has its drawbacks. But what is this defect? I forgot. Can you tell me about it? Panson spoke. Yes, the cooling ability of oil is worse than that of water, so it is less likely to cause the steel to break during quenching. But oil is not a panacea. Oil cools slowly and is not easy to harden large volumes of steel. Oil also easily gets stained on the surface of the material, making it difficult to clean, said Zhao Shuren. He is a veteran from the Yellow River factory, and he has real skills. When they originally heard about quenching, they were planning to just watch the show, but now that they see that the other party knows about oil quenching, they have to do the opposite and look for the flaws of oil quenching. Yeah, you seem to be saying you need additives? Yes, additives are needed, but these additives are top secret. No master chef would publish the additive formula that he has mastered through years of experience. In our Yellow River factory, several old masters rely on this skill to make extra money. Zhao Shuren said generously. Since we are here at Lion Factory today, we have to give you some advice. You might as well wait. I'll invite a master craftsman from our factory to help you solve the problem. It only costs 1,000 yuan per time, and I guarantee that the mold steel will return to its original strength. Additive? Li Jianxi suddenly thought of something. By the way, Brother Chuan, you also asked me to buy something else. Is it an additive? As he spoke, Li Jianxi took out another bag from the car, which contained several different raw materials. Qin Chuan nodded. Yes, you bought the quantity I told you, right? Bulitolin. Zhao Shuren opened his eyes wide. At this moment, he was shocked. This person is so young, and yet he knows so much. It's not enough to just know how to use oil quenching, but do you also know about using additives in it? Xiao Chuan, what are the ingredients of this additive? He tried to keep himself looking more friendly, as if he was a kind elder. I just heard someone say that this additive is top secret. No master would publish the additive formula that he has mastered through years of experience. Master Zhao, your apprentice just said that, right? Pan San's face turned red immediately, and Zhao Shuren's expression also looked unhappy. Qin Jiangwo frowned. This is the master craftsman we invited. The master craftsmen from the Yellow River factory are not easy to invite, and they usually move around the provincial capital. Few are willing to come to a remote place like Liang. If Master Zhao gets angry and leaves. Jianxi, he is talking about a master craftsman with many years of experience in formula. I'm not a master craftsman, and this formula is not secret. Since Master Zhao is interested, just tell me. All right. Li Jianxi nodded. Nothing special, just petroleum soap and cyclocalcium. Oh, there's one more thing. Brother Chuan, I went to several places but couldn't find it. Finally, I followed your advice and bought it in the hospital. But the doctor looked at me in a very strange way and asked me to write a letter of guarantee. Common petroleum soap is sodium sulfonate, which is very common in industry. The cyclocalcium is probably calcium cycloalkanate. Zhao Shuren knew that if these additives were mixed in, it would turn diesel into quick, quenching oil. Under normal circumstances, when the workpiece enters the quenching oil, bubbles will quickly form on the surface, isolating the workpiece and the quenching oil, thereby hindering the quenching effect. These additives will adhere to the surface of the workpiece, forming fulcrums for steam bubbles, making it difficult for a stable steam film to form. But there's something else I need to buy at the hospital. What is it? Xiao Chuan, what did you buy at the hospital? Zhao Shuren knew that Li Jianxi couldn't answer, so he just asked Qin Chuan. The furnace is full of molten steel. We can start casting. At this moment, Zhang Wanhe said loudly. So everyone quieted down and looked at the steel furnace. The molten steel flows out from the discharge port and is then skillfully caught by the experienced worker in a long-handled crucible. Large steel mills have special molten iron transfer equipment, some of which are cranes, and some are forklifts with flip structures for transporting and casting. However, even so, safety accidents still often occur. In later generations, the transportation of molten iron was carried out using automated unmanned equipment, which improved safety. As for now, a small factory like Liang Iron Steel Plant has no equipment at all. It only has a handle more than 2 meters long, with a crucible connected underneath. It is used to transfer molten steel from the steelmaking furnace to the casting mold, just like using a shovel to carry soil. This method is extremely primitive, but Liang Iron and Steel Plant will not produce cast iron products in large quantities in the future, so it is okay to use it once or twice occasionally. As one person in front walks away, the next one behind takes the molten steel and they cast the steel one by one. Soon, one sand mold was filled and then the second one was cast. When the second casting was completed, Qin Chuan pointed at the first one and said, "Remove the mold, lift up the workpiece inside, and throw it into the quenching oil." The most critical step, quenching, is about to begin. The temperature of the hemispherical mold is just right at this time, so there's no need for secondary heating, and it can be quenched directly. Anyway, the sand mold does not need to be used a second time, so just smash it. Qin Zhangwo hesitated for a moment, but still did not stop it. According to his experience as a veteran steel worker, the casting needs 2 days to be demolded. If you smash it now, aren't you afraid of casting defects? The sand mold was smashed open, and the hot hemispherical mold was thrown into the quenching oil with a hissing sound. Construction, get a stick and stir it. Chapter 20, the first gas tank. Stirring is also to speed up the circulation and cool the workpiece faster. This is also a common method of oil quenching. This guy named Qin Chuan really understands it. Zhao Shuren thought to himself. Fill it out. The mold was fished out, with diesel on its surface and sunlight shining through the windows. It looked very unique. The disadvantage of oil quenching is that it will mix with oil and dirt, and it will take a long time to clean up. After all, the oil has entered the gaps between the iron atoms. Do you know atoms? The surface of this steel looks very dense, but in fact there's a lot of space inside, and there are a lot of gaps between atoms. Panson started showing off again. Most of the workers and masters have gained true knowledge through practice and have strong practical skills, but their theoretical level is not high, so Pansan feels that his words can still scare them. Wash it with water, Qin Chuan said. It can't be washed away with water, Pansan said. You need to use a special detergent. Besides, the oil molecules that have seeped into the gaps between the iron atoms are very difficult to wash away. When he said this, he suddenly stopped. As the water flushed, the diesel stains on the mold flowed down, and the cleaned areas became bright and clean with a metallic luster, without a trace of dirt. How is this possible? Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Okay, take apart the second mold and throw it in." 2 shiny molds appeared in front of everyone, one bulging outwards and the other concave inwards, both in the shape of half a gas tank. Done? That's it. Xiao Chuan, should we do some more processing? Polish the outside. No. Install the hydraulic press, and let's try to process one to see the effect. Master Zhao, I'll be thanking you for your hard work next. Qin Zhangwo looked at Zhao Shuren. According to the original agreement, Zhao Shuren came to help with machining, especially operating the hydraulic press, and everything was going well at that moment. But now, Director Qin, The operation of this hydraulic press is very complicated, especially during the pressing process, which is a hard collision. I don't know the hardness of the mold. If the mold breaks, then... A worried look appeared on Zhao Shuren's face. Machining is dangerous. Even in an old factory like the Yellow River factory with many years of experience, production accidents occur almost every year, resulting in worker injuries. Zhao Shuren was here to operate the hydraulic press, but looking at this earthen mold, he felt a little worried. If you come out to do private work to earn extra money, you can't leave yourself here. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "That's right, Master Zhao. You're a master in the Yellow River factory. You can't let anything happen here. You just watch from the side, and I will do the operation." "Do you operate it? Can you? If you can, why did you ask me to come?" For a moment, Zhao Shuren felt a little embarrassed. "Jianxi, move the mold to the hydraulic press. Let's try it out before lunch." "Okay, we're not doing private work. We are working for our own factory, so we are not afraid of danger. Besides, how could something that Brother Chuan made be dangerous?" Others also came to help, moving the molds onto a tricycle and transporting them to the workshop where the hydraulic press was located. There was a flood in Kaifeng yesterday, breaking both of Zhang Zhao's legs. Li Jianxi hummed a familiar tune. Soon, only Zhao Shuren and Pan San were left at the scene. "Master, shall we go? Go and have a look." Zhao Shuren finally made up his mind. It's not easy to clean the oil stains on the oil quenching in our factory, but he actually did it. This guy seems to be really good at it. How is that possible? I don't believe they have the ability to do that. Even though the mold looks shiny, it's definitely not solid inside. The mold will break soon. Humph. The mold was installed in place. The round steel plate was placed on it, and Qin Chuan started the machine. The oil pressure gradually increased amid the roar of the electric motor. He stared at the oil pressure gauge for a while until the sound of the electric motor disappeared. Although the machine is old, the quality is still good. It will automatically shut down when the pressure is high enough, and then all you have to do is step on it. Qin Chuan looked at the round steel plate on the workbench again, then stepped on the switch with his foot. The hydraulic cylinder above the hydraulic press begins to extend downward, pushing the movable beam downward along the 4 columns. The raised mold installed under the movable beam moves slowly and then falls on the steel plate. Bang! All eyes were on the hydraulic press. The upper and lower molds fit together, and the round plate in the center was as soft as noodles. The movable beam rose slowly, and Li Jianxi was the first to get in and take out the things inside. It was a standard shape of half a gas tank. "It's done, it's really done. Xiao Chuan, you are so awesome. Yes, we can make the molds ourselves, which saves us $500,000. This hydraulic press doesn't look difficult to operate. Yes, anyone can do it." Listening to people talking, Zhao Shuren felt a little embarrassed. Is there any need for me to exist? It seems like I am redundant here. Come on, stamp one more. Let's work overtime and finish the gas tank before we eat. Dad, I want to drink at noon today. Of course. The second stamping came out, and the two were docked together. Perfect. Qin Chuan polished the contact surface until it was smooth, then picked up the welding torch. This time he did not act any tough, but welded honestly while wearing goggles. Although this gas tank is a disposable item, it has to be usable once. Quality is life. If it is for mass production and domestic use, a special automatic welding machine will be needed. We can talk about this later. There is no rush now. After welding the top and bottom, spot weld the base and the upper handrail. A perfectly shaped gas tank appeared in front of everyone. It still needs heat treatment. Let's talk about it in the afternoon. Come on, let's go have a drink. Qin Jiangwo was very excited. Everyone was rushing outside, and when they passed Zhao, Shuren, and Pan San, they deliberately lowered their heads and didn't look at them. "Hey, Master Zhao, let's go have a drink." Li Runping invited. Chief Li, let's go. Today, we have successfully produced the first gas cylinder at Liang Iron and Steel Plant. We have started a new project, and we need to celebrate. Let's go, Master. We are here to be technical consultants. The factory should provide us with meals. Although it has been awkward since the beginning, I still have to eat. If you don't eat it, it's a waste. If you eat it, it's not a waste. The steel plant canteen is not big, but it has the characteristics of the steel plant. The legs of the tables and chairs are made of iron, with a wooden top. In the middle of each table is a wash basin filled with mixed vegetables, and everyone can eat as much as they want. Outside the wash basin, there is a circle of Lai Yang to chew cups, each holding 2.5 liang. Qin Jiangwo picked up the cup and said, Today, the development of our Liang iron and steel plant has entered a new era. In addition to water pipes and rockets, we can also produce gas cylinders. Come, let's drink one together. Cheers! Water pipes and skyrockets? Zhao Shuren suddenly thought of something. Could it be that this Liang iron and steel plant was the one that had just done a big foreign trade business? Chapter 21. What is Shajiang chicken? The export of water pipes and skyrockets is a big business. Therefore, factories like Dongfeng Machinery Factory that were in urgent need of new projects attached great importance to it, made inquiries about the details, and the news gradually spread. There were also rumors about the Yellow River Factory, but the news was very vague and Zhao Shuren was not very clear about it. Now he began to become suspicious after hearing the key words. If the rockets were really produced by this factory, they could still make money from them in the future. Why did they switch to producing gas cylinders? He also heard that the rocket was made by a bad youth in the factory. Could it be this Qin Chuan? Thinking of this, his gaze towards Qin Chuan became more complicated. At this time, Qin Chuan raised the cup, tilted his head back, and took a sip. Just one sip, and 1/3 of the cup was finished. Qin Jiangwo frowned and said, "Okay, you used to hang out all day long, and you're really good at drinking. However, the factory will be handed over to him in the future, so drinking and socializing will be inevitable, and he has to know how to drink. Drink it. My son is grown up now. Let him do whatever he wants. Come on, Xiaochuan, let's have a drink." Li Runping came over with a glass of wine. "Our factory is grateful to you, otherwise." "Uncle Li, there's nothing more to say. It's all in the wine." After saying that, Qin Chuan took another sip and drank another third. Then, Zhang Wanhe came over. Soon, Qin Chuan finished drinking 4 cups of 1 pound of wine, but his face was still calm and his heart was not beating fast, and he didn't speak with a lisp. "How much alcohol can this kid drink?" "Xiaochuan, come here. Uncle Zhao will toast you." At this moment, another voice sounded in his ears. "Uncle Zhao? Who is Uncle Zhao?" Qin Chuan turned his head and saw Zhao Shuren's kind eyes. He just wanted to stand up, but he lost his balance and fell directly on the table, then began to snore. Drunk? Looking at the 4 cups placed next to Qin Chuan, Zhao Shuren was helpless. If he had known this would happen, he should not have hesitated. "Lao Zhao, come on, let's have a drink." Li Runping raised his glass and said, "I have to thank you all today. The gas tanks in our factory are also a result of your efforts." "Nothing. We didn't do anything." Zhao Shuren was not being modest when he said this. He really did nothing. "Come on, cheers." We had lunch until around 4 in the afternoon and drank a lot of wine. As a result, the afternoon work could not be done, and Qin Jiangwo simply gave everyone a day off and asked everyone to come back to work tomorrow. Zhao Shuren and Pan Sand did not leave either. They stayed in the factory and strolled around. They passed by the duty room, where Qin Chuan was sleeping several times. Hearing his loud snoring, they had no choice but to leave. In the duty room, "Brother Chuan, they're gone. They're gone." Li Jianxi said, "Brother Chuan, these two must be here for our quenching oil additives." Brother Chuan, this is our unique recipe. We can't give it to them." Li Jianxi said, "By the way, what exactly did the hospital buy?" Qin Chuan smiled faintly. "Spermicide. Sand ginger chicken? What kind of chicken is this? It's really amazing. Our workpiece was cleaned after just washing it with water. It must be the credit of this chicken, right?" Qin Chuan shook his head helplessly. "It's terrible to be uneducated. You don't know anything. There are 3 types of additives. Sodium sulfonate is used to improve the cooling capacity and turn diesel into a fast-quenching oil. Calcium cyclopentanate is a surfactant that can prevent carbon black from depositing on the surface of the workpiece after quenching, making it bright and clean, and turning diesel into bright quenching oil. As for the last one, it is a non-ionic emulsifier, and nonylphenol polyoxyethylene ether is commonly used. After adding this emulsifier, it is very convenient to clean. The mineral oil on the surface of the workpiece can be washed away by just flushing with water. However, this raw material, which is commonly used in the textile and chemical fiber industries, is not yet used on a large scale and is even difficult to find in China. Then we can only use another raw material instead, non-oxynol ether, which can play a similar role to nonylphenol polyoxyethylene ether and has another use, spermicide. This thing can be found in the hospital, but purchasing it in large quantities at one time is likely to arouse suspicion. Why buy it? Yes, it's thanks to this kind of chicken. While the two were chatting, Zhao Shuren and Pan San came to the steel furnace again and suddenly opened their eyes wide. Where are the oil drums? Where's the diesel? The quenching oil has actually been taken away. Just now, Panson picked up a glass bottle from the roadside and planned to put some quenching oil in it to take back. Unexpectedly, the people in the factory took action even earlier. In the office, Zhang Wanhe was reporting to Qin Jiangwo. Master Zhao from the Yellow River factory is walking around with his apprentice. From what I see, he might want to ask Xiao Chuan about the quenching oil. He wants money for everything he does. Why would he want our stuff for free? I've already transferred the quenching oil. We can't let him steal Xiao Chuan's technology. Qin Jiangwo nodded. Director Qin, Xiao Chuan's skills are too strong. He knows everything. This Master Zhao came here purely to make a cameo appearance. And he also brought a little apprentice who can only talk. I think we shouldn't keep him here. Give him some money and send him back. We can also save a few meals. His apprentice eats a lot. This is not a good idea. They have come here from far away. Qin Jiangwo felt a little embarrassed. We'll pay them. Isn't it 500 yuan for 2 days? Let's give them the money and send them away. Li Runping said, our factory has many secrets. We should not hire any outside masters in the future. Xiao Chuan's skills are so good that we don't need to look for anyone else. Yeah, I don't know where this kid learned it from. Ding ling ling. At this moment, the phone on the table rang. Li Runping picked up the phone. Hello, what? You are Master Zhao's lover. You said there is an emergency at the factory and you want him back? Okay, we will send a car to take him back immediately. After hanging up the phone, Li Runping strode out. Great, this time we can save 250. Master Zhao, old Zhao, Zhao Shuren, who had just come out of the steelmaking workshop, looked at Li Runping, who was running towards him quickly. What's wrong? Your family called and said it was urgent. What? If someone said it was the factory calling, Zhao Shuren might not be anxious. He could just say it was a call from home, which was not wrong anyway. Well, we'll arrange a car to take you back immediately. Master Zhao, what do you think of the wages? Whenever our master comes, even if he works for 1 day, it will be counted as 2 days. Pan San said stiffly. Didn't we agree on this when we came here? Well, fine. I'll give you 2 days' wages. I'll go look for a car. I don't know if it's back yet. After all, it was agreed to be 2 days. The car is busy with other things. How about you take a long-distance bus back? Just give us a day's wages. Zhao Shuren was anxious. Chapter 22. Domestic products are inferior to imported products. Yellow River Factory, family compound. Zhao Shuren and his apprentice Pan San rushed back, opened the door, and immediately shouted, Xiaomei, what happened at home? Nothing happened at home, but something happened at the factory. When something goes wrong in the factory, there are leaders involved. It has nothing to do with us, ordinary workers. Zhao Shuren originally thought that an elderly person in his family had an accident, but he didn't expect that it was an accident in the factory. He was immediately relieved. I don't understand either. Anyway, the leader is looking for you and talking about chicken. Steering gear. That seems to be it. They also said something like a serious accident. Zhao Shuren's face suddenly changed. He immediately turned around, walked out of the house, and rode his 28-inch bicycle towards the factory. Master, I have something to do at home. I'll go back first. Pan San Yin saw that a serious accident was happening and immediately decided to stay out of it. When the country first introduced the stair technology, it was a complete set, but it was divided among different domestic enterprises. Weifang Diesel Engine Factory built engines. Shaanxi Gear Factory built gearboxes, and 3 factories, including the Yellow River Factory, were responsible for final assembly. Some parts were also supplied by relevant domestic units. But at the same time, there are some parts that cannot be produced domestically and need to be purchased. For example, the steering gear. The driver turns the steering wheel to steer the front wheels, and this is the function of the steering gear. The bigger the wheels and the heavier the car, the more advanced the steering gear needs to be. The heavy trucks produced previously all used imported ZF steering gears. The Yellow River Factory did not want to see this part of the profits being eaten up by foreigners, so it thought about solving the problem on its own. They gathered a group of experienced craftsmen and made a steering gear suitable for heavy trucks. They installed it on experimental vehicles and tested it repeatedly, but did not find any faults. So they trial-assembled a batch of vehicles and sold them to the provincial transportation company. But who could have thought that something would happen after just 3 months? If the steering gear fails, the car will not be able to steer, which is a serious failure second only to brake failure and can easily result in car destruction and loss of life. When Zhao Shuren rushed to the workshop, He saw the stair that had had the accident. Stair is tall and mighty, with an angular cab, tall axles, thick tires, and a powerful engine. It is one of the largest vehicles on the road today. However, the cab of the car in front of him was already twisted and deformed, obviously having experienced multiple collisions. The glass had long been shattered, and black, coagulated blood could be seen on it. The front axle fell off, and the car seemed to have suddenly fallen and hit its chin. The back was still intact, but I'm afraid the driver is gone. A group of experienced workers from a Yellow River factory were surrounding the car and dismantling it. When seeing Zhao Shuren coming over, Yuan Limin, the technical section chief, immediately shouted, "Old Zhao, you're finally here. What have you been doing? Back home. What happened to the car?" The car was driving on a mountain road at the time. The driver was planning to turn right, but he suddenly couldn't turn the steering wheel. The apprentice who was following the car jumped out. The driver, according to the apprentice, our steering gear was stuck. How is that possible? How could the steering gear get stuck? Zhao Shuren said, "We have tested it tens of thousands of times, and the steering gear is always good. It's been taken apart. It's been taken apart." At this moment, the old master Luo Minggang opened the steering gear casing while shouting. Crash! A lot of metal debris fell down, and as an old craftsman, I could recognize it at a glance. The worm gear is broken. The steering gear of heavy trucks uses a worm crank type. When the steering wheel turns, the worm gear rotates, and the finger pin meshing with it moves along a circular arc around the axis of the crankshaft and drives the gear handle to rotate. This will steer the front wheels. Now, the upper teeth are broken and filled with debris, and the steering wheel definitely cannot turn. This gear broke. Maybe something went wrong with the heat treatment during processing? Yuan Limin said, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our heat treatment technology is the best in the country. There will definitely be no problems." Zhao Shuren shook his head repeatedly. This may just be an isolated case. After this accident, the transport company checked other vehicles they purchased and found that the steering gears of all of them had cracks and some had fallen off, but not as serious as this one. Yuan Limin said, "They gave the car to us and asked us to dismantle it ourselves, just so we could see it with our own eyes. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There is no problem with our process. Annealing, normalizing, quenching, tempering, quenching, and tempering." Zhao Shuren said, "If there was a problem, why didn't it happen when we were testing the car? When we tested the truck, it only had 20 tons of cargo on it. When they were transporting it, it had 80 tons on it. What? 80 tons? This is far beyond the limit of the car." Zhao Shuren instantly gained confidence. "This is not our fault. They used it improperly. However, under the same usage conditions, they use imported ZF steering gears and nothing happens." Yuan Limin said, "Now, they want us to replace the steering gears of all their cars for free and compensate them with a new car." Everyone was silent. Yuan Limin sighed. "Now that we've opened it up and seen that it's indeed our fault, let's do as they say. Moreover, it's not just the transport companies. Other customers who bought our vehicles will also have to change. If this kind of accident happens again and causes casualties to the driver, there were no recall regulations in this era, so they could leave it alone. But if serious accidents continued to occur, their reputation would be ruined. There are 3 factories in the country that manufacture stair. Entering the 1990s, competition became increasingly fierce. No, we have sold more than 2,000 vehicles. If we replace all of them with ZF steering gears for free, it will be a huge expense. Our factory, imported products are expensive. A set of steering gear costs more than 5,000 renminbi. If you make one yourself, you can't even use 1,000 sets. More than 2,000 sets means you have to spend an extra 10 million renminbi. Even for a large factory like the Yellow River factory, it is a huge loss. Apart from anything else, they won't get any bonus within half a year. What can we do if our own products cannot meet the needs of customers?" Yuan Limin looked at the pool of blood that had turned black. "Do we want to let bloody lessons continue to happen? That's a crime. Yes, it would be great if there was advanced heat treatment technology." Luo Minggang sighed. At this moment, Zhao Shuren suddenly thought of Qin Chuan, this magical young man. Liang Iron and Steel Plant is not very famous, and the young man is even a novice, but he has demonstrated advanced heat treatment technology. Zhao Shuren is certain that there is no other master with the same ability in the country. How about inviting him over to give it a try? "Chief Yuan, I know a young man who is very good at heat treatment. How about we invite him to come and give it a try? Chapter 23, Come to Invite. Young man, a talented student? From the Materials Research Institute. Zhao Shuren shook his head. I don't know either, but he is amazing. I saw him mix a quenching oil with my own eyes. After quenching, the workpieces can be washed with water and the oil on them will be gone. It will be clean. Really? That's pretty impressive. When did you see it? I saw it today on my way back home. Go back to hometown? In fact, Yuan Limin certainly knew what the old masters in the factory did during their rest time on Saturdays and Sundays. But it's not working hours, so as long as it doesn't delay his official work, it's fine. For someone like Zhao Shuren who ran out and came back in time, that's fine too. Okay, then invite him over to have a look. Yeah, Zhao Shuren stood up and wanted to go back to make a phone call. The reason he installed a phone at home was actually to make it easier for him to go out and take private jobs. Now, Itsitiha. Zhao Shuren paused again. Chief Yuan, he might be a little more arrogant. Only capable people have the airs. As long as he can solve our problem, at worst we can send the 212 from the factory to pick him up. Chief Yuan, you might ask for some money. As long as you can solve our problem, I'll give you as much money as you want. Real? Really? Our Yellow River factory is still short of money. Okay. Zhao Shuren was finally relieved. Then let the factory's 212 bus take me there directly. He may not come if I call him, but if he takes the 212 bus, he should come. Although the price of 212 is not more expensive than a van, 212 has more face. You know, only the county magistrate could ride in it in the past. King. When bus 212 arrived at Liang Iron and Steel Plant, it was already night. Zhao Shuren breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the factory was still brightly lit and there were clanging sounds. It seemed that he was still working. If he had gone home, it would be difficult to find him. Mr. Zhao, are there any capable people in such a small place? The driver Li Yong asked. Of course. Recently, a steel factory made a lot of money from foreign trade. Do you know which factory it is? Could it be the factory in front of us? Yes, it's right here. As soon as the car arrived at the gate, we saw the factory gate open and a car drove out. The black car body is flat and wide, and it is obviously the one that leaders ride in. It is bigger than Santana. The four-circle logo on the front of the car is shining under the light at the door. Damn Audi. Leon's eyes widened immediately. There are only 5 in the province. Could it be that some important leader is here to inspect? That's impossible. The driver is so young. Yes, it's him, Zhao Shuren said, and wanted to stick his head out to shout. Unfortunately, the window glass of 212 was sliding type, and his head could not get out at all. By the time he pushed open the door, the Audi had already driven away. Quick, chase after him. Where are you chasing? The one driving the Audi is the person I'm looking for. That guy can actually drive an Audi? It seems he is not an ordinary person. Li Yong reacted and started to turn around, but when he turned the car around, he could only see the taillights of the Audi. Judging from his speed, he would definitely not be able to catch up. Quick, chase after him. What are you chasing for? There's no way our 212 can catch up with the Audi. We have to chase them even if we can't. We came all the way here. At this moment, suddenly, the taillights of the Audi were approaching rapidly. The car actually drove back? No, it drove backwards. This driving skill. Leon opened his eyes wide. Luxury car. Luxury car. When can he drive this car? When reversing, you can reach 30 to 40 kilometers per hour by simply stepping on the accelerator. On the highway, you should be able to reach more than 200, right? The Audi backed up and parked side by side with 212, with the driver's seat facing the passenger seat of 212. The car window slowly rolled down, and the driver leaned his elbow on it and scratched his hair. This posture was definitely pretentious. You are Master Zhao. Didn't you leave because of family matters? Why are you back again? Well, Xiao Chuan, I'm here to invite you to our factory to help us. I'm driving here, and I plan to pick you up directly. Zhao Shuren got out of the car and nodded to Qin Chuan. Are you free? I don't have time. Besides, I'm used to riding an Audis and can't get used to other cars. How about you drive the Audi to our factory? You came to pick me up, but you still want me to drive myself? Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at Zhao Shuren. Master Zhao, if we don't drive the van over there, will you come to our factory? Zhao Shuren was extremely embarrassed. Xiao Chuan, I know that I was wrong today. It's all my fault. But we need your help with the things in our factory. What's up? Can you improve the strength of the gears by heat treating them? Of course, it's not a difficult task. Qin Chuan said, If carbizing, quenching, and tempering processes are used, the hardness can reach about 60 HRC. If you want to increase the high-temperature hardness, you have to use carbonitriding. This way, even if the gears work at a temperature of 300 degrees, their strength will not be reduced. Zhao Shuren rolled his eyes and said, Xiao Chuan, what does HRC mean? Your old masters at the Yellow River Factory not only have practical experience, but also a lot of theoretical knowledge. How could you not even know this Rockwell hardness? This experiment uses the depth of plastic deformation of the indentation to determine the hardness value, with 0.002 millimeters as a hardness unit. HRC is measured by applying a load of 150 kilograms to the diamond cone. I remember now, there is this indicator in the ZF steering gear. It seems to be around 50. If you can achieve 60, it means you are better than the ZF steering gear. Zhao Shuren said, Steering gear? You actually made your own steering gear? This thing is not hard enough, and if the teeth break, it will kill you. Xiao Chuan, can you help me and go to our Yellow River Factory to solve this problem? That's no problem, but I can't do it for free. The factory said we will give you as much as you want. Master Zhao, you came over to help us today, and we remember your kindness. For your sake, we can't ask for too much, so let's just give you 500,000. What? 500,000? Zhao Shuren almost spit out a mouthful of blood. You did it on purpose, didn't you? I asked you for 500,000 yuan during the day, and you offered the same price. I asked a car to pick me up, and you squeezed me. I didn't think. I accept it. It wasn't my money anyway. If you think it's expensive, forget it. Anyway, your factory has experienced masters who have unique skills in heat treatment. You don't need young people like me at all. No, I need it. Zhao Shuren quickly said, Xiao Chuan, wait. I'll call the factory now. No, you guys go back. If you agree to my terms, then give me a call, and I'll come over tomorrow to give you some pointers. Well, Chapter 24, the old factory manager makes the final decision. 500,000. He really is asking for too much. Upon hearing this request, Yuan Li Min almost vomited blood. Didn't their factory make a lot of money from foreign trade last time? We are all from the same province, so he should show his awareness as a worker brother and solve the problem for us for free. Yes, he is too dark. Even if the era of workers across the country being like one family is over, everything is about money. 30 or 50,000 would be enough for him, but he actually asked for 500,000. Old Master Luo Mingyang was also a little angry. Zhao Shuren opened his eyes wide, looked at Yuan Li Min, and thought to himself, Chief Yuan, before I left, you said that as long as he came, you could spend any amount of money, and now you're going against your will? Besides, if he can fix it, our factory can save 10 million, which is more, 500,000 or 10 million. Even if you don't have a brain, you should know which to choose. However, Zhao Shuren knew that if he said this, his future in the factory would be ruined. What are you discussing? At this moment, a voice sounded. Director, you're here? Director, it's late at night, and you must be in poor health. The cars produced by the factory had problems, and there were serious casualties. How can I not be worried? Has everyone found a solution to the problem? The old factory director, Zhou Guodong, walked over. He is about to retire. His hair is gray, and his bronze face is full of wrinkles, but his eyes are extremely bright. Director Zhou, today we disassembled the steering gear and found that the problem was caused by the heat treatment process of our internal gears, which resulted in insufficient mechanical strength of the gears. Yuan Li Min said, we are currently looking for a solution to the problem. When we imported the technology, we should have acquired all these technologies, right? Shangxi Gear also acquired gearbox technology and gear hot processing, but you haven't mastered the technology yet. If we use imported technology, we can ensure the safety of trucks transporting goods with standard loads. However, as you know, we are now in the process of overloading. A truck with a load capacity of 16 tons was loaded with 60 tons or even 80 tons. The pressure on the front of the truck increased greatly, and the torque in the steering gear also increased greatly. So, there's no problem with the goods imported from Germany, but there are problems with our own products. It seems that we still have a long way to go. Zhou Guodong sighed. Director Zhou, our industry is backward. That is an indisputable fact. Now we have no other way but to solve it with money. Behind Zhou Guodong, Pan Yunfei, the director of the factory office, spoke up. Let's ask the Germans to help. As long as you give me a nod, I will immediately arrange for someone to go to Germany. Hire German engineers? That would probably cost a lot of money, right? Moreover, When the Germans come to help, there will always be various patents involved. Zhou Guodong frowned. What can we do? If we can't solve it ourselves, we can only pay German engineers with top technology to help us. This is the tuition fee we must pay on the road of industrial development. Director Zhou, I think it's worth spending any amount of money to solve this obstacle. Yuan Limin was also in a heavy mood. Yes, either we keep using imported parts or introduce German patents, both of which cost a lot of money. Now, Yuan Limin glanced at Zhao Shuren casually, and then suddenly thought of something. Director Zhou, there's a young man in our Liang iron and steel plant in Dongshan province who is said to have a good heat treatment skill. We just want to find him, and he offered 500,000 yuan and promised to help us solve the problem completely. 500,000? Young man, Pan Yunfei immediately objected. This guy's definitely a liar. If we talk about advanced technology, it's Germany. They made the first car. If we want to spend money, we have to find the right person. Zhou Guodong thought for a moment and continued to look at Yuan Limin. Chief Yuan, are you sure? Yuan Limin shook his head. Chief Yuan, this is your fault. How can you report something that has not even been decided yet to Director Zhou? This will only delay matters. I think it would be best to send someone to Germany for advice. Director Zhou, how about I arrange it overnight? Zhou Guodong continued to look at Yuan Limin. Our factory has no business dealings with Liang Iron and Steel Factory, right? How did you know? Old Master Zhao, don't leave, come back. Zhao Shuren, who had just secretly left the crowd, had to turn around with an embarrassed look on his face. Once this matter was made public, the fact that he went out to do private work was exposed. After all, Yuan Limin was only a section chief, so it was okay for him to know, but he couldn't let the factory director know. Unfortunately, he didn't run away. Well, this morning, I took Pan San with me. Just say it. Anyway, there's Pan San. Pan San is Pan Yunfei's distant nephew, so he has to take care of him, right? Zhou Guodong didn't care about these. After listening to Zhao Shuren's introduction, he nodded and said, it seems that he is a man with real skills. He could do business with foreigners and can also do heat treatment of molds by himself. We can invite him over. 500,000 is 500,000. If we can solve the problem, it will cost less than hiring the Germans. Director Zhou is wise. If we can solve the problem ourselves, it's better than asking foreigners to help. Pan Yunfei still wanted to object, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly realized that he had no power to oppose the factory director, and he had to go along with him. That's it. Invite him over tomorrow. Oh, and I'll come join the fun to see how capable this young man is. Okay, Lao Zhao, go make a phone call. Zhao Shuren was about to nod, but then he suddenly realized, Chief Yuan, you should make the call. I promised the other party 500,000 yuan, but the factory refused to give it to me. In the end, they still have to ask me for it, right? Zhao Shuren didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. Give me the number, and I'll make the call. If he's really a talent, he'll stay in our factory. Zhou Guodong said, stay in our factory? The establishment of our factory has long been gone, and my nephew is still a temporary worker, and there is no way to get a permanent job. Pan Yunfei thought to himself, but didn't dare say it out loud. Liang Iron and Steel Plant. Ding ling ling. Qin Chuan, who was sleeping in the duty room, picked up the phone and heard an old voice coming from inside. I'm the director of the Yellow River Factory. I'm looking for Master Qin. What's up? Invite him to our factory to help solve the problem. We can give him the 500,000 yuan he asked for. Okay, send a car over tomorrow morning. I don't want to take the 212. It's too crowded. Oh, and send the money over too. On the other side, Zhou Guodong put down the phone, and Pan Yunfei, next to him, immediately spoke. Director Zhou, this guy is really arrogant. He doesn't even look down on the 212. You can pick him up by car, but you absolutely cannot give him money. Zhou Guodong looked at Zhao Shuren and said, Master Zhao, what car does Qin Chuan usually take? Oh, Alto. Audi. Chapter 25. We are no worse than foreigners. A black car was speeding on the mountain road. The body of the car is square, whether it is the engine compartment or the passenger compartment. It is a square box shape, and the headlights on the front of the car are also square, looking full of muscles and lines. At first glance, it has the appearance of an off-road vehicle, but its body is shorter than that of ordinary off-road vehicles. It does not have the common beam structure, but only adds 2 long steel beams under the car to strengthen the body's torsional resistance, making it a semi-load-bearing body. It is the first car jointly produced with the West in the 1980s, Cherokee. The technology of this car is actually not advanced, but it is sturdy and durable and is a favorite of many off-road enthusiasts. Its frequency of use is second only to Erden, that is 212. Now, sitting in this car, Qin Chuan looked at the scene outside the window, his thoughts drifting to who knows where. Xiao Chuan, are you satisfied with this car? Zhao Shuren asked. Well enough. Didn't you say yesterday that I could just make a phone call and drive there myself? Li Yong, who was driving in front, couldn't help himself. Oh, this car is so good. It's always being borrowed. It was borrowed by someone last night. I feel so sorry for my car. Qin Chuan complained. This is true. I drove out last night to ask Li Jianxi's father for help in getting a license plate. Li Gang immediately pulled him to the table for a drink. After a few drinks, Qin Chuan said he wanted to get a license plate from the capital. Li Gang nodded immediately. No problem. Leave the car here, and I'll help you get a license plate from the capital. It's a piece of cake. As a result, the car was left behind. Li Gang didn't take the initiative to send it back, and he was too embarrassed to ask for it back, which hurt their relationship. So, I could only ask the Yellow River factory to send a car to pick me up. Borrow? That car can't be yours. Old Li, drive carefully. Zhao Shuren quickly stopped him. You keep talking nonsense. What if you make people angry and leave? Qin Chuan smiled and decided not to argue with the driver because the other party had sent him a check for 500,000 yuan this morning. The Yellow River factory used to be located in the suburbs, but with the development of the city, it is now considered to be within the urban area. The factory covers a vast area and has countless workshops. The Cherokee drove a long way along the internal roads of the factory before stopping at the door of a workshop. A group of people also came out to greet them. Xiao Chuan, come here, let me introduce you. This is the head of our factory's technical department, and this is Director Pan from our factory office. Zhao Shuren hurriedly introduced him to someone, but after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find the factory director. He wondered where the factory director had gone. Are you Qin Chuan? Pan Yunfei's voice was not very enthusiastic. Which university did you graduate from? Who was your mentor? Have you ever studied abroad? I'm a homebody in college. What's wrong with that? I'm the one you invited to help you solve your problems, not to apply for a job. Why are you asking so many questions? If you don't have confidence in me, I'll leave now. However, I won't refund my wages. Whether I come for an hour or a day, my wages will be the same. Zhao Shuren had a bitter smile on his face. Qin Chuan still remembered all those things he did. This kid really holds a grudge. Director Pan, this matter was arranged by the factory director. You could just watch from the side. Yuan Limin said, 500,000, and it was given in advance. If this guy can develop a qualified heat treatment process, everything will be fine. If he fails, we will have to find a way to detain him and get the money back. No matter what, you can't just come up and squeeze others out. Qin Chuan rolled his eyes, and then he reacted. Director Pan, if it weren't for me, would you send someone abroad? Pan Yunfei was stunned. This kid actually knew what he was thinking? Just now, Pan Yunfei was indeed thinking that if Qin Chuan hadn't caused trouble, he would have been able to send people abroad. Moreover, my nephew will also have the opportunity to travel abroad, and when he comes back, he can at least bring me a German-made TV or refrigerator. I didn't expect that Qin Chuan saw through it. What's wrong? Our country's industry is backward. In order to catch up with the world's advanced level, we must send outstanding personnel to study abroad, and we will also invite outstanding foreign engineers to come and give us guidance. Don't talk nonsense. Can you do it? If not, just hurry up. Okay, Qin Chuan said, I'll show you today that we Orientals are also smart and wise. Our abilities are no worse than those of foreigners. We all have one head on two shoulders, and no one is worse than anyone else. Well said. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind. Hearing that Qin Chuan had arrived, Zhou Guodong came out of his office and rushed over. He happened to hear what he said and immediately felt a liking for him. Ever since the country opened its doors, many people have been dazzled by the colorful world abroad. In their eyes, foreign things are advanced, and their own things are backward, and they even feel inferior in front of foreigners. It is normal to have a gap. We just need to learn and catch up. We all have one head on two shoulders, so who is better or worse? Pan Yunfei's face suddenly turned red. Humph, everyone could shout slogans, but you have to show your real ability. Real talent? Director Pan, do you know who invented the carboizing process? The United States has been using rotary furnaces for gas carboizing since the 1920s. In the 1960s, they began to use high-temperature carburizing. In the 1970s, domestic companies developed vacuum carburizing and ion carburizing. Western technology is the most advanced. Pan Yunfei was not from an engineering background. He was in charge of administrative coordination in the factory office, and he was a liberal arts student. However, after coming to the factory, he has also been working hard to learn technical knowledge. And what he is saying now is the result of his homework last night. Qin Chuan shook his head. Wrong. The carburizing process was invented by us. More than 2,000 years ago, our ancestors used the solid carburizing process to carburize swords. More than 2,000 years earlier than the West. That's right. The voices of the old masters echoed from behind. Pan Yunfei's face turned even redder. Can the ancient times be compared with the modern times? Why not? It's the same process. Forget it. I won't explain to a banana like you. Let's get to work. Is the equipment ready? Qin Chuan came empty-handed. After all, he couldn't bring any equipment. The Yellow River factory had a complete set of equipment. It's all in there. There are many details in the carburizing process, and quenching after carburizing is more important. These two steps are carried out continuously. If there is any mistake, the product quality will be unqualified. Qin Chuan walked while introducing things to Zhou Guodong and Yuan Limin beside him until they arrived in front of the gas carburizing furnace. In front of the furnace, there are 10 newly made steering gear, worm gear, and other parts. Xiaochuan, shall we start now? No, this part is not up to standard. Chapter 26. You want to become my disciple? Call me master first. How is that possible? These parts were all made by our most experienced craftsmen, and they used gear steel produced by the Capital Steel plant. This kind of steel is also used in Shaanxi Gear's gearboxes, and their feedback is quite good. Yuan Limin said immediately. The parts in front of him were all made on gear hobbing machines. They had not yet been fine ground on grinders. There were traces of cutting on the surface, and they were smooth and full of texture. At first glance, they were made of the best gear steel. How could Qin Chuan say that these parts were unqualified? There are many types of gear steel. Qin Chuan said, the gears in the gearbox can easily rotate thousands of times, so they need to be made of high-carbon steel or alloy steel. This will make the gears hardened, with high hardness and wear resistance, and suitable for heavy loads and high speeds. But Qin Chuan looked at the masters present and said, this kind of gear has a very high hardness and poor toughness. It cannot achieve good impact resistance and is not suitable for manufacturing steering gear, worm gear, and other parts. It turns out that the broken teeth of your steering gear are not only due to poor heat treatment, but also because the wrong steel was used. In later generations, Mao Quan's kitchen knife was criticized by many netizens because it could not be used to crush garlic. Everyone thinks that it is normal to use a kitchen knife to smash garlic, but the fact that the knife broke because of smashing garlic shows that the quality of the knife is too poor. In fact, this is a complete misunderstanding of material science. If you want to make a kitchen knife sharp and last for a long time without sharpening, you need to use particularly hard steel, such as high-carbon steel. However, the harder the steel, the more brittle it is. This is like you can't have your cake and eat it too. The gearbox gears need to rotate at high speed and withstand large torque, so they must be hard enough and require hard surface gears. As for teething, experienced masters do not even need to step on the clutch during the gear shifting process. The gear shifting is smooth, and there will definitely be no gear rattling due to mismatched gearbox speed. The steel of the steering gear does need to be hard enough, but at the same time, the steel also needs to be tough enough. For example, if the front wheel presses on a stone, there will be a reverse torque acting on the steering wheel, which will bring impact to the steering gear. If it is not tough enough, the teeth will easily break. You mean, we should use low-carbon steel to make these parts? Yuan Limin said, but low-carbon steel is not hard enough. Low-carbon steel has enough toughness, but not enough strength. If it is used for hundreds of tons or more, all the gears may become twisted if it is turned in the same direction. Not hard enough? That's because it hasn't been properly heat-treated. Qin Chuan said, after my treatment, the Rockwell hardness of the surface of low-carbon steel can reach 60. Okay, let's try making a set out of mild steel. Zhou Guodong nodded. Lao Zhao, Lao Luo, go to the workshop and get some work done. Okay. The two nodded. Pan Yunfei on the side rolled his eyes and said, Qin Chuan, you are amazing. You can tell that the materials are not up to standard with just one look. Can you teach me? Of course. Qin Chuan nodded. Everyone else pricked up their ears, waiting to listen, but Qin Chuan stopped talking. He picked up the water cup made of a can he brought with him and gulped down the water. Qin Chuan, can you speak now? Yes, call me Master first. Master? How old are you? You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you want me to call you Master? Pan Yunfei suddenly felt a fire rising in his heart. Forget about the 3 kowtows and the tea offering etiquette. Just call me Master. When did I say I wanted to be your disciple? You just asked me to teach you so sincerely. How can I teach you if you don't become my disciple? Do you want to get it for free? Pan Yunfei didn't really want Qin Chuan to teach him. He just wanted to expose Qin Chuan's past. In his opinion, Qin Chuan was just being mysterious. It was like a blind cat catching a dead mouse, which Master could tell that the steel was unqualified with just one glance. Joke. Xiao Chuan, you are a capable person. The more I think about what you just said, the more it makes sense to me. Zhou Guodong said, when 3 people walk together, there must be one who can be my teacher. The ancients were honest and did not deceive me. Xiao Chuan, tell me about it. I am willing to take you as my teacher. No, Director Zhou, I dare not accept you as my apprentice. If you want to know, I will briefly explain it. The reason is actually very simple. High carbon steel or alloy steel is very hard, so the machine has to be run slower during machining, and the gears rolled out are more delicate. Low carbon steel has a lower hardness, so the machine can be run faster, and the gear surface is rougher. Especially the connection between the 2 blades, it's easy to see. Everyone thought it was about color and texture, but it turns out it's about processing. We have experienced workers in our factory. Even if we use low-carbon steel, the surface can be very smooth. However, this batch of parts must have been processed urgently. If they were made of low-carbon steel, it would definitely be very obvious. Master Zhao and Master Luo will send the processed parts over later, and we will know after taking a look. Half an hour later, Zhao Shuren and Luo Minggang brought the parts over. Sure enough, clear processing marks could be seen. We know everyone is in a hurry, so we drove faster and more cars came in, so the surface should be a little uneven. However, after the heat treatment, we still need to put on the grinder, and it should be fine after fine grinding. Zhao Shuren put down the parts and spoke. Wait, something is wrong. Why are they looking at me in such strange ways? What happened? In our line of work, we have to be careful. Engineer Qin is amazing, Zhou Guodong said. So. Qin Chuan looked at Pan Yunfei with a smile on his face. Director Pan, do you understand? These are just trifles. However, it will be good for you to master it. You should learn more in the future. As long as you have a good attitude, I can teach you more. If you don't want to call me Master, don't call me Master. I don't want that. I know you are shy. You want to scream in your heart, but you are too embarrassed to say it out loud. Pan Yunfei's face turned red and white, and he clenched his hands into fists and then slowly unclenched them. After graduation, he entered the Yellow River factory and was directly assigned the position of a cadre. Until now, no one has ever humiliated him like this. How did I offend Qin Chuan? I just asked a few questions. He is so young. As his elder, what's wrong with me asking him some questions? He doesn't know that Qin Chuan also has his own principles. Normally, he will be respectful to his elders, but when it comes to those who take advantage of their seniority, and especially those who worship foreigners, he will be very clear and will confront them when necessary. Anyway, he came as a technical consultant, had already received the money, came to provide door-to-door service, and would leave after the service was completed. Looking at Pan Yunfei's mad dog look, does he dare to come up and bite me? Okay, now that the parts are machined, let's carbonize them. There are many details to carbonizing. I will tell you the key points. The master can only lead you to the door, but it is up to you to practice. How much you can understand depends on your luck. Director Pan, you two, don't just stand there. Come and listen. I won't tell you a second time. Chapter 27, Xiao Chuan, Qin Gong, Master Qin. There is not much significance in carbonizing high-carbon steel and alloy steel. After all, carbonizing is to increase strength. Simply put, carbonizing is the process of allowing carbon atoms to penetrate into the surface layer of steel. In this way, the surface of the low-carbon steel base also has the hardness and wear resistance of high-carbon steel. At the same time, the interior of the workpiece is still low-carbon steel, retaining its original toughness and plasticity. To manufacture low-speed parts, such as steering gears that also need to be impact-resistant, carbonizing low-carbon steel is the most suitable. The parts were placed into the gas carbonizing furnace, and the carbonizing operation began. Qin Chuan did not keep any secrets and told the people present about these techniques. After all, we asked the Yellow River factory for 500,000 yuan, so we have to make them feel that the money was not wasted. The eyes of the masters soon became extremely respectful, and some of them took out small notebooks and recorded things quickly. The skills you have learned are your own. Not only can you become a technical expert in the factory, but you can also be hired as a consultant by other small factories and make money. There are 4 similar technologies: carboizing, carbonitriding, nitriding, and nitrocarburizing. Engineer Qin, the temperature in the gas carboizing furnace has risen to 800 degrees. Continue heating to 905 and then enter the continuous heat preservation state. 905? The temperature in German technology is only 880. That was German craftsmanship 20 years ago. German craftsmanship today is also 950. But the Germans will definitely not tell us that the technology they sell to us is backward. We can only develop advanced technology ourselves. Qin Chuan said. Pan Yunfei was completely marginalized and could only stand there and be angry. Qin Chuan's words deeply stimulated him, but he couldn't lose his temper. Uncle, uncle! At this moment, a voice sounded. Pan Yunfei turned his head and saw a head secretly poking out from the door. It was his nephew Pan San. At this moment, everyone was learning with an attentive mind and had no time to pay attention to other things. Pan Yunfei slowly backed out. Uncle, what are you doing here? Uncle, I heard that Qin Chuan is here to show off. We don't care if he shows off, but if he dares to step on me to show off, Pan San, will be the first one to not let him go. I have already. After listening to Pan San's words, Pan Yunfei's expression suddenly changed. This is not necessary. It's just some verbal disputes, you. Humph. Anyway, you can't bully me. I'm going to make him pay the price. Uncle, don't worry about it. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Pan San's face was fierce. Uncle, we can only go abroad if we ruin their plan. Auntie is still waiting to buy a color TV from Germany. Pan Yunfei looked inside again, and seeing Qin Chuan's vivid figure introducing himself to everyone, he felt nauseous again. Then you have to be careful. You have to pretend it's an accident. If you let it slip, you'll have to eat peanuts. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. After lunch, it was another 2 hours. The depth of carboizing is related to time. We have been carboizing for 7 hours, and the penetration depth should be more than 1 millimeter. If you feel it is not enough, you can continue the process for up to 15 hours. A depth of 2 millimeters is more than enough. It's getting late today, so we stop carboizing here. The next step is quenching. Qin Chuan said, Master Qin, we have already reserved a furnace for you. Although it is a bit wasteful to use it to heat these parts, it is also necessary. Yuan Limin said. From Xiao Chuan at the beginning, to Qin Gong, and then to Master Qin, this change of title also represents the change in everyone's attitude towards Qin Chuan. There is a sequence in learning, and everyone has their own specialization. Qin Chuan is better than them, and they're convinced by calling Qin Chuan Master. Pan Yunfei felt his heart pounding beside him, knowing that a production accident was about to happen, and that the young man in front of him would be. He actually didn't want to do this, but his wife at home kept asking to buy color TV from Germany, so he had no choice. Moreover, the young man in front of him had humiliated him severely before. An ordinary furnace won't work. We need a high-frequency furnace. Qin Chuan said, Our Yellow River factory is a large factory, so it should have a high-frequency furnace, right? What? High-frequency furnace? Pan Yunfei was suddenly confused. Does this mean that the following arrangements are meaningless? Yes, but what? The old masters in the factory don't know how to use it. If there's anything you don't know how to use, just plug it in. It's foolproof. In later generations, those who lived broadcasted the making of kitchen knives could see that the kitchen knife was inserted into a round tube bending device, and the blade of the knife would magically turn red, as if it was heating itself. And only the blade turned red, the rest of the parts were normal. After it is heated red, throw it into water, and the quenching is completed. After all, the Eastern quenching process is to heat it red and then throw it into water. This is actually a high-frequency furnace. There is a coil inside the round tube, and the coil is connected to high-frequency alternating current. In this way, when the workpiece is placed in the center of the coil, an induced current, that is, eddy current, will be generated inside the workpiece, which will quickly heat itself up. It heats quickly, is easy to operate, and the heating depth can be selected according to needs. If the workpiece is thrown into a steelmaking furnace, the entire workpiece will be at one temperature. But now, only some places are heated, while other places can maintain their original state. It's the same as carbizing low-carbon steel, soft inside and hard outside. We need to choose different frequencies according to the different thicknesses of quenching. If the quenching layer is below 16 millimeters, choose high frequency. If it is above 16 millimeters, choose medium frequency. The specific options should be in the manual. While introducing, Qin Chuan came to the warehouse and looked at the equipment covered with a thick layer of dust, feeling emotional. It's a loss. If I had known this, I wouldn't have made this 500,000. I would rather spend $500,000 to buy this equipment. It's made in Germany and the quality is top-notch. This was purchased from abroad when we were about to start the Master project. But after we got it back, no one knew how to use it. The masters were still used to using the original quenching process, so Yuan Limin seemed to know what Qin Chuan was thinking and quickly explained. So I'm here. Now, I'm going to teach you how to use it. From now on, you'll use it for surface hardening. In an electric furnace workshop, Pan Sen stood in a corner, looked up at the tall overhead crane, then turned his head and stared at the door. It's not that difficult to create a production accident. Later, those people will come and heat it with an electric furnace and then quench it. Then, at the right time, they will insert the special U-shaped iron wire into the socket nearby. The circuit will short-circuit and the things being transported on the overhead crane will fall down. But after waiting for so long, why did no one show up? Finally, a familiar figure appeared at the door. "Uncle, why is it you? Where are the others?" The workpiece has been made, and Qin Chuan has left. Gone. Chapter 28. We sell civilian flying monkeys. Final assembly workshop. After our tests, the surface hardness of the steering gearworm and other parts has reached 60 HRC, which is harder than the imported ZF steering gear parts. Yes, it's hard on the surface, but tough enough on the inside. After all, it's made of low-carbon steel. We never dreamed that we could process parts this way. Qin Chuan is definitely a talent. Hurry up and put the parts on the car. Let's test it again. Maybe the quality is better than the imported ones. Everyone was full of praise. "Old Zhao, you have made a great contribution to our factory this time," Yuan Limin said excitedly. Zhao Shuren's face was full of red. "This is just a coincidence. It's mainly because of the good leadership of Director Zhou and Section Chief Yuan." Thinking back to his experiences over the past 2 days, Zhao Shuren felt like he was dreaming. At the beginning, he was full of hostility towards Qin Chuan and even wanted to roll up his sleeves and fight. But now, there was only admiration and emotion in his heart. Qin Chuan is a capable man, and Zhao Shuren also benefited from it. With this achievement, he might be promoted to a cadre in the factory, even if it's just a production team leader. "I didn't do anything to lead him well," Zhou Guodong continued. "Especially, I didn't convince him to stay in our factory. However, someone like Qin Chuan must be determined to do great things. Even if we offer him the position of director of our Yellow River factory, he may not be willing to do it." Everyone opened their eyes wide, thinking that Director Zhou was joking. How many people are vying for the position of factory director? This is the leader in domestic heavy-duty trucks. Only Zhou Guodong is sure that this young man has a bright future. He had a hunch that in the future, Liang Iron and Steel Plant might even surpass the Yellow River plant. After finishing a day's work, Zhao Shuren returned home happily. He was so happy today that he specially picked up a bottle of Baodu spring tea from a roadside shop. The red trademark looked very festive. A bite of peanuts, a sip of wine. This day is wonderful. And then watch TV. A slightly fat figure appeared in Zhao Shuren's sight. "Xiaomei, move aside. You're blocking me from watching TV." "Boss, we bought this TV 6 years ago. It's only 14 inches and in black and white. We have to change it to a color TV." "Well, I've been making a lot of extra money lately, so that should be enough, right?" The quality of domestic color TVs is not good. The one Lao Gao bought broke down 3 months ago. We have to import it. Do you have a chance to go abroad? If you can bring a color TV back from abroad. The neighbors must be so jealous. Thinking of the time when Gao's family bought a color TV and his wife's arrogant look, Xiaomei had an indescribable feeling. She also wants a color TV, and it has to be imported. At this moment, the familiar voice of the announcer sounded from the TV. Now, playing the international news in the Powder Keg region, the conflict is escalating again. The weaker party suddenly used a large number of homemade rockets to launch a large-scale attack on the Kingdom of David. It is estimated that tens of thousands of homemade rockets will fly towards the target. Liang, the entrance to a small mountain village. Okay, just park the car here. Masterly, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. You solved a big problem for our factory. It's only right that I send you back. Master Qin, please don't be offended by my bad attitude when I picked you up last time. Liang smiled. Where? Master Li, come in and have a seat. Have a glass of water before leaving. No. The Cherokee turned around, and Qin Chuan walked briskly back home along the familiar road. After taking only 2 steps, a voice came from the side. Xiao Chuan, you can do it. Grandpa Wang, what are you doing here? You scared me. It's okay. I just finished watching the news broadcast and was very interested in a piece of news in it. After all, it is related to us. What news? After hearing Grandpa Wang's introduction, Qin Chuan's face changed immediately. Grandpa Wang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. This matter has nothing to do with us. What we sell are rockets for civilian use. Yeah, it's for civilian use. Xiao Chuan, you're really awesome. By the way, your dad has also gone home, so hurry back. Oh, the village is about 10 miles away from the steel plant, which is not far in theory. However, if you have lived in the mountains, you will know that 2 people can sing folk songs face to face, but to meet each other, they have to walk for half a day. Liang Iron and Steel Plant was very busy, so Qin Jiangwo basically lived in the factory and seldom returned to the village. Especially after the beginning of the year, the crisis in the factory became more and more urgent, and Qin Jiangwo hardly went home. Now that the inventory has been sold and new products have been created, he finally has time to go home. Qin Chuan walked towards his own courtyard with brisk steps. When I reached the entrance of the alley, I saw a tall and mighty Mitsubishi Pajero parked outside. Come on, have a drink. It's not easy for us brothers to get together. The sound of clinking glasses could be heard from inside the courtyard. Yes, among us brothers, the eldest and second brothers are the most promising. My 4th brother and I have no skills and can only farm in our hometown. Second brother? Sure enough, my second uncle, who is in the army, is back. Look at this car. It should be a senior cadre, right? It's cooler than my Audi. Qin Chuan's father, Qin Jiangwo, is the eldest, and he has 3 younger brothers, named Qin Jiantai, Qin Jianmen, and Qin Jianan. Qin Chuan's grandmother gave birth to 4 sons in one go, and then gave birth to a daughter, Qin Yuru. Back then, Qin Chuan's grandfather was the village party secretary, so he had some connections. When the Capel Steel Plant was recruiting people, Qin Jiangwo was sent there. When Qin Jiantai graduated from high school, he was sent to join the army. When it was Qin Jianmen's turn, my grandfather retired. So, the remaining 2 sons had to stay in the village and farm. The youngest daughter, Qin Yuru, loved studying since she was young. She was admitted to a university in the capital and then stayed in the capital to work. Qin Jiantai performed well as a soldier and was successfully promoted to officer. He then entered the military academy for further studies and is now also a military cadre. I passed by my hometown today while doing some business, so I came back to visit. It just so happened that Qin Jiangwo had just returned as well. In another time and space, after Qin Jiangwo got into trouble, his family went to look for Qin Jiantai, but he was not in the country at the time, and he couldn't do anything about the financial problem. After all, he is also an upright leading cadre. No matter how high his position is, he is always incorruptible. What a success! Liang Iron and Steel Plant almost went bankrupt. It was only thanks to Xiao Chuan that it survived. Old 3, Old 4, when you're done with your farm work, come help me in my factory. Thanks to Ogawa, Qin Jiantai became curious. What's going on? Well, it's a long story. Qin Jiangwo was just about to recount what had happened recently when Qin Chuan's voice was heard outside. Dad, I'm back. Qin Chuan strode in. Hey, second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, you are all here? Dad, can I come to the table to eat? The rules at home are strict. Children are not allowed to sit at the table when the adults are eating. I couldn't do it before, but now, of course, it's no problem. Come on, tell your uncle what happened recently. Chapter 29, Third Uncle and Fourth Uncle. I will help you open a coal mine. Qin Chuan sat down, grabbed a handful of peanuts, and stuffed them into his mouth, looking like he had never eaten anything delicious before. He introduced the food while chewing. Dad, I heard that there's a coal mine in the mountains near us. If Uncle 3 and Uncle 4 are interested, they can open a coal mine. What did you say? Who told you that? Qin Jiangwo opened his eyes wide. The last time I went to the capital, I heard from an exploration expert there that not only is there abundant coal resources in Zhazhuang, but we are also in the same coal belt. Millions of years ago, this place was a dense forest. If it were in the past, Qin Chuan would have put down his chopsticks and started scolding him before he could even finish his second sentence. But now, Qin Jiangwo has long been confident in his son. If his son says there is, then there really is. Old 3, old 4, what do you think? Qin Jiangwo looked at his two younger brothers sitting in their seats. He came back to open a steel mill, on the one hand, to fulfill his dream of becoming an entrepreneur, and on the other hand, he also wanted to help his fellow villagers get rich and live a well-off life. However, the third and fourth brothers were already used to doing farm work and were not capable of working with machinery and equipment. Even if the two brothers entered the factory, they only did physical work with other villagers and were not capable of acquiring any technical skills. Now, it would be better to let the two brothers open a mine together. Mining is similar to farming, both of which are repairing the earth. Is there really a coal mine? Qin Jiamin asked. Really? What the old expert said is absolutely correct. He has already taught people in many places how to make money from mining. But mining costs money. Qin Jianan hesitated. Uncle San, Uncle C, I went out today to help solve a technical problem and made some extra money. I can lend you the money. I won't say much, but I still have 3 or 500,000. Just by solving a technical problem, you can earn an extra 3 or 500,000 yuan. Qin Jianai looked at Qin Chuan with complicated eyes, then looked at Qin Jiangwo, and then realized. Qin Jiangwo had money, but that was from the steel plant, and the money in Qin Chuan's hand was personal. So, Qin Jiangwo is using this method to lend money to his two younger brothers. This not only takes care of the emotions of the two younger brothers, but also prevents people in the factory from gossiping. The eldest brother is indeed the eldest brother, and he thinks about things very clearly and thoroughly. Now, the country encourages some people to get rich first. Big brother has already done it. Third and fourth brothers, you should work hard and strive to become the first to get rich. Qin Jiantai raised his glass. Come on, cheers for the future of our brothers. Qin Chuan was not actually hungry. After all, he had already eaten at the Yellow River factory. He just wanted to shut his father up and prevent him from talking nonsense to his second uncle. Now that the topic has been successfully diverted, all you have to do is continue fooling people. At the entire table, the only person left was Qin Chuan's endless explanation. Qin Jiantai slowly discovered that something was wrong. Qin Chuan's reputation was not good before, so why did he suddenly become so knowledgeable and talented this time? Could it be that he was better at bragging? The meal lasted until after 10 o'clock in the evening, and Qin Jiantai staggered into the car. Brother, it's getting late. Can we leave tomorrow? No, I have other things to do. I'm going to stay in the provincial capital tonight. After waving goodbye to his three brothers, Qin Jiantai looked at the night view of the mountain village outside the car window. For some reason, the image of Qin Chuan's eloquent speech at the dinner table flashed through his mind again. How did the second generation of factory workers become what they are today? Forget it. Don't worry about it. There are still many things waiting for me in the army. The next day, at the Yellow River factory test track. Large car companies all have their own test tracks. After a car comes off the production line, it will run a few laps on the test track to see if there are any assembly problems, such as a crooked steering wheel or the car running off the track. If there are any problems, they can be repaired. Therefore, it is impossible for a vehicle to have a mileage of 0 kilometers, and vehicles with a mileage of 3 to 5 kilometers are the most normal. Taking the site arrangement into consideration, the test track is usually located at the entrance. In this way, you can drive the car out of the workshop, go to the test field for testing, and if there are no problems, you can drive out of the gate directly, which is more convenient. However, test runs are usually conducted with an empty truck, and this is the first time that a fully loaded truck has been used for a test run. There is a main carriage in the front and a trailer in the back. The vehicle weighs at least 150 tons. The tires are pressed soft and look like they will burst at any time. The car's movement was also very strange. The driver seemed to be deliberately ravaging the car, constantly turning the steering wheel to the left and right, leaving black marks on the ground. It's okay, the steering is smooth. If it were the steering gear we produced before, it would be scrapped by now. Yes, The steering gear made with this new technology can really withstand a weight of 100 tons. Just as everyone was sighing, a Pajero drove over. A middle-aged man got off the car and looked at the stair test car loaded with supplies. His eyes suddenly filled with excitement. Have you solved the problem with the steering gear? Yes, it has been solved. How did you solve it? Please ask an expert. Master, it's Qin Chuan from Liang Iron and Steel Plant. Don't be fooled by his young age. His skills are really amazing. Low-carbon steel is used as the base material, and the surface is hardened by carbonizing and high-frequency quenching process, which is both toughness and hardness. What Qin Chuan? Zhao Shuren was also startled by the shout, and then he raised his head and looked seriously at the man in military uniform who looked like a leader. Why do the facial features look somewhat similar to Qin Chuan's? Could he be Qin Chuan's father? No, I have seen Director Qin before, but the person in front of me doesn't look like him. He looks more like Director Qin's brother. Comrade, who are you? Yuan Li Min, who is supervising the test run, came over. The steering gears of our military vehicles also showed early signs of wear and tear, so we wanted to come here to investigate and find out the cause of the failure of your steering gears and how to solve the problem. Well, comrade, how about you come to our office? I'll have someone give you a special report. In the office, Qin Jiantai finished listening to the report and felt extremely moved. How could his useless nephew Qin Chuan become so powerful? Moreover, because of his skill, he made $500,000? It seems that I was wrong last night. Back in the car, the driver looked at him and said, Boss, where are we going now? Go to Liang Steel Plant. The June sun shines brightly on the earth, and the cicadas in the trees make hot sounds, making people feel even hotter. However, at the Liang Iron Steel Plant, the workers were working with full enthusiasm and sweating profusely. From iron smelting to steel rolling to making gas cylinders, the entire assembly line has been established and the manufacturing speed is very fast. The finished gas tanks began to pile up and would soon exceed the previous piles of steel pipes. Dad, the news came out yesterday. I estimate that in 10 days or half a month, customers will come to our store. Let's produce more now, and when customers come, we can make a lot of money. Director, there's a car coming to the door. It looks so high-end. Chapter 30. The east wind blows thousands of flowers at night. What's so high-end? Can it be as high-end as our Audi? Qin Chuan said this, looked outside, and was stunned. Pajero again? This car is tall and mighty, and it does look more advanced than the Audi. After all, in the minds of people of this era, the bigger the car, the more luxurious it is. Qin Chuan was not stunned because of the car, but mainly because of the people in the car. Uncle Qin Jiantai? Why is he here? He is a very busy man. Qin Jiantai got out of the car, walked in briskly, and was surprised by the products piled outside. Second brother, why are you back again? Did you lose something? Qin Jiangwo walked up to him and asked. Well, I came back for something. Brother, doesn't your factory produce steel pipes? Steel pipes are unsaleable, so we're switching to producing gas cylinders. This gas cylinder is a good thing. There is a huge demand for it in China. You have a good eye. However, you have to ensure the quality. This thing is a dangerous item. It doesn't matter. Xiao Chuan said that our gas tank is mainly. Qin Jiangwo was about to say that it was for export, but Qin Chuan came over and changed the subject. Uncle, what's the matter? Xiao Chuan, have you solved the steering gear processing problem at the Yellow River factory? You are amazing, kid. Why didn't you say anything at the dinner table last night? Uncle, I told you last night that I made 300,000 or 500,000 by helping to solve technical problems. Qin Jianai finally realized that he had actually said that at that time, but he just didn't believe it. If I had known that you helped solve the problem, I wouldn't have rushed to the Yellow River factory in such a hurry. Let's get in the car. Where are you going? You'll know when you get there. Qin Chuan was a little confused, but he knew that his second uncle would definitely not harm him, so he could only tell his father and get in the car. Dad, the factory continues to produce. If there is anything, wait until I come back. If there are any customers coming, wait for me too. Watching Qin Chuan being taken away by Qin Jiantai, Qin Jiangwo shook his head helplessly. He knew that what the second brother asked Qin Chuan to do must be a highly confidential matter, so he couldn't ask. Ogawa is very capable. Maybe he can help the second brother, the country, and the army. Director Qin, there is some trouble in our factory. At this moment, Li Runping leaned close to his ear and spoke. What's the trouble? We don't have much scrap metal left. This type of small steel mill generally does not use iron or to smelt iron. After all, they do not have the qualifications of a state-owned enterprise and cannot get good ore. Generally, scrap iron is recycled to make steel. Only experienced masters can melt different steels and achieve similar performance. Now, with them working at full speed, second-hand steel is also becoming scarce. Then increase the purchase price. Will this make our colleagues in Shandong scold us? It's a market economy. It's our choice to raise prices. We have money, so we are willing to raise prices. Let them scold us. We don't care. When Chuan comes back, maybe there will be a better way. At this time, Qin Chuan was already in the Pajero and started chatting with Qin Jiantai. The car is spacious and comfortable to ride in, especially since you can look down at the car from the window. Qin Chuan secretly made up his mind to get one someday. Drive an Audi in the city and drive a Pajero in the countryside. Chuan, have you ever come into contact with a vehicle steering gear with both front and rear wheels? Qin Jiantai asked. Front wheel steering is very common, and most cars have front wheel steering, and the steering wheel controls the front wheels. Rear wheel steering is rare and is mainly used in construction machinery. For example, forklifts generally have rear wheel steering, which is quite flexible. As for the front and rear tires being able to turn, Qin Chuan thought of something almost instantly. Tire factory. There are many large and small machinery factories in Dongshan province, and Taiyan has a professional special vehicle manufacturing plant. This factory, founded in 1952, is considered an old factory. The special vehicles they produce are used to carry ballistic missiles. In the early 1990s, they produced the Tasmania 5380, an 8-wheeled heavy off-road vehicle, on the same level as the Russians' Amazi 543, which carried Scud missiles. After this type of car came out, it quickly became a hot commodity in the military. Whether it is the DF-15 missile, the WM-80 long-range rocket, or some naval anti-ship missiles, they all like to use it as a launch vehicle. However, the carrying capacity of this vehicle is still far from sufficient, so domestic ballistic missile carriers still mainly use road tractors. During the 1999 military parade, a Hanyang-made tractor-trailer will tow something like a large boiler across the square, allowing the world to see the powerful strength of our country's military industry and its advanced missiles. But this car is a bit outdated. It can only be maneuvered on the road and is almost impossible to go off-road. The second artillery needs advanced vehicles like the ones used by the Russians, which have more than a dozen tires and crawl on the ground like giant centipedes. Although this type of vehicle only appeared after the new millennium, the Taiyan factory had already started developing it. After the Tasmania 5380 was built, they began to develop the Tasmania 5570, which is a 10-wheeled launch vehicle. The vehicle has a greater carrying capacity and, in addition to the front 2 rows of tires, the last row of tires also needs to have steering capabilities, which places higher demands on the steering gear. There's hardly any factory in China that can produce this kind of steering gear, not even the imported ones. The Russians do have similar technology, but this kind of thing is also extremely important to the Russians, and they will not sell it easily. It was not until the late 1990s that the Minsk vehicle plant, which specialized in producing this type of vehicle, began to cooperate with Vostok to develop special vehicles, and at most 6 axles, and the technology for strategic missile launchers was definitely not provided. Qin Jiantai has been transferred to the equipment department of the military. The project that matters most to him is this advanced vehicle, but unfortunately there are many problems. We recently developed a prototype car, and were stumped by the problems revealed by the steering gear. So, when Qin Jiantai heard about the situation at the Yellow River factory, he came over to take a look. Unexpectedly, it was his own nephew who solved the problem. The east wind blows thousands of flowers in a bloom at night, and blows down stars like rain. Qin Chuan couldn't help but sigh. Qin Jiantai's eyes lit up. Do you know where we're going? I don't know, I'm just talking casually. Qin Chuan said, however, this problem may not necessarily lie in the materials of the worm gear of the steering gear. Steyr is a civilian vehicle and has to be economical. Military vehicles don't care. 30 or 60 liters per 100 kilometers is just a matter of having 2 more fuel tanks. If the strength is not enough, the problem can be solved by increasing the size. Military vehicles appear to be very solid and sturdy, with no effort put into reducing their own weight. At the same time, the problem may not necessarily be with the power steering pump. Chapter 31. Just a wrench and a tape measure. Ontai factory Trial Assembly Workshop. A tall and mighty test vehicle is in the center of the workshop. It has thick tires with large patterns on them, and an angular front end, with the rough style of the Russians. A huge engine, gearbox, and drive shaft connected to each axle are stuffed under the front of the car, and a simple cargo box is placed at the back of the car to serve as a temporary load. A group of technicians in work clothes were busy around the chassis vehicle. Their clothes were covered in oil, and their faces were full of anxiety. An old technician came out from under the front tire and said, "The new reinforced steering gear has been installed, but the cause of the fault has not been found and may not be eliminated. When we test drive the car, perhaps the same faults as before will reappear." The prototype car had just been built, and when testing began, everyone was troubled by the steering gear failure. Either the worm and gear inside the steering gear are damaged, or the power steering pump is leaking oil. In short, it just doesn't work properly. Although a steering axle is added at the back, it is just an additional tie rod transmission. But the steering gear that works well on a 4-axle vehicle fails on a 5-axle vehicle. Even if we change to a reinforced model this time, it may not necessarily solve the problem. It's really weird. Fan Gue, the technical section chief of Ontai Factory, said, "We have to work on this small problem for several months. It will take another 10 or 8 years for the vehicle to be fully developed. Alas, the troops are still waiting for our vehicle to carry heavy equipment. Yes, we also want to make it mature quickly, but..." Zhang Guizhu, the master craftsman who had just come out, sighed helplessly. "Leader Qin from our army is here." At this moment, the voice of the military representative stationed at the factory was heard at the door. Qin Jinai took a big step forward. After a few steps, he felt something was wrong and turned to look at the person behind him. "Xiao Chuan, follow me. Why are you standing there?" Qin Chuan hurriedly followed. He was shocked when he saw the car. The 1999 military parade still used a trailer, but I didn't expect that this multi-axle launch vehicle had already been tinkered with as early as 1993. However, for many years, we were unable to make breakthroughs in key technologies. It was not until we later cooperated with the Minsk vehicle plant that we were able to solve a large number of problems. "Leader Qin, welcome to our Ontai factory to inspect our work." Fan Gue came forward and said, "Leader Qin, we are currently developing a 5-axis chassis and have encountered some technical difficulties." "I know, so I'll ask someone to come over and take a look at you. Maybe that can solve the problem." "You invited an expert? That's great. We are waiting for the expert to come. Where's the expert?" Everyone looked outside but saw nothing. Qin Chuan coughed. "Ahem, let me show you. Young comrade, I know you're interested in our car, but there's still many problems with the car. You should stop looking at it. Let's wait for the experts to come." "Where are the experts? Where are the experts?" "Ahem, that's me. You? Were you? An expert?" Everyone looked at Qin Chuan in surprise, and then at Qin Jintai. "Leader Qin, is he the expert you brought?" Fan Gue couldn't help but question. "Xiao Chuan, please show us what's wrong with the car," Qin Jinai said. Many old masters showed disdain on their faces. How could such a little kid solve problems that we old masters couldn't solve? If it wasn't for Qin Jintai bringing it here, everyone would have started to oppose it a long time ago. Even now, even if they don't say it out loud, they won't agree with it in their hearts. Qin Chuan glanced down and asked, "When a steering wheel is turned to the limit, does this car make a rattling sound?" "Yes." Zhang Guizhu nodded. "We can still feel the force being fed back to our steering wheel, as if the hydraulic power pump can't handle it. However, we use an imported power pump, and it has leaked oil several times. When it comes time to straighten it, you have to use some force. It's not like a normal steering wheel that straightens itself automatically, right?" "Yes, that's it." Qin Jintai breathed a sigh of relief. He only knew that his nephew was good at heat treatment of steel. But in the car, Qin Chuan said that the problem was not with the steering gear, which made him a little worried and wondered whether Qin Chuan could handle it. Now, he only needs to glance down and know what's wrong with the car. It's just like a doctor taking a pulse. He can tell the symptom by just shaking hands. What a master. The disdain in the eyes of the other masters turned into suspicion, as if they were asking, "How did you know?" The reason lies with the toe-in. You didn't adjust it to the appropriate value. Toe-in? From the outside, the wheels appear to be the same at the front and rear, standing upright on the side of the car. In fact, the front steering wheels are not parallel. Looking down, the distance in front of the tires is smaller than that in the back, like a figure eight. Of course, the difference is very small, only a few millimeters. It is precisely because of this tiny difference that the vehicle's steering wheel will automatically return to the center position after the external force is lost, which has an important impact on the safety of the vehicle body. If the vehicle is running off the track, then you need to perform a four-wheel alignment according to the factory values. If the factory doesn't know, then try it little by little. Vehicles with 4 wheels are easier to deal with. But what about vehicles with 6 or 8 wheels? What about this vehicle with 10 wheels? The front 4 tires are steering wheels, and the last set will also steer. With so many tires, how do you adjust the toe value? Give me the tools: hammer, nails, tape measure, and wrench. Qin Chuan stretched out his hand. Someone handed it to him, and then Qin Chuan aimed the nail at the edge of the tire and raised the hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Put a nail in the tire? If it were someone else, he would be arrested immediately. However, no one dared to stop Qin Chuan. Or rather, everyone was curious about why he nailed the tires. The next moment they understood. Qin Chuan pulled out the tape measure and hung the hole on the end of the tape measure directly on the nail head. He pulled the tape measure and came to the other side. We have been using measuring tapes for decades, and although we know there is a small hole on the head of the tape measure, we have never known that this is how it is used. Qin Chuan introduced it to everyone while measuring. The measurement must be precise. After all, the error is only a few millimeters. If 2 people operate together, the error will increase. So, my method is the simplest. The toe end of the first axis is 5 millimeters, and the toe end of the second axis is 3 millimeters. The toe value of your first axle is too large, and the toe value of the second axle is too small. It would be strange if the steering wheels don't fight each other. Seeing Qin Chuan's skillful appearance, the old masters no longer had any doubts. Qin Chuan must do this kind of thing often, otherwise he wouldn't be so skilled. When the data came out, the old masters opened their mouths wide. Are you sure? How do you know? After Qin Chuan finished the measurement, he began to adjust it with a wrench. After adjusting the front axis, he began to adjust the last axis. As long as it is a steering wheel, it has to be slightly tilted so that it is easier to return to the straight position. Chapter 32. Help the military factory. We don't ask for money, we give money. Half an hour later, Qin Chuan finished adjusting the toe, opened the car door, and got into the driver's seat. It's done. Next we have to drive out to test the car. Please open the door. The door of the workshop is closed. After all, the things being tinkered with inside are confidential and cannot be seen by irrelevant people. However, Qin Chuan is not a professional test driver, so how can he drive the car? Fan Gui frowned but still said nothing. After all, it is normal for the mechanic to give it a try after repairing the car. Master Zhang Guozhu jumped into the passenger seat, and Qin Chuan had already turned the start knob skillfully. Military vehicles have a special feature: no keys required. There may be vehicles for logistics, but certainly not for combat troops. After all, where there are keys, there are chances of losing them. When you arrive at the battlefield and prepare to fight, you find that you have lost your keys and cannot open the military vehicle. Do you have to call a locksmith? The place where the key was originally inserted was a start knob. As Qin Chuan turned it, he felt a familiar vibration and roar under his butt. Buzz, buzz. This type of vehicle requires sufficient power, so the Russians directly used a tank engine. Although it has sufficient power, it has a short lifespan. The situation in China was different. In the late 1970s, the country opened its doors and introduced a large number of technologies from the West, including engines. Sitting under the butt is a V-type 12-cylinder air-cooled engine produced with Deutz technology. It can output 500 horsepower and is very powerful. It can definitely be used to drive this multi-axis launch vehicle. Step on the clutch and shift gears. Automatic transmission is popular in the West, but the East is not yet capable of it. This car is equipped with a manual transmission, but it has too many gears, 16. In this era, there are not many experienced drivers who can drive, but for Qin Chuan from later generations, this is the 16-speed gearbox commonly seen on heavy trucks. The main box is a 4-speed gearbox with a high and low-speed gearbox in the front, turning the 4th gear into 8 gears, and a half-speed gearbox in the back, making a total of 16 gears. For this kind of empty car, just start in 3rd gear. Release the clutch and step on the accelerator. The car started steadily, and Qin Jiantai looked surprised. Has this nephew driven before? How come he is so skilled? At this time, Qin Chuan had already gently rubbed the steering wheel with his hands, and the 2 rows of front wheels began to turn left, the last row of tires turned backwards, and the long body of the car turned flexibly. Okay. Zhang Guozhu in the car shouted excitedly. This is really good. Before, the steering wheel was not easy to use, so I had to swing it with both hands, just like driving on the Yellow River. Now it comes over just by rubbing it with the palm of your hand, which means the steering is very light and the steering machine can work normally. After struggling for a long time, it turned out that the toe-in was not adjusted properly. As a veteran, Zhang Guozhu felt a little ashamed. Then he looked at Qin Chuan with admiration in his eyes. Qin Gong, you are amazing. Where did you learn this skill of front beam? Where? Of course, I learned it before my rebirth. Nowadays, almost all cars in China have only one row of steering wheels, and heavy trucks are no exception. Only a few large vehicles have double rows of steering wheels. But in later times, 90% of the heavy trucks on the road have double-row steering wheels. With more cars, there are more faults. Through years of practice, the experienced masters have mastered the skill of adjusting the toe-in. Qin Chuan also helped tinker with this multi-axis launch vehicle at that time. He learned it from the master, and he also memorized the data. In order to find the appropriate toe-in value, the old masters adjusted and tested the car, and it took them more than half a year to finalize it. Now, it only takes half an hour. Everyone below had a smile on their face. Solved. Finally solved the problem. Leader Qin, this master you brought is really good. Fan Gue said excitedly. By the way, how much does it cost for master to come over? This is no longer the era when workers across the country were like one family. It's only natural to get paid for work. I don't know either, but he just solved the problem for the Yellow River factory and asked them for $500,000. What? Fan Gue was stunned instantly. 500,000. 500,000. Even if their factory could come up with the money, Qin Chuan just spent half an hour down there. Is it worth $500,000? However, if I don't give it to him, wouldn't I be offending the leader from the army next to me? However, this situation is different, and the fees must be different. You can ask him later. Qin Jiantai brought Qin Chuan here to solve the problem. Money matters were not his responsibility, and he didn't want to worry about it. The car drove around for 5 full laps outside. Qin Chuan had enough fun and drove the car back. When the car stopped, Qin Chuan jumped out and looked at Qin Jiantai with a smile. Uncle, the problem is solved. Second uncle? Fan Gue's heart skipped a beat again. They are relatives, so it seems that the 500,000 yuan is indispensable. Xiao Chuan, didn't I tell you in the car? After we get out, don't call me uncle. Oh, uncle, I was wrong. Fan Gue tried hard to force a smile. Mr. Qin, thanks to your help this time, otherwise we don't know how many days we would have to tinker with it. It's not easy for you to come here. Our factory will definitely find a way to help you raise the 500,000 yuan. What? 500,000? Qin Chuan shook his head. My second uncle? Leader Qin brought me here to help. How can I ask for money? I don't want a penny. Fan Gue opened his eyes wide. He didn't want a single cent? Qin Jianai looked at Qin Chuan with satisfaction. Good, a teachable boy. No, Mr. Qin, you have helped so much. How can you not ask for anything? We still have to give what we deserve. Let's... Chief Fan, the things you developed are for the purpose of defending our country. The less research and development funds you have, the lower the price you can offer to the troops, the more equipment the troops will have, and the more secure our country will be. So, I definitely won't ask for money. Qin Jiantai was even more satisfied. It was very good that Xiao Chuan had such awareness. But if you don't give me anything, you will feel guilty. I think you have some unused machinery and equipment in your factory that you can sell to me. Qin Chuan said, for example, automatic welding machines or something like that. When he heard about the machinery and equipment, Qin Jiantai thought his nephew wanted it for free, but those machines and equipment were not cheap. Later, when he heard that he wanted to buy it, Qin Jiantai breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, this nephew was very conscious. Mr. Qin, we have to use all the machinery and equipment. Even if they can't be used, the factory's fixed assets can't be sold casually. Fan Gue said, however, our factory has a batch of fire trucks modified from Jiefeng 141 that have never been sold. If you like them, I will sell them to you for 35,000 yuan each, a total of 50. The Jiefeng CA 141 was an advanced model that ended the Jiefeng factory's 30-year production cycle. It was warmly welcomed by the market as soon as it was launched, and more than 60,000 units were sold that year. In 1988, China opened its doors to the world and sold its products to many countries, even the United States and other Western countries. This car was sold for 35,000 yuan in the early 1990s, but now the price has risen to 50,000 yuan. Now this batch of vehicles have been converted into fire trucks, and the price is still 35,000 renminbi, which is equivalent to the factory using the previous purchase price and saving the conversion fee. Qin Chuan nodded. Okay, I want them all. Chapter 33. Foreign customers are coming. Go and meet them. The fiery red sunset shines on Liang Iron and Steel Plant. Old Qin, good news, good news. Li Runping held the telegram and said excitedly, the customer who bought our sky rocket last time is coming again. Really? That's great news. Qin Jiangwo smiled and said, we still have a batch of steel pipes left. If he wants them, we can turn them all into sky rockets and sell them to him. By the way, we still have this gas tank. Xiao Chuan said we have to sell it to him. By the way, where is Xiao Chuan? Xiao Chuan hasn't come back yet. How about we drive the Audi to the capital airport to pick up the client? The factory didn't have the conditions for this before, so customers could only come by themselves. Now the factory has vans and Audi cars. When picking up big customers like this, it would definitely be more impressive to use an Audi car. Ogawa bought this car, which will be of great use. Well, let's drive the Audi, but should we wait for Xiao Chuan to come back? There's not enough time, and I don't know where Jiantai took him. Okay, let's go. At the same time, Dongfeng Machinery Factory. Director Yang. Good news, good news. Guoqing trotted all the way and rushed into Yang Zhanfu's office. What good news? The foreigner who bought the rocket from Liang Steel Plant last time is here again. He even sent a telegram to Liang Steel Plant, asking them to go to the capital airport to pick him up. Guoqing was running out of breath and was breathing heavily when he spoke. It's here. It's finally here. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Director Yang, we have to borrow a Santana first. It will be more prestigious to drive a Santana to pick us up. I've inquired about it. Liang Iron and Steel Plant bought a van some time ago. When the time comes, we can drive the Santana to pick up customers. Customers will definitely prefer our car. Okay, I'll call right away. On the highway in Dongshan Province, a fiery red Santana sped along. Hurry, hurry. We must meet the customer before Liang Iron and Steel Plant. Yang Zhanfu was anxious. Director Yang, don't worry. His van from Liang Iron and Steel Plant is going to drive to the capital, but the distance is farther than ours, and the van is not as fast as our Santana, so he will definitely not arrive earlier than us. Besides, I've also made arrangements. Someone will be specially assigned to check vans when they pass through our county. Guoqing said, he has made all the necessary preparations, even though the method is somewhat shady. But they have already made so much money the last time they came to Yang Factory, they should be content. At this moment, they would never know that a black Audi sedan was driving much faster than them and had already left them far behind. Even if there were inspections along the way, they would only stop vans and not Audi cars. It was only 5 o'clock in the morning when the Audi arrived at the capital airport. This customer is in a hurry to come. He must be very satisfied with our last product. In the airport arrival building, Qin Jiangwo and Li Runping were discussing. Yeah, they made a big scene last time, but Xiao Chuan said he wanted to sell them gas cans this time. Could this gas tank be the same as the rocket? Li Runping was a little puzzled. I don't know. I hope Xiao Chuan can come back to the factory after we get the client. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to receive him. Time passed little by little as the two discussed. On the other side, on the road, Santana was still speeding. Hurry, speed up. Yang Zhanfu looked at his watch and said, it's almost 6 o'clock. The plane is about to land. We will be late for the pickup. I originally thought that the Santana would be faster, but who would have thought that we would encounter road construction in the middle of the journey and had to take a detour? We drove at full speed for half the night and still did not arrive at the airport on time. It doesn't matter. We can't make it in time, and the van can't make it either. We will definitely be able to pick up the customer. Guoqing spoke as if he was comforting Yang Zhanfu, or as if he was comforting himself. Definitely get the customer. There was the roar of planes in the sky. They were already near the airport. After the plane landed, it took time for the passengers to get off the plane and go through customs, but they still had time. Finally, the Santana arrived at the airport. Yang Zhanfu and Guoqing jumped out of the car and ran straight to the terminal building. After they ran there breathlessly, they suddenly discovered a fatal problem. Okay, the passenger is coming out. Lao, you keep an eye on him. When he comes out, we'll take him away. Okay, I'll take a look. By the way, Director Yang, do you know what the customer looks like? How could I know? I haven't seen it. When he said this, Guiqing suddenly reacted. Quick, find a cardboard and a pen. When picking up someone, it would be best if you have met the person before. If not, you should write a sign with who you are picking up and hold it high. When the other person sees it, they will naturally come over. Lao Gua, you stay here and watch. I'll go find it. What's the point of me looking? I don't know him. Let's split up and look for him. By the time the two men finished writing the sign and ran over, all the passengers had left. Let's go to the parking lot and find a van. Even if someone is in the car, we must get him out. Yang Zhanfu made up his mind. This is a matter of life and death for the factory. When it comes to critical moments, you have to roll up your sleeves and get to work. The two men hurried out and headed straight for the parking lot. Just as they entered the parking lot, an Audi whizzed away. In the car, Qin Zhengwo smiled and said, Mr. Mar, welcome to our Dongfang. Are you satisfied with the flying monkeys last time? Those rockets are pretty good, but we still found some problems that need to be improved. Improve. Yes, those flying monkeys are not powerful enough. We need something more powerful. Although the rocket made of water pipes can fly far, its power is not strong enough. After all, the warhead weighs less than 10 kilograms. How much explosives can it hold? Therefore, even if it falls, it will only have the power of a cluster grenade, and it will not have much effect against solid buildings. They need a very powerful rocket launcher, the kind that can blow up a building. At this moment, Qin Zhengwo suddenly remembered what Qin Chuan said. This guy is definitely amazing. He already knew what the customers need. When Qin Chuan promoted the water pipe sky rocket for the first time, he knew its advantages and disadvantages. Therefore, he predicted in advance that customers would be dissatisfied with its power, so he made the gas tank in advance. When did my son become so powerful? Qin Zhengwo suppressed his inner surprise and took over the conversation. Mr. Amar, our factory has already put into production gas cylinders. I believe this kind of thing will satisfy you. Gas tank? Amar's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't he think of that? Chapter 34. Two types of steel pipes are needed to release gas tanks. The Audi 100 sedan sped along the mountain road steadily and arrived at the Liang iron and steel plant before lunch. When Qin Zhengwo saw Qin Chuan and other factory leaders waiting at the door, he finally let go of his worries. Good, I'm finally back. If Qin Chuan wasn't here, I wouldn't know how to fool these foreign customers. Amar, welcome, welcome. Seeing the car stop, Qin Chuan enthusiastically helped open the door. Qin, those flying monkeys last time. Come on, let's go in and talk while we eat. A table full of dishes had already been prepared in the cafeteria, and in accordance with the customers' living habits, the meat was mainly beef and mutton. The large pot in the center was the hard dish, braised lamb. The canteen had been busy since morning, and the food was just cooked. When Amar came in and smelled the familiar fragrance, his face was immediately filled with emotion. Qin, you guys put your heart into it. Of course we are. We are not just doing business. We are also making friends. Amar, this is your second visit, and you came directly to us at Liang Iron and Steel Plant. So of course we have to be a good host. Come, let's eat. Dad, why are you guys just standing there? Hurry up and get to the table, and bring the Jianlibo. In this era, Jianlibo is definitely the most high-end beverage, much better than Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Jianlibo is boring. How about we try? Qin Zhengwo stopped talking abruptly. Looking at the table full of beef and mutton, he could of course think of something. But you can't tell him about his favorite drink, Liang to chew. So you'd better keep quiet and leave everything to Xiao Chuan. Come on, everyone sit down. The meal was a lively one. Amar and the others got into the Audi as soon as they got off the plane. Although they had a little meal during the meal, it was not to their appetite. Now my mouth is full of oil after eating this meal. It is so refreshing, especially Jianlibo. This drink is really good. However, Amar did not forget the important matter. During the meal, he wanted to bring it up several times, but finally couldn't help himself. Qin, isn't it inconvenient to carry something like a gas tank? Of course. An empty gas tank weighs about 15 kilograms. When filled with liquefied gas, it weighs more than 30 kilograms. It's not convenient to carry this kind of thing away easily. You need to install a water pipe about 20 centimeters thick and more than 1 meter long at the back so that you can carry it away. Do you have any here? No. Qin Chuan shook his head. We only have water pipes of the same diameter as last time. Different rockets have different thicknesses. For the simplest water tube rocket, a steel pipe with a diameter of about 10 centimeters is enough. However, in order to push the gas tank out, the diameter has to be doubled, and as a result, the range will be greatly reduced. If you want power, you must have range. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Qin Jiangwo was about to speak up. What's so difficult about this? We have a pipe rolling machine in our factory. We can roll the pipes as thick as you want. Just roll another batch and it's done. We should make as much money as we can. However, he still held back. Since Qin Chuan doesn't want to make this money, he must have his reasons. You'd better not make things more complicated. At the same time, in order to ensure that the gas tank does not go the wrong way when being transported, the gas tank needs to be stuffed into a steel pipe that is thicker than it, so that it can be moved accurately. Qin Chuan continued. Water tube rockets are very simple. All you need is a tilted iron frame. If you don't have one, you can use something else to support it. As long as it doesn't block the tail wing, there will be no problem. But this gas tank is different. In front is a thick gas tank, and in the back is a propellant cartridge that is thinner than it, and a ring has to be welded at the tail. The ring is connected to the central propellant cartridge steel pipe through several steel plates. On the one hand, it serves as a tail fin, and, on the other hand, it ensures that the front and rear are the same thickness, so that it can be easily inserted into a steel pipe thicker than a gas tank. So if you want to fly a gas tank, you need two types of steel pipes. Qin Jiangwo was even more incredulous. Xiaochuan, we could do it ourselves. Can we make a lot of money? Are they afraid that the surrounding brother units will be jealous and give the meat to them? Yes, on the way here, I've been thinking about the problem of transporting gas tanks. Now your plan is the most perfect, but the two steel pipes. When Amar heard Qin Jiangwo mention the gas tank, he was wondering how to release the gas tank. Now that he knew the answer, he became a little worried. Where could he get a steel pipe? Qin, if you can't produce it here, then introduce us to a manufacturer that can produce these steel pipes, and we... Amar, my friend, buying things costs money. Qin Chuan said, wouldn't it be better if we could get something without spending any money? Of course, things that don't cost money are the best. The problem is this kind of pie-in-the-sky thing is just something you can just think about, but do you really think you can get these steel pipes without spending any money? Qin, do you have any idea? Although Amar didn't believe it, he had to listen. Qin Chuan chuckled and said, I heard that some wealthy people in your area have laid water pipes in the desert. However, the construction of those water pipes is not popular. Why don't you find a chance to dig out the water pipe? Amar's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, why didn't he think of that? When the Davidics founded the nation, 60% of the land was desert. Although various means were used to increase the country's land area sixfold, the country's land area is still mainly desert, and there are not many arable lands. So they had to build farms in the desert, invented drip irrigation technology, and created methods to collect dew, but it was all just a drizzle compared to the huge demand. So they spent a huge amount of money to build a 145-kilometer-long pipeline to pump water from the Jordan River to the desert farms. The pipe on the main road is thick enough to be used as an external launching tube, and the pipe on the branch line leading to the desert farm can be used as the launching cartridge behind the gas tank. Now the problem is solved. Qin, thank you for your advice. You are really a good friend to us. This is as it should be. Whether they are friends or partners, we have to consider our customers. By the way, how many gas cylinders do you plan to get this time? Should we get a cargo first? A ship? How big a ship? Even if it is an ocean-going cargo ship of several thousand tons, it can carry 100,000 or 200,000 tons at a time, right? The manufacturing cost of a gas cylinder is not low. It costs about 100 yuan to sell one in China. If we sell 200,000 of them, that would be 20 million yuan. How much is it in US dollars? Qin Jiangwo didn't say anything. He didn't need to say anything. He just had to wait happily for Qin Chuan to talk to the client. Then we'll start with 400,000. Amar nodded because the big financial backers behind the scenes were encouraged by the last action and gave them more sponsorship. We can ask for more this time. We can hide them among the people at ordinary times. When we need them. Okay, then we'll give you our best price, still $50 a pop. By the way, this gas tank should not only contain liquefied petroleum gas, but also something else. The effect will be better. Chapter 35. Blocking the door and exhaust pipe. Capital Airport. What? He left in Audi. Upon hearing this news, Yang Zhanfu was stunned. How? Is it possible? Could it be that the Foreign Affairs Department came to pick him up? Have no idea. Guoqing said, I sent a few boxes of good cigarettes, and that's all I can find out. I don't know anything else, but what? But I think it's more like he used his connections at Liang Iron and Steel Plant to hire an Audi to pick him up. I think the only way for us to go next is to go to Liang Iron and Steel Plant. We will just squat at the entrance. I don't believe we won't be able to meet foreign customers. That's right. Let's go to the gate of Lion Iron and Steel Plant. Yang Jianfu also made up his mind. We'll wait and see. As long as the foreigners come out, we'll pounce on them. Foreigners may not have gone there yet, but they will definitely go there, and we will definitely be able to catch them. The foreign customers are planning to go to Liang Iron Steel Plant, so they would definitely show up at the door whether they win or not. Block the door. For Dongfeng Machinery Factory, I'll get my all. They have already produced a large number of rockets. If they can't sell them, their factory will be completely bankrupt. So, you have to go even if you get beaten. By the time Santana arrived at Liang Iron Steel Plant, it was already evening. The setting sun painted the hillside golden, just like the harvest season in autumn. After turning the corner of the mountain pass ahead, you'll see the gate of Liang Iron and Steel Plant. Guoqing looked at the map, compared it with the surrounding scenery, and said, "At this time, they should be off work." At this moment, a black car suddenly jumped out in front. It had a wide body and a long and flat front, and it looked very high-end. The four circles on the front of the car sparkled and sparkled in the sun. Audi car. It must be them. Quick, stop them. Whoosh. The Audi has whizzed past. It's so fast, so cool. Damn it. Why didn't you turn the steering wheel to stop him just now? Yang Jianfu got angry. Director Yang, this car is borrowed. If it gets hit, what are you waiting for? Hurry, turn around and chase him. By the time the driver turned around, only the taillights of the Audi were visible. Chase quickly. This time the driver did not hesitate. He stepped on the accelerator and increased the speed to 3,000 RPM. The Santana's tires squeakingly rushed out. Chase. Audi's 2.6-liter V6 engine is powerful enough that it looks like it's strolling in the garden, but just step on the accelerator slightly, and the speed increases instantly. But Santana is not so good. Even though the government uses a 1.8-liter displacement car, the power is only a pitiful 80 to 90 horsepower, almost half of the Audi. You have to step on the accelerator to the bottom, and the engine roars to catch up. In this way, we chased all the way to Liang County and drove into the People's Hotel. It turned out that they were arranging accommodation for the guests. Let's wait until they come out, then we can go in and talk to the client alone. Sitting in the Santana parked on the roadside outside, Yang Jianfu could finally breathe a sigh of relief. 10 minutes later, an Audi drove out. When the car passed by the Santana, the people inside seemed to glance over here and then drove away. Director Yang, why do I feel that this car and the people inside it are very familiar? Yeah, I feel familiar with it too. Forget about him. Let's go in. The Audi turned at the intersection ahead, went straight into the alley, and stopped. Brother Chuan, I'm going to find the old man and arrest all these people. How dare they follow us? Humph. Qin Chuan shook his head. No. Anyone who can drive a Santana must be someone of high status. Don't cause trouble for Uncle Lee. Okay, Brother Chuan. Then let's just wait like this? Qin Chuan smiled and said, when it gets dark, take 2 gloves and go over there. And when you get a chance, block his exhaust pipe. Good. Li Jianxi's eyes lit up. Blocking the exhaust pipe, this is a good idea. Brother Chuan looks very confident. He shouldn't be afraid of these people stealing his business, right? Of course, Qin Chuan is not afraid. Last time we sold a large number of rocket launchers. Many factories must have been tempted, and some even made a large number in advance, and were waiting to sell them. Since we have been following them all the way this time, there must be a lot of stock in the factory. They have to find ways to connect with foreign customers. After all, they have to sell their inventory. It is easy to steal for 1,000 days, but it is difficult to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. It is better to let them meet with foreign customers once, and then you can give up. When he came, Qin Chuan only knew that someone was following him. He just came out and took a glance and found that it was an old acquaintance. Well, I'll give you this opportunity to let you know how to write the word regret. In fact, Qin Chuan has a good impression or even sympathy for Dongfeng Machinery Factory, a former third-line factory. After all, they dedicated their best years to their careers and then were ruthlessly abandoned, which is a bit miserable. But the factory had been contracted out long ago, and apart from the name, the people inside were no longer the same people as before. If you have the ability, go find clients yourself. If you don't have the ability, you have to poach clients from others. This is also a special habit of many bosses. The Davids, the smartest people in the world, will build a gas station when they find a place with heavy traffic. The second person will come and build a restaurant. The third person will come and build a supermarket. Soon, this place will develop into a town. How do some Oriental bosses do business? The first one opened a gas station. The second one also opened a gas station. And the third one came and continued to open gas stations. And then they engaged in vicious competition and snatched customers by offering low prices. Come on, compete. Lower the prices. We're not afraid. We have already changed lanes. Boom, boom. Hearing the knock on the door outside, Amar's men immediately became alert. The habit he developed over the years has made him pick up a fruit knife on the table. Amar waved his hand to indicate that it was nothing serious. Excuse me, is Mr. Amar in there? We are from Dongfeng Machinery Factory, and we are here to discuss business with you. Amar stood up and went to open the door himself. Yang Zhanfu and Guiqing were all smiles. Mr. Amar, we are so sorry to bother you so late. We just found out you were here. Can we go in and talk? Of course, you're welcome. Sitting on the sofa, Yang Zhanfu did not walk around in circles. After all, he heard that foreigners did not like the Chinese way of practicing Tai Chi, so it was better to go straight forward. Mr. Amar, I heard that you purchased a large number of rockets from our country last time. In fact, you paid too much last time. Amar frowned. What is this for? The Liang factory they run is a small private steel mill with low technology, poor product quality, and high production costs. Our Dongfeng Machinery Factory is a large state-owned factory. It used to be a military factory. The rockets we produce are of first-class quality. We guarantee that you will be satisfied. As for the price, we only sell it at half the price of Liang steel plant. Amar frowned even deeper. I'm very sorry, you two. I'm not here to buy any rockets. I don't know what the rockets you're talking about are. I'm just an ordinary purchaser. I came to the East to buy gas cylinders. Chapter 36. The customer doesn't want a monkey. He wanted a gas tank instead. You don't know? How could you not know? When Liang Iron and Steel Plant exported goods, they had to send them to the customs for inspection. The customs checked them carefully and finally released them in the name of flying monkeys. After all, it's just a deformed steel pipe. There's nothing wrong with it being exported. However, everyone knows what it does specifically. Especially when I saw the news on TV, it confirmed everyone's guess. You're still pretending here? Yang Zhanfu and Guiqing looked at each other and then understood. After all, this thing involves great risks, so it's normal for the other party not to trust you. Mr. Amar, our factory has already produced a large number of rockets. Our factory's cars are parked outside. I'll take you to our factory and you'll understand that we really want to do business with you. What you hear is not as good as what you see. It will make you feel at ease if you let the foreigners see the real thing, right? Who would have thought that Amar continued to shake his head? No, you two. I made it very clear I don't know what a flying monkey is. I'm here to buy a gas tank. If you have a gas tank in your factory, I can take a look. Yang Zhanfu and Guiqing looked at each other again, and this time they were both suspicious. Could it be that foreign customers really came to buy gas cylinders? That shouldn't be the case. Why buy a gas tank? Do you expect a big thing like that to fly? If you two have nothing else to do, please go back. The bodyguard at the side also came over with murderous eyes. Yang Zhanfu and Guiqing looked at each other, wondering how it could have turned out like this. But the two knew in their hearts that if they continued to stay, they would only arouse the disgust of foreigners. I should go back first and think of other solutions. Anyway, I know that foreigners live here, so I could just come back tomorrow. The two men walked out with heavy steps, both with ugly looks on their faces. Bang, bang. The door of the Santana was closed. The driver looked at the expressions of the two people and was a little suspicious. Director Yang, this matter didn't work out? Don't we have a lower price? The customer said he didn't want a rocket anymore. He wanted a gas cylinder instead. Yang Zhanfu said, there must be something wrong here. Yes, let's go wait outside Liang Iron and Steel Plant and try to find someone who knows the situation well to inquire about it. Let's go, Guiqing said. The driver turned the key. Buzz, buzz. Domestic cars are of poor quality and often take several tries to start. But this German car is of first-rate quality and will catch fire instantly even in the dead of winter. Who would have thought that I wouldn't be able to start the car tonight? It was as if the engine was holding back its power and just wouldn't start. It's strange. The driver released the key, paused for more than 10 seconds, and then started it again. Who would have thought that it would be the same as last time? What's going on? I don't know. The driver frowned and went down, opened the engine cover, and looked inside. Everything was fine. Go up and try again. Still can't hit it. Director Yang, this car seems to be broken. Broken down? Fix it quickly. We borrowed this car. If it breaks down, Yang Zhanfu's mood became even worse. In the third-floor room of the People's Hotel, The burly bodyguard opened the curtains and looked outside. Then he said, "Sir Amar, they're pretending that their car has broken down and they are refusing to leave. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. They don't dare to do anything wrong. They just want to supervise us." Amar said, "Call Liang Steel Plant and ask them to pick us up at the back door tomorrow. We will go out through the back door." "Yes, Lord Amar. Where do these people come from?" "Nothing. Probably a business competitor who wants to poach us from Liang Iron and Steel Plant." "What a pity. It's too stupid to make the flying monkey." "They're done. Can we bring it in?" The enemy was prepared after the last hail of bullets. "Next, if we transport the skyrocketing monkey over there again, it will be easily seized. The most we can do is transport water pipes over there, and they will modify them on the spot." However, they requested 100,000 last time, and only 10,000 have been launched so far, with 90,000 left, so there is no rush to continue purchasing. What they need are powerful weapons, and gas tanks are just right. Moreover, gas tanks are absolutely civilian products, and the enemy will not be prepared at all. Similarly, the modification can only be done on their side. If the gas tank is welded before being transported over, it will definitely be discovered. And they only need to buy gas tanks, and the rest can be obtained from local materials. Qin is really nice. Instead of thinking about making more money for himself, he has been trying to find ways to save money for himself. What about the people who came tonight? They said it was half price, but after they bought it, there might be all kinds of traps. If you buy something at a low price, there must be something wrong with it. I wonder what Yang Zhanfu and others would think if they knew that they were suspected for proactively lowering the price. But at this moment, they didn't have time to think about these things. Their car broke down. What should they do next? No, if the car breaks down, it's a small matter. But if the skyrocketing monkey can't be sold, that would be a big deal. Yang Zhanfu and Guiqing were sitting on the steps by the roadside, smoking cigarettes with depressed looks on their faces. "Olga, if the sky monkey can't be sold this time..." "No, it will definitely sell," Guiqing said. "We only sell it at half the price, and customers have no reason not to want it. They have also verified the power of this thing. They just don't trust us. I heard that when Liang factory was selling to customers, they brought the skyrocket directly with them. Why don't we ask the factory to send a sample over?" Guiqing was not discouraged and was still full of hope. "That's right. Let's hurry up." As Yang Zhanfu spoke, he looked at the car again. Why hasn't the car been repaired yet? In the alley not far away, Li Jianxi came back with a smile. "Brother Chuan, it was done. It's amazing. They didn't even notice it. I saw the driver pull out the spark plug caps. They definitely didn't know that the exhaust pipe was clogged." It was pitch dark, and the driver got out of the car to relieve himself. Li Jianxi secretly ran over to block the exhaust pipe without the other party knowing at all. "Brother Chuan, I also know the people in the nearby auto repair shop. Do you want to go over and say hello and make some money from these guys?" "No, let's go back." Qin Chuan turned the key and started the engine. "If you do too much, you will easily be discovered. Besides, there's no need to make things too harsh on people. Just teach them a lesson. After all, we have dealt with each other before and will deal with each other again in the future." The Audi drove away, and the driver of the Santana didn't come to his senses until late at night. When he used a wire to hook out two gloves that were stuck tightly in the exhaust pipe, he couldn't help but curse. Whose naughty kid did this? If I find out, I'll skin him alive. Chapter 37. Have we met before? No, you were wrong. The next day, early in the morning, the workers at Liang Iron and Steel Plant are composed of two parts. Those who came from Shugong to start a business with Qin Jiangwo were mainly engaged in technical work, while the nearby villagers mainly did physical work. As the sun rose, large numbers of workers came from all directions on bicycles and wearing safety helmets. However, when they came to the corner of the mountain road, they were surprised to see the wheels of a Santana fell into the ditch. The villagers were all very honest. Without saying a word, they jumped off their bicycles and helped push the cart. 1, 2. Soon there were more than a dozen, and Santana was finally pushed up. "Thank you." Yang Zhanfu wiped the sweat from his forehead and handed cigarettes to each worker. "Here, you've worked hard. Have a cigarette." The workers took the cigarettes and put them in their lips. Guiqing lit up the fire and said with a smile, "Are you workers from the nearby factory?" "Yes, from the steel mill." "Is your factory very busy recently?" "Of course. We have been producing gas cylinders recently. These gas cylinders are..." "Old Zhang," the old worker nearby shouted. Lao Zhang reacted immediately and laughed. "Well, it's getting late. We have to go to work." After the workers left, Yang Zhanfu and Guoqing were dumbfounded. It's weird. After they sold a rocket last time, they switched to producing gas cylinders. And this time, the foreign customers came and just wanted gas cylinders. Yeah, could it be that they had discussed it last time? Not good. Both Yang Zhanfu and Guoqing's faces darkened. When people heard that Liang Iron and Steel Plant made money by selling rockets, everyone became jealous. Many factories like their Dongfeng machinery plant switched to producing rockets. Everyone was busy purchasing steel pipes and welding steel pipes, just waiting for foreign customers to come and provide them with the finished products directly. Now what? The foreign customers actually don't want rockets, but want gas tanks instead. This is terrible. What to do? Yang Zhanfu gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go in and ask." Blocking foreign customers at the door is already a big risk. If you go in and question them, you might get beaten to death. However, Yang Zhanfu and Guoqing did not hesitate, and now it was not their turn to hesitate. If they don't fight for it, the factory will go bankrupt. Don't drive the car, let's walk. What if a fight breaks out and the car is smashed? This car is borrowed. The two men took big strides and walked towards Liang Iron and Steel Plant. As soon as they reached the door, they saw the Audi car parked in the yard. At this time, two young men were walking toward the car. The sunlight was bright, illuminating the two people's appearance clearly, and both Yang Zhanfu and Guoqing recognized them. "Audi car, young man, you are the one who went to our Dongfeng machinery factory last time." These two people pretended to be provincial leaders and took away the hydraulic press from our factory. The hydraulic press is an essential equipment for manufacturing gas tanks. Now, even if their Dongfeng machinery factory wants to switch to producing gas cylinders, it does not have the ability to do so. Because they don't have any equipment on hand, can they buy new ones? They can't even afford second-hand ones. After figuring this out, both of them were furious. "Damn it, liar. I'm going to kill you." Yang Zhanfu shouted loudly. "Director, don't be impulsive." Guoqing still retained a trace of rationality. But he failed to hold him back, as Yang Zhanfu had already rushed towards Qin Chuan and Li Jianxi. Qin Chuan was a little embarrassed. He had never really thought about meeting Yang Zhanfu and the others. This kind of thing can be done behind the scenes, but now that we are face to face, I feel like I am caught stealing someone else's wife. Li Jianxi didn't let the other party off, so he just picked up a guy from the side. It was really just a spare rocket that he picked up casually. The sharp tip was pointed at the person who came, and Yang Zhanfu stopped in an instant. "Do you dare to go up? You'll be stabbed through the body." Other people in the factory also reacted and rushed over with their weapons. Even Guoqing was not immune. "You dare to come to our factory to cause trouble? Isn't this courting death? Even if we kill these two people today and bury them somewhere, no one may know. You come to Yangchang to bully people. You repay kindness with enmity." Yang Zhanfu shouted loudly. "Humph! On the way to the factory, we helped you push the cart, and now you come to cause trouble. Who is repaying kindness with enmity? I say, old man, do you have any misunderstanding? Have we met before? Keep pretending." Yang Zhanfu was extremely angry. "I am Yang Zhanfu, the director of Dongfeng Machinery Factory. You bought a hydraulic press from our factory to make gas tanks. Your calculations are really shrewd. You continue to make money from foreigners and screw our Dongfeng factory." "Really? How come I didn't know? Do you have any evidence? Everyone in our factory has seen you, and your Audi. Does what the workers in your factory say count? Everyone in our factory can prove that I, Qin Chuan, have never been to your factory." Yang Zhanfu gnashed his teeth and said, "You are just bullying me." "Director Yang, there must be a misunderstanding here." Qin Chuan looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, go away, go away. Come on, Director Yang, let's go inside and talk. Let's talk." Yang Zhanfu walked into an office nearby with his head held high and chest puffed out, as if he was going to the execution ground. "Drink some water first." Jianxi, what are you doing? Throw away what you have in your hands and go pour some water for Director Yang." "Director Yang, what's the name of the person following you?" "My name is Guoqing. I work in the sales department of Dongfeng Factory. You've obviously seen me before. Why are you pretending not to know me?" "I really don't know him. You must have made a mistake. By the way, have you read martial arts novels? For example, The Twins of Heroes. There are two twin brothers in it. There are many people in the world who look alike." "Snort, you two are here to ask for help. Are you encountering any difficulties in the factory?" Qin Chuan said, "I, Qin Chuan, am a warm-hearted person. If your factory needs any help, just let me know. Yang Zhanfu rolled his eyes and said, our factory has produced a large number of flying monkeys, but there is no market for them. Foreigners don't want them. Do you have any solution? I thought it was some big deal, but it's just this little thing. Okay, leave it to me. Send the flying monkeys that no one in your factory wants to ours. Guoqing frowned. Qin Chuan agreed so quickly. Did he want to be a middleman? As long as the price is right, it doesn't matter if he makes some profit. It seems that foreigners recognize him, and there is no other way. How much is one? We charge by the pound. How much is 1 pound? Our Liang iron and steel plant offers the highest price. Now all the steel plants out there offer 50 cents per pound, but we offer 70 cents. What scrap metal price? Guoqing and Yang Zhanfu's faces changed drastically in an instant. Okay, I thought you were sincere, but it turns out you were just trying to tease us. Chapter 38. What to do if you don't have enough scrap metal. Buy it abroad. You too. Those rockets produced by your factory are destined to be unsaleable. It is already very good that our factory is willing to buy them now, and we're buying them at a high price. If you don't want to sell it, forget it. However, the door of our Liang factory is always open to you. Qin Chuan said, I have something else to do, so I won't keep you here. Please do as you please. You want to chase us away? Before Yang Zhanfu finished speaking, various noises were heard outside. The area behind our mountain is pretty good. We can dig a hole and bury a few people. That's right. If we are caught in the future, it will all be my fault, Old Li. I will take the blame alone. I think it would be better to let the car and the people fall off the cliff together and create a traffic accident. Yang Zhanfu and Guoqing's faces changed. This era is really not peaceful. Let's go. The two had no choice but to leave. By the time they returned to the Santana, the Audi had already driven away. Director Yang, what should we do now? Guoqing said, should we bring all the workers in our factory over here? No. If that happens, we won't be in the right. After all, this is their territory. We have to think of other ways. What else can we do? That car of his must have come from an illegal source. Last time, he drove it to our factory to defraud people. Let's sue him. That's right, let's sue him. We can't go to the town, as he might bribe us. Let's go to the county and sue him. Even the county magistrate doesn't have a better car than him. So an hour later, Li Gang, the county's top official in charge of public security, met with them in person. Director Li, there's an Audi sedan in the Liang steel plant. This car must have come from a legal source. It must be smuggled. The Liang iron and steel factory is equivalent to selling stolen goods to them. This is too much. Really? There's such a thing? Just wait. I'll send someone to investigate right away. Li Gang said righteously. We will never tolerate it. Half an hour later, Li Gang's men came in and said, report, we have investigated clearly that the Audi car from Liang Iron and Steel Plant was obtained from the auction of smuggled cars at the Jincheng port. The procedures are normal. Really? Li Gang nodded and looked at Yang Zhanfu and Guoqing. You guessed right, it is indeed a smuggled car, but it has been seized by the customs and then auctioned normally. Their car documents are in good order, but you are suspected of defamation. The two were stunned. No, we're just providing some clues. We don't know either. This kind of thing can't happen again. Yes. Oh, and there was also a scammer who came to our factory and stole a hydraulic press. Really? What evidence do you have? This is a big case. Have you thought it over? Are you sure you want to report it? Yes. Then explain it. 10 minutes later. Bang. Li Gang slammed the table. Are you too bold? From what you said, isn't it just a normal business? They gave you money and you sold the goods. You didn't force them to buy or sell. How can this be considered a scam? You are reporting a false case. No, we were wrong. The backs of both men were soaked with sweat. When they came out, they looked behind them with anger on their faces. We took the initiative to deliver the goods to your door in the first place. Let's go to the delivery address. Yang Zhanfu still didn't give up. When they arrived at Laishi coal mine and heard their purpose, the mine manager waved his hands and said, No, we have never seen any hydraulic presses. Are you kidding me? We are a coal mine, not a machinery factory. What do we need a hydraulic press for? All clues are gone. Yang Zhanfu and Guoqing were completely dumbfounded. Qin Chuan drove the car, followed by his best friend Li Jianxi, and took Amar and others to the next factory. The gas tank cannot be filled entirely with gas. Some solid particles must be added to effectively increase its power. Of course, These solid particles can also be purchased from the East. Qin Chuan does good things to the end, considers the customers, and helps customers solve all problems. Qin Chuan didn't come back until the next night. Ogawa, where are the clients? Send them away, Dad. Now it's up to us. Xiao Chuan, there is something that Dad didn't want to trouble you with, but now Dad really has no choice. What's going on? Are the people from Dongfeng Machinery Factory causing trouble again? No, it didn't come back. Third uncle and fourth uncle opening a coal mine? I'll do it when I have time. No. What is that? We are seriously short of raw materials. Even though we have raised the purchase price, we are still unable to meet the demand. 400,000 gas tanks, each weighing 15 kilograms. That's 6,000 tons of steel. Their Liang steel plant is just a small steel plant. It has no iron ore and relies on purchasing scrap iron to make steel. The scrap iron required is at least 8,000 tons or even 10,000 tons. And now, even if they raise the price, they could only get back 400 or 500 tons of scrap metal. Old Lee has returned to the capital steel plant and wants to purchase a batch of steel from there. But even if we have connections, we can't get back 7,000 or 8,000 tons. At most, 1,000 tons. The remaining raw materials are really worrying me. In the past, he was worried about the mountains of products. Now, we have orders and no backlog, so we are starting to worry about raw materials again. What to do? Qin Chuan smiled and said, Dad, it's just some scrap metal. What's so difficult about it? Not difficult. Even if we bring back all the scrap metal from Dongshan province, I'm afraid there won't be that much, right? Qin Zhangwo frowned and looked at Qin Chuan. What solutions do you have? There's only rail steel left. In order to ensure emergency repairs at any time, a few poles are left at intervals along the railway line. But this is illegal. Qin Zhangwo believed that his son would not do such a thing. Dad, I need to get passport. Passport? That's right. I'll go abroad and buy scrap steel. It's cheap and in sufficient quantity. It's perfect for us. Okay. Qin Zhangwo thought for a moment and nodded. Go ahead. The existing scrap iron and the iron we got back from Shugong should be able to support our production for a while. Don't worry. Protect yourself well when you go abroad. The world out there is not peaceful. If it were in the past, Qin Zhangwo would never let Qin Chuan go abroad. With his idle appearance, it would be a waste of money for him to go abroad. But now, there's so much money in the factory's account, all earned by Qin Chuan. Even if Qin Chuan really wants to go abroad to play, Qin Zhangwo has no objection. By the way, Dad, the last time I came back, I bought 50 fire truck from the Tian factory. I haven't taken care of it during this period. Please make this deal. Fire trucks? 50 of them. One is enough for our factory, right? Why did you buy so many? Modify it. Once it's done, I'll sell it to Amar and the others next time they come. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, he looked at Li Runping again. Uncle Li, how much money do we have in our account back home? $9,538,303. Li Runping spoke in a low voice, afraid that others would hear. These are just domestic accounts. There's even more money in foreign accounts, all in US dollars. Take out 5 million of it and purchase a large number of agricultural products and light industrial products from our country, such as buttons, needles and thread, various canned fruits, flashlights, fur coats, etc. Buy as much as you can. Xiao Chuan, what are you doing? Our steel plant doesn't need these things. We need these things. What's it for? Change to scrap metal. Chapter 39, Deep Feelings, One Mouth. The Southern Bug River and the Inhor River flow slowly, passing through the once vibrant city of Nikolaev, through the once bustling shipyard, and then into the Black Sea. In the shipyard, the tall gantry cranes, the huge slipway, the wide dock, and the outfitting pier that once docked countless warships are now completely silent. There's still some people moving around, but they no longer have the momentum they once had with their heads held high. They walked slowly on the road to the shipyard with their heads down, carrying a few pieces of steel in their arms. After selling them, they could go to the bar to have a glass of vodka. They loved drinking before, and now they want to get drunk every day. Only in this way can they forget the pain and their past glory. In this turbulent era, they have lost all their ideals. Those who are sober are the most miserable. For example, in a villa near the shipyard, an old man stood on the balcony on the second floor, looking towards the direction of the shipyard, his eyes full of nostalgia for the past and helplessness about the current situation. His eyes turned towards the outfitting dock. There's also a huge warship there, waiting quietly. Its huge outline, the rising deck at the bow, and the island that was like a hill all seemed to be speaking. Oh, the old man couldn't help but sigh again. As the director of the most powerful Nikolaev shipyard in the Red Empire era, the old man has always lived in pain. How nice it would be if we could go back to the past. Yuri Ivanovich Makarov was born in 1934. He graduated from the Nikolaev Shipbuilding Institute in 1958 and was then assigned to the Nikolaev shipyard, where he began his glorious life. He is smart and capable, willing to work hard and use his brain, and is highly appreciated by the old factory director. He became the chief engineer of the shipyard in 1976 and the director of the shipyard in 1979. During his most energetic years, which also happened to be the period when the Red Empire was at its most powerful, the Navy also experienced rapid development. Relying on the superior geographical conditions of an ice-free port, the Nikolaev shipyard became the only shipyard for the Red Navy's heavy aircraft carrier cruisers. First, 4 40,000-ton type 1143 heavy aircraft carrier cruisers were built and put into service, and were named Kiev-class aircraft carriers by NATO. Then, the construction of super battleships of 60,000 to 70,000 tons began in full swing. The Type 1143.5 heavy aircraft carrier cruiser experienced numerous twists and turns and eventually entered service in the Russian Navy. After several name changes, it was finally named Kuznetsov. Type 1143.6, also known as the Varyag, is already 70% completed, but can only lie on the outfitting dock, exposed to the sun and wind. However, this warship is at least still there, and the fate of its next ship, the Type 1143.7, the Ulyanovsk, is even more tragic. It's all my fault. I trusted the West too much. Makarov was very, very sad. He had a premonition. The Varyag could no longer be built. The aircraft carrier era of the Red Empire had ended, and the great cause that the Nikolaev shipyard had been striving for 35 years had also ended. Thinking of this, Makarov felt a wave of pain in his heart again. Meanwhile, near the shipyard, the Bankrupt bar. The bar is not big, with only 7 or 8 booths, which are full of people. The front is a large bar with dark wood grain on the surface. Time has left countless traces on it, and it is full of a sense of historical vicissitudes at first glance. There are some people sitting next to the oak bar. They moved quickly. They sat down, ordered drinks, tilted their heads back, and poured a glass of wine directly into their mouths. Then, he felt his pocket again and found that there was no money left to buy a second glass of wine, so he had no choice but to leave. They walked back and forth like a revolving lantern, and the door of the bar opened and closed. At some point, 2 young Oriental guys appeared at the door. "Brother Chuan, these old Russians can drink too much, don't they?" Li Jianxi looked at the Russians drinking happily and felt deeply moved. When the old man in the family drinks, he just holds a 3-cent wine glass and drinks 1 sip at a time. What about these old Russians? They all eat 300 grams or even half a pound at a time. Your brother Chuan is not bad either. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Let's go, I'll show you how much Chuan can drink." "Good luck, the person I'm looking for is there." Qin Chuan took big steps, walked in, came to the bar, and sat next to someone. "2 bottles of vodka, please." Qin Chuan said this and took out a banknote with a thin old man printed on it. "Lincoln, $5 bill." The waiter at the bar's eyes lit up instantly. In the past few years, the ruble has depreciated significantly. The US dollar is now a hard currency. "Sir, here is your wine. I'll give you the change later." "No thanks. The rest is your tip." "Thank you, sir." The waiter was so excited. The person sitting next to Qin Chuan couldn't help but turn his head to look at him. Then Qin Chuan handed over one of the bottles of wine. "Brother, meeting his fate. Here, this bottle is on me." The man had finished a glass and was about to leave. After all, his pockets were not very full. When he saw the wine Qin Chuan handed over, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Thanks." He took it excitedly, blew a few big gulps into the bottle, and felt great. By the time he put down the bottle, 1/3 of the wine had already been consumed. Li Jianxi has been standing behind Qin Chuan. He didn't dare to drink so much, and he couldn't speak those gibberish words. He could only be Qin Chuan's follower. Seeing the other party finish 1/3 of the food in 1 gulp, Li Jianxi was filled with admiration. What a cool guy. Seeing the other party put down the bottle of wine, Qin Chuan smiled, took a deep breath, then put the bottle to his mouth and blew air into it. Gulp, gulp. 1/3 of the bottle was gone, half the bottle was gone, and all the liquid in the bottle disappeared. The man next to Qin Chuan opened his eyes wide. and even other people nearby looked over, their eyes full of admiration. Awesome. Really awesome. I can finish a whole bottle of wine in one breath. In the Russian world, anyone who can drink is a hero. Being able to drink a whole bottle of vodka in one breath makes him the object of admiration for all of them. Li Jianxi looked at the admiration in the eyes of the other Russians and felt that it was ridiculous. In the Russian world, as long as you can drink, you can gain other people's admiration and make friends? You're awesome. The man next to him said, You are a real man. By the way, what are you doing here? I'm a scrap metal recycler from the East. My name is Qin Chuan. Let me see if there's any scrap steel that I can buy. Qin Chuan explained his purpose. Chapter 40, Scrap Metal of the Ulyanovsk. Buying scrap steel? The man's eyes lit up immediately. You come to recycle scrap metal? That's great. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Yaroslav, and I'm from the sales department of the Nikolaev shipyard. Our shipyard has 29,000 tons of scrap steel. Can you handle that? Qin Chuan certainly knew the identity of the man in front of him. Otherwise, why would he sit next to him? Yaroslav, born in 1963, is only in his 30s this year. He was originally just a small clerk in the production planning department of the Nikolaev shipyard, but he has a quick mind and has a dark history of handling various materials in the 1980s. So, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Nikolaev shipyard set up a special sales department and transferred him there. He participated in many sales negotiations, but was fooled by Westerners time and time again. Gradually, he was no longer taken seriously and could only come here to get drunk every day. Today, Qin Chuan's appearance has simply ignited new hope in his dark life. A few tens of thousands of tons of steel is just child's play for me. Qin Chuan said, Of course I can eat it, but the price. It's only $200 a ton. Yaroslav said, We just want someone to take away the garbage. Our director Makarov gets extremely depressed every day when he sees the garbage. The domestic purchase price is 70 cents per pound. 1 ton is 2,000 pounds, which costs 1,400 yuan. Of course, only Pingyang Iron and Steel Plant can afford this price. After all, they're in urgent need of scrap iron for steelmaking. Other steel mills charge 50 cents per pound for scrap iron, which is 1,000 yuan per ton. Based on the current exchange rate, it is less than 200 US dollars. However, the quality of scrap iron purchased domestically is definitely not as good as the scrap iron here. After all, these 29,000 tons of scrap iron are the steel used for the Ulyanovsk heavy aircraft carrier cruiser. At the end of 1991, when the Soviet Union collapsed, the Ulyanovsk had already begun to be assembled on the slipway. This super battleship, which is planned to have a full load of 80,000 tons, has already used 29,000 tons of steel. The nuclear reactor has also begun to be assembled in the workshop, and the production progress of the aircraft carrier has exceeded 30%. However, without the Red Empire, it was impossible to complete the construction of this warship. At this time, a Norwegian company came to the Nikolaev shipyard and wanted to ask it to build 6 ships. The tonnage of the ships was very large and could only be used on the number 0 slipway occupied by the Ulyanovsk. At the same time, an American steel company also came forward and said that it could purchase the steel for the aircraft carrier at a price of $450 per ton. Everyone in the shipyard was very happy at that time. After obtaining the consent of the Mao Zedong government, the ship was dismantled into scrap metal. Then, the Norwegian company stopped placing orders and the U.S. Steel Corporation stopped recycling. The two sides set up a scheme, and without spending a penny, Mao dismantled the world's most advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier that could rival the U.S. super aircraft carrier. This is a very skillful move. The dismantling was completed in 1992, but no one wanted the scrap steel, so it was piled up on the vacant land of the shipyard. Makarov was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. If it weren't for the Variag that was still under outfitting, he would probably have died of depression. Since Yaroslav is in the sales department, of course he has to run around to attract clients. The last attempt was to find a steel manufacturer in India, but the manufacturer was only willing to pay $150 per ton at most, while our psychological bottom line was $200 per ton. So in the end, no agreement was reached. $200 a ton is not a high price, but it also depends on the size of your scrap steel. If the scrap steel is too big, we can only hire a special transport ship, and the freight is too high. Qin Chuan said, "Can you take me to see it?" The Russians have never sold steel plates from scrap ships, so how could they know all these tricks? When they said they were going to dismantle the Ulyanovsk, They took it apart in no time, all in large pieces. Even if an international scrap metal recycler came, they would not be able to transport such a large piece of metal. Thanks to this reason, otherwise there would be no chance for Qin Chuan to come, and he would have been bought by other manufacturers long ago. After all, this is the steel plate of an aircraft carrier. Come on, I'll take you to see it. When Yaroslav heard Qin Chuan worrying about the size, he knew that his plan might fail again. But now that I have found a buyer, I can't just give up. Persistence will always pay off. Although Li Jianxi didn't understand a word he said, he thought Qin Chuan was very awesome when he saw him. At this moment, Brother Chuan is just like the big boss in the TV series. Jianxi, what are you standing there for? Follow me. Li Jianxi quickly followed Qin Chuan and drank a bottle of vodka. Brother Chuan walked steadily. Amazing. As for the Russian who came out with us, he was holding a bottle of wine, taking a few sips as he walked, and he didn't dare to finish it in one breath. Several people walked to the shipyard. The shipyard is very spacious, and you can't even see the end of it at a glance. Looking at the towering gantry cranes, Qin Chuan has an indescribable emotion. The old Russian shipyard can never regain its former glory and is now ruined. The scrap steel is just ahead. Yaroslav took Qin Chuan past several slipways and came to dock number 1. Most of them are steel plates, but because they have been bent into various shapes, it is impossible to put them together neatly after taking them down. They are piled up horizontally and vertically in a disorderly manner. Moreover, they're all very big. The length is often more than 10 meters, and some steel plates are even 20 or 30 meters long. After a year of exposure to the sun and wind, many steel plates are rusted and look tattered. Qin Chuan frowned. These steel plates are so large that they require special ships to transport them. These 29,000 tons of steel are only worth 5 or 6 million US dollars. But if we want to transport these steel products to the east, I'm afraid the cost of renting a ship will be tens of millions of dollars. This is not cost-effective. Yaroslav had just taken a last sip of wine and threw it away. Bang! The wine bottle flew to the ground and shattered. Li Jianxi was shocked. What was he doing? Forced buying and selling? Qin, the workers in our factory haven't received their wages for half a year. After drinking this bottle of wine, we don't even know where the next bottle is. You have to think of a solution. Can't you cut these plates smaller? That costs money. We need to buy oxygen and acetylene, and we need workers to work. The factory has no money left, not even the electricity to run the crane. Yaroslav said, if it could be cut open, it would have been done long ago. Then there's only one other way. What is the solution? Yaroslav's eyes were full of anticipation. Other customers came and asked for the food to be cut into small pieces. If their requests could not be met, they could only leave with regret. However, Qin Chuan proposed other solutions. Find an unwanted ship hull from you guys and put these steel plates in it. Chapter 41. Makarov misunderstood. We are good friends. Qin Chuan certainly knew that the steel plates here were all large, and it was not easy to transport them away. However, that's just because no one has thought of a solution. Since Qin Chuan is here, of course there must be a perfect plan. It's not easy to move such a large piece of steel plate back. When Qin Chuan mentioned the unwanted hull, his eyes looked towards the nearby outfitting dock and towards the huge warship. The high-raised flying deck seemed to be waving to him. The rusty hull seemed to be telling something. Come, take me away. Let me go to the east to be reborn. Yaroslav followed Qin Chuan's gaze, and his expression changed. Qin, this won't do. The fate of that warship cannot be decided by our shipyard, and we absolutely cannot sell it as scrap metal. That was Order 106, the Variag that was being fitted out at their shipyard. This super battleship has a full load displacement of 67,500 tons. Although only 70% is completed now, there is still hope that we can continue to complete the assembly in the future. The Russian Navy has come to inspect this warship several times. The warship has a wide deck, and with a hangar below, it can indeed fit all the existing scrap metal. However, this warship must not be allowed to undertake such a mission. That's right, we will not sell the Variag for scrap metal. At this moment, another voice sounded. Qin Chuan turned his head and saw a fat man with white hair walking towards him. He had a big belly that his belt could hardly hold him back. His face was square, and the flesh was almost hanging down. He wore black-framed glasses, which emitted a meaningful look from his eyes. When he heard that a foreign scrap steel recycling company was coming to purchase scrap steel, he immediately rushed over from home. He was originally full of expectations, but at this moment, his heart was filled with disappointment. The so-called clients were just two young guys who didn't look like the bosses of a big company at all. They fooled Yaroslav with just a bottle of vodka, but Makarov would not be fooled. Moreover, the other party came here probably with impure motives. That gaze was fixed on the Variag. Did one turn the Variag into scrap metal as well? Humph, I will never be fooled a second time. Director Makarov, this is Qin. Yaroslav hurried to introduce himself, but Makarov interrupted him. I know you're a scrap metal recycler. You can buy steel from us, but don't even think about taking our order number 106. Makarov's tone was icy. No, I have no intention of taking this warship. I just feel a little sad about the great loss you have suffered at the hands of the Westerners. Qin Chuan said, if Order 107 is not disassembled, you may be able to do something with it. What can be done? Makarov's tone was still cold. He had already determined that these people had impure motives. I heard from Yaroslav that your factory can't even pay the electricity bill. If the original Order 107 had been installed, it could have been used as a floating nuclear power plant at sea, and your electricity problem would have been completely solved. Makarov opened his eyes wide. Yes, why didn't he think of it? No one in the entire Nikolaev shipyard thought of it. Once upon a time, that ship didn't need to be dismantled. It was a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. When it was dismantled, the hull was about to be closed, and the nuclear reactor had been assembled. If we raise some more money, we can dock the hulls and stuff the nuclear reactor inside. This way, even if it can't be used as an aircraft carrier, it can be used as a power station. You know, in order to drive this 80,000-ton super battleship to a high speed of 30 knots, the designers equipped it with 4-can 3-43 pressurized water reactors, with a single reactor having a thermal power of 305 megawatts and a mechanical power output of 52 megawatts after driving the steam turbine. Not to mention 4 nuclear reactors. Just one is enough for their shipyard. If all the nuclear reactors above are used to generate electricity, not to mention supplying electricity to the entire city of Nikolaev, even the entire state would have no problem. Why didn't you think of it at the beginning? Can the Variag be modified in this way? Of course not, because this thing burns heavy oil. Once a nuclear reactor is assembled, there is no need to load fuel afterwards. To burn the boiler, you have to keep adding fuel, which is also a considerable expense. Qin, it would have been great if we had met you back then. Makarov sighed. For many things, you have to experience them before you know them. Qin Chuan also sighed. Our country has also encountered many setbacks on the road of economic development, but we have come all the way. You will definitely be able to get through this most difficult period and move towards glory. This was certainly meant to comfort them. After all, a half-dead old Russian is a good Russian. If they become stronger, well, we will definitely get through this crisis. Makarov nodded, his eyes full of hope again. However, we need to solve the problem of these scrap steel first. Are you sure that we can only find an empty hull to load it? If you insist on selling it at $200 a ton, then that's the only way, Qin Chuan said. I know, there's one in the North Factory. I'll take you to see it. When talking about the Nikolaev shipyard, it is easy to think of the Black Sea shipyard that builds aircraft carriers. In fact, there is a river at the north and south ends of the city of Nikolaev, and there is a shipyard on each bank. The shipyard in the south was called Shipyard 444 at that time, which is now the Nikolaev shipyard, also known as the Black Sea shipyard. The one in the north is called the 445th shipyard, and another one is called the 61st Commune shipyard. The locals simply call them South Factory and North Factory. The South Factory mainly manufactures heavy aircraft carrier cruisers. The North Factory mainly manufactures other auxiliary combat warships. The earliest destroyers built were the 4,000-ton Type 61 destroyers, also known as the Kashin class. After that, the construction of Type 1155 anti-submarine ships and Type 1164 cruisers began, especially the latter, which is the famous Slava-class cruiser. The Slava-class cruiser is a smaller version of the Dreadnought-class cruiser. Its power system was changed from nuclear power to gas turbine power, and its displacement was reduced from more than 20,000 tons to more than 10,000 tons. It is the main warship of the Red Navy. 3 ships have been built before the collapse of the Soviet Union. The 4th ship has reached 75% of the progress and is moored at the outfitting dock. When it was built, the warship was named Komsomolskaya, and later it was changed to Admiral Lobov. However, after the separation, The warship was immediately renamed Ermao. The empty shell Qin Chuan was talking about was certainly not this warship. Although countless military fans in later generations have dreamed of taking this warship home, this warship is too backward and cannot be compared with the 055. In addition to building these, the Beichong also builds another type of warship, a comprehensive supply ship. Chapter 42, 61, Commune Shipyard. The Russians originally did not have comprehensive supply ships, but only oil and water supply ships to replenish oil and fresh water for warships. Generally speaking, they were modified from existing oil tankers, such as the Type 160 supply oil tanker. It was not until the construction of the 40,000-ton Type 1143 heavy aircraft carrier cruiser that the Russians realized that their fleet's supply capabilities were too poor. So they started building comprehensive supply ships, which could not only supply fuel and fresh water, but also food, weapons and equipment, etc. However, the Russians have no need for ocean voyages, unlike the American fleet that sails around the world. Therefore, the displacement of the Russians' comprehensive supply ship is not large. Their Type 1159 comprehensive supply ship is their main large-scale comprehensive supply ship, with a full load displacement of only 22,000 tons. The 61st Commune Shipyard, located in the north of Nikolaev, started construction of the Type 1833 comprehensive supply ship in 1972. Its full load displacement is 25,000 tons, which is stronger than the Type 1159 comprehensive supply ship. Unlike other supply ships, the Type 1833 comprehensive supply ship luxuriously uses the same gas turbine power plant as the Type 1164 Slava-class cruiser. After all, the 61 Commune Shipyard was originally building the Slava-class ships, so they used the gas turbines on the supply ships. This increased its speed to 22 knots, which was enough to keep up with the speed of the fleet, and it was a twin-shaft, twin-propeller ship. The Russian Navy only had one Type 1833, and that was entirely because they missed the deadline. When the Russians wanted to continue building more large-scale comprehensive supply ships, that powerful country collapsed. On the slipway of the 61 Commune Shipyard, the hull of a new class comprehensive supply ship with a displacement of 36,000 tons has been built, and it seems that it will be launched soon, and then nothing happens. It has been left on the slipway exposed to wind and sun, but it would be a pity to dismantle it, and there's also the precedent of the Ulyanovsk. But if I sell it, no one will buy it. Now the buyer is here. A vodka car carrying several people came to the 61st Commune Shipyard. Led by Makarov, they went directly to find the shipyard director Valery Popolov. This is a short and thin old man who looks like he could be blown down by a gust of wind. "Valery, my friend," Makarov smiled and said, "Come, let me introduce you. This comrade is called Qin, and he is from the East for the Scrap Metal Recycling Company." Although the Red Empire is a thing of the past, Makarov still inadvertently used the word comrade. For him and others, this term has been used for decades, and they have long been accustomed to it. "Director Popolov, nice to meet you." Qin Chuan walked up and shook hands with the other party. "Scrap metal? We don't have any scrap metal in our factory." Popolov looked at Qin Chuan with vigilance. What was the other party going to do? Don't try to trick us into dismantling the cruiser on the outfitting dock. As long as we raise some more funds, that cruiser can be built. "Valery, look how anxious you are. We're not talking about the Ermau, but the Dagava, the 1834 model." Makarov said, "Can your ship float on the water?" Popolov looked at Qin Chuan and Li Jianxi in surprise and continued to ask cautiously, "You want to buy that ship? What are you going to do with it?" "Transporting scrap metal," Qin Chuan answered straightforwardly. Popolov was stunned. And then tear it down into scrap metal, too. Popolov thought about it for a moment, then shook his head firmly. "No." "Why?" Even Makarov was surprised. "You old stubborn man, what do you mean? Except for the Irma Heyo, you can dispose of the remaining semi-finished products by yourselves. Why don't you sell them? That ship can be built into a powerful, ocean-going integrated supply ship. I don't want it to become scrap metal. Although it looks like a shell, the Cruise M70 gas turbine has been installed, and we can't sell it as scrap metal," Popolov said. The comprehensive supply ships of various countries are generally powered by diesel engines, and in the early days they also used boilers. Comprehensive supply ships driven by gas turbines are extremely rare, and only this type was launched by their 61 Commune Shipyard. Makarov frowned. As a factory manager, he understood the other party's feelings. It must be hard to watch the half-built ship being dismantled into scrap metal. But if this side doesn't sell it, how can I sell my scrap metal? If the scrap iron is not sold, the shipyard will not be able to pay wages, people will be in panic, and skilled technical workers will run away. The shipyard will completely lose its ability to build ships in the future. If the ship can sail on its own, we can save the expense of a tugboat, which would cost about $1 million for the whole trip back home. We can give you an extra $1 million based on the estimated scrap metal value of this ship. Qin Chuan said, if the main engine for acceleration is installed, it may be more valuable. This gas turbine for cruising. The Glory class uses two unique M21 combined combustion and steam systems. Two M70 cruising gas turbines are used for normal cruising, and four Mk8F acceleration gas turbines are started when acceleration is needed. At the same time, because the exhaust temperature of the gas turbine is very high, two direct current exhaust gas circulation boilers are installed. The steam generated is used to drive the steam turbine to generate electricity. The fuel utilization rate is quite high, but the system is extremely complex. The Russians were not afraid of complexity and directly transplanted the entire power system over. However, this unfinished product currently only has a gas turbine for cruising, and the rest has not been installed yet. Fortunately, the gearbox and other things have been installed, so it can run. Although the comprehensive supply ship in front of us has a full load displacement of 36,000 tons, it can actually only carry more than 20,000 tons of cargo. It weighs more than 10,000 tons and is only half built now. The superstructure has not yet been built. The overall weight is about 7,000 tons. Based on the scrap iron price of $200 per ton, it can be sold for $1.4 million. If you give another $1 million, that would be $2,400,000. Popov rolled his eyes and said, no, $1 million is not enough, at least $1,600,000. This adds up to $3 million, twice the price of scrap metal. Qin Chuan frowned. This is a bit too much, but the amount of money is not important. What is important is that we get along well. Director Makarov personally brought me here today to give me face. Qin Chuan, cannot let Director Makarov down. I will pay you according to the price you said. Makarov's eyes lit up. Great, it finally worked. They originally thought that they would be forced to sell the scrap metal at $150 a ton, but unexpectedly, they actually sold it for $200 a ton. Were they dreaming? But Qin Chuan paused and said, can you install a simple operating system for us so that this ship can be operated? Although the gas turbine and steering gear have been installed, the bridge has not yet been constructed, and there is no operating system in the middle. Forget about the anchor winch and the like. At least we need to install a steering wheel so that it can turn at sea. Of course, Popolov nodded, but you have to pay first. Okay, I'll give you a deposit of $300,000 first. When you finish the modification, send the ship to the South Factory, load the scrap metal, and as long as the customs inspection is okay and releases it, I'll pay the balance immediately. Although it's also a 10% deposit, it's different from Asan. We can pay off the balance before we leave. In fact, he could give it now, but Qin Chuan didn't dare to. These old Russians are very bold. If we're not careful, they might embezzle the funds. Then we will have no place to cry. Director Makarov. At this moment, an anxious voice sounded. Nanchang is calling you back. There is an important situation. Chapter 43. We need a great country. When Makarov returned to the Nikolaev shipyard, he saw a large number of cars parked at the outfitting dock. Especially when he saw the dazzling three-pointed star logo, he knew who was coming. Director Makarov, Chernomyrdin, Gromov, and other guests have gone upstairs, and Mr. Kukma is accompanying them. Okay, I understand. For the first time, a smile appeared on Makarov's face. It looks like today is a good day, as not only will someone come to take away the scrap metal from Order 107, but Order 106 will also be reborn. With hope in his heart, he strode forward. Once in those busy years, he would walk around all the locations on the ship every day, and then hold meetings in the hangar. Over time, his subordinates named the road he walked on Makarov Avenue. This avenue is filled with his loyalty to the country and his attachment to his career, and now. Makarov walked into the hangar, climbed up to the island from the gangway, then went out of the island's hatch and came to the deck. Before I even reached the group of people, I could already hear the sound of quarreling. Mr. Kukma, we came here with sincerity. Our Russian Navy is very much looking forward to completing the construction of this aircraft carrier and incorporating it into our Navy. We are ready to pay the remaining 30% of the construction cost. But how can you be so greedy and actually ask for the full cost? Mr. Gromov, you should know that this warship is our Irmau's property. If you want it, you will of course pay for the full cost of its construction. If you just want to pay 30% of the cost and drive it away, then we are selling out our country. Kukma's tone also became serious. Except for our Russian Navy, no other country's Navy can buy it. If we don't buy it, the final fate of this warship will be the same as that of the Ulyanovsk. Gromov said, this warship was originally built during the Soviet era. What does it have to do with you 2 cents? Giving you the remaining 30% of the cost. Isn't that enough to satisfy your appetite? Yes, it was built during the Soviet era, but now it is our property. Kukma said with a serious expression, if you don't want it, we have the right to decide to sell it to other customers. How dare you? A sudden sadness welled up in Makarov's heart. The scene of the entire Soviet Union being united in the past emerged in his mind again. In order to build these heavy aircraft carrier cruisers, so many departments of the Soviet Union were working together. The steel plates needed for the aircraft carrier were sent from the Ural Mountains. The nuclear reactor needed for the aircraft carrier was made by the Marine Equipment Bureau. The catapult was made by the Volgograd factory, and a conventional heavy oil boiler came from the Leningrad boiler plant. Although this aircraft carrier now only has 30% of its workload, it still needs a large amount of equipment. Are there any manufacturers producing these devices now? Can they still be provided as planned? Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, many factories closed down, many technicians left, and they lacked a leadership organization to coordinate the overall situation. Can these quarreling guys be coordinated? Director Makarov, you are finally here. Please give us your judgment. Chernomyrdin said, do you think we should pay the remaining 30% instead of all of it? Kukma coughed a few times and said nothing. Makarov, don't forget which country you are from now. Makarov's face was bitter. He moved his gaze away from the rusty steel plates and looked at the pairs of expectant eyes. Going from hope to disappointment is the most painful. Makarov has already been disappointed, and he also wants to break the illusions of these people. Everyone, the very ad can no longer be completed. Why? Makarov did not answer. What do you need to get the carrier finished? Chernomyrdin asked, whatever you need, we will satisfy you. The Soviet Union, the Central Committee of the Party, the State Planning Commission, the Military Industrial Commission, and 9 defense industry ministries, 600 related majors, and 8,000 supporting manufacturers require a great country to complete. Everyone was silent. Only a powerful country can build such a powerful fighting machine. But now, this country no longer exists. The setting sun shines on a rusty deck and on every lonely figure. When they came, they were full of expectations, but now they all understand. This aircraft carrier is destined to never be built because that powerful country no longer exists. The setting sun shines on the entire city of Nikolaev and on the entire earth. The sunset dyes the sky red as blood. This sunset is so beautiful. Li Jianxi sighed. Qin Chuan smiled and said, beautiful? The moon in foreign countries is round, and the sun in foreign countries is also beautiful. What about foreign women? Jianxi, look at all these beautiful women on the street. Are you tempted? If you like her, we only need to spend $10 to let such a woman accompany you for a night. Brother Chuan, what are you talking about? When we were gangsters, we could eat, drink, and have fun, but we were not allowed to gamble or smoke. This was the rule you set back then. Have you forgotten it? Qin Chuan smiled. In fact, he was just satisfying his own desire to talk. What's so good about a hairy girl? She looks like a devil's figure, an angel's face, and a mouth-watering look. But if she really does that, her hairy skin will be exposed if she doesn't shave that day, and she will emit a special smell if she doesn't spray perfume. But not everyone can tolerate it. The deposit for the North factory has been paid, and they have started to hire workers to install control equipment. Makarov has disappeared again, and even Yaroslav, whom they just met, has disappeared. Qin Chuan didn't care. After all, he had been here countless times in his previous life. He took Li Jianxi and walked around, and took bus number 11 to the Mark Palace Hotel in the city center. Standing at the entrance of the hotel was a blonde, blue-eyed, long-legged figure with a hot body and revealing clothes. She looked like a woman who worked in that profession. Qin Chuan frowned, thinking about whether to take Li Jianxi to take a detour when the girl had already walked over. "Excuse me, do you need?" the other party said, extending his hand. "Unnecessary." Qin Chuan quickly shook his head. He was a typical talker. He spoke very freely, but in fact, he didn't have the courage. Li Jianxi didn't understand what the two sides were saying, but he had eyes. Seeing that the other party was about to pull him, he swung his arm over. "Get out of the way." Crash! Something slipped from the girl's hand and rolled to Qin Chuan's feet. Qin Chuan was shocked. "Jianxi, you idiot, this is a scam. Do you understand?" "You. Hey, this thing." The thing gleamed brightly in the setting sun, and on the front was a head that looked all too familiar. "Is this the Order of Lenin?" Chapter 44, Order of Lenin. When talking about the honors of the Soviet era, the first thing that comes to mind is the hero of the Soviet Union. This is to commend individuals or groups who have made heroic contributions to the country, but it is very difficult to obtain this honor. The main group is heroes who emerged in the war. At the same time, the Order of Lenin was established to reward units and individuals who have made various contributions in various activities, such as war practice, revolutionary movements, defending the country, promoting peace, etc. As the name suggests, the main pattern on this medal is the Great Revolutionary Leader, compared with the title of Hero of the Soviet Union and the corresponding Gold Star Medal. This Order of Lenin is equally valuable and is one of the highest honors for the people in the Soviet era. The Order of Lenin has different shapes depending on the era. The first medal had a tractor on the background, but because the image was too prominent, it overshadowed the Great Leader, so the second version was revised. Except for the pattern, the surface was not silver-plated, and it was called the gold head version. Later, the leader's head was made of platinum alone, becoming the third type. The first two types each issued 1 or 2,000 pieces, which is not a large number and has a high collection value. A total of 460,000 pieces of the third type were issued, so they are not very valuable. At this time, the coin that appeared under Qin Chuan's feet was the gold first edition, with a total of 2,000 pieces issued. If this thing is not a knockoff, you can still buy it. Qin Chuan originally thought that the other party was selling his body, but he didn't expect that he was selling the medal. He felt a little embarrassed and quickly bent down to pick up the medal. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's okay. If you really want to, please help me buy this medal. It only costs $500. I beg you." The girl's tone was full of pleading. In 1993, the international gold price was $409 per ounce, and 1 ounce is 28.35 grams. The total weight of the Order of Lenin is 33.6 grams, of which 28 grams is gold. It can be said that the price the other party wants is just slightly higher than the gold price, and does not include the value brought by the honor of the medal itself. The surface of your medal is gray and doesn't look like real gold at all. Could it be fake? No, it's real. This Order of Lenin belonged to my grandfather. Under his command, he successfully salvaged the main turret of a battleship and modified it for use on the coast. He also participated in the defense of the Sevastopol fortress. The name of this battleship was... The girl was so anxious that she couldn't remember it for a moment and was very nervous. "The Queen Maria?" "Yes, that's it." The girl nodded. "How do you know?" "Isn't your grandfather's name Chilekin Mukalevich Fedotov?" "Do you know my grandfather?" The girl was even more surprised. "My name is Nadezhda Ivanovich Fedototsiva. You can call me Nadia." Li Jianxi was watching from the side and was a little surprised. "Brother Chuan, what are you guys talking about?" They were a little impatient when they just met, but now both sides are very enthusiastic. Are they discussing the price? "Brother Chuan, we can't do this. How is your grandpa doing lately?" Qin Chuan asked. "Why did you secretly sell his Medal of Honor? Isn't this a bad idea?" Of course, Qin Chuan knew that he was Chilekin Mukalevich Fedotov, the designer of the battleship Sovetskaya. Qin Chuan had read the biography of this old man and knew that he was a famous warship designer during the Tsarist era. At that time, the battleship sank due to the explosion of the number 1 turret, so he salvaged the remaining turrets and made a coastal defense gun. "But I didn't expect to meet his granddaughter here. The old man won't die, right? My grandpa is in the hospital, and I can't afford the medical bills, so how could it be possible? Your grandfather was such a hero." Qin Chuan's gaze passed over Nadezhda and looked at a trash can not far behind her. Several elderly people had already been rummaging through things there. "It's all because of this special era. When the Soviet Union collapsed, everyone clapped their hands and shouted slogans to bid farewell, thinking that a new era would come, just like the Western world. As it turned out, they were wrong. The good life only lasted for a few months before they fell into hell. The newly appointed leader wanted to get rid of all the shadows of the past. All domestic enterprises ushered in a wave of privatization, and oligarchs were born one after another. However, ordinary people became penniless because of shock therapy. Take 1993, for example. The domestic inflation rate was as high as 4,700%. The money at the beginning of the year can buy a motorcycle, but at the end of the year, it can only buy a loaf of bread. Under such circumstances, the wealth of ordinary people disappeared without a trace. Wealth does not appear out of thin air, nor does it disappear out of thin air. It can only be transferred. The wealth of ordinary people has been concentrated in the hands of a few people, and life has become extremely difficult for them. A former national hero now cannot afford the hospital bills. What a tragedy of the times. Yes, if I can't pay the hospital bill today, my grandfather will be kicked out. Please help me. If you don't like this order of linen, I can do anything else. Najesta glanced at Qin Chuan and lowered her head again. Come on, take me to see your grandfather. Good. Li Jinshi followed Qin Chuan curiously. After hesitating for a few times, he couldn't help but said, Brother Chuan, have you agreed on the price? If you really wanna, you can just go to the hotel. Are you gonna have sex outside now? Jinshi, what are you thinking about? Let's go see an old senior. Arte Hospital in Nikolaev. The smell of disinfectant filled the entire hospital, and outside the payment window, there were people with sad faces. What's going on? Last week, the hospital bill was only 50,000 kapangs, but this week, it's 200,000 kapangs. Yes, the cost of purchasing various supplies for hospitals is also skyrocketing. Our kuang has become worthless. 200,000 is also the price this week. It may go up next week. If you want a stable amount, then pay in US dollars. An impatient voice sounded from the window. During the Soviet era, the ruble was used throughout the country. After the split, the Soviet Union could not wait to issue a new currency, the Cuban. Due to severe inflation, it quickly depreciated and became waste paper. In 1996, the hryvnia was reissued. In 1993, in the first half of the year, the largest denomination of 2,000 kubang appeared, and in the second half of the year, 5,000 kubang appeared. By 1996, huge banknotes of 1 million and 2 million kubang appeared, some of which were similar to the Zimbabwean dollar. Will you pay it or not? If you don't, I'll discharge Fedotov from the hospital. Aye. As the man spoke, he searched his pockets, but he simply couldn't take out so much money. At this moment, a voice sounded in my ears. How much would it be if converted into US dollars? I'll pay for 1 month. The man looked at the new face that suddenly appeared beside him in surprise, and then looked at the girl next to him. Nadia, who is this? Uncle, let me introduce you. This is my friend from the East, Qin Chuan. Qin, this is my uncle, Valery Vasilyevich Babbage. Mr. Babbage, nice to meet you. I'll pay you first, and then we'll talk. Chapter 45, Babbage, the father of aircraft carriers. Qin Chuan knew Chilakim Yukolevich Fedotov not only because he was a famous warship designer, but also because this old man had a son-in-law named Valery Vasilyevich Babbage. When mentioning this person's name, countless military fans will talk about it with relish. Our Liaoning can break out of its cocoon and be reborn, which is inseparable from his help. He is the father of the Russian aircraft carrier. Babbage was born in the Soviet Union in 1941. He was admitted to the Soviet Shipbuilding Engineering College at the age of 14. After graduation, he participated in the design of heavy aircraft carrier cruisers. After the drawings came out, he was noticed by the shipyard, so Babbage went to the Nikolaev shipyard. Makarov was the factory director, in charge of production, and Babbage was the designer, responsible for converting design drawings into equipment. After that, he lived in Irmau and witnessed the whole process of the Red Empire from its glory to its decline. When the Soviet Union collapsed because his household registration was in Irmau, he became an Irmau person. The Nikolaev shipyard no longer built heavy aircraft carrier cruisers, and even those that were halfway through construction could not be continued, so Babbage lost his job. After all, in terms of organization, he does not belong to the shipyard. Babbage's father is a journalist, so in the past few years, Babbage began to write books. He recalled his past and wrote works such as Our Aircraft Carrier, the city of St. Nicholas and its aircraft carrier, and aircraft carrier confrontation at sea. If Variag had not been bought by the East, Babbage would probably have spent the rest of his life just talking about war on paper. Babbage has been having a stressful time recently because his father-in-law was sick and hospitalized. He just received his royalties and ran to pay his father-in-law. But unexpectedly, it was not enough. At the critical moment, his niece brought back the Oriental man, who generously took out 10 large denomination bills of $100 and directly paid the hospital fees for his father-in-law. Not to mention 1 month, 3 months would probably be enough. In the ward, the old man was lying quietly with an oxygen tube inserted, and ripples were still beating on the monitoring machine beside him. Qin Chuan looked at the door for a few seconds, then planned to turn around and leave. After all, he couldn't say anything to the old man, and besides, his target was not the old man. Construction, let's go. Li Jianxi was a spectator the whole time and had no idea what Qin Chuan was doing. Why did he go abroad to show his love? There are many people in the hospital who have no money to see a doctor. What does it have to do with us? We are not the gods they claim. Etc. Babiki stopped Qin Chuan and said, "Thank you for your help. We will find a way to pay you back. Do you want to leave your contact information?" "No need. The old man has dedicated his whole life to the country, but he encountered this situation in his old age. Since I have encountered this, I will do my best to help, and I don't even think about asking for compensation." Qin Chuan said, "You don't have to see me off. Just stay and take care of the old man." Babbage hesitated. "Uncle, I'll go see them off." Nagesta volunteered. Several people walked out of the hospital, and it was already dark outside. "Nagesta, go back and take good care of your grandfather." "Qin, it would be better if you could call me Nadia. Well, Nadia, go back. Goodbye." Walking back, Li Jianxi had questions like a string of cannonballs. Who is this old man? What? A warship designer? That Babbage is actually an aircraft carrier designer. A person like this must be a department leader in our Dongfang, right? How come he can't even afford to pay for hospitalization? So, we have won their hearts this time. So why don't we leave our address, or even trick them into coming over? How can it be so fast? Will you trick someone into going to the East when you first meet them? Not only will they not agree, they will probably suspect that we have ulterior motives. Besides, it's no use trying to fool them now. We have to drive the aircraft carrier back. Brother Chuan, why does this foreigner's name sound so long? The name of the Russians consists of 3 parts. Qin Chuan had nothing to do, so he introduced it to Li Jianxi while walking. The first one is your own name, the middle one is your father's name, and the last name is your surname. When you meet a stranger, you should call him, her your full name. When you're a little familiar with someone, you should call him, her your surname. When you're the most familiar with someone, you should call him, her the first name. Oh, you called that woman Nagesta, which should be considered as a way to call someone familiar. Why did I hear you call her Nadia later? Nadia is Nagesta's nickname, or rather her pet name. Nickname? Are you guys already confirmed to be in a relationship? What are you talking about? Let's go, I'm hungry. Let's go to the restaurant next door to eat something. It was a coincidence that I met Nagesta today. I also happen to know Babbage, so I'm doing him a favor. When we meet again in the future, we will be friends, even closer friends than those made over drinking vodka. The purpose of coming to Nikolaev this time was actually to buy scrap steel and to build good relationships so that things would be easier in the future. Now it seems that the tasks have been completed in excess. Poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. When people here have no money, they are easily robbed, especially after dark. So, don't think about shopping at night. Go back to sleep after eating. Check tomorrow to see if the operating system has been installed on the hull. If it has, load the scrap metal and drive back. This is a port, and there are many sailors. Just hire a few. After dinner, Qin Chuan returned to the hotel. He took a shower first, then asked Li Jianxi to take a shower. He turned on the TV and watched a few TV shows to pass the time before going to bed, but he heard a knock on the door outside. Who? Qin Chuan became alert. Who would come to his house during this time? He didn't like takeout. Not only was it unpalatable, but he might also run into a trap. If it was a trap, he would be in big trouble. "It's me, Nadia." Qin Chuan opened the door in surprise and looked at the person at the door, who was looking at him lovingly. "Qin, after I went back, my mind was full of your image. I think I have fallen in love with you." "You." Stop. Qin Chuan quickly refused. "Nadia, I have a wife and children. I only have sympathy for you, not feelings. You can go back. We will still be good friends in the future. Who knows whether you really like me or just like me. Anyway, I am not interested in you. At the door, Najesta's face was full of grievance. She slowly walked away, went downstairs, and arrived at the hotel entrance. Uncle, he didn't do it for my body. Najesta was a little sad. Her charm was not enough. Babbage frowned. Could it be that he really did it for his father-in-law? It seems that I underestimated him. This person may be our true friend. Only Orientals can help us sincerely. Today, I also heard that a scrap metal recycler came to the shipyard and was willing to recycle our scrap steel at a high price. Uncle, could this scrap metal recycler you're talking about be Qin? Chapter 46. Become a trader and start with the biggest deal. Li Jianxi came out of the bathroom and said, Brother Chuan, I seem to hear you talking to a woman just now. No, you heard it wrong. Li Jianxi glanced at the bed with a complicated expression, then sighed, Isn't this too fast? Qin Chuan was about to drink water, but then he spit out a mouthful of water. What did you say? You actually said that your brother Chuan is a quick shooter? The bath water cooled down too quickly. I just took a shower and it turned cold. Fortunately, we take cold showers often, so we are not afraid. After Li Jianxi finished speaking, he walked towards the bed. Brother Chuan, I'm so tired, I want to sleep. The Russian hotels don't provide hot water around the clock. It's only available during a certain period of time, and it's gone after that. Qin Chuan drank some water and lay down on the bed. Things have been almost done, and I hope everything will go smoothly from now on. I still need to visit the customs officials and give them some gifts. I can't afford to fall into the hands of customs in the end. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan fell asleep. Qin Chuan slept until noon and woke up naturally. He felt relaxed all over and took Li Jianxi to eat something. When he staggered to the shipyard, he was surprised to find that the empty shell had been docked next to the No. 0 slipway, and a 900-ton gantry crane was hoisting the dismantled steel plates. Isn't this too fast? Looking more closely, I saw a simple little house built behind the hull, with a steering gear and other equipment installed inside. It was as rudimentary as it could be, without even electricity and just a few kerosene lamps hung outside. It doesn't even have the navigation lights required by international regulations. It's no problem for it to sail around in the Black Sea for a few laps. Are you sure it can pass through the Turkey Strait and the Suez Canal? Qin, you are finally here. Yaroslav said, the scrap steel has been loaded onto the ship. According to our original agreement, the cargo is worth $5.8 million. How do you plan to pay? When doing business with Amar, Qin Chuan deliberately used some tricks. The deposit was paid in China, and the balance was directly transferred to an account specially opened in Hong Kong, which was much more convenient to use abroad. After all, in this era, it is not easy to do foreign trade business. Various companies cannot trade directly with foreigners and have to go through the procedures of certain relevant departments. So many people envy a mere half deposit as the full payment. If they knew how high the full payment would be, they would rush into this market crazily. Besides, even though you have earned foreign exchange for the country, it is not so convenient to use it again. Just write you a check. Qin Chuan said this as he took out the checkbook he had been hiding close to him. This was how he paid at the 61 Commune shipyard yesterday. Otherwise, they wouldn't have worked so hard and completed the processing in just one day. This speed was absolutely incredible. The reason, of course, I hope to get the balance as soon as possible. I'll pay you a 10% deposit first, and then pay you the remaining 90% after customs inspection and all formalities are completed. Qin Chuan said as he quickly wrote a check for $600,000. After receiving the check, Yaroslav's eyes lit up. Qin, you are really our good friend. Yaroslav, my friend, I took a look around your place yesterday and found that you are extremely short of supplies. Do you want to make more money? How do you make money? Yaroslav's eyes widened. We can pay the remaining amount in one lump sum, or we can use the goods to offset the debt. We in the East have a large number of high-quality and low-priced agricultural products and light industrial products. I will get you more than $5 million worth of goods. When they arrive here, they can be sold for at least tens of millions of dollars, or even more. The currency of coupon depreciates too quickly, so Qin Chuan directly calculates it in US dollars, which is also the common currency for international transactions. I can't buy all of it with US dollars. Otherwise, how can I explain it when I return? Where did the scrap metal come from? 2 cents. How did you buy it? With US dollars. Where do US dollars come from? This. Maybe he'll go in. At the beginning, you must pay a sum of dollars to let the other party see your strength, but then you will need to exchange part of it through barter. This way it will be easier for us to explain when we return. We exchange these goods for domestic products. These days, it's very profitable to bring agricultural products and light industrial products to the Russians and become a trader. Some went to Fen River for small activities and crossed the river to the other side every day to do business. Some of the bigger ones took the international train to Moscow. The biggest thing is that we can directly ship whole truckloads of goods, and even the myth of exchanging canned goods for airplanes can be realized. Now that Qin Chuan is here, of course he wants to have some fun as a trader. During the time he was in Ermao, Li Runping in China was also purchasing goods everywhere and almost collected goods worth 5 million renminbi. If it were sent here, it would definitely be worth $5 million and could even be sold for tens of millions of dollars. The problem faced by the Soviet Union was that for decades it had been focusing on heavy industry and neglecting light industry, resulting in a constant shortage of agricultural products and light industrial products in society. When people face empty store shelves, their resentment naturally grows. They originally thought that by separating the family and taking the path of market economy, they would be able to restore vitality and vigor. Unfortunately, they completely trusted the West and adopted some kind of shock therapy. At the same time, a group of oligarchs were born in the country, so ordinary people found that life became even more difficult. The currency is depreciating and prices are soaring. Whoever has goods in hand will be able to make a fortune in this crisis. Yaroslav hesitated. Qin, we are short of various materials in our country. We do need what you said, but we are a shipyard, not a trading company. Even if we get the goods, we don't know how to sell them. That's not that difficult. Qin Chuan said, your shipyard has at least several thousand employees. Just give each of them a few $100s worth of goods and let them sell them. You can also only charge them for the cost, and the extra money will be their benefits. In this way, your Nikolaev shipyard will become the unit with the best welfare benefits in the entire Ermao. These guys are so stubborn that they don't even know how to do business. The shipyard has so many workers, which is a human resource advantage. What Qin said is a good idea. Just then, a voice came from behind. Qin Chuan knew who was coming without turning his head. Babbage. Babbage and Makarov stood together. Once the scrap steel at the shipyard is sold, the shipyard will usher in new vitality. Babbage came to help early in the morning, but only now did he see the buyer, who came with Makarov. At this moment, Babbage was extremely grateful. It was indeed him. Dongfang is our best friend. Yesterday, he helped me pay the hospital bills for my father-in-law, and today, he helped the shipyard come up with some ideas. Although the shipyard has made some money temporarily after selling these scrap steel materials, it will soon run out of money. If we can get goods from the East and sell them, we will have a steady stream of profits in the future, even if it only solves the salary problem of the shipyard workers. Babiki, why is it you? Qin Chuan pretended to be surprised. Yes, it's me. Qin, thank you for your help. Babbage said, your suggestion is really good. By the way, isn't wine the easiest product to sell? Qin Chuan shook his head. No, you can't let them promote the wine, otherwise they won't sell it and we'll just drink it. You can use the wine as a reward. Give them the wine as a reward when they sell enough goods. Director Makarov, what do you think of this proposal? Babbage looked at Makarov. Makarov pondered for a while. The workers in the factory haven't received their wages for a long time. It would be fine if we could exchange all the money for goods and pay them as wages. But how can you guarantee that the goods will be delivered to us? Chapter 47, Treasures Everywhere. The same mistake cannot be made twice. Since I've been fooled by the Westerners once, I cannot be fooled again in Qin Chuan. Even if Qin Chuan has paid a deposit, it is only 10% after all. What if Qin Chuan just takes the steel away and never comes back? Even if Qin Chuan paid the medical expenses for Babbage's father-in-law yesterday, it was just a few dollars. How could he take the life-saving money of so many employees in the factory and take risks? The goods are ready. I just need to send a telegram to China and they will ship it over. Of course, if you still feel uneasy, you can come with me to the east to take a look. Qin Chuan said, we will ship the goods at the same time. By the way, after the ship is loaded with scrap steel, we will also need to hire a group of sailors from you to sail the ship to the east. Your shipyard can send a few people to follow, and wait until our goods arrive, and then this ship will enter the port to go through customs formalities. Qin Chuan is sincere. Makarov and Babbage looked at each other for a few seconds, then nodded. Okay, then we'll pick a few guys from our shipyard and drive the ship over for you. There is no need to send people to Qin Chuan to inspect the goods. As long as there are people from their shipyard following them, safety can be guaranteed. If you are cheated by Qin Chuan, just drive the ship to the island country and sell it. They also like to collect scrap metal there. Okay, we'll pay the crew you send $30 a day each, and we'll pay them 30 days before they set off. For a dedicated sea freight line, the fastest one can arrive in 15 days, and the slowest one is 25 days. This ship is too simple, so it may take more time along the way. So 30 days is more than enough. 30 days means $900, which is definitely a huge amount of money falling from the sky for the shipyard workers. Director, I want to go. Yaroslav was the first to sign up. Makarov glanced at him. You have more important things to do. Others can go, except Yaroslav, because he and Qin Chuan have become good friends. What if he didn't receive the goods, and he just sailed the ship back to the port? Makarov was a man who was once bitten by a snake and was afraid of ropes for 10 years. He was skeptical about everything. All right, I'll go, Babbage said. Qin, you paid my father-in-law $900, so don't give me any more money. I will find a way to give you the remaining $100. A former aircraft carrier designer has to become a sailor to earn extra money? This is the sadness of the times. However, there's a saying that goes, a half-dead Russian is the best Russian. If they become strong, we will have trouble sleeping and eating. Now is the best outcome. Good. Qin Chuan nodded. He didn't expect Babbage to volunteer, but since Babbage had arrived in the east, he could forget about leaving. That night, the moon was high in the sky, and countless workers were still busy loading scrap metal into the cabin. Come, Yaroslav, let's drink. Qin Chuan and Yaroslav were sitting on the side, supervising the work. They were bored, so of course they had a few drinks. Yaroslav raised his head and gulped down half the bottle in one breath. Looking at this guy's expression, Qin Chuan knew that he was very depressed because he couldn't make nearly $1,000. He smiled and took out an envelope from his pocket. Yaroslav, thank you for your help these days. This is a small token of my appreciation. Yaroslav took a look at it in the light of a nearby street lamp, and his heart began to beat violently. They're all large green $100 bills. There looked to be about 10 of them, which means $1,000. Yaroslav wanted to refuse, but Qin Chuan had already put the envelope into his pocket for him. Yaroslav, we are good friends, so I didn't express it at the beginning, otherwise it would be a bribe. Now, everything is settled. This is the friendship between us good friends. You must accept it. Okay. Yaroslav swallowed. By the way, I heard that there are boilers on the Ulyanovsk. Although the Ulyanovsk is a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the Russians also know that their nuclear power is unreliable. If it breaks down, they will have to burn the boiler and drive back for repairs, saving the trouble of tugboats. The Kirov class is designed like this. The Ulyanovsk is also equipped with 2 KVG-4 oil-fired boilers, the same model as that on the Variag. Yes, in the warehouse. Should these 2 boilers also be considered our scrap metal? Yaroslav hesitated for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Of course, I will find 2 of the most reliable workers tonight and put the 2 boilers in. Does anyone know how to wait until the steel plate is covered on top? As for the 2 missing boilers in the warehouse, how would I know? Maybe they had been stolen a long time ago. It took 3 days to load the goods, and finally all 29,000 tons of scrap steel were loaded. A completely dismantled engine room section just happened to be placed on the top of the front deck, which could accommodate more than a dozen people for eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping. Various lighting, navigation, and radio equipment were installed. A ship number was randomly registered, and after customs inspection, this most unique ship set sail. More than a dozen lucky people boarded the boat in a lively manner. Many relatives saw them off at the dock. Among the crowd, Najesta's figure was particularly clear. She originally wanted to go to the east to see the world, but she still had to take care of her grandfather, so she had to stay. She could only wave her arms hard, with only one figure in her eyes. We're finally out to sea. Qin Chuan stood on the simple bridge of the boat, looking at the port that was gradually leaving, with a smile on his face. Brother Chuan, how much profit can we make from this shipload of scrap metal? This is not only a cost of time, but also a risk of life. Such a ship may capsize at any time. Without a 300% profit, it is not worth it. What is our cost? $9 million, maybe, plus shipping it back. It would probably be $10 million. Not that much. $3,300,000, 5 million RMB. The shipping cost is only $500,000. Qin Chuan said, after we go back, we will have more than enough materials for gas tanks. At $50 per gas tank, we can sell 400,000 of them, which is $20 million. This is only 1 or 2 times the profit. You are wrong. This ship is full of treasures. At this moment, under their feet, the M70 gas turbine was running. Since this gas turbine only had a power of 10,000 horsepower, it was very difficult to push the fully loaded ship forward, and the speed was less than 10 knots. However, if this gas turbine is placed on a hovercraft, it can reach a speed of 100 knots. The Eastern Navy urgently needs this thing. When giving it to the Navy, we can't ask for too high a price. If we sell one for $2 million, that would be $4 million, which is like free money. There are 2 kVg4 oil-fired boilers in the scrap metal pile. We could take these 2 boilers back and imitate them. When the Variag returned, everything inside was destroyed and the power system had been dismantled. Even if they didn't have them, they wouldn't dare use the Russians' boilers. The boilers on their warships often exploded, so they had to produce them themselves. How much do these boilers cost? One costs millions. Not to mention these things, even in the scrap iron there are treasures, such as aircraft carrier deck steel. Only a few countries in the world can produce this steel. When these steel materials are brought back, they need to be sorted and the deck steel should be picked out specifically, as it may come in handy in the future. Of course, the biggest gain is still people. Babbage followed him and headed to the east to start a new journey of life. Chapter 48, Return. It is already mid-July. This is the hottest time of the year. For steel mills, summer is even more difficult. The high temperature of the steel-making furnace can easily cause people to suffer from heat stroke. Therefore, large steel mills usually have a special popsicle factory where steel workers can eat as much as they want. Those white sugar popsicles that cost a few cents are the best delicacy in summer. There are no popsicles at the Liang steel plant, nor is there a need for popsicles because the steel-making furnace has stopped and production has stopped. Alas, this scrap steel can no longer be collected. Li Runping sighed. I guess all the scrap steel in Dongshan province has gone into our steel-making furnace. If it is farther away, the transportation cost will be too high and it will not be cost-effective. Yes, the scale of our steel plant is still too small. It would be great if we could use a blast furnace to make iron ourselves. Blast furnace, iron making? We can't buy high-quality iron ore, so it's all in vain. Li Runping continued to shake his head. By the way, how's the matter with Xiao Chuan going? After the telegram came a month ago, I sent him what he wanted. Li Runping said, yesterday, this batch of goods had already arrived at the Russian side, and the Russians were very satisfied. What about our goods? Qin Jiangwo was very nervous. In the telegram, Qin Chuan said that he had bought tens of thousands of tons of scrap steel from the Russians. Now, the factory is counting on this batch of goods. The goods have arrived from the Russians. They set out first, so why haven't they arrived yet? Don't worry. Wait a little longer. Maybe they've already arrived at the port. These scrap steel materials should be transported to Tianjin, right? They're all large steel plates. We'll have to find some vehicles to load and unload them, and we may even have to cut them on site. The transportation cost is estimated to be quite high. However, the most important thing for us now is to quickly get the steel and then make the gas tanks. The delivery date is getting closer. You don't have to go to Tianjin. I've already made inquiries. Qingdao can also pick up the ship. Liang is only about 100 kilometers away from Qingdao, so transportation will naturally be more convenient. However, Qingdao was not initially an international cargo port. It was not until 1992 that the first international shipping trunk line was opened, with the main routes from the north going through Dalian and Tianjin. It should be most convenient to declare customs in Qingdao, complete various formalities, and then unload the goods in Qingdao. What are we waiting for? Let's go to Qingdao and help Xiao Chuan. Just then, an excited voice came from outside. I'm back. Are you back? Qin Jiangwo stood up quickly and then ran out of the office quickly. A group of people gathered at the gate. Speaking of which, this trip abroad really broadened my horizons. The Russians really have unique looks. The Russians are really poor. I've seen many people picking up trash on the streets. Jianxi, why are you alone? Hearing this voice, Li Jianxi stopped bragging and looked at Qin Jiangwo. Brother Chuan asked me to come back first. What about Ogawa? Oops, I almost forgot something important. Li Jianxi patted his head and said, Brother Chuan asked me to inform everyone to bring cutting tools and go to the beach. Which beach? Of course it's the beach near us. Nearby? There's no harbor on the coast here. Yes, they're all beaches. Yes, it's the beach. Brother Chuan said he would drive the boat directly to the beach. At the shipyard, we drive directly to the slipway to load cargo. How do we unload cargo after returning? There's a reason why many scrap metal recyclers are reluctant to pay high prices for the scrap iron from the Nikolaev shipyard. Not only is transportation inconvenient, loading and unloading is also inconvenient, especially unloading. Once you arrive at the unloading port, how do you unload these large steel plates and transport them back? Unless the steel plant is right by the sea and has its own dock. This was not a difficult task for Qin Chuan. He had already thought about it. After all, in his previous life, he was bored and had discussed the topic. If he had gone there himself, how would he have gotten the steel for the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier? He consulted a lot of information before he found the half-finished comprehensive supply ship. The loading problem was solved, but what about unloading? Unloading is simple. Just go to the beach. When Qin Jiangwo and the factory workers drove a van, a motorcycle, and an old jiefeng to the beach, it was exactly 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. On the sea, in the distance, a ship was sailing against the wind and waves at high speed. It's high tide now. If the ship hits the beach now, it can go directly to the coastal road. Li Runping reacted with excitement on his face. This way, when the tide goes out, the boat will be completely on the beach, making it easier for us to operate. Moreover, the steel plates unloaded here can be cut on site and then transported to our steel plant 5 kilometers away by a few tractors. Oh, right, a crane. We need a crane. Quick, Lao Wang, go get the crane. Yes, Xiao Chuan is really smart, but has this cargo been declared? Qin Jiangwo was a little worried. He was an honest man and would never dare to do anything illegal. Brother Chuan and I went ashore together, completed the formalities, and then, at this moment, the roar of a convoy was heard in the distance. Qin Jiangwo turned his head and saw a row of military green vehicles driving over and stopping with a sharp brake sound. Then countless people in military uniforms jumped out of the cars, quickly ran onto the beach, and set up sentry posts every few steps. Qin Jiangwo suddenly felt his legs go weak. What did Xiao Chuan do wrong that he actually called all the soldiers here? This was going to be a big trouble. After the following cars drove up, they drove directly to the beach. The backs of these cars were equipped with professional equipment, which were obviously cranes. What are these cars doing here? Qin Jiangwo opened his eyes wide. It wasn't until a Pajero SUV drove over that he felt familiar. When the people in the car got out, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Second brother, did you find all this? There's no need to go through so much trouble. Qin Jiangwo said with a smile. It's just a boatload of scrap metal. Well, it's a shipload of scrap metal, but Qin Jiantai's eyes were complicated. In order to avoid any accidents, we still have to come and help. Qin Jiantai was accompanied by an old man in a Zhongshan suit, who was looking at the sea with eyes full of anticipation. At this time, the huge cargo ship had rumbled up, and taking advantage of the high tide, it was rushing towards the beach quickly. The bottom of the ship rubbed against the beach, making a squeaking sound, and the hull continued to rush up with the help of inertia. The front half came ashore, the back half also came ashore, and the entire ship was washed ashore on the beach. Even if the tide rises, it will not affect the subsequent work here. The ship has completely run aground on the beach, and the beaching is successful. Qin Chuan looked down and couldn't help but click his tongue. Second uncle, is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Chapter 49. The Father of the Navy's Missile Destroyer. This morning, Qingdao Customs. No. After your ship has cleared customs, it must sail to the port to unload its cargo. No cargo ship can just find a place to unload its cargo. If everyone does the same as you, won't it be a mess? Brother, what we bought is scrap metal. After it hits the beach, we could just dismantle it and unload it at the port. There's no way to unload it. We can't just dismantle into pieces at the port, right? Qin Chuan complained to the person at the window. From now on, the main business of our steel plant will be to buy old ships from abroad, dismantle them, and melt them into steel to support our country's construction. Please be lenient with the customs. No, the country has its own rules, and the customs has its own rules. How can we let small businesses like you run wild? You must unload the goods at our port, otherwise, you are smuggling. Don't waste time here, next one. Qin Chuan walked out helplessly, and Li Jianxu whispered, Brother Chuan, why don't we sail the boat to Tianjin? My old man has connections at the Tianjin customs. We are a cargo ship of 30,000 to 40,000 tons. Do you know how much oil it takes to sail there? Humph, I don't believe it. We have been through the Turkey Strait, the Suez Canal, and the Malacca Strait. It is at your doorstep. How can you still stump me? Brother Chuan, do you have an idea? Li Jianxi's eyes lit up. Any idea to send an envelope? Oh, do you want to drive the Audi over? The people here are stubborn. Even if the red flag car drives over, it's useless. Qin Chuan glanced at the window again. Now, we can only ask the army for help. Your second uncle? No, there's a naval base next door. I can just go talk to the leader there. Do you know them? Qin Chuan shook his head. And you? No problem. It will definitely work. Go back and tell the people in the factory to pick up the goods on the beach east of our factory. Bring your equipment with you. All right. Li Jianxi left the customs and took a long-distance bus back to the factory, while Qin Chuan went to the naval base alone. Who would have thought that, by such a coincidence, my second uncle was also there? After hearing Qin Chuan's narration, the Navy leaders opened their eyes wide, praised Qin Chuan repeatedly, and nodded immediately, saying, "It's okay, just go ahead and do it. If anything goes wrong, the Navy will take responsibility for it." The Navy leader went to the customs in person to handle the formalities, and Qin Chuan acted without prior approval and drove the ship directly to the beach. However, he did not expect that the army took it so seriously that they actually imposed martial law on the beaching area. Now, how do I explain this to the Russians on the ship? The boat came to a complete stop. Babbage stood beside Qin Chuan and asked, "Qin, what's going on?" "It's okay. My second uncle heard that I was back and came to greet me specially." "Well, just come and greet me. Why make such a big show?" Qin Chuan sighed and decided to show off. "Second uncle?" "Yes, that's my father's brother." "Qin, I didn't expect you had such a relationship." Babichi certainly knew that his father's younger brother was called uncle. He just didn't know that Qin Chuan's second uncle was so powerful. He was definitely a military leader. "Yes, in the East, you can't do business without connections. You've worked hard on the journey. I'll have someone pick you up and give you good food and wine. You can go back after you've had enough food and drink." After Qin Chuan finished speaking, he looked down and said, "Jianxi, take our friends to rest." During the journey, everyone was together all day, communicating with each other through gestures and gibberish. Li Jianxi also learned simple Russian language, so he had no problem entertaining them. The Russian sailors were very excited. They finally came to the east. They heard that the shops here were full of goods, and they didn't have to wait in line to pay. The key was that they had wine. They followed Li Jianxi into the van, but Babbage did not leave. "Qin, can you introduce your second uncle to me?" Second uncle. Qin Ji and I walked over. "Uncle, let me introduce you to this. This is Babbage, a good friend of mine from Ermao." Before Qin Chuan could finish his words, the old man next to Qin Jiantai suddenly became excited. "Valerie Babbage? Are you the designer of the aircraft carrier during the Soviet era?" Babbage was a little curious. The man opposite him was older than him and looked like an experienced designer. He just didn't know how he knew his name. Moreover, he could speak fluent Russian. "We don't call it an aircraft carrier. We call it a heavy aircraft carrier cruiser." Babbage replied. "You are?" "Mr. Babbage, this is fate. I am Pan Jingfu. I went to study in the Soviet Union in the 1950s. I visited the Neva Design Bureau and the Nikolaev shipyard." "Mr. Pan, the father of the Eastern Navy's guided missile destroyer." Qin Chuan went to the Qingdao Naval Base, intending only to tell the troops that he had a treasure and to ask the troops to speak for him. It was a coincidence that he met his second uncle, but he did not expect that old Pan was also there. Mr. Pan was born in 1930. He had been displaced since childhood. Looking at the enemy warships on the banks of the Huangpu River, he felt a surge of pride in his heart. "When I grow up, I will also build warships and build our own warships." After graduating in 1952, Mr. Pan first engaged in the design of steam turbine generators. In 1955, he entered the shipbuilding industry system and began his lifelong struggle. It was also during that period that he visited the Soviet Union, which broadened his horizons and allowed him to meet many Russian designers. Unfortunately, Babbage was still young at that time and had not yet entered the shipbuilding industry, so the two had never met before. After returning from the Soviet Union, Mr. Pan began to work in the field of warships. In 1962, despite pressure from all sides, Mr. Pan changed the DC power supply on the warships to AC power supply, which has since become a common practice for domestic warships. Because of this, Mr. Pan was valued by his superiors. When he was 35 years old, The country wanted to develop the 051 destroyer and appointed him as the chief designer. In the 1980s, the domestically produced second-generation destroyer 052 project was launched, and Mr. Pan once again became the chief designer. The first Type 052 destroyer, number 112, was started in 1989 and launched in 1991. After the outfitting was completed, it began a long sea trial. Although it was officially put into service in 1994, it started long-distance sea trials this year. It happened to be launched to Qingdao Naval Port, and Mr. Pan also came here with a warship. When he heard that Qin Chuan had brought some good stuff, Mr. Pan immediately decided to go and take a look. I heard about you from people in the design bureau. You are an outstanding warship designer in the East. Babbage said, Uncle, since we all know each other, we should have a good chat. How about we go to the county town and find a restaurant so we can eat and chat? Along the way, Qin Chuan was still thinking about how to keep Babbage. Now, the two designers happened to meet and had common topics, which they could talk about for 3 days and 3 nights. By then, the Russian sailors will leave, leaving Babbage alone. Okay, Qin Jiantai nodded. Uncle, I have to arrange the unloading first. Please wait a moment. Chapter 50. The key to fooling people is to know their needs. Qin Chuan walked toward his father. Xiao Chuan, these steel plates. Qin Jiangwo was a little excited and didn't know what to say. Dad, these steel plates need to be sorted. Qin Chuan said. Those with a thickness of less than 20 are cut into sizes that can be used by our rolling mills and directly enter our rolling mills to be rolled into 2.5 thick steel plates, which can be used directly. The manufacture of gas tanks requires 2.5 thick steel plates, that is 2.5 millimeters thick steel plates, which can be rolled from the internal deck of an aircraft carrier. On an aircraft carrier, the steel plates used between internal compartments have a thickness between 4 millimeters and 18 millimeters. Steel plates of this thickness do not need to be recycled, which can save a lot of electricity and can be directly rolled. Moreover, there is nothing special about this part of the steel plate. The steel plates, which are about 300 millimeters thick, go directly into our steel-making furnace, where they are melted and re-rolled into 2.5 thick steel plates. This amount of steel should be enough for our batch of export gas cylinders. As for the other steel materials, put them aside for now, especially the 38-inch thick steel plates. They must not be moved. They are precious. The armored steel that is more than 300 millimeters thick is used to protect important parts of the aircraft carrier, such as the engine room, ammunition depot, etc. The other steel materials are mainly for the hull. The hull is divided into 2 parts. The part below the waterline has strict requirements and must be able to resist torpedo attacks and seawater erosion. The steel plate in this part is relatively thick, generally between 150 and 230 millimeters, and it is heavier but can still maintain stability. As for the part above the waterline, it has to withstand the impact of waves and possible missile attacks. But in order to avoid shifting the center of gravity upward, it cannot be too thick, so only high-strength steel with a thickness of 23 to 28 millimeters can be used. However, the strongest steel is of course the top layer of deck steel. This layer has to withstand the takeoff and landing of carrier-based aircraft and cannot be too heavy, so it must be made of 38 millimeters thick ultra-high-strength deck steel. No more than 5 countries in the world can produce this kind of deck steel. The AK-27 deck steel produced by the Russians has a yield strength of up to 700 MPa, and this nickel-chromium alloy steel is also very corrosion-resistant. When the Variag was brought back in later generations, its surface was covered in rust, but after polishing, the inside was as bright as new. It's so amazing. Keep these steels for now. They will be of great use in the future. As for the bulb-shaped steel and the like used on the keel, there is no need to say more. Okay, we got it. Qin Jiangwo nodded. Don't worry. Qin Chuan is so capable. What else is there to say? From now on, you will listen to Qin Chuan in everything. Since he asked for this, he must have his reasons. Also, stay safe. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, he got into the Pajero that Qin Jiantai was riding in. In Liang County, the best hotel is Dongxing Building, private room on the 3rd floor. Brother Babbage is a guest from afar. Come, let us toast you. That's right, Mr. Babbage has been following us on the sea all the way. He has worked so hard. Come, Qin Chuan, have to toast Mr. Babbage. After 3 cups of wine, the relationship between the two sides became warmer. Mr. Babbage, I heard that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, you stayed in Irmao. How are you doing there? Qin Jiantai asked. This is just a case of bringing up things that are not related to the topic and poking at other people's scars. Oh, Babbage sighed helplessly. In recent years, I have been writing books at home, but, Brother Babbage, your best job is designing and supervising the construction of warships. Writing a book is just empty talk. It is not as interesting as building warships. Mr. Pan said, if you want to resume your old job, how about coming to our place? Sure enough, without Qin Chuan saying anything, Mr. Pan started to fool people here. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, the imminent threat to the north of the motherland disappeared. At the same time, the outstanding talents of the Russians began to seek other opportunities. A large number of people went to the west, but some people did not want to work for their former enemies and stayed in the country. The best choice for these people is to come to the east and realize their dreams. Yes, the 112 destroyer we are currently designing and building has first-class quality and advanced performance. During the sea trial, it even reached a high speed of 34 knots. However, we no longer have the chance to obtain the American-made LM-2500 gas turbine. We also need to cooperate with you in the construction of our next warship. Mr. Babbage, I sincerely invite you to join us. Qin Jiantai also spoke. Qin Chuan was helpless. Second uncle, you are so old, but you're still a little lacking in the skills of speaking and doing things. The invitation you two made has completely missed the point. We need Babbage. What does Babbage have to do with us? If you want to invite him, you have to know what he needs. Ahem. Qin Chuan looked at Qin Jiantai and said, Second uncle, Mr. Babbage is one of us. We don't need to hide anything from him. Tell him about our aircraft carrier plan. Aircraft carrier plan? Qin Jiantai is in charge of the troops' equipment, but not specifically the Navy's equipment. This time he went to the Qingdao Naval Base only because the chassis vehicle of the Yellow River factory could also be used as the chassis for the Navy's shortest ship missiles, and he happened to meet Mr. Pan and others. When it comes to the aircraft carrier plan, Mr. Pan must be aware of it, but at this moment he is also hesitant. Can he tell Babbage such a secret? Mr. Babbage, even though we don't have an aircraft carrier yet, we have been working towards this goal. Qin Chuan didn't expect the people present to cooperate with him, so he could only fool them himself. Let me introduce them to you. As a military enthusiast, it's normal for me to know some information about military equipment, right? In the 1970s, we were secretly carrying out aircraft carrier engineering, planning to build a 30,000-ton light aircraft carrier. Later, due to insufficient funds, we gave priority to the development of nuclear submarines, and then we turned to technology reserves. In 1985, we purchased the retired aircraft carrier Melbourne from Australia in order to study its technology. Later, we also inspected the aircraft carriers of the United States. Based on these, we proposed a new aircraft carrier plan, codenamed. Mr. Pan opened his eyes wide and asked, How did you know that, kid? Looking at the look in Mr. Pan's eyes, Qin Chuan knew that he must not reveal the codename of Project 891, otherwise he might be imprisoned. What was the codename? I can't remember it clearly. Anyway, the plan is to develop a medium-sized aircraft carrier with a displacement similar to the one in the Nikolaev shipyard. As for carrier-based aircraft, we will use our J-7 and J-8. Currently, these projects are progressing steadily. Qin Chuan said, Mr. Babbage, if you still want to fight an aircraft carrier with real weapons, then join us. There was a gleam of longing in Babbage's eyes. Who likes to play with PPT if there's a real thing that can be operated? Babbage wrote the book out of helplessness. He really wanted to build an aircraft carrier. However, he still has concerns in his heart. He shook his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Babbage, if you're worried about the Variag, I can promise that if I have the chance in the future, I will buy it and bring it back to China for modification, and you will be in charge of it yourself. Chapter 51. I want to buy Variag back. Real. Babbage's breathing quickened. The only important reason that allowed him to stay with Ermau and was unwilling to leave was the Variag. The Kuznetsov had already sailed away, and the Riga remained at the outfitting dock. As time went by, it was renamed the Variag. Babbage witnessed the construction of the warship with his own eyes, watched it gradually take shape, and has developed an attachment to the warship. Even though the Red Empire was gone and life was difficult, he still chose to stay in Ermau because he wanted to watch the Variag every day. He and Makarov had the same ideal. At this time, when he heard Qin Chuan say that he wanted to buy back the aircraft carrier, he was immediately tempted. After all, Makarov knew that the Varyag could no longer be built. After all, that powerful empire no longer existed. But thinking of something, he became depressed again. It's impossible. They won't allow the Varyag to be sold. But they have no money. Qin Chuan said, the Varyag is Mao's property. If Mao wants to buy it, he needs to pay the full amount, but Mao only wants to pay the remaining 30. In fact, Mao doesn't even have the funds for the remaining 30. How do you know that? Qin Chuan smiled and said, if this matter drags on, both sides will become discouraged. At that time, the Varyag will be handed over to the shipyard for disposal, and I, a scrap steel dealer, will have a chance. Qin Jiantai and Mr. Pan didn't say anything. They just listened to Qin Chuan's performance. The more they listened, the more shocked and excited they became. If we can buy that warship back, our country's aircraft carrier industry will enter a new era. Over the years, in order to develop aircraft carriers, relevant personnel have made unremitting efforts, starting with Project 707 and followed by Project A91. However, these are just arguments. After all, PPT does not cost too much money. If it really starts, the annual military expenditure of 10 or 20 billion will not be enough. However, if there is an existing ship to be converted, it will be a different story. Displacement, catapult, none of these are important. Let's first solve the issue of whether or not they exist. Are you sure? Babbage's face showed an excited expression. Mr. Babbage, swearing is meaningless and promises are invalid. I could transfer $2 million to your account as a deposit for the purchase of the Varyag. If we do not start the purchase within 5 years, the money will be yours. The deposit is for the shipyard, not for me. Babbage said, I don't need the money either, but Qin, I believe you. I am willing to stay. Shouting slogans or giving certificates of honor are meaningless. The most direct way is to give money. Qin Chuan is willing to use $2 million to show his sincerity. Babbage has no reason not to believe him. Qin Jiantai and Mr. Pan were both excited. Come, let's raise our glasses together and welcome Mr. Babbage to stay in our East. Mr. Pan no longer hid his intentions. Mr. Babbage, we are currently carrying out Project 891 in our country. On behalf of the project team, I welcome you to join us. Everyone, an aircraft carrier is a huge system engineering project. Are you in the East prepared? Since Babbage decided to join, he began to plan. If there is no technical reserve, it is difficult to build an aircraft carrier. Only a few countries in the world can build the steel needed for an aircraft carrier. Even a small arresting cable is a test of a country's industrial foundation. Old Pan frowned. From Project 707 to Project 891, the country has actually always been in the process of discussion, but has not yet reached the actual stage. There are indeed many shortcomings now. Take warship steel, for example. At that time, we directly imitated the steel from the Russians and produced 907 and 921 series nickel-chromium alloy steels. But these rare metals were lacking in China. After the fallout with the Russians, China developed the 901 series steel containing silicon and manganese elements, with a yield strength of only 300 to 400 MPa. In order to build the 112 destroyer, 945 steel was developed. Its yield strength is only 441 MPa. The qualified rate of steel is only 60%, and it has to be checked piece by piece. What about building an aircraft carrier? Take the Russian Varyag, for example. The main body of the warship is made of 590 MPa AK-25 steel, and the deck is made of 700 MPa AK-27 steel. There is not even any steel in China. How can we make a DER? If not, can Babbage trust his own aircraft carrier project? Will he just walk away? What's so difficult about this, Mr. Babbage? We already have the technical reserves. Even our small ion iron and steel plant can make the arresting cable. Can you make it? This time, all three of them spoke in unison. After he finished speaking, Mr. Pan and Qin Jiantai felt that it was inappropriate and stopped talking. Yeah, there's nothing fancy about arresting cables. All you need is a wire drawing machine, a braiding machine and other equipment, and some purchased raw materials. Qin, these are the ones that produce steel wire ropes, right? Babbage said, the arresting cable is not a simple steel wire rope. At land airports, fighter jets need a distance of 400 to 500 meters or even thousands of meters to take off and land. The runway is generally 2 kilometers long. The world's most advanced Nimitz aircraft carrier is only about 300 meters long and is divided into takeoff, landing, and parking areas. The takeoff runway is only about 100 meters, and only a catapult can launch a carrier-based aircraft weighing 20 or 30 tons. The landing area is only about 100 meters, and the carrier-based aircraft needs to hook the arresting cable and stop the ship abruptly. It is all a technical job. The requirements for the steel wire rope that holds the carrier-based aircraft are very high, and it cannot be too thick. After all, in addition to the 20 to 30 meters length of the arresting cable on the aircraft carrier deck, there is also a large section below the deck. The entire cable is more than 100 meters long. If it is too thick, it cannot be replaced by manpower. According to the standards of the U.S. Navy, it must be replaced after completing 100 interception missions. If the aircraft carrier is fighting at a high intensity, it must be replaced almost every 1 or 2 days. The requirements are high and the price is expensive. The price for Americans to use themselves is over $1 million US, and the price when selling to the Gauls directly soars to $2 or $3 million US. As for other countries, you can't buy it even if you want to. Of course, I know it's not a simple wire rope. Qin Chuan said, the yield strength must reach more than 1500 MPa, and the impact toughness requirement must be greater than 150 joules per square centimeter. For our private enterprises, this is not a difficult task. Babbage opened his eyes wide and said, okay, then I will stay at your Liang steel plant and see how you make this kind of steel wire rope first. Well, the goal is finally achieved. We have finally tricked Babbage into coming here, and we would be reluctant to let him go to someone else. It would be better if Babbage stays in our steel plant. Chapter 52, $2 million. Next to Dongxingla Hotel is the People's Hotel, the best hotel in Liang. Of course, guests should be arranged to stay here, even if it is necessary for them to be picked up and dropped off every day. Second uncle, Mr. Babbage and I will stay in a hotel during this period, which will make it convenient for us to take care of Mr. Babbage's daily life. You guys can go back. Qin Chuan waved his hand. The next period of time will be physical work, so Qin Chuan doesn't have to worry about it. Moreover, Qin Chuan was indeed tired after the journey. The bed in this hotel was very comfortable, and it was time to have a good rest. We will coordinate an orderly who knows Russian to come over. You have something else tonight, so you have to come with us. Where are you going? Capital. Qin Chuan frowned. Is there any justice in this world? Are you trying to tire me to death? After getting on the Pajero, Qin Chuan squinted his eyes until he parked the car. He saw a yellow building illuminated by the lights. It had a temple-like flying eave structure and looked very majestic. Are we the Princess Tim? You kids still know this place? Come on, let's go down and report our work to our superiors. Oh, Mr. Pan and Qin Jiantai brought Qin Chuan to the conference room in Huanglu, which was already full of people. The air was filled with smoke, and it seemed that everyone had been discussing this for a long time. Lao Qin, Lao Pan, you are finally here. Well, leaders, we've rushed all the way back. Hey, Mr. Liu is here too. Qin Jiantai greeted first. Mr. Liu was born in 1916, joined the Red Army in 1931, joined the party in 1935, and is a veteran revolutionary. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, he joined the Navy and began a lifelong effort for the modernization of the Navy. He is known as the father of the modern Navy and the father of the aircraft carrier of the motherland. Mr. Liu has always been paying attention to the development of naval equipment, especially aircraft carriers. In 1970, Mr. Liu was demoted from his high position and sent back to the Navy to become a small office director. At that time, Mr. Liu had no complaints and devoted himself to his work. Moreover, he soon accepted a new task to demonstrate the domestically produced aircraft carrier. From that time on, Mr. Liu became associated with aircraft carriers and began his aircraft carrier dream. He presided over Project 707 and Project 891. When he visited the Nimitz aircraft carrier in the United States, the photo of him leaning forward and standing on tiptoe to inspect it like a primary school student made countless people cry. This time, the naval leaders were very excited when they received the news from the Qingdao base. After hearing about it, Mr. Liu was even more excited and ran to attend the meeting. Looking at Mr. Liu sitting up there, Qin Chuan's face was full of admiration. Well, this young comrade, you must be Qin Chuan who made great contributions this time. He is so brave. He dares to go to the Russians to be a traitor at such a young age. Tell us about him quickly. Old Liu was very kind. Yes. Qin Chuan quickly introduced. Our Laishi iron and steel plant is a small steel plant that uses scrap iron to make steel. After we can no longer get scrap iron in China, we can only turn to foreign countries. I heard that Ermau had dismantled the steel from the Ulyanovsk aircraft carrier, but hadn't sold it. So I took a risk and went there. Fortunately, I bought the scrap steel back. Can those steels be used again as aircraft carrier steels? Asked Navy Leader Zhang. The steel plates have been cut into various shapes and processed during the construction process. They certainly cannot be used directly. If they're sent back to the furnace for reprocessing, it would be difficult. After all, although the material has not changed, we do not have the relevant processing technology, said Mr. Pan. Everyone looked somewhat disappointed. I originally thought of bringing back all the steel plates, welding them, and restoring them, but that seems unreliable now. We can analyze the internal composition of those steels and prepare to produce better quality ship steels. At the same time, Qin Chuan and his team not only brought back steel, but also good things hidden inside, such as the power system, which has 2 small power gas turbines and 2 oil boilers. Qin Jianai said, "That's right. The 2 kVg-4 oil-fired boilers are the same as those used on the Kuznetsov and Varyag. Their overall performance is at the same level as the Kitty Hawk class." Mr. Pan was very excited. Aircraft carriers have a displacement of tens of thousands of tons, and their current power systems only include fuel boilers and nuclear reactors. If the Eastern Navy builds an aircraft carrier, it will definitely be equipped with oil-fired boilers. After all, nuclear reactors are not only expensive, but also require specialized research and development. At present, the main 051 destroyer of the Eastern Navy also uses boiler power. There is a complete industrial chain in China. With 2 boilers, one can be cut off for research and the other can be used as a sample. In this way, it can definitely be copied. Okay, that's good. At least it can help us solve the heart problem of the aircraft carrier. The boiler imitation project must be launched as soon as possible. Mr. Liu expressed his opinion immediately. An aircraft carrier is a systematic and complex project that requires a large amount of technical reserves. Now that we have a sample, of course we have to copy it. Yes, we will arrange for the Ice City Boiler Factory to start production immediately. Leader Zhang nodded and looked at Qin Chuan. Comrade Qin Chuan, on behalf of the Navy, I thank you for your contribution. Please hand over the boiler to us as soon as possible. Well, of course there is no problem with this. I knew the Navy needed it. I bribed the people at the shipyard to get these 2 boilers. Each one is worth 1 million. Qin Chuan said very proudly. Everyone was shocked. What? These 2 boilers cost 2 million? Leader Zhang swallowed his saliva and said, RMB. I would like to give RMB, but they won't accept it. Qin Chuan was helpless. Everyone present was silent. So far, the aircraft carrier is only in the demonstration stage, and the funds allocated by the superiors are only for demonstration purposes. They originally thought that these boilers were brought back from the scrap metal pile and were worthless, but they didn't expect that they were so expensive. How much does a whole ship of scrap metal cost? Xiao Chuan, do you have an invoice? Qin Jiantai asked with a frown. Uncle, for something like this, can you still issue an invoice? There's not even a receipt. Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at Qin Jiantai and said, We went to the Russians to get all kinds of things, all done privately. Not to mention boilers, we even got nuclear bombs. How could there be an invoice? Even if there is a superficial transaction, it will cost a lot of money to build connections behind the scenes. If Ermau's Varyag can be purchased in the future, the surface price may be 20 million, but the connections behind the scenes may cost hundreds of millions. Can you buy the Varyag back? Everyone present was shocked again. Not now. Let's find a chance later. Qin Chuan said, By the way, it seems that the leaders seem to be in a difficult situation. Although our Liang iron and steel plant is just a small private enterprise, we also care about the country. If the Navy needs it, we can contribute. I bought it for 2 million and donated it to the country. Let's see how conscious we are. The question is the Navy so shameless as to take advantage of a private enterprise? Without a country, there is no home. Without a Navy to protect our motherland, there will be no stable environment for us. And how can we do business in an orderly manner? Qin Jiantai looked at his nephew with complicated eyes. This kid is amazing. Even if the Navy really doesn't give him a penny, a good relationship has been established this time, which will bring many benefits in the future. Not to mention, of course, if the leaders trust us, they can also give us the task of replicating this boiler. We don't need any money from our superiors. We can survey and replicate it ourselves. If the Navy passes the inspection, they can just pay us the production fee directly. Chapter 53. Give me a piece of land. If it is handed over to the Ice City Boiler Factory, the Navy will need funding. After all, if they don't pay, will the Ice City Boiler Factory have to pay out of its own pocket to help the Navy copy it? If it is urgently needed, the Navy can pay for it. The problem is that the aircraft carrier project is still in the demonstration stage, and no one knows when it will be built. Although Mr. Liu has been working hard, he cannot control the country. So, there's no legitimate reason for the funding. It is just wishful thinking on the part of the Navy. What's more, they couldn't help but give Qin Chuan the $2 million for purchasing. The Navy leaders couldn't do that. Now, a win-win solution has emerged. The boiler remains at Liaoyang Iron and Steel Plant, and the steel plant will copy and produce it. In this way, we can build the boiler without spending a penny on research and development. The leaders looked at each other. Finally, a leader spoke up. Qin Chuan, does your steel plant have the technical strength to do this? Yes, boilers are pressure vessels, and the boilers used on aircraft carriers are even more high-pressure vessels. If the technology is not up to standard, a crack in a weld could cause terrible consequences. The Russians' boilers often had problems. They would blow up for no reason, and the high-temperature steam would fill the entire engine room, directly steaming the engine room soldiers to death. The aroma of meat would fill the entire cabin. That scene is terrifying enough to think about. If this situation really happens, the manufacturer will be brought to a military court. Gas cylinders are also high-pressure containers. Our Liaoyang factory also produces them in batches. Even though we are just a private enterprise, my father worked for Shugong, and all the technical backbones in our factory are from Shugong. Aircraft carrier boilers are special high-pressure vessels that are not only complex to manufacture and have very high standards, but also have very small order quantities. In later generations, the East had 3 aircraft carriers, each with 8 boilers, which was no more than 20 in total. When nuclear-powered aircraft carriers were available, these boilers would be useless. So, no matter how you look at it, it's not a good deal. Qin Chuan naturally knew it too. But there was nothing else to do. He just thought that since he was reborn here, and since he had led Liaoyang Iron and Steel Plant to a successful path, he must of course do something. Let's go to Liaoyang Factory to supply boilers to aircraft carriers. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Yes, Xiao Chuan, you have to think about it carefully. Qin Jiantai was also no longer calm. Yes, second uncle, I have thought about it. Now that the army is in trouble, we have to share some of the burden with the army. Without the army to protect the country, there will be no environment for our peaceful development. Qin Chuan said, there is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying a heavy burden and moving forward. Well said, Mr. Liu nodded. The people of our motherland can feel the good years because of our army and our military workers who are carrying the heavy burden forward. Xiao Chuan, you are an excellent young man with ideals and patriotic sentiments. This project is handed over to you. Work hard. Qin Chuan nodded. Yes, please rest assured, leaders, we will definitely not let you down. Ahem. Mr. Pan suddenly thought of something. Qin Chuan, I remember you promised Babbage that you would develop an arresting cable for an aircraft carrier. Compared with the boiler, the arresting cable is more important, as it is directly related to the landing of carrier-based aircraft. Carrier-based aircraft can have different power sources and can take off by ski jump without a catapult, but they absolutely cannot be without arresting cables. Barrier rope? Xiao Chuan, do you know this? Old Liu widened his eyes. The arresting cable sounds fancy, but in fact, it's just a steel wire rope. Qin Chuan said, as long as our factory has the equipment, we can trial produce the arresting cable. Okay, we can allocate some funds to you for this project. Boss Liu waved his hand and said, I'll give you 1 million first. Just now I said that the Navy did not pay for the boiler imitation, and Mr. Liu already felt embarrassed. Now I heard that Qin Chuan wanted to make an arresting cable. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, he should first transfer some money from the funds of Project 891. Mr. Liu, our funds are also very tight. Leader Zhang on the side frowned and said, 1 million. You give it to me, just like that. But what about the other projects? Mr. Liu, we don't need the Navy's funds. After all, we are not specializing in making arresting cables. After we make them, we can also provide supporting services to other companies. However, tell me, what do you need? We need to buy equipment, and our steel mill space is not big enough. Qin Chuan said, even if we buy the equipment, I'm afraid there is no place to store it. It would be great if the army could find us a piece of industrial land. That's absolutely true. Liang Iron and Steel Plant was originally a small steel plant. Even if it was only used to produce steel, the plant space was not big enough. Later, we made steel pipes and then gas tanks. There was still so much scrap iron that needed to be stored, and there was no space left in the factory. Now I want to launch the steel cable project and also imitate the boiler, so we need a new factory. No problem. Where are you planning to go? If we could be near the provincial capital. Qin Chuan began to make a request. Ahem. Qin Jintai coughed twice and said, Xiao Chuan, you performed well before and have won the favor of these leaders, but you can't ask for too much. You guys are at Liang Iron and Steel Plant, so just find a piece of land in Liang. Why go to the provincial capital? Although the army can find connections for you, you still have to pay for it. Such a large piece of land is not cheap. How much money do you have? No, our business in the future will be mainly to buy old ships from abroad and dismantle them. The provincial capital is not near the sea, so it is not suitable. Fortunately, the next moment, Qin Chuan himself rejected it. I think Qingdao is a good place. Let's find a beach. Cough, cough. Qin Jianai coughed a few times again. What a joke. Going to Qingdao? There is a military port and a seaport for imports and exports. Is it suitable for you to go there? Well, but Qingdao is far away and not convenient. So let's go to the beach near our steel plant and give us the land nearby. Qin Chuan knew they would not agree to the first two requests he made, but he had to make them. After being rejected twice, he finally proposed a beach near their home. Could these big leaders still refuse? No problem. We will help coordinate and allocate the beach on the unloading side to you. It's not arable land anyway, so you don't have to pay. We just need to give you a heads up. Leader Zhang said, Thank you, leaders. If a steel plant wants to develop, it needs space. Although Qin Chuan has established a good relationship with Li Jianche's father, Li Gang is not responsible for the approval. Moreover, for this kind of project, it is not enough to be approved by the county. It must be taken to the provincial government for stamping, and the procedures may take 3 to 5 years. But for these big shots in front of us, it can be done just by saying hello. By the way, we also want to open mines in several nearby mountains. If we can find coal and steel resources, our steel plant will be able to produce and operate better, and we can also help more villagers get rich. No problem. We'll coordinate it for you. Chapter 54. Distortion of Human Nature. The next day, we went to Liang Iron and Steel Plant. Qin Chuan yawned continuously. His eyes were full of red bloodshot, but at this moment he still had to stay alert. Mr. Babbage, this is our steel mill. Qin Chuan introduced. At present, the main work of the steel mill is to recycle steel, smelt it, roll it into steel plates, and then make it into gas cylinders. The batch of steel we bought from the Nikolaev shipyard can be put to good use. It really makes full use of everything, even saving the process of entering the steel-making furnace. Those shipped steel plates with similar thickness go directly into the rolling mill and become 2.5 thick steel plates. Then they are cut and stamped. The manufacturing efficiency is very high. Although the production line is a bit rough, it is usable. The workers are working enthusiastically and look very skilled. Babbage was filled with emotion. The Nikolaev shipyard has all kinds of equipment that can make gas cylinders. After making them, we can sell them to Europe and the crisis will be resolved. However, no one thought of making this thing. People who came out of the planned economic system are used to following procedures and have no idea how to find their own way out. Even if the shipyard wants to grow and develop, it will only think about continuing to build ships and will never think of making gas tanks. Yes, knowledge is power, creativity is wealth. We have a special idea company here that makes money by giving people ideas. After the meeting yesterday, Qin Chuan was sent back overnight. He had to take good care of Babbage, make him feel the warmth of home, and make him fall in love with the East and never want to leave. As for the requests he put forward, the troops naturally agreed to them all. Even when he later asked the troops to coordinate machinery and equipment, he got a promise. He just had to stay in the steel plant and wait. Although I have been busy all night, but when I think about the gains, it's worth it. At this time, Qin Jiangwo and others were still directing the transportation of steel on the beach, with troops standing guard to see who would dare to steal. Moreover, when Qin Jiangwo thought that this piece of land would belong to his factory in the future, a happy smile filled his face. The factory not only survived, but also grew and developed. In just a few months, it expanded in scale. Some people are happy, some are unhappy, some make money, some are penniless. Dongfeng Machinery Factory. Director Yang. Section Chief Gua is back, shouted the pointed-faced Pan Yunkai. Guoqing came back on a motorcycle. The factory's 212 had been sold, so Guoqing could only ride a motorcycle when he went out to do business. The Jialing 50 was the most popular motorcycle in the 1980s, but it looked a bit shabby now. Old Gua, how is it? The sky-rolling monkey is a one-time sale. It's not just us. There are several factories that imitated the sky-rolling monkey. They all lost a lot of money. Some time ago, they sold their sky-rolling monkeys to Liang Iron and Steel Plant at 80 cents per pound. Director Yang, why don't we sell it to Liang Iron and Steel Plant? At least we can lose less. 80 cents a pound is not a small amount. Pan Yunkai said, Humph, even if our factory closes down, we can't let Liang Iron and Steel Factory get away with it. Yang Zhanfu gnashed his teeth in hatred. We would rather let these steel-pipe monkeys rust here than sell them as scrap metal. The price of scrap iron in the market has dropped to 40 cents per pound. Guoqing's face was gloomy. Why? Some time ago, Qin Chuan went abroad. When he came back, he brought back a shipload of scrap metal. It is said that there were tens of thousands of tons. Tens of thousands of tons? Enough for a small steel mill to use for a year or two. With the arrival of this batch of scrap iron is no longer in short supply on the market, and the price naturally drops. From 80 cents to 40 cents, the price of their sky rockets has become half the price. Bang! Yang Zhanfu slammed his hand down on the table. Damn it, God is blind. Why does he allow those opportunists and swindlers to make a lot of money, while we, the honest people, are forced into a dead end? Yeah, that's so unfair. I think we should write a letter of accusation. The origin of their scrap metal is unknown. There must be something wrong with it. Yeah, maybe he stole the railway. Yang Zhanfu shook his head. Letter of accusation? Is it useful? Even if the report is made to the higher authorities, it is impossible for them to send a working group down. In the end, they will still be asked to come to Yang County to investigate, which is equivalent to asking oneself to investigate oneself. They did it last time, but it ended in nothing. I have an idea, Guoqing said. What? They're selling gas cylinders to customers, so we can get a few back and send them to relevant domestic departments for testing. As long as they come up with an unqualified test report, the customers will definitely give up purchasing gas cylinders from their factory. Guoqing had been thinking about this all the way, and now he finally came up with a trick. That's right, let's do it this way. Even if we don't have the ability to produce gas cylinders, we can't let them come to Yang Factory to make money. No one wants the rockets we produce, so we have to sell the gas cylinders they produce. Doing this will not bring any benefit to Dongfeng Machinery Factory, but they will be satisfied as long as they see Liang Factory in trouble. This kind of thought process is all too common when human nature begins to distort. In a nutshell, if I don't live well, I won't let you live well either. But this requires someone they don't know. Who didn't show up the last time they came? Pan Yunkai took the lead. Me? I can pretend to be a middleman dealing in gas cylinders, but buying gas cylinders costs money. Yang Zhanfu gritted his teeth and said, sell our flying monkeys. Even if we have to sell everything we have, we will ruin their Liang Iron and Steel Plant. I was holding my breath and didn't sell it for 70 or 80 cents at the beginning. Now I want to sell it for 40 cents. I just can't swallow this anger. At the same time, in the north at the Ice City Boiler Factory. What? We got the aircraft carrier boiler. Yu Hongxin, the head of the technical department, said excitedly, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring it to our factory. We guarantee that we can complete the task of surveying and mapping. Deputy Factory Director Guo Xiangyang had a helpless look on his face. It is true that I got it, but I paid for it. Of course I know it costs money. Pies don't come free, but it's worth it. Our Bingqing Boiler Factory is the most professional and suitable one. Transfer them to us right away. The Bingqing Boiler Factory, which was also one of the 156 projects that year, can be said to have grown in tandem with the motherland's industry. In August 1952, the Central Finance and Economics Committee decided to introduce technology from the Soviet Union to build a power equipment factory in Bingqing, namely a boiler factory, a turbine factory, and a motor factory. After the establishment of these three factories, the country had complete power production equipment. The boiler generates steam, which drives the turbine to run, and then drives the motor to generate electricity. The equipment of various power plants in the country are all waiting in Ice City. Afterwards, the Bingqing Boiler Factory continued to grow and develop, not only producing boilers for power generation, but also ship boilers. The boilers of the 051 destroyer were all produced by them. In theory, the boiler of this aircraft carrier should belong to them. You still don't understand. This boiler was obtained by a private enterprise in our country. So if we want it, we have to spend money to buy it from this private enterprise. Chapter 55. A Liar and a Freeloader. Private enterprise? Yu Hongxin just frowned slightly, and then said, when did a private enterprise go abroad to purchase equipment? However, since it is a private enterprise, we really can't ask the superiors to transfer it directly. How much is it? Our Bingqing boiler factory is not short of money, so just buy it. Over the past decade, the country's economy has developed rapidly and the electricity gap has become increasingly larger. Naturally, it is necessary to increase efforts to build power plants. The performance of the Bingqing boiler plant in recent years has been very good. If the government and the military refuse to pay, then our boiler factory will pay for it ourselves. 300,000 or 500,000, we just grit our teeth and pay it. Yu Hongxin said, the factory should not care about these small amounts of money. We are the largest boiler company in the country. If we don't do it, who will? Since the country is in trouble, we have to help the country and the army solve their problems. 300,000 or 500,000. You think too simply. 1 million. What? 1 million RMB? That's a bit expensive indeed. It's in US dollars, and for one. If there are two, it will cost 2 million US dollars. Guo Xiangyang said. So, after careful consideration, the superiors decided to give the imitation task directly to this private enterprise. This way, the procurement costs and R&D costs were saved. Nonsense. Yu Hongxin frowned and said, what can a private enterprise do? It's okay to make some light industrial products, such as flashlights and thermoses, but this is a boiler, and it's the most advanced aircraft carrier boiler. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the pipelines have hundreds of atmospheres of pressure. Can private enterprises guarantee reliable welding? A crack can turn the engine room into a living hell. Although our private enterprises have developed well recently and even exported to earn foreign exchange, they're just rocket launchers, gas tanks, and the like. You also know this private enterprise? Yeah, what's it called? What steel plant? Liang Iron and Steel Plant. This is the factory that brought back the aircraft carrier boiler. Yu Hongxin was stunned and thought for a few minutes. Director Guo, I want to go there. What are you going to do? The factory has already made a decision. They definitely won't pay the money. It's $2 million. If it was 300,000 or 500,000 RMB, the factory would have taken it. I just want to go and take a look. Yu Hongxin said. Yu Hongxin, the last graduate of the 3rd class, was assigned to the boiler factory after graduation. He has worked diligently since then and has worked his way up to his current position as the head of the technical department. He is educated and skilled in technology. He is one of those people who are both read and professional. He has always wanted to build the most advanced boiler in the world. Back then, when the country was carrying out Project 707, it asked their Bingqing boiler factory to provide supporting facilities. Yu Hongxin took the lead at that time and designed the relevant boilers, but nothing happened afterwards. Now, the country has launched the 891 project. Although it is still under demonstration, there is no other solution for the power system. It must be a heavy oil boiler. He has always wanted to have access to world-class boilers, so this is a rare opportunity. Okay, you can go and see it, but you have to remember that you are the head of the technical department of our Bingqing boiler factory. This is your home. Guo Xiangyang understood Yu Hongxin well and was afraid that he would devote himself to studying technology and forget his identity, never to return. By the way, Leader Qin in the equipment department is a relative of the director of this factory. When you go south, you can go to see Leader Qin first. With his introduction, it will be easier for you. Yu Hong went south with excitement and anticipation. Liang Iron and Steel Plant welcomed a big customer. Hello, chiefly. Our economy in the south is developing very fast, and there's an extreme shortage of gas cylinders. The man was dressed in a suit and tie, with mousse in his hair, making it shiny. Although his face was a little pointed, he spoke with an accent, and it was obvious that he was from the south, and he spoke Mandarin in this way. Behind him followed a burly bodyguard, carrying a briefcase that was bulging with money. Boss Pan, I'm very sorry. The gas cylinders currently produced by our factory are all for export. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. I'm afraid we can't supply you with the goods. But don't worry. After we deliver this batch of goods, we will give you the next batch. Li Rumping was also very polite. Foreign trade is just a one-time deal. If they want to grow and develop, they have to rely on the domestic market. With the economic development in the south, more gas cylinders are used, so the factory must expand into the southern market, and the boss in front of him has come at the right time. Okay, it's great that you can export and earn foreign exchange, but you can at least give me a few samples. Okay, the last sentence is obviously not imitated. Qin Chuan, who was passing by the door, frowned. What big boss from the south? He couldn't speak clearly and was tall. He looked like a northern man. He must be a fake. There are too many scammers doing business these days. However, we cannot expose him right now. We need to first see what he is up to. The production equipment for steel wire has not arrived yet, so the arresting cables cannot be produced. The superiors sent an interpreter to accompany Babbage. When he had nothing to do during the few days, he took Babbage to the provincial capital to visit the Confucius Temple and other places so that he could feel the profound culture of the East. If you want to keep someone, you have to make him feel culturally identified, and the West is best at this. Things like Santa Claus, peace apples, and April Fool's Day have subtly led the younger generation astray. This is cultural invasion. In this regard, the East has not done very well. The only way to achieve cultural output is online literature. Brother Chuan. At this moment, Li Jianxi's voice rang out. Why are you here? A middle-aged man came to the door with a letter of introduction from your second uncle, saying he wanted to come and take a look. Another liar? Qin Chuan subconsciously attributed the visitor to the ranks of swindlers. Since he was free anyway, he might as well go and meet him. Let's go and take a look. At the door stood a middle-aged man who looked honest and kind. He wore thick black-framed glasses and a factory uniform with the Ice City Boiler Factory logo embroidered on the chest. He was carrying a faux leather briefcase in his hand and didn't look like a liar. You must be Xiao Chuan, right? I met your second uncle in the capital, and he told me about you. Xiao Chuan, you are really amazing. You have made great contributions to our navy and our country. After just a few words, Qin Chuan realized that this person should not be a liar, but he was even more despicable than a liar and was most likely here to get something for free. Although Mr. Liu had made the final decision during the meeting that there would be no more work for the Bingqing Boiler Factory, they might not give up and still want to do something. In this case, Qin Chuan thought of the liar. Okay, in that case, let's kill two birds with one stone. Yes, it's me. Since my second uncle introduced you, you are one of us. Let's go to our office and talk. Qin Chuan suddenly covered his stomach and said, Oh no, my stomach hurts. Jianxi, take the guest to the office and bring me some paper. Chapter 56. The boiler was stolen by the southern barbarians. Bathroom. Brother Chuan, what's going on? Set up a trap and kill two birds with one stone. Okay, do I need to look for my dad? No need, just call Xiao Arii and call his pager. At this time, Pan Yunkai had followed Li Runping to the warehouse, where gas tanks were piled up like mountains all the way to the roof. Chief Li, you have so many gas tanks. How about getting me a truckload? Sorry, these are for export. Let's get you 10 samples. This is the best I can do. Chief Li, at this moment, Li Jianxi ran over and said, Our factory has another guest. Please hurry over. But here. Don't worry, it's just a few gas tank sample for the customer. I'll do it. Li Jianxi said, I promise I won't neglect the customer. Okay, Mr. Pan, I'm sorry, I have to excuse myself. It's all right. Chief Li, go ahead and do your work. Okay. In order to avoid being discovered here, the people sent by Dongfeng Machinery Factory were people Qin Chuan had never seen before. At the same time, this also meant that the people who came did not know Qin Chuan, nor did they know Li Jianxi. Seeing that Li Jianxi was very young, Pan Yunkai guessed that he was just a child from a nearby villager who came here to work. Boss Pan, do you want more gas tanks? Li Jianxi asked in a low voice. Yes, that's easy. I'll secretly get you a carload. But you have to give me the money. 100 for each, and 100 equals 10,000. Do you have the money? Of course there are. Pan Yunkai said this, but he was a little worried in his heart. He was actually planning to buy a few samples. He said that he was a big boss in the South, but it was all a lie. Now, did he really have to spend money? Were your words reliable? Of course, I am in charge of the warehouse here. It's up to me to decide how many to produce. How about making 100 for you and giving me 10,000? $20,000 is nothing, but what? If you give me 10,000 yuan, I will give you a treasure. Pan Yunsai's eyes suddenly lit up. What treasure? The good stuff that the factory got back from the Russians last time was packed in a wooden box. I guess it should be a machine that produces gas cylinders. Pan Yunkai suddenly had an idea. Great, if he took this thing back, the factory could produce gas cylinders. Okay, give me this. 50,000 yuan. Li Jianxi said, after I make this deal, I have to pack up and run away. As a big boss, you can take the machinery and equipment back and produce gas cylinders yourself. You don't have to come here to buy them. 50,000 yuan is definitely worth it. 50,000 yuan is a bit too much. Pan Yunkai rolled his eyes. The bodyguard he brought with him was actually the son of an old worker in the factory. The briefcase he was carrying only had 20,000 yuan in it. Where'd he get the rest of the money? You're a big boss in the South. You can't even bear to part with this little money? Forget it, forget it. It's like this. I'll give you a deposit of 20,000 yuan and write you an IOU for 30,000 yuan. I'll leave you my address, and you can take the IOU to the South to find me. I have a big factory in the South, and I'll hire you as the workshop director, or rather, my secretary. An IOU of 40,000 yuan. You are a big boss, but you don't know how to count. Okay, since he had no intention of giving the IOU anyway, any amount would be fine. Pan Yunkai took the blank account book handed to him by Li Jianxi and quickly wrote the IOU on it. Then he winked at the bodyguard and handed 20,000 yuan to Li Jianxi. Okay, do you need me to find you a car? No need. Let's go find it ourselves. Pan Yunkai looked at the bodyguard. Go out and stop a car on the road. Ding. Soon, a sky blue Lupinkai drove in, and the driver was Xiao Ariai. Master, come on, back the truck directly into the warehouse and load the goods for our customer. While directing the loading, Li Jianxi assured Pan Yunkai, don't worry, I'll tell the concierge later, and no one will be in charge when we drive out. In the office, Qin Chuan enthusiastically made tea and poured water. Come, Uncle, you have some water. You're my second uncle's friend, so we are a family. Tell me, what are you doing here? If you said you wanted the boiler, we would agree generously and take you there. But then, the boiler was stolen by the southern barbarians. I heard that you have 2 advanced ship boilers here. Your uncle you have been making boilers for half my life, but I have never seen what an aircraft carrier boiler looks like. Yu Hongxin said, so, I came here shamelessly to take a look. Have a look. Yes, this boiler can produce hundreds of tons of steam per hour, with a temperature of over 300 degrees Celsius. It is more useful than all the boilers we currently produce, so I really want to see with my own eyes how it is designed. Just looking? Qin Chuan was a little curious. He thought he was here to ask for the boiler. If he was just looking, then it would be fine. Just look openly. Yu Hongxin looked like an experienced technician. Could it be that he just liked this type of boiler? Or should he be kept to survey and replicate it? Xiao Chuan, are there another guest? At this time, Li Rumping walked in. Yes, from the Ice City Boiler Factory. Ice City Boiler Factory. Li Rumping's eyes lit up. It's a big company, one of the 156A projects back then. What are you doing here? If you need our cooperation, we will cooperate with you without hesitation. The older generation is very conscious. Even if Yu Hongxin asked for a boiler, they would probably nod and agree. For the sake of the country and the army, we are willing to... Old you came all the way here. You must be tired and hungry. Go to our cafeteria and eat something first. No, I'm not hungry. I just want to see how the Russians design their boilers. Man is iron, and food is steel. If you don't eat, you'll be hungry. Let's go and eat something. Li Rumping was very enthusiastic and dragged Yu Hongxin to the cafeteria. When they left the office, Qin Chuan saw the looping diesel truck driving out of the door. After dinner, it was almost dark. Uncle Yu, come on. I'll take you to the warehouse. The good things we got from the Russians will be kept in the warehouse. Qin Chuan enthusiastically took Yu Hongxin to the warehouse. Then, what's going on? Qin Chuan's face changed drastically. Where are the 2 large wooden boxes we put at the back of the warehouse? The customer took it away. What? Which client? It was the guy from the South. He said he had made an agreement with Uncle Li and paid the money. He asked for 100 gas cylinders and the 2 large boxes. Li Jianxi looked at Li Rumping innocently. Uncle Li, is there a problem? Li Rumping gnashed his teeth and said, I only agreed to give him 10 gas tank samples, and he only paid for 10. What? Damn it, I got cheated. Li Jianxi was shocked. Don't worry, I will call my dad right away and get the things I got back. No, we have to inform the army. This is not a simple matter. Chapter 57. Equipment for producing gas tanks? This is a boiler. If it was just a gas tank, it would be just an ordinary economic case. If the amount was not huge, the police would not file a case. But with those 2 wooden boxes, it was time to eat peanuts. Of course, unless it was in 1996, which was an exception. Now, by doing this, Qin Chuan can definitely kill the person who is playing tricks behind the scenes. This is exactly the effect he wants. The business world is like a battlefield. It has not been easy for Liaoyang Iron and Steel Plant to develop to its current state. If it is normal business competition, they will accompany it. However, if someone wants to play tricks, haha. Lupin Kai is running in the mountainous area. Boss, where are we going? Xiao Airei was a little confused. It was the first time he met such a boss who didn't tell the destination after loading the goods. Go ahead, keep going, Pan Yunkai said as he searched his pockets. He only had 300 yuan left, his own money. The 20,000 yuan he brought with him was all gone. He looked at the bodyguard next to him. The bodyguard searched his pockets and found that he had even less money. When he went out to stop a car, he stopped several cars, but this one did not stop. However, it asked him for $200 for the fare first, so he had no money left in his pocket. Squeak! Xiao Airei stepped on the brake. Boss, for the 200 yuan shipping fee, I can only deliver the goods here. If you don't tell me where to unload them, I can only drop them off here for you. In the 1990s, truck drivers were more popular than white-collar workers. Cargo owners had to pay money to hire them, otherwise they would not do the job for less. Well, I still have $300 here. Please transport it to Lufeng Mountain for us. Go over there at least 1,000. I'll give you this money first. When we get to the destination, I'll pay you the rest of the shipping fee. Oh, I shouldn't have stopped the car if I had known. The waiter gave the two of them a black and white look and said, What bad luck. I have to deal with cargo owners like you. Well, I'll make a trip, if you dare to default on paying my freight. The car started and soon stopped at a gas station. Lao Yang, fill up the tank. Xiao Wahii went down to refuel the tank, as if he knew the route well. When the tank was full, he went into a small room nearby to settle the bill and picked up the phone. Lao Yang, make a phone call. Liaoyang Iron and Steel Plant. Brother Chuan, Xiao Airei, said that the destination is Lufeng Mountain. I just don't know if they'll transfer at once. Li Jinshi put down the phone and said to Qin Chuan excitedly. At the beginning, they just changed hands once to interrupt the clues of the investigation. However, this kind of pediatrics can only be cheated by cooperating with the big hat, otherwise it will be easily discovered. Although Xiao Airei is now transporting, it does not mean that the other party will not find someone else. Yeah, it's pretty much what I guessed. Qin Chuan said, On Lufeng Mountain is the Dongfeng machinery factory we went to last time. Humph, last time I was planning to make peace and help them get rid of the flying monkey, but I didn't expect them to be so ungrateful and even want to trip us up. Brother Chuan, what should we do next? Please ask Uncle Li. This is a great opportunity for him to solve the case and make a contribution. Well, I'll call right away. Li Jinshi had just finished his phone call when the Audi car from the factory returned. The soldiers on the nearby beach had already withdrawn, so the factory's Audi car had to drive to the nearby Qingdao base to report. The anxious Yu Hongxin also went there, and now followed the car back. Uncle Yu, how is it? The army has already known about this, but they are not in a position to come forward for the time being. They can only cooperate with the local police to set up surveillance in the entire area as soon as possible and try to intercept the criminals. After all, those boilers didn't belong to the army, but to Liaoyang Iron and Steel Plant. The army couldn't make too much noise, but as long as the army knew about it, it was enough. Next, you dare to play dirty tricks on us at Liaoyang Factory. Don't you see who is behind us? In the middle of the night, Lu Pingchai drove into the Dongfeng machinery factory deep in the mountains, unloaded the goods, and received the freight. Xiao Airei drove away without stopping for a moment. When he drove more than 10 kilometers, he saw a row of police cars on the opposite side and 2 dark green military vehicles. After driving for a few dozen kilometers, he reached the main road and found a roadblock. Fortunately, his car was empty, so he was allowed to pass directly. Dongfeng Machinery Factory. We bought these gas cylinders for 100 yuan each, and the market price is 120 yuan. We can make 2,000 yuan just from these. Pan Yunkai pointed at the goods on the truck with pride on his face. However, the most important thing is the 2 wooden boxes. They are the machinery and equipment for producing gas cylinders. With them, we can also produce gas cylinders. Well, you did a good job, but you didn't change cars midway, so I'm afraid you'll be caught here. We have no money left. If we unload the goods midway, we won't be able to call other trucks. Besides, even if we are caught, we will not admit it. Pan Yunkai said, That's right, we don't admit it. Guoqing nodded. This is called a tooth for a tooth. It's not that easy. If you say you don't want to admit it, then don't admit it. Then, Yang Zhanfu shook his head. First, open the wooden box and take a look at the machinery and equipment inside. Several workers picked up crowbars and hurriedly pried open the wooden box, revealing a flat cylinder inside, which looked like a big orange with a small cylinder on the side. It looked very strange in appearance. I thought it was a hydraulic press or something. Why is it this? What is this? There are foreign words on it. There's a pressure gauge. Why does it look like a boiler? That's not what a boiler looks like. Just as everyone was talking, sirens blared outside and cars drove in one after another. The glaring light illuminated the warehouse, and everyone was trapped inside, looking confused. Here it is here, someone shouted excitedly. Director Li, as expected, our decision to investigate various mechanical processing factories was the right direction. We have found a third one, and we have found it. Li Gang's face was serious. Arrest them all immediately and seal off the entire factory. Hey, what do you want to do? Yang Zhanfu walked out and looked at the people outside. I am the one who should ask you what you are doing. Li Gang said with a dark face. How dare you steal? We don't have any. We bought these gas cylinders. Where are the boilers? These boilers are classified military products. Where did you buy them from? Are you still trying to make excuses? This is not a boiler. This is the equipment we bought to produce gas tanks. Pan Yunkai was dumbfounded. Equipment for producing gas cylinders? Is there such a thing? Don't you have anybody who knows Russian? Guoqing really understood it. He just didn't have time to read it just now. When he timidly leaned over and saw the words clearly, his face turned pale. KVG, for oil-fired boiler, Leningrad boiler plant. Chapter 58. The king of counterfeiting Kobe steel is here. I was driving home when someone stopped me on the way and told me to go to Liang Iron and Steel Plant to load a truckload of goods. I didn't think much about it and took the job. After all, I often went to Liang Plant to load goods. But I regretted it after loading the goods. The employer didn't even tell me the destination, but just directed me to drive on the road. Xiao Ariai, who was in charge of transporting the goods, was also found and a brief statement was made. I think this is not right. Could it be that these two employers are murderers who are planning to kill me and steal my car? Humph! I have traveled all over the country and have seen all kinds of situations. If they dare to make a move, I will risk it. I will turn the steering wheel and drive directly into the ditch to take them to hell. But later, we finally arrived at our destination, which is a factory in the mountains. Comrade police officer, did I make any mistakes? You really don't know what's on the truck? How would I know? I parked the car in the warehouse and went to eat. When I came back, the goods were already loaded. Police comrade, I am an honest person. Well, we have already investigated your background. You are indeed just a self-employed transporter. You have been kept in the dark this time. However, you must be careful in the future. If you find anything wrong, report it to us immediately. Yes. After the record was completed, Xiao Ariai smiled and said, Uncle Li, you all have worked hard. I will treat you to a meal at the restaurant. What are you eating? I've been very busy lately. This is a major case. You better keep your eyes open in the future and don't let anyone fool you. Okay, got it. The interrogation on the other side was not so easy. It's unfair. Pan Yunkai sat on the iron bench and shouted loudly. I really didn't know those were boilers. Stop talking nonsense and tell me how you cheated me. I'm not lying. You're not lying? You pretended to be from the south and went to Liang factory to buy gas cylinders. If that's not cheating, what is that? You only paid for 10, but got a truckload of them back. Tell the truth. Don't try to fool me. This is just our momentary confusion. We wanted to bring down the Liang Iron and Steel Plant. However, we really didn't know that the boiler was brought from abroad. The person in charge of the interrogation was immediately delighted. Great, there really is an inside story. Speak, tell the truth. Yes, I confess. One day later, the capital. Mr. Liu, those who stole the boiler only confessed that they wanted to use the quality problems of the gas tank to bring down the Liang Iron and Steel Plant. They refused to admit that they had committed the crime of stealing the boiler. However, the boiler was in their factory, so it was useless for them to deny it. The theft was already a fait accompli. Old Liu sighed. After 1983, the social atmosphere has improved significantly. Unfortunately, 10 years have passed in a flash. People in society are restless and illegal and criminal activities are increasing. It's time to happen again. Thanks to the local comrades who worked quickly and efficiently, no major incidents occurred. Well, thanks to the local cadres, that Li Gang is indeed a talent. By the way, the Dongfeng machinery factory has been closed down. What should we do next? We'll deal with it as it should be dealt with. If necessary, we'll sentence them. If necessary, we'll fine them. If there's no money, we'll auction off the factory equipment. Mr. Liu is very busy and doesn't have to deal with such trivial matters. However, what he cares about most is the domestic aircraft carrier project. He has to inquire about all matters, big or small. With these few words from him, the matter was settled. After the secretary left, Mr. Liu looked at the table, where there was a model of an aircraft carrier. Xiao Chuan, you are really capable. However, you have made great contributions to the army, so it is only right that I support you. As long as you can do what you promised. Dongfeng Machinery Factory. The broken equipment here is not worth much, and no one wants at the auction, so we treat it as scrap metal. Li Gang said to Qin Chuan beside him, Xiao Chuan, you guys just transport these things back, estimate the weight, and pay the relevant departments according to the price of scrap iron. Yes. Qin Chuan nodded. Although we are not short of scrap metal, it is only natural for us to let the relevant departments deal with the waste. I originally thought he was just an ordinary scammer, but I didn't expect he was from Dongfeng Machinery Factory and wanted to bring down my side. In that case, I won't be polite. Qin Chuan and Li Gang walked in while chatting, looking at the machines and equipment inside. They thought they were good and should still be usable. It just so happened that a workshop was being built on the seaside, so their mechanical processing plant could start operation, which would make it convenient for them to do anything in the future. Wait, what is this? A wire drawing machine. The next step in making wire rope is wire drawing. With this machine, we don't have to purchase it anymore. Good, not bad. After the inspection, the crane came in and began to move various equipment, and soon the place was completely cleared. The Dongfeng Machinery Factory thus completed the task of moving out of the mountains and moved directly to the seaside in one step. Back in the Audi, Qin Chuan picked up an envelope and said, Uncle Li, thank you for your hard work this time. Li Gang didn't take it. Xiao Chuan, Uncle Li has to thank you. He will be promoted soon and will leave the county. But don't worry, if you have any problems, just give him a call and Uncle Li will definitely help you. Forget about this thing. On the one hand, Li Gang was truly grateful. But on the other hand, Li Gang already knew Qin Jintai's identity, so he was even more afraid to accept it. When the Audi drove back to Liang Iron and Steel Plant, Qin Chuan looked curiously at a brand new Toyota Crown parked nearby. Who was coming? In the office, there was a burst of bird chirping, followed by a translated voice. We were surprised to hear that you bought back the scrap steel from the Nikolaev shipyard. In fact, Kobe Steel has also been eyeing this batch of scrap steel for a long time, but has not taken any action yet. Now, we hope to buy the 38mm thick steel plates from you. Your price is $200 per ton, and including the shipping cost, it is less than $400. We are willing to pay $500 per ton. Kobe Steel? The king of counterfeiting? Qin Chuan thought to himself. Here comes another one, taking advantage. When the steel was in the hands of the Russians, no one bought it, because they couldn't ship it back. Now, Qin Chuan has successfully shipped the steel back and sorted it into different categories. Talents from the island countries have come to him, wanting to take advantage of the ready-made bargain. Director Qin, Mr. Ishino Yumichi has come here specially. Please don't let our guest from the island country down. The translator added one more sentence, sounding friendly on the surface, but just hearing this sentence, Qin Chuan felt nauseous. Damn it, is there no one with backbone in the Foreign Affairs Department? Chapter 59, $3,000 per ton. At this time, Qin Zhangwo was a little hesitant. For scrap steel, $500 a ton is definitely a high price. Even many finished steel products are not as expensive as this. When Indian customers came to buy steel pipes, they only paid $300 a ton. Now, there is more than enough scrap metal, and they can't use it all. How about selling a batch? No, Xiao Chuan is the one in charge of this factory now. We have to wait for him to come back. Thinking of this, Qin Zhangwo smiled and said, Mr. Ishinoyu Tsuji, I'm very sorry. My son brought back that batch of steel, so I have no power to decide. Director Qin, the factory is yours. How can you not have the power to make decisions? Mr. Ishino Yumichi still has a lot of work to do, and it's your luck that he found time to come to your Liang factory. I heard that you came from Shugong, so you should know how big a company Kobe Steel is. They are one of the Fortune 500, the boss of the steel industry. After the translator finished speaking, he looked at his watch again. Our Mr. Ishino Yumichi only has half an hour. If you don't make a decision quickly, he will be gone. Qin Jiangwo hesitated. He knew what kind of existence Kobe Steel was. Unlike the San last time, Kobe Steel was the real industry leader. If he offended them, he would have trouble moving forward. If he wanted to cooperate. No, we have to wait for Xiao Chuan to come back. I'm sorry, if Mr. Ishino Yumichi is busy, you can leave first. Those scrap metals were brought back by Ogawa, and only he can make the decision. Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. He thought his father was quite smart. It seemed that he could rest assured even if he was not around in the future. Ahem, Dad, what's the matter? Qin Chuan stopped listening and walked in. Xiao Chuan, you're finally back. Qin Jiangwo immediately breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Qin Chuan with a kind gaze. Qin Chuan looked into the room. A short man in a suit and tie was sitting at the main seat, drinking tea slowly and methodically. Next to him stood a translator who was nodding and bowing. His style was almost the same as when Asen came last time. At this time, Ishino Yutsuji also looked towards the door. Are you Qin Chuan? Did you get this batch of scrap metal? That's right, Mr. Ishino Yumichi. How come you, a great god, come to this small temple of our Liang iron and steel plant? Qin Chuan answered in fluent Japanese without waiting for the translator to answer. Ishino Yumichi, section chief of the iron-making equipment department of Kobe Steel, is a technical talent. His greatest contribution is the invention of the direct reduction iron-making method, which is a boon to small and medium-sized steel mills. At the same time, he also liked to come to the East to promote their steel-making equipment. This time, he must have heard that he had brought back a treasure, so he came here specifically. When the country's doors were just opened, the island country's first-class quality products entered the East and cultivated a group of loyal customers. Even in 2020, some people still think that driving a naturally aspirated Lexus is the wisest choice, which can be passed down for 3 generations. At the same time, BBA has long entered the turbocharged era, and its power is much higher than that of Lexus. The products of the island countries are deified, and everyone thinks that the technology of the island countries is so advanced. In fact, it is just that. Is Kobe Steel good? It's just the data that's good. If the data is not enough, just modify it. It's that simple. Is the island countries' shipbuilding industry good? When building liquefied gas ships, they still use the outdated aluminum alloy moss tanks, while we in the East have long used thin film in var steel. Although the island country built an amphibious assault ship, which was declared to be a quasi-aircraft carrier, it can only operate a vertical takeoff and landing fighter at most, and there is still a big gap from our 003 aircraft carrier. No matter how good the island nation steel is, it cannot withstand the deck steel used to stop carrier-based aircraft from landing. So, they came for the advanced deck steel, and at $500 a ton, they wanted to take the deck steel away. Mr. Ishino just heard that you recycled second-hand steel from abroad, and was afraid that you would run out of funds and eventually break the supply chain. So he came to help. The translator said, "You must understand Mr. Ishino's good intentions." Hey, didn't you just say you were just passing by? Now you're coming here, specially? And you came here specially to ask for AK-27 steel. Qin Chuan looked at the translator curiously. Are you Mr. Ishino's translator or his secretary? Are you Chinese or Japanese? Or are you Chinese in appearance, but Japanese in heart? The translator's face flushed. When Ishino Yumichi heard Qin Chuan mention AK-27 steel, he shook his hand, which was just strolling leisurely with the teacup in his hand. I originally thought that these people didn't know the value of the goods and would sell them to me if I raised the price a little, but I didn't expect that they actually knew everything. If that's the case, I can't pretend anymore. Yes, we are here for this batch of steel. Ishino Yutsuji stood up and bowed respectfully to Qin Chuan. Please take care of me. Ishino Yumichi's action scared the translator. As an interpreter for the Foreign Affairs Department, he had accompanied Ishino Yumichi on business trips more than once. Even when facing large steel mills like Shugong, Ishino Yumichi was always condescending. Even when meeting high-ranking government officials, he did not perform such a standard salute. Now that Mr. Ishino is so respectful, you should also feel his sincerity, right? The translator continued. You originally collected those steels as scrap metal. If you sell them for $500 a ton, you will definitely make a profit. Don't waste time. Respectful? The Japanese should bow and apologize as required, but this is just a simple ceremony and everything will go on as usual afterwards. This is the so-called craftsman spirit. Qin Chuan smiled and said, since Mr. Ishino is so sincere, let's be frank. $3,000 a ton. You can take them all away if you want. What? $3,000 per ton? You young fool. The translator got anxious and shouted in Chinese. If it weren't for him shouting, Qin Jiangwo and others would not have known what Qin Chuan was mumbling to the other party. The other party only offered $500 per ton at first, and they almost lost money. Qin Chuan and them wanted $3,000 per ton, which was the real price. Humph, these little Japanese devils are so evil. Baka, Ishino Yutsuji rolled his eyes at the translator and said, Pan Yang, please don't interrupt our conversation. We don't need you anymore. Pan Yang shut up immediately. Ishino Yutsuji looked at Qin Chuan again. Mr. Qin, $3,000 a ton is too expensive. We're sincere in buying it. How about $1,000 a ton? $3,000, not a cent less. Qin Chuan shook his head. Also, we have to buy at least 3,000 tons. What if the other party only wants 30 or 50 tons? That's only a few dollars. At least 3,000 tons is enough. Mr. Qin, $1,000 per ton, and we will give you the world's most advanced direct reduction iron-making technology, which is just suitable for small steel plants like yours. Do you know direct reduction iron-making? Ishino Yumichi's eyes were burning. Chapter 60. Is there any steel for the ballpoint pen tip? Let's make some. Director Qin, the direct reduction iron-making method is the most advanced iron-making method of Kobe steel. The translator Pan Yang began to brag again. It is especially suitable for countries with backward industries and energy shortages. Mr. Ishino Yumichi is willing to hand over this technology to you. This is a blessing in disguise. Hurry up. Ishino Yumichi rolled his eyes at him, and Pan Yang immediately shut up. Qin Chuan shook his head. Mr. Ishino, our factory uses the American short process steelmaking method. Our raw materials are scrap steel, not sponge iron. For us, this technology is meaningless. The crisis of overcapacity in the steel industry exists not only in the country, but all over the world. In the 1980s, blast furnace iron-making plants in the United States began to face crises. In the 1990s, the model of using electric furnaces to melt scrap iron to make steel became popular. It does not require coke or iron or has a short process and high returns. Currently, all steel mills that are still profitable use this method. However, this method requires a large amount of scrap steel, which is not suitable for some countries with slow industrialization, such as Liang Iron and Steel Plant, where it is difficult to purchase scrap steel. What should we do at this time? Kobe Steel invented a new technology. Instead of using coke in the blast furnace, ordinary coal was used to directly smelt the iron ore into sponge iron, which was then directly used as the raw material for steelmaking and fed into the steelmaking furnace. This method is good, but Qin Chuan doesn't have to worry about the source of scrap steel, so why bother with direct reduction iron making? If there is no scrap iron, we can go abroad and bring back a few scrap ships. We won't have to worry about this thing for 10 years. After saying that, Qin Chuan looked at Ishino Yutsuji meaningfully again. Moreover, your direct reduction iron-making method is not mature yet, and there are serious technical defects in it. What did you say? Pan Yang was not happy. You are such a fool, young man. How dare you? A small private steel mill, question a Fortune 500 steel company. What qualifications do you have? It is a recognized fact that our country is technologically backward, not to mention various high-performance steels. We can't even produce a small ballpoint pen tip. This direct reduction iron-making method is even more. You also know it's our country? Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at him. When I heard you talk like that just now, I thought you were a real sheepdog. Sheepdog? What does that mean? Qin Jiangwo and the others didn't understand, but Pan Yang's face turned red. You fart. Mr. Qin, do you know that our direct reduction iron-making method has flaws? What are the flaws? Ishino Yumichi's face became serious. Your technology cannot be completely reduced using coal, and a certain amount of natural gas is also needed, right? Ishino Yumichi's face was filled with shock. Using coal for reduction is the most appropriate. After all, it has the lowest cost. However, Kobe Steel did not master this technology until 1996. Now, it is worrying about the raw material problem for direct reduction. Unexpectedly, it was revealed by a young man in front of it. Mr. Ishino, don't listen to his nonsense. Pan Yang said, Our Eastern steelmaking technology cannot be compared with that of the island countries. We can't even produce steel for ballpoint pen tips. What if it could be produced? Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at Pan Yang again. A tiny ballpoint pen tip steel. Can it be boasted to the sky? When talking about the backwardness of our country's industry, there are always people who bring up the small ballpoint pen. If we can't even make this thing, how can we brag about high technology? Are you kidding me? We just don't think highly of this market. China is the world's largest ballpoint pen producer, producing 38 billion ballpoint pens every year. But how much steel is needed? Only a mere 1,000 tons. For any steel plant, the volume is too small, and they simply don't care about this market. That's why it is monopolized by Switzerland and the island countries, relying on the technology passed down from their ancestors. Now, since this guy in front of us keeps clamoring, let's refine a furnace. You must be kidding. A small steel mill, like Liang Iron and Steel Plant, can produce steel for ballpoint pen tips. What's so difficult about this? We can start a furnace right now to smelt it. If we can't produce any, we can sell all the scrap steel to Kobe Steel for $1,000 a ton. If we can produce it, Qin Chuan glanced at the translator and said, just lie on the ground and bark like a dog. Say you were a sheepdog 10 times. Pan Yang clenched his fists and almost came up to fight Qin Chuan, but Ishino Yutong agreed immediately. Okay, it's settled. If he loses, Pan Yang will just bark like a dog. If he wins, he can buy back the steel at a suitable price. Of course, Ishino Yumichi will agree. Hearing his agreement, Pan Yang straightened his chest and said, okay, it's settled then. Humph, I don't believe you can make it. Qin Chuan smiled and said, let's go to the steel-making furnace. Recently, the factory has been making gas tanks, using ready-made marine steel plates. The thickness is not suitable for the rolling mill, and the steel plates that come out are qualified. Therefore, the electric furnace previously used to melt scrap iron has been idle. Since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well make one. Qin Zhangwo followed him at a brisk pace and whispered, Xiao Chuan, are you sure? I heard that the tip of a ballpoint pen looks like a small ball, but it's actually very difficult. What's so difficult about it? It's just a little harder, easier to rotate, and more precise during processing. By the way, Jianxi, drive your Audi out to buy something. If you can't get it, go to the Navy and ask them for help. Countless short essays describe the ballpoint pen tip steel as something miraculous, making people believe that this thing has a very high technological content. Yes, it has to prevent the ink from drying and condensing on the surface, and it has to use the friction on the paper to rotate freely. So there are some special requirements, but that's all. It's just a small steel ball. At first, tungsten carbide was used, and later stainless steel was used. It was just necessary to add some special elements into it. The firing order must be important, and every temperature must be controlled properly. That's all. So what ingredients do we use? Liang Iron and Steel Plant only has scrap steel. The content of various metals inside this scrap steel is uncertain, so the quality of steel produced in each furnace is different. Only the most experienced masters can control the quality of steel through careful matching. Otherwise, they can only smelt ordinary steel and cannot smelt advanced special steel. Now, Qin Chuan agreed to them so casually. What should he do next? Take the 38 millimeters thick steel plate, remove the rust from its surface, and then throw it into the steel-making furnace. What? Chapter 61. Using scrap steel to smelt pen tip steel? In later generations, the problem of ballpoint pen tip steel alarmed the superiors, so they asked, can we make a furnace to make it? It is possible to refine it, but the market is too small, so there's no need for it. No, I have to practice. This is a political task. Haven't you seen those public intellectuals, the sheepdogs, nagging all day long? It's so annoying. So Tai Gang took on the task, and after repeated experiments, finally solved various process problems. One furnace produces 60 tons, and the annual demand is only a matter of a dozen furnaces. However, the production line cannot be stopped, so there's no choice but to export in large quantities. How much do foreign countries sell it for? 120,000 per ton? Then we sell it for 60,000. The Swiss company Micron has been making this thing since 1888. It could have easily rested on its ancestral technology, but it was ruined by the bragging of those public intellectuals. I wonder how many small companies are worried about this. Don't tell us how advanced our company is and that Oriental people can't make it. Otherwise, we won't be able to rest on our laurels. In fact, it was not only Tai Gang that researched this thing back then. Other steel mills also did research on it, but the market was too small and there was no need to rush into it. Qin Chuan also developed it back then, and it used the Russian AK-27 alloy steel. Who says you can only use tungsten carbide and stainless steel? The Russian nickel-chromium alloy steel also performs well. Even if this thing is rusty on the surface, you just need to wipe it off, and the bottom will still be shiny and bright, and it is hard and strong enough. However, there are some differences between making an aircraft carrier's takeoff and landing deck and making a ballpoint pen tip. They need to be recycled and refined, and other raw materials need to be added. Of course, Qin Chuan did not research it specifically back then, but obtained it by chance when he was researching alloy steel. After testing, he found that the steel was not qualified to be used as a certain plan, but was just right as a ballpoint pen tip steel. But at that time, Tisco had already produced it, so there was no need to join the fun. This batch of aircraft carrier alloy steel can have other uses even if it cannot be used to rebuild aircraft carrier steel plates. The price of $3,000 per ton is not high at all. This is not scrap steel, it is a treasure. Originally, Ishino Yumichi said that he would only be here for half an hour as he had other tasks to do, but now he said nothing and followed everyone to the steelmaking workshop. Along the way, he saw the mountains of scrap steel, his eyes full of anticipation. Master Wang, Master Zhao, come here and clean our steelmaking furnace. Brother Zhang, Brother Liu, please polish off the rust on the surface of the scrap steel. Qin Chuan made arrangements. Are you going to use this scrap steel to make ballpoint pen tip steel? Ishino Yumichi asked in surprise. Yes, these scrap steels are very useful. I'll sell them to you for $3,000 per ton. It's absolutely worth it. In later generations, the East ranked first in the world in steel production, but its main output was crude steel, which caused great pollution and high energy consumption. Enterprises in island countries and other countries simply imported crude steel directly from the East, then smelted it into high value-added steel, and then sold it to the East, making huge profits. Ishino Yumichi took a fancy to these scrap steels and planned to buy them back and smelt them into high-performance steel. However, he had not yet figured out how to smelt them. After all, they had no experience with them before. Qin Chuan just wanted to show them his skills and let them see what uses these steels had. The smelting of high-performance steel has very high requirements for its ingredients. Even if a little impurity is mixed in, the properties of the steel will change. Therefore, the steelmaking furnace also needs to be cleaned. Xiao Chuan, the thermocouple inside, is broken. Master Zhao discovered the problem while cleaning the steelmaking furnace and ran over to tell Qin Chuan in a low voice. But we must not let foreigners hear it. These Japanese guys have been acting so arrogantly, and that translator is just taking advantage of his power. We cannot let them laugh at us. The temperature of the steelmaking furnace needs to be displayed, and this is generally done with a platinum-rhodium thermocouple. Since it works under high temperature, high pressure, and harmful media, the couple wire will quickly become brittle and damaged, and its lifespan is generally 3 months. Now, the furnace has not been used for several months, and the thermocouple inside has long been overloaded. Qin Chuan replied in a low voice, "Just fold the silk in half, and you can use it. Half price? Yes, you can continue to use it by folding in half from the broken part, but the temperature measurement will not be accurate, right? This stuff is very valuable. We have to save it. As for the temperature..." Qin Chuan glanced at the customer who was watching the rust being polished, and didn't continue. Master Zhao understood immediately. These people must be watched in person, otherwise they will accuse us of cheating, but how can we prevent them from learning the skills? Now the thermocouple is inaccurate. If they note the current temperature and go back to try it, they will definitely fail. As for Ogawa, since he asked it to be folded in half, he should know the temperature correspondence after it is folded in half, right? Thermocouples measure temperature by using the different electromotive forces caused by the different temperatures at both ends of the thermocouple wire. The temperature and electromotive force are in a functional relationship, not a linear one. As for Qin Chuan, he only knew the specific values after the fold, but knowing these was enough. Platinum and rhodium are both precious metals. In his previous life, he had to use them sparingly when he was working. Folding it in half before using it was also a way to save money. It was enough to know the corresponding value between the display temperature after folding it in half and the actual temperature. Qin Chuan looked at the scale in the distance again. 2 hours later, all the scrap steel was loaded into the steelmaking furnace. Liang Factory was a small factory and one furnace could only produce 20 tons. At this moment, looking at the precious deck steel being stuffed in, Ishino Yumichi felt a little distressed and a little expectant. Mr. Qin, can we make pin-tip steel just by melting these steel materials? Of course not. Qin Chuan shook his head. We have to add some rare metals to adjust the internal ingredients. So what do you need to add? Of course it's a secret. You want to know? Qin Chuan, tell us about your production process and let Mr. Ishino give you some pointers to see if there are any omissions or areas that need improvement. Pan Yang returned to his previous expression, looking superior. We in the East are warm and hospitable. Don't embarrass our people. Qin Chuan sighed. I don't know how many advanced technologies have been defeated by these people. Our lithography machines were not backward at that time. After they were developed, we held an exhibition. Foreigners came, climbed up and down, asked questions here and there, and we told them everything we knew. As a result, the advanced technology was learned by foreigners. It was okay in the past, as those people had no awareness of intellectual property rights. But if they still think like this now, they are either stupid or bad. A sheepdog is a sheepdog. The real disgrace is you. Qin Chuan shook his head. I was originally planning to tell Mr. Ishino, but now that you said that, I changed my mind. Mr. Ishino, if you want to know, then pay $100,000 for it. Chapter 62, $100,000 for the formula. Even if they didn't know at first, now that Qin Chuan mentioned the word shepherd dog over and over again, everyone should know what this Western-loving dog meant, and they all looked at Pan Yang with the same cold eyes. Aren't there any good translators? When Ah-san came here, the translator he brought with him was not a good guy, but he was tricked into the police station by Xiao Chuan. This translation, Humph, he is obviously Chinese, but he works like a dog for foreigners. He will not have a good ending. Feeling the gazes of the people around him, Pan Yang became even angrier. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Ishino Yumichi taking out a checkbook. Okay, I'll give you $100,000. What? Mr. Ishino, he is lying to you. In the East, many people like to brag, not as honest as the island countries. Pan Yang said, and then looked at Qin Chuan fiercely. Qin Chuan, do you dare take it? 100,000 US dollars is enough to eat peanuts. Qin Chuan took over and said, knowledge is power, knowledge is wealth. Mr. Ishino is using $100,000 as tuition to learn our steel formula. You are a translator who has never seen the world. What's the big deal about spending $100,000 to buy a formula? Pan Yang, please shut up. Pan Yang stopped talking. Mr. Qin, please introduce these recipes. Ishino Yutomi looked at Qin Chuan respectfully, like a good child who loves learning. The commonly used material now is tungsten carbide, which is too expensive, so we can also use alloy steel instead, but we need to add some rare elements to it. Qin Chuan said, it's nothing, just titanium and niobium. Qin Chuan said as he stuffed the check into his pocket. As for the principle, you came from a steel mill, so you should know it. It's just that during the melting process, these two rare metals will further react with the carbon in the steel to form titanium carbide and niobium carbide. These two compounds will change the properties of the steel and make it harder. At this time, Qin Chuan had become a metallurgical expert. Even if he spoke in Chinese, Qin Zhangwo and others would not understand. Now he spoke in the island language, which made him sound even more mysterious. Yes, that's right. Ishino Yumichi nodded. Of course, controlling the temperature is very important. If the timing is not right, once the chromium and carbon in the steel react first, chromium carbide will be generated, which will destroy the crystal lattice. Yes, there are also some rules for adding these rare metals. When is the best time to add them? Qin Chuan smiled and said, the weather is really nice today. Ishino Yumichi was confused, but the translator Pan Yang beside him realized that Qin Chuan wanted money again. I just gave you $100,000, and you only said 2 elements, but didn't say how much or when to add them. Now you still want more. Aren't you too greedy? Pan Yang wanted to scold. Isn't this embarrassing for us Chinese in front of foreigners? But thinking about how many times Ishino Yutong scolded him, he stopped talking again. If he said it out, I guess Mr. Ishino would take the money again. However, Ishino Yumichi was very smart and reacted quickly. He took out his checkbook again, quickly wrote another check for $100,000, and handed it to Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, I want to know the specific content and the time to put it in. Well, how can I do that? We Orientals are the most hospitable. If you have any questions, just ask. Money is too polite. But, after all, this is a kind gesture from you, so I'll accept it. Qin Chuan put the second check in his pocket and then introduced 1 ton of scrap iron, add 600 grams of titanium, and 350 grams of niobium. In order to mix evenly, you need to add powder. The content of rare metals in steel is extremely low, just a few tenths of a percent or a few tenths of a percent. However, this slight difference can lead to earth-shaking changes in the properties of metal materials. Materials experts develop different alloy steels by trying them bit by bit, adding different rare metals to study the properties of the steel, and finally finding the most suitable formula. If what Qin Chuan said is true, it is definitely worth $100,000 or even $1 million. Brother Chuan, I bought it back. At this moment, Li Jianxi's voice came from outside. He was holding 2 bags in his hands, which looked heavy. Well, put on our scale. There are exactly 20 tons in the furnace, so we need to add 12 kilograms of titanium. Qin Chuan said as he walked over and operated the scale himself. In later generations, there were various sophisticated electronic scales. By inputting the unit price, the amount could be calculated directly and could be accumulated. But now, there are only the most common lever-structured scales. This scale is the same as the table scale used to sell food in the supply and marketing cooperatives. The flat plate below is the scale pan, which is connected to the upper scale bar through a connecting rod. Different weights can be hung on the side. It can generally weigh half a ton of goods, which is very convenient. However, before using it, you have to check whether it is level, that is, adjust it to 0, otherwise you have to move the screw on the side to adjust it. Of course, unless someone moves it on purpose, it is usually flat. Li Jianxi directly put one of the bags on top and poured out some more. The remaining number was just enough, so he called for another one. Ishino Yumichi also saw the indications above. The proportion should be fine, but what about the heat? Come on, Mr. Ishino, let's go and smelt it. We have to choose the right time to release it. Master Zhao, light the furnace. 20 minutes later. 1,250 degrees, put the titanium first. 1,300 degrees, release niobium again. Maintain this temperature. Blow out the oxygen and stir. Ishino Yumichi lost his calmness and took out his notebook, quickly recording the steps. Anyway, we have just spent $200,000, and Qin Chuan also said that this money was used to buy the technology, so of course we have to record it now. Various ratios, various temperature data, and various operating steps should be recorded carefully. Solution treatment. Keep the temperature above 1,300 degrees Celsius. An hour passed. Attention! During the stabilization process, the temperature must be lowered slowly, and the furnace power must be adjusted to 1/10. There are many steps that even the old master who has been refining steel for half his life has never heard of, and he is completely in the dark. However, Ishino Yumichi is very excited. He has a hunch that Qin Chuan should have mastered this technology long ago. Otherwise, each step would not be possible to proceed so orderly. Did he get this technology from the Russians? In any case, the technology is now in his hands, and after he buys the steel, he can start making a furnace to try it out. Attention! Prepare to take out of the oven. Get the wire drawing machine ready. In the past, they could only turn the molten steel into ingots and had no way to process it afterwards. But now, there are a large number of second-hand equipment. Other equipment is placed in the newly built factory by the sea, but this wire drawing machine needs to be placed in the steel plant, so that after the molten steel comes out, it can directly enter the wire drawing machine and become thin wires. The tips of ballpoint pens are small balls, and these small balls are made of steel wire. The ballpoint pen tip steel imported from abroad by domestic ballpoint pen factories are also in the form of steel wire. Now pull them all out. Chapter 63. Hard and tough. This is good steel. The wire drawing machine started working. The others had no experience in operating it, so they could only watch Qin Chuan busying around. When they saw the shiny steel wire appear before their eyes, everyone opened their eyes wide. Even though everyone often uses steel wire, few people know how this thing is made. Today I have really broadened my horizons. Moreover, this is definitely how steel wire ropes will be made in the future. I just don't know whether the steel wire used to make steel wire ropes is the same as this steel wire. The filaments drawn out by the wire drawing machine are directly rolled into bundles, each bundle weighing 5 tons. After a bundle is made, it is tempered and other operations are carried out. By the time it is finished, it is dark. Okay, the ballpoint pen tip steel has been made. Qin Chuan looked at the first bundle of tempered steel wire and spoke. You say it's fine? Who would believe that? Can this steel wire be as good as the steel tip of a ballpoint pen. Pan Yang shouted. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Of course I will accept the strict test. Let me cut out a section first." Okay. Master Zhao took out the pliers. This is the most commonly used tool in mechanics. Pliers can be used for clamping, twisting, and cutting, and have many uses. At this time, Master Zhao took the pliers, clamped the wire with the cutting edge, and then applied force. Crack! There was a notch on the edge of the pliers. Everyone was stunned. This pair of pliers can clamp number 8 wire, which is a steel wire with a diameter of 4 millimeters. However, the diameter of the wire in front of them is only 1.5 millimeters. Such a thin wire was not cut through, and the cutting edge was even broken. What does this mean? This wire is very hard. Change the side. The pliers not only have cutting edges that can clamp wire, but also have cutting pliers on the side that are specifically used for cutting wire, which are more sturdy. Now, Master Zhao stuffed the steel wire into the gap on the side, and then applied force with both hands. Crack! The side cutouts are broken too. Alas, our domestic products are just not good enough, Pan Yang said. If the pliers were produced in an island country, they would definitely cut it off in one go. This statement is actually correct. Many private enterprises rely on low prices to compete, and the pliers they produce are of poor quality. They break after one use and are not as good as imported products. But imported products are more expensive. If the price is the same, domestic products are definitely better. Just like mobile phones, some people think domestic mobile phones are difficult to use and Apple phones are easier to use without even looking at the price. If you buy a domestic phone at the price of an Apple phone, it will definitely not be worse than an Apple phone. Qin Chuan smiled. He already knew this guy's attitude. No matter what, imported goods were better. But there is no need to argue with him, because he will have something to look forward to next. As a translator, why don't you have a brain? Li Jianxi was not so generous. Is it possible that our steel wire is too hard? Yes, the hardness of the steel wire must be up to standard. Ishino Yumichi nodded. The Mo's hardness should be above 9.5, and the Vickers' hardness should be above 2600. Although there is no measuring instrument, Ishino Yumichi can make a rough estimate based on his years of experience. The hardness of this alloy steel exceeds that of tungsten carbide. It's too strong. Buy those scrap steel plates and reprocess them to make not only ballpoint pen tip steel, but also armor steel. They are very useful. You can buy them for $3,000 a ton. The steel for ballpoint pen tips needs to be strong and wear-resistant, which already meets the requirements. It also requires precision manufacturing and further processing. But this is not the responsibility of Liang Iron Steel Plant because they're a steel plant, not a ballpoint pen factory. They're only responsible for smelting steel, not processing it into steel balls. So our nib steel is ready? No, of course not. This is just a steel wire, not a ballpoint pen tip. Whether this steel is qualified still needs to undergo rigorous testing, especially if it is to be made into a ballpoint pen. Only after actual testing can we know whether it is qualified. Pan Yang said loudly. Of course, he can't agree with it. If this thing succeeds, won't he have to crawl down and learn to be a dog and still call himself a sheepdog? For him, this is absolutely a huge insult and a lifelong shame, and he cannot admit it. Mr. Ishino, what do you think? Qin Chuan said, if we do as he said and test it for 10 days or half a month, we don't mind, but what? I heard that the currency has depreciated severely recently. Sigh, those people are printing money so much that money is worthless now. The price of $3,000 per ton I originally mentioned refers to signing the contract now. If it's a few months later, the price will probably be $5,000 per ton. After saying that, Qin Chuan unconsciously bent the steel wire back and forth with his hands. Once, twice, 3 times, after more than 10 times, he finally broke the wire that he had just been unable to break with the pliers. You can take this sample back to the island country and find a most professional organization to test it. Ishino Yumichi opened his eyes wide. The harder the steel, the more brittle it is. This is a phenomenon that everyone engaged in the metallurgical industry knows. But now, the scene before him was beyond his expectations. Qin Chuan seemed to be just bending the steel wire unconsciously, but in fact it showed that this steel had sufficiently high toughness. This steel is hard and tough. Even if it cannot be used as ballpoint pen tip steel, it has many other uses. He has watched and written down the entire smelting process. This batch of steel from the Russians is really useful. What are you waiting for? No thanks. This steel is of first-rate quality. We are very satisfied. Ishino Yumichi said, "Your visit to Yanchang really opened my eyes. I didn't expect that there was such a first-class steel plant hidden in this mountain valley. Thank you for the compliment. Many companies in your island country are also small businesses, but they still have advanced products." After these words, the relationship between the two sides became cordial again. "Mr. Qin, we'll buy 5,000 tons at the price you said, $3,000 a ton." "Good." When the others present heard the news, they all became excited. "I bought nearly 30,000 tons at $200 a ton, and now I sell 5,000 tons at $3,000 a ton." These 5,000 tons of steel not only offset all the costs, but also made several times the profit. How much is 5,000 times 3,000? 15 million US dollars, converted into RMB, is over 100 million. So easy, a small goal is accomplished. Although gas cylinders can also make a lot of money, they need to be processed. But now, just tossing them, without processing, I can make so much money. Ogawa is so awesome. Panyang opened his eyes wide. It really worked. $3,000 for this scrap steel. Even if it was brand new steel smelted by a steel mill, it couldn't be sold at this price. What was Mr. Ishino thinking? Wait, if Mr. Ishino agrees, then I... At this time, Qin Chuan looked over with unfriendly eyes. "Panyang, right? You're willing to accept the loss. You should know what to do next." Chapter 64. Everyone wants to kill the foreign admiring dog. As a Chinese, Qin Chuan hates the Japs very much. He wishes those TV dramas were real so that the Japs can be defeated to pieces. However, the living environment in the island country is poor, with volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tsunamis, etc. occurring from time to time. Therefore, the idea of invasion by the Japanese was also their own choice. However, traders and guides are different. China is not short of heroes. Whenever the country is in danger, countless heroes will stand up, sacrifice their lives, and shed their blood. It is because of these heroes that we have such a powerful motherland today. But at the same time, China is not short of scum. When the Japanese invaded, there were a large number of traders who acted as guides for the Japanese. Without them, the Japanese would not have been able to occupy China so easily. Moreover, this group of spineless traders could make up countless excuses, such as saving the country in a roundabout way and enduring humiliation. For a period of time, these people disappeared, but as the country opened its doors and people saw the colorful world outside, these people reappeared. Our country is poor and backward, so let us build our motherland with our own hands. Our technology is not developed, so we will work hard to catch up. Our material is not abundant, so we will work hard to produce. But there are some people who want to take shortcuts and are attracted by the colorful world outside, and they forget the blood flowing in their bodies. The motherland has spent money to train them, but they just turn around and go abroad, and they still say shamelessly, "This is what I deserve." It's a pity that no matter how hard the yellow-skinned, white-hearted banana person tries, he can never gain the recognition of the white-skinned master and may be thrown away by the master at any time. Qin Chuan is not an educator, so he cannot take care of so many trivial matters, but he must educate everyone he encounters. Panyang's face was pale at this time. "Qin Chuan, Xiao Chuan, Brother Chuan, I was just joking just now, don't take it seriously." Panyang showed a pleading look on his face. "Mr. Ishino, were we joking just now? If so, forget it, just treat it as a joke." Qin Chuan said, "Forget about the contract, we were just having fun." Baka. Shuri Yutong looked at Panyang. "Mr. Pan, we are doing business, and integrity is the most important thing. How can we go back on our words? Since you just agreed, you have to do it now." Panyang's body was shaking a little, not sure if it was because of anger or because he was scared by Ishino Yumichi. He looked at Qin Jiangwo for help. He could see that the young man was brave enough to kill, but the middle-aged man was still very kind. "Director Qin, please stay here." He wanted to say, "Please leave some way out so that we can meet again in the future." However, he was interrupted by Li Jianxi after saying only 3 words. "Abortion? You're a grown man. Why do you want an abortion? The most you can do is get a vasectomy, but nothing works. If you're a man, just do what you say. If you're not a man, then pull down your pants. As long as we can see that you don't have any balls in your pants, that's fine." Thump. Panyang actually knelt down, and he knelt towards Qin Jiangwo. Even kneeling down was better than lying down like a dog. However, Qin Jiangwo reacted quickly and went out in a flash. "I have a stomachache. I'm going to the toilet." "Mr. Ishino, you are unwilling to be the translator. If you are unwilling, Panyang, hurry up. Ishino Yumichi said angrily. If you don't fulfill the bet quickly, I will complain to your leader when I return. Okay, I'll do it. Pan Yang put his hands on the ground, lowered his head, and planned to shout 10 times. This was the most humiliating moment for him, and he would remember everything that happened here. Etc. What's going on? He saw a microphone being slowly handed to him. Was it connected to a loudspeaker so that his voice could be heard throughout the factory? He looked up. His pupils dilated instantly. What was that? A camera? A young man was standing about 4 or 5 meters away from him, wearing a plaid shirt and jeans, looking nonchalant, but he had a camera on his shoulder. This thing was still a rarity in the 1990s. There were only a few of them in the county. Only the county TV station and the best wedding companies in the county were equipped with them. This guy doesn't look like a good person, so he is definitely not from the TV station, but a wedding company. In order to achieve better recording effects, Qin Chuan took the microphone off and placed it directly near Pan Yang. It's a pity that the microphone is still missing a logo. How about putting a CCAV on it? This guy likes the island country so much, he might as well go there and be a gigolo. Li Jianxi has already picked up the fill light, so his equipment is complete. Teacher Tony, have you adjusted the focus? Qin Chuan asked. This photographer is, of course, Zhou Toning, the son of Zhou Qianghua, a master who runs a wedding company in the county town. I don't know what his father was thinking when he gave his son this name. His family is rich, but he's been a bad boy since he was a child and often rides motorcycles. He became a playboy with Qin Chuan and Li Jianxi, but in recent months, they have broken up. Qin Chuan helped with work in the factory. Li Jianxi followed to help. Xiao Ariai and his father drove, and Zhou Toning went home to hang out with his father. This time, when Li Jianxi called him, he came over on a motorcycle with a camera on his back. When he saw the situation, he was extremely excited, as if he had returned to the good old days. Sure enough, even if a gangster learns well, he is still a gangster. Of course, no problem. 3 years ago, my old man just bought this thing, and I know how to make it now. Zhou Toning said with a smile that he was very satisfied with the title of Teacher Tony. It sounded very fashionable. Qin Chuan, what are you doing? Pan Yang retracted his previous posture and sat on the ground. Nothing, just a souvenir. No, I don't agree. When we made the bet just now, there was no requirement to record the video. Did you just say that you're not allowed to record the video? Of course not. Then it's over. How long do you want to delay it? Mr. Ishino. Baga, hurry up. Pan Yang knelt down again, lay on the ground, lowered his head, and spoke in a low voice. I am Muyang dog. I am Muyang dog. Huh. Everyone laughed. Everyone thought of the time when Indian came a cheat. The translator at that time was very bad, and the current translator is not a good person either. However, this time they are in a cooperative relationship, and he cannot be locked up. However, this kind of treatment now can leave a better impression on the other party than locking him up. After shouting 10 times, Pan Yang felt that he had no strength left in his body and could not even stand up. Pan Yang, don't forget that you have the blood of the descendants of Yin and Huang flowing in your body. You are a translator, not a lackey for foreigners, and you are not here to show off in front of your own people. If you work for foreigners, you may be sold out by foreigners at any time. I hope you remember this day. This sentence was said in Chinese, and Ishino Yutsuji couldn't understand it. Even if he did, Qin Chuan didn't care. He had the right thing to teach his family a lesson in front of foreigners. Chapter 65, 38 millimeters thick shipbuilding steel plate. Qin, can we sign the agreement now? Seeing that the performance was over, Ishino Yumichi urged. The performance is just an embellishment. The key is to sign the agreement. Although scrap metal is a bit expensive at $3,000 per ton, it is very useful, and there is only one of it in the world. After all, this was the only aircraft carrier that was dismantled, and the Variag is still under construction. If you go to the steel mill in Russia to place an order directly, you don't know if the workers there are unfamiliar with the skills. In recent years, many Russian technicians have gone to the West. Therefore, these scrap metals must be bought back, and it is necessary to sacrifice some translation for this. Now, it's time to sign the contract, right? Of course, no problem. Pay half of the deposit when signing the contract, and pay the other half before the ship is shipped out of customs. Qin Chuan said. Ishino Yumichi frowned and said, We at Kobe Steel have not prepared this amount of funds in advance, so it will take some time. You don't even have this little money? Isn't Kobe Steel one of the top 500 companies in the world? Yes, of course, but our production is planned, and our working capital is also planned. We don't have the funds to purchase scrap metal for the time being. How about we pay $1 million first? They originally planned to charge $500 per ton. So even if it was 5,000 tons, it would only be $2.5 million. But now the price has increased to $3,000 per ton, a six-fold increase. The money that was originally intended to be used to pay half of the deposit is now not even enough to pay a fraction of it. All right, Qin Chuan nodded. 1 million is 1 million, but we have to make it clear that if you don't buy it, the deposit will not be refunded. The difference between a deposit and a down payment is a trick played by unscrupulous businessmen in China. Internationally, there is only the word deposit. As for whether it can be refunded, it depends on international practice, negotiation between the two parties, or it should be marked in the contract. Qin Chuan had to say that this thing could not be returned. If you want to break the contract when you go back, don't even think about getting the money back. Of course, since we have signed the contract, we will definitely buy it, said Ishino Yumichi. Let's go sign the contract. The product name is 38 millimeters thick ship-breaking steel plate. How about that? Pan Yang sat there, not even having the strength to stand up. Humiliation, anger, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions flooded into his brain. Even if the product name entered his mind, he couldn't react now. In fact, if Ishino Yumichi had not treated him as a tool, he might have been able to react. After all, the people who understand the Chinese best are the Chinese themselves. The contract was drafted, and Ishino Yumichi wrote a deposit check for $1 million, and the deal was done. It just so happened that everyone was hungry, so Qin Chuan hosted a banquet for them at the best restaurant in the county. After Ishino Yutsuji had his meal, he set out on his return journey. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. It's another busy day. Qin Chuan looked at the starry sky above his head. Dad, next. Before he could finish his words, he saw the light of car lights in the mountains. The Pajero quickly drove up to him and stopped with a sharp sound of brakes. Ogawa, second uncle, why are you here? What about the islanders? Let's go. What about the contract? It's signed. We've earned tens of millions of dollars for the country. You've got into big trouble. Qin Jintai's face was filled with anxiety. You're actually going to sell the most important aircraft carrier armor plates without applying to the relevant naval departments? Qin Jintai rushed here from the capital. When he heard that the Japanese came here to buy scrap steel, he realized that something was wrong. He made several phone calls, but no one answered because everyone had gone to watch the fun. In desperation, Qin Jintai drove over here, hoping to stop the deal, but unexpectedly, the contract had already been signed. According to the contract, you should pay as much as you should. It's better than going to jail. Qin Jintai said, well, just take it as a lesson. Uncle, did you misunderstand something? What could I have misunderstood, Xiao Chuan? This world is very complicated, not as simple as you think. Although the scrap steel is from your Liang factory, it is of great significance, especially the aircraft carrier deck steel. Do you know what it means to us? It will be fine if you use it yourself, but now you sell this batch of steel to foreign countries. This, Uncle, you misunderstood. What did I misunderstand? The contract we signed was only for the sale of second-hand marine steel with a thickness of 38 millimeters, and it did not specify that it was aircraft carrier deck steel. It's no use changing your vest. Qin Jintai knew that Qin Chuan was smart, but issues involving core secrets like this could not be solved by being clever. It's not a change of vest. It's not aircraft carrier deck steel at all. What? At this point, Qin Jiangwo and others were also stunned. All the scrap steel on the ship has been unloaded, but the only type of steel that is 38 millimeters thick is deck steel. Qin Jiangwo frowned and said, Xiao Chuan, are you planning to let us put those thicker steel plates into the rolling mill and press them in a 38 millimeters thickness? In this way, the rust on the surface will be gone, and it won't look like second-hand goods. Qin Jiangwo knew something about his son. He had a lot of bad ideas in his mind. Since this kind of steel was very important, it would definitely not be given to the Japanese. So he had to use other methods. What method? All Qin Jiangwo could think of was to roll the thick steel plates to meet the requirements. This is what they do now when making gas tanks. However, this is time-consuming and the effect is not good. How long does it take to roll 5,000 tons of steel? Qin Chuan smiled and said, Dad, the scrap steel on the ship has been unloaded. Haven't you ever measured the hull? He also has a hull. At the beginning, a semi-finished supply ship was obtained from the 61 Commune shipyard. If the investment had been made at that time, it could have been built. But now, It is only half built and has been simply modified to carry scrap metal. Even the hull has not been painted. It has been directly sailed around the sea. Therefore, after it came here, the ship has been scrapped. What's more, it has washed up on the beach, so the bottom must be deformed. Therefore, this ship also needs to be dismantled and sold as scrap metal. Different ships use steel plates of different thicknesses. According to the regulations of various authoritative classification societies, the thickness of ship steel plates can be between 6 millimeters and 60 millimeters. Now, the main body thickness of the semi-finished ship that Qin Chuan drove back is also 38 millimeters. Therefore, it is entirely possible to dismantle the steel plates of this ship, collect 5,000 tons, and deliver them to the Japanese. Anyway, it is clearly written in the contract that the 38 millimeters thick ship-breaking steel plate does not specify the strength or material, let alone that it is aircraft carrier deck steel. Chapter 66, Positive Example. During the construction process of ships, there is a scientific construction plan, and they are generally built in a tower style, welding slowly from the bottom of the ship upwards. Sectional construction was not gradually promoted until after the 1990s. Moreover, the shipyard is equipped with advanced equipment such as gantry cranes, so there is generally no danger. But shipbreaking is different. Generally speaking, shipbreaking yards are very simple, and most of them operate directly on the beach. During the dismantling process, the oil stains inside the ship will cause environmental pollution. At the same time, it is easy to destroy the overall stability of the ship when dismantling it. To put it simply, during the dismantling process, the ship may collapse or fall over, and the workers who are dismantling the ship may be crushed underneath. So, later on, India had the most famous shipbreaking base in the world, which undertook more than half of the global shipbreaking volume. After all, Indian lives are worthless. Although there are casualties every day, there are still countless Indians who embark on this road of no return for a few rubles of salary. Once upon a time, Dongfang also undertook the global shipbreaking business, but it was just a helpless choice in that special era. The country needed steel, and the scrap steel from shipbreaking could strongly support the country's industrial development. Not to mention scrapped ships, foreign garbage was continuously imported, but in the later period, with the continuous development of the national economy, these industries were all eliminated. Now, in order to grow and develop, Liang Iron and Steel Plant has also started the shipbreaking business. This first ship has to be dismantled very carefully. Qin Jintai also came to the beach and looked at the ship that was about to be dismantled. He sighed, "Our Navy also needs advanced supply ships. It would be great if this ship could stay." Qin Chuan shook his head. "Second uncle, since we bought it as a scrap ship, we have to dismantle it into scrap metal. We have to have a good reputation, so that when we go to buy the scrap metal of the Variag in the future, people will believe us." Qin Jintai was suddenly startled. That's right, Ogawa has this ability. Looking at his current methods, you can see how powerful he is. The current broken ship is nothing. The future Variag is the most important. Dismantle. Everyone, please pay attention. Let me tell you the rules of dismantling a ship. We have to dismantle this ship in the shortest possible time while ensuring safety. The vigorous ship dismantling process thus began. A week later, when Ishino Yumichi came with the money, the hull was no longer on the beach and had completely turned into scrap metal. "Mr. Ishino, we have split the steel plate into smaller pieces for easier transportation." Qin Chuan pointed to the scrap steel on the open space outside the steel plant and said, "They are all 38 millimeters thick steel plates. Can you check them again?" How can anyone tell the specific properties of a steel plate by looking at it with the naked eye? Even the veteran engineer, Ishino Yumichi, couldn't tell. But once you see that it is not reprocessed from steel plates of other thickness, you can be sure it is nothing but deck steel. "No need to check, Mr. Qin. We trust you." Ishino Yumichi looked at the side of the melted steel plate in front of him, his eyes bright and energetic. "Now, please organize the transportation immediately." 3 days later, the steel plates were transported to the nearest port of Qingdao and passed customs smoothly. The Liang factory also successfully received the final payment of more than $10 million US. More than $10 million US. It was so easy to get it, Li Runping said with emotion. "In the past, we never thought that the factory could develop to the point it is today. Just think about it. A few months ago, the factory was almost bankrupt, but now it has become the envy of the steel industry in the province and even the whole country. Uncle Li, the overseas ones are mine, and the domestic ones are yours. How's the contact with the ballpoint pen factory going? The samples have been sent over a long time ago, but they still have to go through the process and conduct experiments after the samples are made. Li Runping said, "It will probably be soon." Magic City, Fenghua Ballpoint Pen Factory. Fenghua Factory has a long history. It was founded in 1948 and is the earliest ballpoint pen manufacturer in China. It is still the largest ballpoint pen manufacturer in the country. However, the materials used for ballpoint pen tips have always been imported from abroad. In the technical department, a machine is rotating rapidly, driving a paper tape. On the paper tape, there is a row of 5 ballpoint pens. The characteristic of these pens is that they are very long, and the refills are at least twice as long as ordinary refills. As the machine turned, the ballpoint pen kept writing on it, leaving 5 long marks. At this moment, the technicians nearby were excitedly looking at the numbers displayed on the machine. 2,900 meters. 3,000 meters, 3,100 meters, 3,200 meters. Stop, there's no ink. The writing is still clear, there is no ink leakage, the nib still rolls well, and there is no sign of wear. A normal ballpoint pen can only write more than 1,000 meters, but now it has written more than 3,000 meters, which is enough to prove how good the quality of the nib steel is. The performance of this pen tip steel is no less than the steel we import from the island country. And even better, Liu Kachong, the head of the technical department, said excitedly, "Notify Liang Factory immediately. We want all the goods they have. Moreover, we hope they will continue to supply us and refine one furnace for us every 2 months. One furnace of 60 tons is enough for them to use for 2 months, and the price is only half of the import price." Yes. By the way, Chief Liu, there are a few reporters outside, still waiting for the results of our pen tip steel. I'll go tell them right now. Reception room. The Liang factory is just a small steel mill. The ballpoint pen tip steel is high-tech, and only 2 countries in the world can make it. The pen tip steel they make is definitely not up to standard. A voice continued to talk. When the test results come out, you must report them truthfully. In this society, the trend of exaggeration is prevalent, and it must be suppressed. Pansy, we are old classmates. Don't worry, we will report objectively and fairly. Reporter Hu Mingming said. The 2 were college classmates and were assigned different jobs after graduation, but they kept in touch. So when Pan Yang asked him to help expose the extravagant style of domestic private enterprises, he came. Pan Yang clenched his fists unconsciously. Liang Factory had humiliated him, and he would also bring disgrace to Liang Factory. There were footsteps at the door. Chief Liu, you finally figured it out. What are the test results? Yes. Is the quality of the nib steel produced by Liang Factory up to standard? Qualified, even better than foreign products. Liu Kachong was full of excitement. Our factory has decided not to import from abroad anymore. We will use domestic products. The price is half as cheap, and the quality is still very good. Reporter, you have to promote it for us next time. What? Pan Yang was stunned. How could this be possible? With just a little tinkering, the nib steel they produced was better than that produced by the island country? How could a small enterprise like Liang Factory have such ability? Hu Mingming was excited. This is big news. Our superiors have long said that the steel industry cannot be overindulgence, and that we must pay attention to quality and develop high-quality steel. This is a positive example, and we will definitely report it vigorously. Chapter 67 on the news broadcast. Quick, bring out the TV. Put on the table at the door. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, but it was still light outside, and everyone was still working. Seeing Qin Jiangwo busying around, everyone was very curious. Director Qin, what are you doing? Are you going to let us watch TV? During this time period, the news broadcast happens to be on. Is this to let us know about national affairs? Let's just listen. We still have work to do. No, everyone come over here. Our factory is going to be on TV. On TV. Everyone ran over excitedly, and soon there were people gathered in 3 layers under the TV. Hello, dear audience friends. The main contents of today's news are: small and medium-sized steel mills also have Golden Phoenix. The ballpoint pen tip steel produced by Liang Iron and Steel Plant has successfully broken the foreign monopoly. Boom! Everyone exploded. News broadcast, our factory, can even be on the news broadcast. Yes, now our factory is famous. Director Qin, By the end of this year, can we go to the capital to attend the National Steel Conference? Of course. When the time comes, let Xiao Chuan go. Hey, where's Xiao Chuan? Qin Zhengwo looked around and finally fixed his gaze in the direction of the office. Qin Chuan is on the phone. Hey, you guys are really dishonest, aren't you? I hired Mr. Babbage. How come you guys fooled him away? Are you going to pay Mr. Babbage a salary? Not even a salary. Babbage had agreed to stay, and to stay at the Liang factory, especially to see the production of the arresting cables. But that thing couldn't be produced for a while, so the relevant department sent someone to take Babbage on a tour. Qin Chuan didn't take it seriously. Now he had time to look for Babbage to come back. But unexpectedly, he didn't come. Babbage has been tricked into Project 891. Isn't this poaching his own people? Qin Chuan was very dissatisfied. Our factory is about to start making steel cables. You all know what these steel cables are used for. Mr. Babbage said at the beginning that he wanted to see us produce them with his own eyes. We will officially start production tomorrow. If you don't send Mr. Babbage here, it won't be our responsibility if he brings up old issues later. Bang! Qin Chuan put down the phone. Brother Chuan, who dares to kidnap Babbage? I'll talk to the old man and get him back. Director of Institute 701. What is the 701 station? My old man was the director of the police station back then. The nation's top ship design institute. Li Jianxi opened his mouth wide. A leader of this level is probably on par with the provincial leaders, right? Qin Chuan actually quarreled with such a person just now. Brother Chuan is really amazing. There were cheers outside. Marvelous. The news about our Liang factory actually took up 30 seconds. We don't know when it was filmed. It would be nice to interview our factory director or even Xiao Chuan. Although the news broadcast lasts a full 30 minutes, even if you spend only 10 seconds on it, it is already impressive, let alone 30 seconds. Now, Liang factory has become famous. The canteen of a certain unit in the capital. There is a TV hanging in a corner of the cafeteria. People can watch TV while eating. Moreover, it happens to be the news broadcast at this time, so they can listen to national affairs. Pan Yang sat in a corner, eating absent-mindedly and thinking about things. Pan Zi, what have you been busy with lately? Nothing. I heard that you were an interpreter for a big boss of a Fortune 500 company last time. Why didn't you go to the island country with your boss? Don't mention it. Recently, Liang Iron and Steel Plant, a small private enterprise in Liang County, Dongshan Province, my country, has successfully developed ballpoint pen tip steel. Although this type of steel is not used in large quantities, it is very special and is a high value-added steel. Currently, only 2 countries in the world can produce it. The breakthrough of Liang plant has inspired the hearts of people across the country. At this moment, this news was broadcast on TV. Liang factory? Pansy, did you take the boss to this factory last time? How is this factory? This factory has problems. Panyang put down his bowl and chopsticks. Hey, where are you going? We haven't finished our meal yet. This is a waste of food. I'm going to find the leader and report the shady dealings of Liang factory. Panyang clenches fists. Humph, 38 millimeters thick steel is the steel for aircraft carrier decks. This kind of steel is urgently needed in the country, but they sold it to island country customers for the sake of profit. If you take it too seriously, this is enough to be considered treason. They must not have a good ending. The island country is very close, and a cargo ship can arrive in 2 or 3 days. The main time consumed is loading and unloading. Fortunately, Kobe Steel's factory has its own dock, so the transported goods can be directly docked at the steel plant. Looking at the scrap steel parked on the dock, Moriwaki, deputy general manager of Kobe Steel, frowned and said, Ishino, are you sure that the performance of these steels can meet the standards after smelting? Yes, I am sure that if we add some rare metals after melting, we can make ballpoint pen tip steel with very high hardness. The steel that the customer wants to buy this time requires a very high hardness. We have smelted more than 10 furnaces in a row and still can't meet the standard. We originally thought that we would have to select one furnace to modify the data, but now we don't have to. Although we bought it at $3,000 per ton, we can sell it for $30,000 after it's melted down. They went to the east to buy scrap steel, of course, for a purpose. Kobe Steel is very advanced, can smelt all kinds of steel, can meet all the requirements of users. Their data is quite good, the world's first. What if it is not achieved? You can only modify it. Of course, this is the worst case scenario. To achieve it, they still have to work hard like now. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and smelt according to the process you recorded, Moriwaki said. Use our 1,000-ton steelmaking furnace. The steelmaking furnaces in large steel mills generally have a capacity of 1 to 200 tons. However, if you're processing large equipment, such as continuously casting some large workpieces, one furnace is not enough. By the time the second furnace comes out, the first furnace may be cold. Therefore, a large steelmaking furnace is needed. The largest steelmaking furnace in the world can produce 2,000 tons at a time, and the largest one at Kobe Steel is 1,000 tons. Ishino Yutsuji frowned. 1,000-ton furnace? What if it fails? Why? Don't you remember how they made it? Of course I remember it clearly. There will be no mistakes. Ishino Yumichi said, Let's open the furnace now. Cleaning the steelmaking furnace, grinding off the rust on the surface of the scrap steel, and throwing it into the steelmaking furnace. All these tasks took 5 or 6 hours, and finally the furnace could be started. Ishino Yumichi took out the small notebook where he took notes, recalled the steps at that time, and issued instructions one by one. Chapter 68. The scrap metal I bought really became scrap metal. Smelting, adding various raw materials, performing different operations at different temperatures, and finally, a furnace of steel is smelted. The molten steel gushed out and entered the rolling mill next to it, and was directly transformed from molten steel into steel plates, and then into the steel that customers need. I really don't know what the customer wants to do and why they want such high-hardness steel plates. However, we should be able to meet the standards this time. Ishino Yumichi looked at the steel that had undergone the final heat treatment at the end of the production line with confidence. Steel needs to be slowly cooled to room temperature before data measurement can be carried out. Should we start the next batch of steel in our steelmaking furnace? Asked the attendant on duty in the steelmaking workshop. Once a steelmaking furnace starts smelting a certain type of steel, it must continue to do so. If new steel is needed, the furnace must be stopped for cleaning and various preparatory work must be done. The original hot furnace must also be placed at room temperature, resulting in huge waste. So, Ishino Yumichi thought about it briefly and felt that there was nothing wrong with the whole process. So he nodded, Continue smelting the second furnace. So the second batch of scrap steel was put in, another 1,000 tons. Ishino Yumichi did not continue to stare, but handed the record of the entire smelting process to the person on duty and asked them to smelt according to this process. Then he went to have a meal, rested for a while, and then stomped towards the finished steel plate. Cut off a corner and go to the testing room to measure the data. Looking at those brand new steel plates, Ishino Yutsuke was full of confidence. A worker picked up a hydraulic shear and cut a corner of the steel plate. Click! Bang! The sample fell to the ground. Etc. Ishino Yumichi suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. If the hardness of this steel was high enough, it should not be so easy to cut with the hydraulic shears. He quickly looked at the blade of the hydraulic shears. It was smooth, and there was no sign of wear from the high-hardness steel. Is there a problem? Kobe Steel is a world-class steel-making company, and of course it also has the most advanced testing equipment. The entire testing room is the most advanced in Asia. At this time, watching the samples being placed on the hardness testing machine, Ishino Yumichi was a little worried. Bang! The impact test hammer dropped rapidly and struck the steel sample. The hammer test force is 441.3 newtons. The sample deformation is 2 millimeters, and the Mohs hardness is 3.1. What? This is impossible. Ishino Yumichi was completely dumbfounded. The customer required the steel to have a Mohs hardness of 10. Now, the hardness of this steel was only 3.1. Not to mention meeting the customer's requirements, it was not even as good as ordinary high-carbon steel. No, medium-carbon steel. How so? The testing equipment must be broken. Toughness test failed. The machine on the other side also reported the result. The hardness and toughness are low. The smelted steel is simply waste. Damn it, there must be something wrong with the craftsmanship. Ishino Yumichi reacted and realized that it was no wonder that the Oriental man allowed him to look at the processing technology at that time with confidence. The other party must have done something wrong. Etc. The second furnace is still being smelted. Quick, shut down the second furnace. We can't shut it down. It's already starting to melt inside. If we shut it down, it will be completely useless. Okay, smelt it into ordinary steel plates. For the remaining steel, use a small steel-making furnace for experiments first. From 2 furnaces of scrap steel, 2,000 tons of scrap iron really became scrap iron, and we have to be careful with the remaining 3,000 tons. Do an experiment first. Even if it is a small furnace, each furnace has a capacity of 100 tons. We adjust the material ratios and the temperature, and test it again and again. 1 furnace, 2 furnaces, 3 furnaces. After 10 furnaces, we still haven't found the correct process. Ishino Yumichi no longer has the arrogance he once had. His tie is unbuttoned, his suit is covered with dust, his hands are dirty, and his eyes are dull. What to do? What to do? Go to Liang Iron and Steel Plant again? They will definitely not tell you, or they will ask for a high consulting fee in the name of guidance. Is there something wrong with the scrap steel? A worker suddenly asked. Scrap steel? Impossible. I saw it at Liang factory. They use this kind of scrap steel. If it is cut into large pieces, the whole steel will be curved and easy to see. The Liang factory cut the steel into small pieces in the name of facilitating transportation. If you don't measure it, it's really difficult to see the problem with the steel. At this time, Ishino Yumichi still didn't think it was a problem with scrap steel, but he had tried everything he could, so next, he would test the steel. Testing room. Yield strength 360 MPa. Hardness. Just hearing this data, Ishino Yumichi reacted. There is something wrong with these scrap steels. These scrap steels are definitely not aircraft carrier deck steel. The deck steel needs high-strength steel of 700 to 800 MPa to withstand the impact of landing carrier-based aircraft. The yield strength of this steel is only 360 MPa, which is the low-grade steel used to build ordinary warships. Damn it, it turned out to be a problem with scrap steel. Liang factory actually got some scrap steel to fool itself. Book me a flight right now. I want to go to the east. Dongfang, Dongshan Province, Liang factory. I'm very sorry. Our orders for nib steel are already scheduled for 3 months later. If you place an order now, you will not receive the goods until 3 months later. Li Runping looked at the buyer, who came with an apologetic look on his face. 3 months is 3 months. Let's order 200 tons first. The price is still half of the imported goods, right? Sorry, it's not anymore. What? You raised the price because the sales are good. No, we still maintain the original selling price. However, since we can produce pin-tip steel, the price of foreign goods has dropped. Converted into RMB, it used to sell for 120,000 yuan per ton, but now it sells for 100,000 yuan per ton. Our price is still 60,000 yuan per ton. So, 60,000 is fine. I was shocked. I thought you were going to raise the price. Okay, then pay half of the deposit first. So much. That's right. This is the rule of our Liang factory. The other half of the balance will be paid when you pick up the goods. If you don't think it's too much. Not much, not much. In the past 1 or 2 years, due to overcapacity, the domestic steel industry has been a buyer's market. Li Runping had to go door to door to sell products many times, which was so miserable. Now, after appearing on a news broadcast, buyers from all over the country come to purchase, and he can finally sit and wait in the door. By the way, can I go and take a look at the production line? Of course not. That is our highly confidential workshop. All right. In fact, even if they were allowed to watch, no one would be able to learn it because the raw material needed for smelting is aircraft carrier deck steel, and only the Liang factory has it in the country, or even the world. But now, they're not allowed to enter because Qin Chuan is smelting the second type of steel inside. It's time to build the barrier cable. Chapter 69. It turns out that there is a Russian as a technical consultant. The arresting cable looks very thick, but is actually woven from individual steel wires. Take the 7 Malawian kwacha's arresting cable commonly used by Americans, for example, which is made of 6 strands of steel ropes wound together. Each strand of steel wire rope is twisted together by 12 main steel wires, 12 medium-thick steel wires, and 6 thin steel wires arranged in a triangle shape. In order to increase the strength, the core of the steel wire rope has oil-impregnated hemp fiber. Through a complex design, this steel wire rope has super toughness. The specific standard is that it needs to withstand a tensile force of 85 tons and be able to withstand more than 100 impacts. Moreover, considering the frequency of replacement and ease of use, this thing cannot be too thick, about 35 millimeters. Therefore, a simple arresting cable is also a kind of high-tech. Now, this kind of high-tech product is also going to roll off the production line from Liang Factory, a small private enterprise. When we make ballpoint pen tip steel, we need high hardness, so we use the best AK-27 deck steel on aircraft carriers. To make this kind of arresting cable, We need strong toughness, so we can use AK-25 steel. We still need to add some raw materials to it. Listening to Qin Chuan's explanation, Babbage's eyes were complicated. After coming to the East, he felt that everything was new. He first toured the mountains and rivers of the East for a few days, and then, by chance, he went to a university, and then, by chance, he came into contact with the 891 project, and then he never came out. He didn't come here until he heard that they were going to build barrier cables. He didn't expect that they would use these scrap steel for smelting. If other factories did this, Babbage would also sneer at it, but Liang factory is different. It just produced ballpoint pen-tip steel some time ago, and it was reported on CCTV News, and the whole world knew about it. Who would have thought that these were actually smelted from scrap steel? Qin, when did you study these techniques? Babbage asked. Of course it's the previous life. At that time, the Eastern shipbuilding industry dismantled many of the old Russian ships, and also had this kind of AK-25 steel. When studying the properties of these steels, they found the appropriate technology, and now they have it over. Of course I didn't research this. It was done by the experts at the Metal Research Institute. I just bought the formula and process. Jianxi, bring the ingredients. Half an hour later, thin steel wire was pulled out, followed by the second furnace. After 2 furnaces, another type of steel wire of different thickness was produced. From morning to night, everyone is pulling the steel wire. After it is pulled, it is transported to the factory area by the sea, waiting to be put on the rope closing machine. This machine was also recently arrived. Only with it can steel wires be woven into steel cables. That evening, Zhang Yang, the assistant who accompanied Babbage, couldn't help it. Comrade Qin Chuan, Mr. Babbage is very important to our project. He has been here watching the wire pulling for a whole day, but it's useless. Should we let him go? I invited Babbage, and you kidnapped him. Now that he finally comes back, you still say he's useless. Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at Zhang Yang and said, We are now building the arresting cables for your project. If you don't support us, forget it. We won't do it. Don't. Brother Chuan, the devils are coming again. At this moment, Li Jianxi ran over and said, That guy looks very angry. Do you want to see him? Of course, we have a clear conscience, so of course we have to meet him. I'll go meet him. You should also be prepared. Office. I protest. You dare to cheat us at Liang factory. I want the whole world to know that you don't do business with integrity. When he saw Qin Chuan, Ishino Yumichi immediately shouted, Mr. Ishino, don't get excited. Calm down. Come, have a drink of water. What's going on? What's going on? You know it clearly. You actually provided us with fake and inferior steel. Mr. Ishino, you must be mistaken. What we provide is scrap steel, ship scrap steel. Is there any fake or inferior product? Could it be that the steel is dirt? Of course not. Ishino Yumichi took out a sample from his briefcase and said, We have tested it. The strength of this sample is only over 300 MPa. It is not the same as the deck steel of an aircraft carrier. Ahem, Mr. Ishino, we didn't say it was aircraft carrier deck steel at the beginning, did we? When we signed a contract, wasn't it just 38 millimeters thick scrap steel? Ishino Yumichi's face turned red. Do we need to say this openly? It's obvious that you guys did something. I don't know what kind of steel this 38 millimeters thick scrap steel is. It was mixed when I bought it from the Russians. But I can guarantee that we are acting in accordance with the contract and giving you the relevant scrap steel we have on hand. I can swear to God. Ishino Yumichi looked at Qin Chuan's sincere face, and it didn't seem like he was lying. Think about it again. The Russians did mix the scrap steel together. Could it be that some of the steel was also 38 millimeters thick, but not deck steel? Did they throw all of it into the steelmaking furnace, and then something went wrong? Humph. Anyway, we were deceived by you, and we demand compensation. Mr. Ishino, we are all acting in accordance with the contract. We will not agree to your unreasonable request. If you really feel that you're losing money, then you can bring the scrap metal back to us. However, you have to pay for the round-trip shipping. Return? What a joke. 3,000 tons of scrap steel has already entered the steelmaking furnace and turned into the lowest quality steel plates, which are problematic to sell as ordinary steel plates. After all, if the process is wrong, it's good enough that it doesn't turn into scrap iron. Only the last 2,000 tons are left. Returning them here? That's meaningless. I'm asking, is there something wrong with your process? We use the same process to smelt iron, and each furnace is good, but how come it's just scrap metal when it reaches you? Is there really a problem with the craftsmanship? Where did you get your technology? Ishino Yumichi asked. At this moment, Qin Chuan suddenly frowned, ran towards the window in 2 steps, and wanted to pull the curtains shut. Unexpectedly, he used too much force, and the curtains were pulled from one side to the other. His action caught the attention of Ishino Yumichi, and he and his assistant looked out the window. There was an Audi parked there, and someone was getting in the car. Although only the back was seen, he was tall, with golden hair and a short-sleeved shirt. One could see the thick hair on his arms. Russians? They have a Russian as a technical consultant at Liang factory? No wonder they know how to resmelt these steels. In this case, let's go find the Russians. These steels are smelted in the steel mills over in the Ural Mountains. We just need to hire a Russian engineer with a high salary. Chapter 70. Imitation of Aircraft Carrier Boiler. Brother Chuan, you are amazing. You tricked the Japanese away so easily. Watching the Japanese man leave, Li Jianxi was full of admiration for Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Thanks to Brother Babbage. I'll have a few more drinks with him later." It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. If Babbage had not suddenly appeared with his back shown, Ishino Yumichi would not have been fooled so easily, thinking that his side's technology all came from the Russians. When he went to the Russian steel plant, he still couldn't find suitable experts. When he comes back, don't blame me for being rude. I'm playing the good cop today and the bad cop next time. I've already told you that if you feel you're losing money, just return the shipping fee. My sincerity is enough, but you still won't give in. What on earth do you want to do? Go ahead and sue me. I'll accompany you. The next day, at the seaside branch. There is limited space at the steel plant, but it is much more spacious here by the sea. It will be left on the beach, and the scrap ship will be brought in later for further dismantling. A workshop building has been built on the ground high enough inside, and the machinery and equipment obtained from the Dongfeng Machinery Factory are just placed in it for use. At the same time, some new machines and equipment were also added, such as the rope closing machine. This machine is responsible for winding up the steel wire and turning it into a wire rope. This machine is a must if you want to make an arresting cable. Babbage and Qin Chuan drank to their heart's content last night, but they still got up on time this morning to continue watching the manufacture of the arresting cable. He didn't understand the special formula of the steel wire, but he knew the testing standards. Once the arresting cable was made, he could take it to the tensile machine for testing. If it really met the needs, those scrap aircraft carrier steels were really treasures. When he arrived at the workshop, Qin Chuan started to work, placing 30 steel wires on the rope closing machine, which looked like a spider web and had a bit of the feel of a textile factory. There are also many things to pay attention to when weaving steel wire ropes. While operating, Qin Chuan explained to the old masters in the factory. After all, this job would have to be done by the old masters in the future, and he would not stay in the factory all the time. Especially the tension adjustment. If the tension is too small, the wire rope will become loose. If the tension is too large, the wire rope will be too tight and break early. The specific tension adjustment. Later generations of rope closing machines were all computer-controlled and easy to adjust, but now they are all manually controlled, which depends entirely on the skills of the master craftsman. The rope closing machine made a humming sound, and 3 different types of steel wires, large, medium, and small, were woven together. Babbage watched from the side with a bright look in his eyes. Now that we have the arresting cable, the aircraft carrier's technical preparations are more complete. As for the aircraft carrier's steel plates, I think you have the ability to make them. Oh, and the aircraft carrier's boilers. Babbage already planned to continue his career in the East, and of course hoped that these preparations would be completed as soon as possible. Qin Chuan demonstrated a strong level of metallurgical skills, so the steel plates probably wouldn't be a problem for him. The only remaining issue would be power. After hearing what Babbage said, Qin Chuan immediately reacted. Yes, where's the boiler? At first, he used the boiler to set up a Dongfeng Machinery Factory. Later, when the boiler was brought back, he was busy with other things. But he remembered that Yu Hongxin from Bingqing Boiler Factory seemed to have not left yet. Where's Uncle Yu? Workshop number 3 has been there for the past few days. Mr. Babbage, shall we go and have a look at the boiler? Good. The place is spacious, and there are enough factory buildings. Workshop number 3 is almost empty. In this empty workshop, there are 2 large wooden boxes, which are the boilers that were brought back. At this time, one of the boilers had been disassembled. To be precise, it was cut open in the middle of the shell using an oxygen-acetylene flame. One side of the shell was moved away, revealing the structure inside. Yu Hongxin squatted beside him, holding a vernier caliper in his hand, measuring data. He recorded each measurement on the drawing paper beside him, looking very serious and focused. However, while measuring, he couldn't help but shake his head, and it was unclear what he was sighing about. "Uncle Yu, has the surveying drawing been completed?" Qin Chuan greeted everyone as soon as he entered the door. "I'm drawing this boiler." "What's wrong?" Qin Chuan asked curiously. "This boiler uses high-pressure pipes, which we don't have in our country." Yu Hongxin said, "Back then, we formulated our domestic YB 529-65 standard according to the Soviet Union's YMTY 2597-54 high-pressure boiler tube standard. After that, our domestically produced boiler pipes were all based on this standard. I didn't expect that the Russian standard would change. The standard has not changed, but as boiler technology has improved, we have set new standards." Babbage nodded. "If compared with Western standards, this is a P92 seamless steel pipe. There's a big difference between ship power and ground power. First of all, there is a requirement for volume, which cannot be too large. In order to reduce the volume, the materials used are also high strength, especially the internal high-pressure steam pipes. In fact, the Russian KVG-4 type pressurized boiler has a lower technical content than the Western ones. The internal pressure of the boiler is only 6.47 MPa. The temperature of the superheated steam generated is only 470 degrees, and it can only produce 115 tons per hour. The boiler used on the Kitty Hawk-class aircraft carrier has a pressure of 8.45 MPa, a maximum temperature of 580 degrees Celsius, and can generate 118 tons of steam per hour. Boiler pressures between 6 and 13 MPa are all high-pressure boilers. Due to the high internal pressure, the pipes used in this type of boiler are also specially made, generally thick-walled, seamless steel pipes. Only this type of steel pipe can withstand high temperature and high-pressure gases. In order to improve the efficiency and reduce the volume and weight of this kind of boiler, the Russians reduced the wall thickness of the seamless steel pipe to 2/3 of the previous thickness, but the pressure they can withstand remains unchanged. There is no doubt that this is a brand-new, first-class quality pipe that can be compared with the international P92 seamless steel pipe. It is used to manufacture supercritical boilers with a pressure of over 13 MPa. A good cook cannot cook without rice. The boiler factory makes boilers, but does not make seamless steel pipes, and other domestic steel pipe factories cannot make them either. Even if you disassemble this boiler and study it thoroughly, you still can't imitate it. We are still too weak in high-strength alloy steel in China, Yu Hongxin said. If we want to imitate it, we can only purchase it from abroad. I remember that Kobe Steel has steel pipes of this level, but Yu Hongxin's mood was complicated. He wanted to build world-class boilers, and also wanted to build advanced ship boilers. He knew that the military must pursue national production in these areas. If the power of warships required imported parts, then once the external environment changed and imports could not be increased, they would be stuck. "Are you kidding me, Kobe Steel?" Qin Chuan shook his head. "Of course not. Even if there hadn't been the recent Kobe Steel incident, I wouldn't be able to go and buy this product just because of its notoriety for falsifying data. I thought it was something else. It turns out to be P92. It's okay. We'll build a furnace when we're done." "What, you know all this?" Chapter 71. Supercritical boiler steel pipes cannot be produced domestically? Babbage's eyes widened. "Qin, can you make this kind of steel?" "Yes, but we can't use this batch of scrap steel because the nickel and chromium content is too high. I need to use crude steel produced by domestic steel mills. Anshan iron and steel's crude steel is the most suitable." Qin Chuan said, "It can be done as long as it is refined." Yu Hongxin stood up. "Okay, I'll help you coordinate. Uncle Yu, you can survey here first. It won't be too late to coordinate after the survey is completed. No, without the right steel, this boiler cannot be mapped and copied. I will feel relieved if I see this P92 thick-walled tube made first." Yu Hongxin said, "Find a car to take me to the station. I will go to the capital to find the leader now." "The capital? I'll send a car to take you there directly. No need to take the train. Jianxi, you go there." Yu Hongxin left in a hurry and arrived at the relevant department in the capital at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, just in time to see Deputy Factory Director Guo Xiangyang also arrived. "Director Guo, what are you doing here?" "What are you doing here?" "I'm here." "Director Guo, is there something going on at the factory?" "Yes, you didn't come back the last time you ran away. Our factory has received a new task recently," Guo Xiangyang said. Our superiors instructed that in order to further improve the operating efficiency of our thermal power generating units, we need to conduct preliminary research on supercritical boilers. This time we came to contact Alstom of France to see if we can introduce relevant technologies from them. Are we finally going to make a supercritical boiler? Yu Hongxin was immediately delighted. Coal is the cheapest energy source in the world, so the country's current main source of power generation is coal. Water is burned into steam to drive the turbine, which in turn drives the generator. Although the technical principles have been used since what invented the steam engine, the technology is still developing and the thermal efficiency continues to increase from the initial 3% to more than 40% now. The domestic thermal power generation technology was aided by the Russians. Among the 156 projects that year, the Bingqing boiler plant obtained medium-pressure boiler technology with an internal steam pressure of less than 6 MPa. Later, after hard work, it was gradually improved to the levels of high pressure and ultra-high pressure, with the highest pressure reaching 13.7 MPa. Of course, the steel pipes used were also ordinary thick-walled pipes. The higher the steam pressure inside the boiler, the more efficient the boiler will be. In the late 1950s, the United States operated a 31 MPa boiler, the world's first supercritical unit. This is a professional term in the boiler field. It is very simple to explain. Normal people know that when water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, it becomes water vapor. Water vapor is light and has a low density. As the pressure increases, the temperature required to boil water begins to increase, and the density difference between water and water vapor begins to decrease. When the pressure rises to 22.115 MPa, the density of water vapor in water is the same. This pressure is the critical pressure. At this temperature, all water needs to be heated to 374.15 degrees Celsius to be completely vaporized, which is called the critical temperature. The high-pressure steam flowing in the steam pipe of such a boiler is like water, with small volume, high energy, and high efficiency, which is the most efficient boiler operation mode. However, it is not easy to heat the boiler to this pressure. In the 1980s, through the introduction of technology from Westinghouse Electric Company, the boiler steam pressure was increased to 18.28 MPa. This state is called subcritical, and that exceeding 22 MPa is called supercritical. In the past 10 years or so, China has been digesting and absorbing the technology of subcritical boilers and building similar products on its own. Now, it is finally going to develop supercritical boilers. Laowa, you are finally here. Hurry to the meeting room. At this moment, the superior leader Luo Rongwang greeted everyone at the entrance of the corridor. So, everyone hurried into the meeting room. Opposite, a group of French people were already sitting there. They had white skin, blue eyes, high noses, and their eyes seemed to be looking up at the ceiling. Mr. Abel, let me introduce you. This is Director Gua from our Bingqing boiler factory. Their factory has the most advanced technology in our country. So if we want to go further, we hope to introduce supercritical boiler technology from you. Luo Rongwang said. Hearing the translation, Abel frowned immediately. No, Mr. Luo, I think you're wrong. The news we received is that you want to build a new thermal power plant and want to import world-class supercritical boilers and matching generators from our Alstom company. We only sell power generation equipment, not technology. Yes, we want to introduce such a set of power generation equipment from you, but we hope to introduce related technologies at the same time. Luo Rongwang said quickly. Supercritical boilers are the most advanced boiler technology in the world. With your Eastern industrial base, it is impossible to master these technologies. Abel said, our technology has an operating pressure of up to 26 MPa and uses P92 steel pipes produced by our domestic Vallourec Monosman steel pipe company. This kind of advanced steel cannot be produced in the East. So, Abel's eyes were full of contempt. I heard that you have a proverb in the East, don't take on a job if you don't have the diamond drill. You can't make this kind of boiler, and you can't even make a steel pipe. So, you should just give up and import directly from our company. We will give you a price that satisfies you. The faces of the Oriental people present all looked unhappy. Gua Xiangyang clenches fists. Yes, we can't produce it now, but we will definitely produce it in the future and let you foreigners see it. At the beginning, our country was extremely poor, but during the first 5-year plan, didn't we build an industrialized country with a complete production chain? But now, he couldn't say anything. After all, they really couldn't make it now. Mr. Abel, we really can't produce it for the time being, so we hope to cooperate with you. If we have it, there's no need for us to sit together. Luo Rongwang said, "We just want to introduce your technology, no matter how much it costs." Mr. Luo, you misunderstood. We are of course willing to cooperate. If you want to buy technology, we are also willing to sell it. But we can only sell boiler technology. Even if you have the technology, you can't build a boiler because you don't have high-pressure pipes. Do you understand? French goods are expensive, of poor quality, and not cost-effective. However, after the country's doors opened in the late 1970s, French goods were still the largest source of goods purchased by the East. There is no other reason, because the French sell both products and technology. A total of 2 sets of Sea Sidewinder missiles were purchased, which enabled us to acquire the technology and produce a large number of Sea Red Flag 7 missiles. After buying the Dolphin helicopter, we then had the domestically produced Z9. We bought 2 100mm naval guns and then copied them ourselves. If you don't buy dozens or even hundreds of product from other countries, don't even think about talking about technology. When we wanted to introduce Mercedes-Benz heavy-duty truck technology, Mercedes-Benz was dismissive. Just buy 2,000 vehicles first. Of course, some French products are difficult to buy. When I bought the Mirage 2000, the negotiation broke down because they refused to sell the technology. But generally speaking, French products are the easiest to negotiate. Now, if domestic boiler technology wants to improve, it still has to start from the French, but unexpectedly, the French don't want to sell, and they have various reasons. Chapter 72. We can make P92 steel. It will be best for you to purchase our boilers and generators directly. You can do some infrastructure work for the power plant. Under our guidance, you will definitely be able to build your first supercritical boiler power plant, which will be more efficient and environmentally friendly. Abel continued, the price of a complete set like this is only 500 million francs. It's definitely a bargain. 500 million francs? The exchange rate of the franc is different in different periods. The current exchange rate is 1 French franc to 1.1833 renminbi. In other words, more than 500 million renminbi to build a boiler and a generator. If we can produce it, the price can be controlled within 100 million. This is simply an exorbitant price. If you only buy this set of boilers and then introduce the technology to produce them yourself, you will have to accept being ripped off. The problem is that the French had no intention of providing technology at all, but instead wanted to keep selling equipment and making money. How could this be possible? Everyone present looked at me, and I looked at you. Wu Xiangyang looked at Luo Rongwang with complicated eyes and shook his head. The meaning is very clear, no? If we don't have a prototype, we can still research it ourselves. A few $1,000,000 for our D funding is enough. 500 million? Are you kidding me? Do you think our money comes from the wind? You should know that it will be difficult to increase the pressure by 1 megapascal. Even if you have a subcritical boiler, the steam pressure is only about 16 megapascals. Abel's eyes were filled with contempt. To become a supercritical boiler, the pressure must be raised to at least 22 MPa. Considering various conditions that may occur during operation, the steam pressure normally needs to reach 24 MPa. In extreme cases, even 31 MPa of pressure can be tolerated. Do you have this technology? You don't even have the high-pressure pipes needed for this. 500 million francs is not expensive. If you buy it separately, the high-pressure pipes inside will cost 200 million francs. We can produce this kind of pipe. Just then, a voice came from the other side. Yu Hongxin clenched his fists, his eyes full of majesty. We can produce high-pressure pipes, and we can also manufacture P92 steel. If you can produce it, we can also produce it. We are no worse than you. The words are loud and powerful, but everyone was dumbfounded. Old you, today's meeting was very frustrating and no one was happy. But that doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. What? We also have P92 steel, do we? We don't even have a P91. Sure enough, the Frenchman on the opposite side sneered. You have P92 steel? Where is it? Liang Steel Plant. What kind of steel mill is this? Why haven't we heard of it? After Abel finished speaking, the people around him whispered a few words, and then he laughed again. Is it the Liang Steel Plant that bought a bunch of scrap iron from the Irmao, Nikolaev shipyard? Humph! None of the famous steel mills in the world use recycled scrap iron to make steel. The most they have is high-strength aircraft carrier deck steel. Do they want to use this steel to build boiler pipes? Huh. The Frenchman laughed heartily, as if he had heard something funny. None of the world's top 500 steel mills uses recycled scrap steel to smelt steel. The reason is very simple. Recycled scrap steel contains various components, and the content of rare metals inside is uncertain. Even if a piece of impure steel is mixed in it, it may cause steel defects and even turn it into scrap steel. Only by smelting iron or from fixed mines can we ensure that the internal elements of the smelted metal are consistent. That's right, they recycled scrap steel, and they also use scrap steel to make ballpoint pen tip steel. The quality is the same as that of foreign products. This matter has been reported in our news. Guxiangyang said, if it were any other steel mill, it might not work. However, Liang Factory is different. They produced ballpoint pen tip steel, breaking the foreign monopoly and filling the domestic gap. Yu Hongxin came from Liang Factory. Since he dared to make a guarantee here, it must have been made. Guxiangyang is full of confidence. Ballpoint pen tip steel? Actually, any old steel mill in Europe can make it, but the market is too small, so we don't need it. Abel said, but since you said that Liang Factory can make this kind of steel, can we go and take a look? Have a look? Yu Hongxin was stunned. He was very angry just now and was irritated by the Frenchman's attitude, so those words came out of his mouth. But now he thought that the timing was not right. After all, he came back to the capital to coordinate the crude steel of Anshan iron and steel. Although domestic steel production capacity is already in excess, it is mainly due to the large number of small steel mills. The steel produced by large steel mills is still in short supply. Anshan Iron and Steel Group smelts its own crude steel into fine steel, so it is not the turn of outsiders to purchase it. Now, there is no crude steel, let alone P92 alloy steel. Seeing Yu Hongxin's expression, the person on the other side smiled. Were you just bragging? Of course not. Yu Hongxin gritted her teeth and said, of course our Liang steel plant can produce P92 steel, but the smelting of this steel is confidential. If you watch it, won't you learn the process? Haha. A cheerful voice came from the other side. We learn? We have this kind of steel in France. Why do I need to learn from you? We go and take a look just to find out whether you can really smelt it yourself or buy this kind of steel from other countries just for show. That's right. P92 steel is not simple. It has high strength, high toughness, corrosion resistance, and good high temperature resistance. How can you, in the East, produce it? There are no more than 5 factories in the world that can produce this kind of steel. Just come and see, Guo Xiangyang said. Let me show you our steel-making industry. That's right. Luo Rongguang also spoke up. The most important material for supercritical units is the thick-walled tube made of P92 alloy steel. If we can produce it, can you transfer the technology to us? Okay, but if you can't produce it, you'll have to buy it from us in France. These words sound like children playing house. If they're not put into practice in a contract, they will not count. However, saying these words can help people vent their anger. At this moment, everyone felt proud. Only Yu Hongxin was feeling nervous. Could something go wrong? Coming out of the conference room, Xiangyang was so excited. Old Yu, why didn't you tell us about this earlier? If we knew that Liang Factory could produce P92 steel, we wouldn't be so insecure just now. What's wrong? Were you bragging just now? Xiangyang's face changed. No, I'm not bragging. I'm here to coordinate the raw materials. Liang Factory is planning to smelt P92 steel, but it hasn't been smelted yet. What? Luo Rongguang, who was following behind, was also dumbfounded. Chapter 73, $155 for a steel wire rope. Liang County by the sea. It's done, it's finally done. Everyone looked at the rope closing machine excitedly. The rope closing machine first weaves a steel wire rope with 30 steel wires of 3 diameters and puts special oil-soaked hemp fiber in it. Then it reweaves the 6 strands of steel wire rope together to become a steel wire rope with a diameter of 35 millimeters. The steel wire rope is woven very tightly and has a metallic sheen on the surface, which looks very good. Yes, it's done. Qin Chuan was also very happy that Liang Iron and Steel Plant had added a new product. Skyrockets and gas tanks are all disposable. Even if there are orders in the future, they will not be as many as the first time. This is a one-time consumption of purchasing potential for several years. Next, if Liang Iron and Steel Plant wants to develop smoothly, it still needs many tricks up its sleeve. Pen-tip steel is a kind of steel with low demand. Large steel mills do not value it, but we happen to be able to supply it, which has high added value. This steel wire rope is one of them. Although it is difficult to weave and the output is low, this thing is very expensive. The French's Clemenceau-class aircraft carrier used 10-ton Super Étendard fighters. After changing to the Charles de Gaulle, the carrier-based aircraft were also replaced with 20-ton Rafale fighters. Now, they were worried. The original arresting cables were not enough, and they could only be purchased from the United States. What's the purchase price? $1.5 million apiece. There are 4 arresting cables on an aircraft carrier, and the one-time investment is $6 million. The catapult of the Charles de Gaulle was also purchased from the United States. One catapult cost $12 million, and 2 catapults cost twice as much. But after all, once you buy it, you can use it forever. But this arresting cable is not like that. It needs to be replaced every 100 uses. You can keep fleecing the wool. The Charles de Gaulle was launched in 1994, and it was ready for sea trials after outfitting was completed. This kind of arresting cable also needed to be installed in place during outfitting. In other words, the French should be worried about the high procurement costs of arresting cables now, right? So, find a way to sell the arresting cables to the French? Well, it's done. Next, we need to use the tensile testing machine. Babbage is meticulous. First, test the maximum tensile force it can withstand, then conduct impact tests, fatigue tests. The arresting cable not only has to withstand a tensile force of 85 tons, but also has to withstand this tensile force more than 100 times without any metal fatigue. This thing is not so easy to make. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only 2 countries in the world that can make it. Apart from the United States, there's the former Soviet Union and now Russia. However, even if Russia can produce it, the quality is not very good. We can cut a section and send it to the relevant unit for testing. Qin Chuan said, however, there's a way to simply test the tension of this kind of wire rope. What is the solution? Qin Chuan pointed to the top of his head and said, use the overhead crane and the oil hoist to lift a piece of steel weighing 100 tons. If this wire rope is only used as a barrier rope, it would be too niche. The biggest use of this wire rope is as a crane rope. With the construction going on in various places, the demand for cranes is very large. These cranes also need steel wire ropes. Moreover, one crane requires dozens or even hundreds of meters of steel wire ropes. This is big business. Babbage nodded. Okay, let's try it first. The overhead crane and oil hoist were moved from Dongfeng Machinery Factory. After being installed in the factory, they have not been used yet. It's a good time to try them out. 100 meters of brand new steel wire rope were cut and installed in place, with more than a dozen strips of ship-breaking keel steel placed underneath, weighing a full 100 tons. Then a buzzing sound was heard from the overhead crane, the steel wire was tightened, the steel made a creaking sound, and then the steel left the ground and began to rise. Good. Seeing the steel being hoisted 2 meters high, Qin Chuan shouted, lock it, hang it here. That's all for today, Mr. Babbage. Let's go have something to eat and drink. Good. Babbage was very happy looking at the stable steel. The maximum pulling force only needed to be over 85 tons. Now, that 100 tons of steel had been hoisted without any breakage. It showed that the wire rope was completely qualified. Xiao Chuan, this thing, won't you put down? Qin Jiangwo asked. No, we'll keep it hanging like this as a fatigue test. Also, if foreigners come, we'll let them see our technical strength. After eating and drinking, it was already late at night. Qin Chuan staggered back home, lay down on the bed, and slept until dawn. Brother Chuan, Brother Chuan. Qin Chuan's eyelids were drooping, so he turned over and continued to sleep. Brother Chuan, wake up, the French are coming. French? I must be dreaming, thinking about making money by selling the arresting cables to the French, and then I dreamed that the French came. Brother Chuan. Qin Chuan rubbed his eyes. Jianxi, why are you in my dream? What are you dreaming about? There are people coming to the factory. Uncle, you brought back some of the top leaders and some Frenchmen. They said they wanted to see the P92 steel we have here. Your father is accompanying the foreigners. What? Qin Chuan was completely awake. Liang Iron and Steel Plant. Director Qin, we heard that you can produce P92 steel here, so we came here to take a look. Abel looked at Qin Jiangwo, but we didn't see it. Do you have this kind of steel? Yes, of course. Qin Jiangwo has been with Qin Chuan for a long time and has learned to brag. There is no steel that our factory cannot produce. However, it is not appropriate to do so now because my son is in charge of this factory. I have already sent someone to call him. Now, I will show you around. I'm afraid they bought them ready-made. It would be too late to air freight them, a Frenchman whispered. Yu Hongxin was sweating profusely. Guo Xiangyang had a complicated expression, Luo Ronguang also looked serious. Only Qin Jiangwo was calm. Aren't they just foreigners? Our factory specializes in doing business with foreigners. We have seen all kinds of people. White, black, tall, short, with big noses, with hair as white as grass. What's so great about you French people? It looks like no one is working here. Is this a scrapyard? At this time, everyone was walking on the beach. Although the factory was newly built, there were few workers inside, and no sound of machines could be heard. The French began to speculate again. Of course not. We just worked very late last night and took half a day off this morning. In fact, the workers were making gas tanks at the steel plant, but this matter had to be kept secret, so Qin Jiangwo took them to the beach. Really? Then there should be machines in this factory. Come, let's take a look here. Abel strode towards one of the factory buildings. It was empty inside. In the middle of the factory, some steel was hanging by a steel rope. What is this factory for? Are you doing acrobatics with all that steel? No, that steel must be hundreds of tons, right? Abel's face changed. How can you lift hundreds of tons of steel with such a thin wire rope? What kind of wire rope is that? Oh my God, I bet it could be used as a barrier rope. A man behind Abel said, the Americans are asking $155 for a rope. If you buy it from the East. My friends, are you interested in our steel wire ropes? They're very expensive. Each 100-meter steel wire rope costs 500,000 yuan. Just then, a voice came from outside. Chapter 74. What is the purpose of coming here? This steel wire rope is still smelted from secondhand steel. Some trace elements are added to it, and a new process is used. After the whole process, the production cost of a 100-meter steel wire rope will not exceed 100,000. Unexpectedly, it could be sold for $500,000. Moreover, everyone is familiar with Qin Chuan style. Since he is doing business with foreigners, the price he quotes is definitely in US dollars. This profit is more than 10 times. Qin Jiangwo looked at his son with pride. His kind eyes seemed to say, Xiao Chuan, you arranged it perfectly. In fact, Qin Chuan is not a Superman. He knows the general direction of history, but it is impossible for him to be accurate about every individual. The current seamless connection is really luck. After his rebirth, his luck is exceptionally good. Yu Hongxin called last night, but Qin Chuan didn't answer the call because he was sleeping soundly. When Qin Jiangwo received the call, he immediately thought that it was arranged by Qin Chuan. After all, Qin Chuan said that the things hanging up were for foreigners to see, and this foreigner was about to come. It was so obvious. Was there any need to say it? Come, welcome. Of course, Qin Jiangwo would not fool people, so he could only wait for Qin Chuan. Now, Qin Chuan came and started talking about big business right away. Hearing this, Abel and the others turned their heads and saw a young man. Are you Director Qin's son? Are you the metallurgist in the factory? That's right. Which university did you graduate from? Have you studied abroad? Homebuddy University, repairing the earth department. Squatting a home? Yes, Alexei is my classmate. Puff. This humorous answer made the person in charge of translation laugh. The previous few times, the translators who came were all male, and their sheepdog-like appearance was disgusting. The translator who came this time was a female translator, about 20 years old, young and beautiful, wearing a well-fitting suit that set off her slim figure. Comrade translator, just translate as it says. If the guest can speak English, I can also communicate with them directly. Qin Chuan can speak Japanese, Russian, and English, which is already amazing, but he is really not good at other languages. French is especially difficult to learn, as there are 22 tenses alone, and there cannot be any ambiguity in the expressions. Good. But Abel spread his hands helplessly and said, I only speak French. So, a female translator was needed to help. Excuse me, is this kind of steel wire rope produced by you? Actually, we would rather have it fall from the sky, but I prayed a few times, but it didn't work. Can you show us the production workshop? Of course, come this way. Steel wire was produced the day before yesterday, and we came here to weave it yesterday. While weaving, the steel plant continued to produce steel wire, so the raw materials are all available today. However, Qin Chuan did not come, and the other masters cannot operate the machines yet, so they can only wait. Now, Qin Chuan directed everyone to put the raw materials in place and start weaving, and the French people's eyes widened again. There are 3 types of steel wires of different thicknesses, and their structure is exactly the same as that of the American arresting cables. How did you come up with the idea of using 3 different kinds of wire to weave? The customer required the wire rope to be able to withstand a tensile force, of 85 tons. After repeated research, we found this solution. What's wrong? 85 tons? What client? I don't know. We don't ask about our customers. We just develop and produce according to their requirements and then ship them out to sea. Are your clients foreigners? Yes, although our steel plant is not large in scale, we mainly do foreign business. This customer places an order once a year, and each time he orders 100 rolls. Each roll is 400 meters long. Each roll is 400 meters long, and that roll is just enough for the Nimitz aircraft carrier to use once. The United States has more than 10 aircraft carriers, and the arresting cables are replaced once every 1 or 2 months, which requires exactly 100 rolls. But this time the customer was very strange and asked for 10 more rolls. 10 more rolls? Isn't that just their order from France? The Americans offered a price of $1.5 million for one stick, and a roll of 4 sticks was $6 million. They originally planned to order only 2 rolls for first use, but the Americans disagreed and insisted on wholesale, 10 rolls at a time. I didn't expect that Americans would actually order from here, buy for $500,000, and then sell for $1.5 million. What a ripoff. Looking at the angry expressions of the French, Qin Chuan knew that his provocation had worked. Although Qin Chuan doesn't know what these people are here for now. After all, he hasn't had time to communicate with Yu Hongxin and others, but since they are here, he has to fool them. After they go back, they will definitely protest to the Americans. When the Americans find out, they will come to see what is going on, and then they will find that it is really delicious. From now on, we will purchase all consumables, such as arresting cables from the East, which can save a lot of money. Looking around the world, only the Americans can have a steady stream of orders for arresting cables. Even if it costs $500,000 for 100 meters, that's $2 million for 1 roll. 100 rolls, $200 million. It's easy to achieve 2 small goals. Moreover, this kind of thing cannot be sold door to door. The Americans have to come in person. The French just treat him as a free salesman. Mr. Qin, can we order from here? Let's buy 1 roll first. Sure. Qin Chuan nodded. I really like doing business with France. There are fewer restrictions, and this time it was brought here by Yugong. So we are friends. By the way, what are you buying this for? What do Americans buy them for? They said it was used on a crane. We also use it on cranes. Oh, I see. Qin Chuan nodded. It seems that this crane is at least 500 tons, and it may even be thousands of tons. Since you want to buy it, let's sign the contract. You pay half of the deposit, and pay the other half when it passes customs. This roll was originally produced for Americans. Since you want it, I will supply it to you first. Okay. Luo Rongguang, Guoxianyang, Yu Hongxin, they were all a little confused at this time. Why are we here? The French insisted on coming to see P92 steel, right? Now, how come the French are interested in the steel wire rope produced here and want to buy a roll right away? A $2 million deal was done, just like that. Just a roll of steel. Dad, bring us our standard contract. Qin Jiangwo had guessed it long ago, so he put the contract directly in his briefcase so that he could sign it immediately. Abel did not hesitate and signed the contract and wrote a check as a deposit, all in one go. Uncle Li, keep the check. Qin Chuan handed the check to Li Runping, then looked at everyone. Dear guests, to celebrate our happy cooperation, I invite you to have a meal at the most luxurious restaurant in Liang County. Go. Wait, what are we doing here? A Frenchman frowned, as if trying to recall something he had forgotten. Chapter 75. We will also be one of the top 500 companies in the world. Steelmaking. P92 Steel. Finally someone remembered. Abel was also in a trance. Yes, we came here to see the steelmaking. How could we have forgotten about this now? Mr. Qin, we heard that you can smell the advanced P92 steel here, so we want to see it with our own eyes. At this moment, Yu Hongxin and others became worried again. The issue of P92 steel has not been settled yet. The crude steel from Anshan Iron and Steel Group that Qin Chuan mentioned is still being coordinated. How can it be done so quickly? Sure, no problem. Qin Chuan nodded. We can even make this kind of advanced steel wire rope, not to mention that kind of simple steel. Let's go celebrate first, and then we can talk about it after the celebration. My stomach is still rumbling. After saying that, Qin Chuan touched his belly. I'm really hungry. I had digested what I ate last night a long time ago. Today, I opened my eyes and came here, talking nonsense without eating anything yet. Okay, then we'll go eat first, and then come back to watch you smelting steel. Abel nodded. Since they can make arresting cables, then there may be no problem with P92 steel. If it was really made by the young man in front of me, then he is a talented person. Abel was attracted by the talent. Dongxing Building. Come on, everyone who has come from afar, try our local specialties. Qin Chuan was very hospitable. Here, this is a braised chicken with 5 spices, boneless, tender and soft meat, fresh and not greasy. After saying that, Qin Chuan glanced at the female translator standing next to the table and said, "Sister, you sit down too. Thank you for your hard work. Sit down and eat something." The female translator shook her head. "My duty is, no matter what job you do, you have to take care of your own food and drink first. People are made of iron and food is made of steel. If you don't eat, you'll be hungry. Sit down. We don't need a translator when we eat." The female translator looked around and saw that there were no empty seats at the table, except for the one next to Qin Chuan. Should she go over there? "Come on, girl, eat a chicken leg first." Qin Chuan pulled off a chicken leg and put it on the plate next to him. The female translator did not hesitate any longer and sat down as she was indeed hungry. Qin Jiangwo was also relieved. This son, who used to be a bad boy, rode his motorcycle out to hang out and was said to have flirted with many girls. He was annoyed at the time, but now, when Qin Chuan is busy with the factory every day, he is a little worried. When will this son be able to bring a daughter-in-law back? The old Qin family has no next generation yet. However, Qin Chuan is so capable that he may not be looked down upon by the people in the county or town. This female translator came from the capital and should be a good match for Qin Chuan. She is also very pretty. Thinking of this, Qin Jiangwo continued to look at the female translator, and the more he looked, the more he liked her. "Dad, hurry up and entertain the guests." Qin Chuan looked at his father. So, Qin Jiangwo picked up the wine glass and said, "It is our honor that you can come to our Liang factory today. Come on, cheers." "Cheers." The Frenchman opposite also raised his glass and clinked it with Qin Jiangwo's glass. Then, before he drank, Qin Jiangwo tilted his head back and poured the entire glass of wine into his mouth. Even red wine or brandy cannot be drunk in one gulp like this. Is this how you want to drink the white wine in your hand? They looked at other people drinking like this, so they had no choice but to bite the bullet and drink it in one gulp. Although it is white wine, it doesn't make my throat feel irritated, and it even warms my stomach. What kind of wine is this? Come on, let's get used to it. In the future, we can cooperate more. Cheers. Qin Chuan raised his glass. The female translator at the side looked at Qin Chuan curiously. She had seen many people and many things, but she had never seen Qin Chuan so young and yet able to chat and laugh with foreigners. Most people are very respectful to foreigners, and some even go up to them to lick their boots. "Qin, you are very capable. Do you want to develop in France?" Abel said, "Come, have a drink." Seeing that Qin Chuan did not respond, Abel looked at the female translator. "Ms. Yang Shui, please help translate." Yang Shui nodded. "Go to France to develop?" Qin Chuan looked at the other party. "Mr. Abel, thank you for your kindness." Hearing this, Yang Shui felt disappointed. Could it be that Qin Chuan was the same as the others? She hid her emotions and continued to translate. "Alstom is a large international company, one of the Fortune 500. How can you ask me to be your CEO?" Hearing this, Yang Shui almost laughed out loud again. This Qin Chuan was playing tricks on the French again. No, we don't plan to ask you to be the president. We don't have the power to do that. We want to ask you to be an engineer. Although my Liang factory is small, I have the final say here." Qin Chuan looked at the other party. "If I go to your place, I will be an ordinary engineer. What's the point?" No. Mr. Qin, you just said that we are a large international company, one of the world's top 500 companies. We have a better future for development here. No matter how big a company is, it's meaningless if you're not the top boss." Qin Chuan said, "Besides, we don't need to envy others. In another 10 years, our Liang factory will be a large international company, one of the Fortune 500. Yang Shui opened her eyes wide and looked at Qin Chuan curiously. This was too domineering. How can a sparrow understand the ambition of Swan? This young man in front of us has great ambitions. Luo Rongwang, Guoxiangyang, Yu Hongxin, and others at the same table also looked at Qin Chuan with complicated eyes. No wonder he was able to lead the Liang factory to grow and develop. This mind and vision are unmatched by many CEOs of state-owned enterprises. At this moment, someone hurried in and said something in Luo Rongwang's ear, and he was immediately happy. Well, Anshan Iron and Steel Group is awesome. After the letter for help was sent, they immediately coordinated and prioritized loading a train car of crude steel and sending it to a nearby station. It will arrive at midnight today. So the next step is to procrastinate until tomorrow. Oh, it seems it's no longer necessary. A Frenchman was lying on the table opposite. Hey, what's going on? Qin Chuan looked at the Frenchman opposite him. You're drunk after just 3 cups? This is our Lanling wine, not the kind that makes you drunk. Puff. Yang Shui laughed again. Since the guests are all drunk, help them to the side to rest. Comrade translator, you should take a rest too. Aye. Yang Shui wanted to say something, but she felt that there was nothing she could do to help. Engineer you, what's going on? Qin Chuan looked at Yu Hongxin again. I haven't prepared yet, but you guys brought the French here, and they want to see our P92 steel. You know, we haven't even started refining it yet. Yu Hongxin was embarrassed. Yes, it's my fault. I was too excited at the time. But the steel has been coordinated. Are you sure you can refine it in the first batch? It should be fine. Qin Chuan said, if there is any mistake, we can just modify the data. Yang Shui was about to leave, but when she heard this, she stopped and looked at Qin Chuan with wide eyes. You are really brave. Qin Chuan smiled and said, I have already boasted so much. I must not lose face. However, this is just the worst-case scenario. It shouldn't be a big problem. Chapter 76. I want a 30-megawatt power station. The night breeze was blowing and the lights were bright inside the Liang iron and steel plant. The workers were busy transporting the crude steel from the trucks to the steel-making furnace. Engineer Qin, can you really make excellent P92 alloy steel? Guxiangyang still found it a little unbelievable. Well, the quality of this batch of crude steel is good. After our refining, it should be okay. Qin Chuan held the crude steel inspection report in his hand, looked at the proportion of metal materials in it, and nodded. Brother Chuan, I have bought all the rare metals you wanted. Li Jianxi ran over excitedly. Now, he is a mature buyer and knows exactly where to buy what. If he can't buy something, he can call his old man and find a way. Well, one furnace is 60 tons, and the required rare metal contents are... Qin Chuan didn't finish his words and wrote it down on the paper. We have always wanted to develop supercritical units, but the problem of P92 steel cannot be solved. As long as you can produce it, we can establish a long-term cooperative relationship in the future. Guxiangyang continued. Qin Chuan shook his head. No. Why? At present, we only have this 160-ton steel-making furnace. Qin Chuan said, we need to make pin-tip steel and high-strength steel cables, so this steel-making furnace will have to run at full capacity. We are making P92 only for our own use, but we don't have any extra production capacity. That's easy, Luo Rongguang said. The seaside area is so big that we can build another steel-making furnace, a 200-ton furnace. We can build the first heavy machinery and the second heavy machinery in China. If you want to buy from abroad, we can help coordinate the foreign exchange. As for the Anshan iron and crude steel you need, we can have as much as you want. Qin Chuan shook his head. What? You're still not satisfied. A 200-ton furnace is too small. We need at least a 300-ton furnace. However, this furnace is not a big problem. The key is the power supply. Even if it was only because of Li Gang's relationship, no one would do anything behind their backs. However, there is no solution to the power supply problem, because the whole country is short of electricity, and this is a historical problem. Since the founding of the People's Republic of China, the supply of electricity has never been sufficient. People living in rural areas have experienced this deeply, as there are power outages almost every night. In the case of power shortage, priority must be given to supplying cities and state-owned enterprises. The Liang factory built a new factory area on the seashore. Normally, it is no problem to operate a rope closing machine, electric welding machine, punching machine, and so on, but if they want to use an electric furnace, a 500-ton electric furnace at that, the electricity will definitely not be enough. Luo Rongguang didn't dare to guarantee that the problem could be solved. But if the power supply is not solved, then Liang iron and steel plant will not be able to produce P92 steel. If it cannot produce this kind of steel, then their Bingcheng boiler plant will not be able to manufacture advanced supercritical boilers and will not be able to provide advanced power generation equipment to the country. This is simply a vicious cycle. Guxiangyang's face darkened. What should he do? Ask them to hand over the steel-making technology to Anshan iron and steel. What a joke. If he really said that, he would definitely be kicked out. In the 1990s, Anyone who dared to talk about selfless dedication or sacrificing one's own family for the sake of the public would be scolded. Qin Jiangwo on the side also frowned. Yes, this is really a problem. It is not easy for private enterprises to develop. Raw material problems, energy problems, one after another are in front of us. But with Ogawa's style, he should have thought of a solution to the problem, right? Brother Chuan, the ingredients are all weighed. Well, let's stop here for today's preparations. We'll demonstrate it to the French tomorrow. Even if we succeed now, they won't believe it. So don't stop the steel-making furnace. Make 2 more batches of steel wire ropes. Let's go back to sleep. We're sleepy. After saying that, Qin Chuan yawned. Just go to bed now. Seeing Qin Chuan about to leave, Yu Hongxing quickly said, Xiao Chuan, people always come up with solutions. Let's sit down and think of a solution to this power shortage problem together. What else can we do? The power system can't generate so much electricity. Can we generate it ourselves? Not everyone can eat the food of the power boss. There is no unified national power grid yet, but reforms to the power system are ongoing. Just this year, the Ministry of Energy, which had just been established for 5 years, was abolished, and a new Ministry of Electropower Industry was established as the top structure. At the middle level, 5 major power groups were established in North China, Northeast China, East China, Central China, and Northwest China. The power groups had the final say on which factory to supply electricity to and how much electricity to supply. Dongshan Province is next to Tianjin City, which is next to the capital, so the electricity from the North China Electropower Group will definitely be supplied to them first. Generate electricity yourself? Qin Jiangwo's eyes lit up. No wonder Qin Chuan asked his 3rd and 4th uncles to open coal mines. Not only can they make iron, but they can also develop power plants. This power generation must have been in Qin Chuan's plan for a long time, but he didn't say it, and let these people from the capital take the initiative to help. This rhetoric is very clever. Yes, your factory is strong enough to support its own power plant. Guo Xiangyang said, this procedure is not difficult. The superiors have already made a decision to allow high-energy consuming enterprises to provide their own power plants and generate electricity for their own use. Not to mention self-use. Later on, some power plants could not use up the electricity they generated and could sell it to nearby cities. It was cheaper than what the electricity giants sold it to, at only 2 or 3 cents per kilowatt hour. That's why the state grid was established later to unify the country's electricity. That's right, you can build a coal-fired generator set, and we will help you with the procedures. Luo Rongwang nodded. Although there is such a policy, it is not easy to complete the procedures if you don't have connections. That's right. We have ready-made ones in Bingxing Boiler Factory. How big do you want? Guo Xiangyang was also very happy. This was a good opportunity. Well, we probably need 30 megawatts. How many? Everyone opened their eyes wide. Even Qin Jiangwo was stunned. The basic unit of electric power is what? The light bulb in the village is 15 watts, and it is good enough for a family to have 1 light. In the city, the most common fluorescent lamp is 40 watts. A city with 20,000 households only uses 800 kilowatts of electricity. Add others 1,000 kilowatts, which is only 1 megawatt. As the number of household appliances increases, the power consumption of a medium-sized city is also increasing. But is 5 megawatts enough? Double it. It is only 10 megawatts. Qin Chuan has a really big appetite, 30 megawatts. The Qinshan nuclear power station only has a generating capacity of 300 megawatts. How could they use only 1/10 of the generating capacity of the Qinshan nuclear power station for a single factory? The original steelmaking method is outdated. We need to use advanced high-frequency steelmaking furnaces. Every 10 tons requires 1 megawatt of electricity. 30 megawatts is exactly a furnace of 300 tons. Qin Chuan said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Okay, we'll help you with the formalities, but this equipment, let's figure out ourselves. Chapter 77. The French lowered their proud heads. The next day, when the sky in the east began to turn pale, the entire Liang iron and steel plant became bustling with workers busying about with smiles on their faces. Brother Chuan, I think something's wrong with Uncle Li. He wanted to ask you something several times, but he was too embarrassed to speak. Qin Chuan smiled and said, it should be about the power plant. Once we fool the French away, we will go and solve this matter. 30 megawatts. Brother Chuan, you really dare to think so? I asked Uncle Yu. A boiler with a power generation capacity of 30 megawatts would need at least 150 megawatts. Even their Ice City boiler factory can't produce such a boiler. Foreign ones are not cheap, at least several $1,000,000, or even tens of millions. Yes, abroad. Next we'll go to Damao. Last time he went to Ramao's house. This time he went to Damao's house. Li Jianxi was no longer afraid, but he was still a little curious. Does Damao have such a boiler? Yes, there's some ready-made ones, and the price is not expensive, about $1 million US. $1 million? I'm afraid that's not enough to buy a generator. You'll know when you go there. Qin Chuan kept the other person in suspense. If he told him now, he didn't know how he would react. He might not dare to go. After all, ordinary people would be terrified when talking about nuclear weapons. As we were talking, the Frenchman arrived. Abel and others were a little embarrassed. I got drunk after just 3 glasses of wine. Although the East does not follow the Ustinov rule, I still feel a little embarrassed. I have to improve my drinking capacity when I go back. No, I can't drink Eastern liquor in the future. We are foreigners, and we only drink foreign liquor. Engineer Qin, can you show us the manufacturing of P92 alloy steel today? Abel looked at Qin Chuan and spoke. Yang Shui continued to follow and help translate, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Of course, I'm waiting for you all. Let's go to the electric furnace workshop. Master Zhao, add the steamed bun iron. Manto iron is a common name for crude steel. The crude steel coming out of the steelmaking furnace is directly cast into iron lumps with a round appearance, which actually looks more like bread. Ogawa, 60 tons of steamed iron have been put in. Turn on the furnace. Heat it to 1,700 degrees. Qin Chuan was not afraid of his steelmaking technology being stolen. On the one hand, the French already had it. On the other hand, he could make their imitations ineffective by simply making slight modifications. Half an hour later. It's warm enough. Blow argon. Don't we blow oxygen when we make steel? Qin Zhengwo, a veteran from Shugong, was a little curious. The iron smelted in the blast furnace is pig iron, which has a very high carbon content and is useless, so it needs to be refined in a steel-making furnace to remove the carbon element. One of the important methods is oxygen top blowing. The oxygen blown in reacts with the carbon inside, and no matter it is carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide, it will turn into gas and run out. Now, Qin Chuan doesn't blow oxygen, but instead blows argon. Dad, these crude steels come from the oxygen top-blown converter. We don't need to add oxygen anymore. On the contrary, we need to remove oxygen later. Mr. Qin, what methods do you use to deoxygenate? Asked a Frenchman. First, use high-intensity argon blowing, with the intensity controlled at more than 25 cubic meters per hour for 20 minutes. Then add silicon aluminum calcium barium composite deoxidizer for precipitation deoxidation, and finally add calcium carbide and ferrosilicon powder for diffusion deoxidation, and nitrogen can be adjusted simultaneously. This introduction was all very professional. Qin Chuan was still worried whether Yang Shui, the translator, could express it clearly. After all, only someone who had studied professional French would know this. However, seeing the French person opposite nodding frequently, he knew that the translation was accurate. It's exactly the same process as when we make P92 steel. It seems like you guys have mastered the relevant technology as well. This translation is really pleasing to the eye. Qin Chuan is very satisfied. After encountering a few disgusting things, I finally encountered something normal. No, this is just the first step. Another Frenchman said, deoxidation is a necessary step for P92 steel, but there are more steps to follow. I don't believe they can do all of them. Then please open your eyes. Qin Chuan said, what you French can do, we Orientals can do too. What you can't do, we can do too. Just kidding. Is there anything we can't do? You couldn't make the steel wire rope we had yesterday. It's still very expensive in the US, so you place the order from us. The other person blushed and stopped talking. Yang Shui's eyes were full of energy. The deoxidation process lasted for more than an hour, and everyone was amazed. Which steel mill would be willing to do this? How much electricity would it take to add raw materials to the steel over and over again and heat it continuously? Okay, cast the steel ingot. What goes in is steamed bun iron, and what comes out is more like steam bun. The steel ingot is cast into a short ingot with a large taper. Well, it is more appropriate to call it steam bread. No, the tube blank made in this way is too small. Looking at the cast steel ingots, the Frenchman spoke again. Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at the other person and said, isn't it just to show you? It's so big. Can you see it clearly? Bah, if I had a 10,000-ton hydraulic press, I could even cast 60 tons of steel into one ingot. There's no way around it. We only have a 500-ton hydraulic press, and each steel ingot can weigh no more than 200 kilograms. If it's more than that, it won't be able to be compacted. Bang, bang, bang. The steel ingot is kneaded repeatedly on the hydraulic press like dough, tempered and heated several times in the middle, and the mold is replaced. After the 5th forging, it becomes a qualified billet. Okay, next is reverse extrusion punching. Heat, remove the surface oxide scale, spray lubricant, and extrude into a tube billet. The process is almost exactly the same as their French manufacturing process. The tube blank is formed in this way. Attention, spray quenching. The tube billet rotates at 30 revolutions per minute, and the water spray pressure is 4 bar. The Frenchman who had been finding fault just now nodded after listening to the last process. The entire process is flawless. You have indeed mastered the manufacturing of this steel, but this does not guarantee that the steel you produce is up to standard. Of course, this needs to be tested. Qin Chuan said, after the spray quenching is completed, cut a piece and take a look at it under a microscope. Do you need a microscope for steel testing? Certainly. Half an hour later, under the microscope, the Frenchman carefully adjusted and looked at the slices attentively. The laths are clearly oriented and are completely tempered martensite. There are almost no impurities. Although I haven't checked the elements yet, I can be sure that the delta ferrite content here will not exceed 1%. This is perfect P92 steel. The Frenchman stood up and extended his hand to Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, I admire your superb skills. I sincerely invite you to go to France, where you will have a stage. Chapter 78. Ask me to be the CEO? Anything is fine. The proud French have become so humble and sincere. Yang Shui was very emotional. As an interpreter in the Foreign Affairs Department, she had accompanied many foreigners and visited many domestic companies. However, no company could impress foreigners like this one. Yang Shui was disgusted and helpless by their modesty and even humility, but here, her heart was constantly filled with the pride of her countrymen. Liang Iron and Steel Plant, a magical place. Qin Chuan is an even more magical person. Thinking of this, she looked at Qin Chuan again. Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at the other person and said, "What? Have you changed your mind? Do you want me to be your CEO? In fact, it doesn't matter if it's CEO, CFO, UFO, or anything else as long as I'm the boss. I don't want anyone to control me." The French were embarrassed. Okay, now that you have seen that we have the capability, shouldn't we discuss the issue of introducing your supercritical unit technology? Luo Ronwang took the opportunity to speak. Yes, but we have to wait until all the analysis reports of this steel come out. In addition, we also want to know the export price of your self-produced P92 steel. The price is half of what you are offering now. Qin Chuan said, I heard that the price of the P92 steel pipe used in your supercritical unit is 200 million francs, but we only sell it for 100 million francs. By the way, the steel wire we provided you can be produced in 2 days, so remember to prepare the balance. Our offer was a bit high. In fact, the export price should be 100 million francs. The French are so cunning. Qin Chuan didn't care. That's half of 100 million francs, 50 million francs. Okay, deal. The contract still needs to be negotiated again, and the French team's trip to Liang Iron and Steel Plant ended perfectly. Before getting on the bus, they took another look at this place. There were so many magical things in the Eastern land. Mr. Qin, you are amazing. This time, I got to see a different private enterprise. Yang Shui said, You are also very good. I have seen a different kind of translation. Yang Shui smiled widely, and suddenly she thought of something. She took out a pen and paper and scribbled down a line of words. This is my phone number. If you need help in the future, you can call me. As the convoy left, Qin Chuan casually stuffed the paper into his pocket. Xiao Chuan, what do you think of this girl? Good. I have the phone number. Contact us more often. Your mother is still waiting to hold her grandchildren. Dad, what are you talking about? Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at his father. Is your son that kind of person? What kind of people? No matter what kind of people you are, you have to get married and have children. Otherwise, won't our Qin family be extinct? Engineer Qin, now that we have the P92 steel, we should be able to imitate the boiler next. Yu Hongxin did not go back with them. After all, the purpose of going back was to coordinate the steel. Now that they have the steel, of course they have to proceed to the next step. Okay, copy it, but Uncle you should know that these technologies all belong to our Liang factory. That's natural. By the way, Uncle you've been out for so long. Are your family members worried? Write a letter and ask them to come visit our factory. I'll arrange food and lodging for them. Now that Yu Hongxin is here, he can't leave. We have to bring his family over. Is this convenient? Convenient. Of course it's convenient. Qin Jiangwo was feeling a little depressed. What's wrong with Xiaochuan? Is he really not in a hurry to get married and have children? Don't be in a hurry. Qin Chuan is still young anyway. Capital, a certain unit. Director Yang, everything I reported is true. The Liang factory sold precious aircraft carrier deck steel to foreigners. This is a serious economic and political crime. Although they paid for the steel, where did the money come from? It was not from the country. They spent foreign currency. This matter must be dealt with seriously. What? The superiors don't allow us to make it public? They want to keep it low-key? Okay. I will obey the decision of my superiors and obey your wise leadership, Director Yang. Pan Yang walked out of the office with a depressed look on his face, but happened to see Yang Shui outside. Xiao Xue, you're back? Pan Yang immediately came up to her like a pug. I just happen to have 2 movie tickets for Flirting Scholar. I have time tonight. No, I just came back, and I'm a little tired. Thank you, Pan Yang. Yang Shui said politely. I'm sorry. Okay, some other time then. Looking at Yang Shui's back, Pan Yang clenched his fists. Humph, I don't believe that I can't catch up with you. As long as I catch up with you, with your father's relationship, I will be able to rise to the top in the future. Boom boom. Yang Shui knocked on the door. Come in. Yang Wuqiang's face was originally serious, but when he saw the person coming in, a smile immediately broke out on his face. Xiao Xue, you're back? I've told you so many times that you can come anytime you want. No need to knock. That won't do. It's working hours now, and you're the boss. By the way, Dad, what did Pan Yang say just now? How did I hear about the treason of Liang factory? He worked as an interpreter for the Japanese last time. I heard that he was wronged at the Liang factory. He must be unwilling to accept the situation, so he looked for an opportunity to complain when he came back. He didn't even realize that the Liang factory is backed by the army. I heard that even Mr. Lu knew about this factory, and his report was suppressed by me. Yang Wuqiang said, the Liang factory would never do that. I went to the Liang factory this time. Dad, the factory director's son Qin Chuan is amazing. Looking at his daughter's excited eyes, Yang Wuqiang suddenly had a premonition. His daughter's words were full of admiration. Could it be? Liang factory. Brother Chuan, I think that female translator is pretty good. She even left your phone number. Could she be interested in you? Li Jianxi said. What does it mean? Rebirth. Ahem, we were all idlers in the past, doing nothing and messing around with women. Now, we have to say goodbye to that kind of thing and start doing something exciting and vigorous first. After being reborn, Qin Chuan really had no plans to find a wife. Now that I have returned here by some unknown fate, I must make the Liang factory bigger and stronger and build a strong industrial country. We'll talk about getting married, having kids, and so on later. Li Jianxi looked Qin Chuan up and down with a suspicious look. Back then, when he was with the Russians, the big foreign horse was so good, but Brother Chuan refused to ride it. And today, he did the same thing again. Could it be? Brother Chuan, I know an old Chinese doctor who prescribes very effective medicines. I heard that there's an uncle in my father's unit who is cured by him. I will ask him to prescribe a prescription for you, and I guarantee that you will. By the way, I heard that my dad and his team recently cracked an animal protection case and seized a batch of tiger bones, tiger penises, etc. What did you say? Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at him and said, go back and pack up, say hello to your family, and we'll set off for Damao tomorrow. Oh, and we have to call the Navy. I'll do it. Chapter 79. A big boss came to the travel agency. This matter can't wait any longer. It must be done immediately. After all, if we want to develop further, power supply will be a big problem. Without electricity, everything will be useless. But Li Jianxi was still a little curious. Brother Chuan, it seems we haven't applied for passports or anything like that yet. For a 7-day tour, you can directly apply for it locally. Qin Chuan said, just bring your ID card. You don't know this, do you? 1 billion people, 900 million have died, and 100 million are still searching. Li Jianxi said worriedly, but I heard from the old man that this business is not easy to do now. A lot of money is hard-earned money, and you may even risk your life. Qin Chuan nodded. Yes, now it can't be compared with the 1980s. However, we don't want to be low-level traders. We want to play high-level ones. In the early years, if you wanted to do business with the Russians, you could only take the risk of crossing the border, but no one would do that. In the late 1980s, as relations between the East and the Russians eased, the two sides opened up some locations. Chuan, located in the southeast of Heilongjiang province, stepped onto the historical stage due to its superior geographical location, convenient transportation, and suitable climate. In 1987, Chuan signed a cooperation agreement with the Russian city of Pogranic across the border, and border trade began. At that time, it was still a matter of the local government. In 1988, it became a provincial border trade pilot zone. In 1992, it was approved by the state as a border city with expanded opening up, reaching the national level. However, in 1993, Chuan's era of huge profits came to an end. After all, this route was too long. The international train from the capital to Moscow has been open for a long time. The real international traders charter trains from the capital all the way to Moscow. These are the real big traders. But the danger still exists. The Moscow International Train Massacre in 1993 was shocking. To work in this field, you have to keep your head on your belt. At the same time, with the continuous opening of trade between the two sides, the exchanges have become very convenient. One-day tours were opened in the late 1980s, and 7-day tours were officially opened in 1990. Many traders rely on this convenient condition to resell goods. For Qin Chuan, a 7-day trip is enough. Although the 7-day tour is mainly prepared for profiteers, in recent years, more and more people have become wealthy in the country, and some of them also want to go out and see the world. Of course, rich second generations like Qin Chuan can also use this excuse to go out. August 7th, the beginning of autumn. The climate in Dongshan province is still a little hot, but it is already a bit chilly in Bingsheng. Without long underwear, it is even a bit cold in the morning. There were not many pedestrians on Central Avenue. An Audi sedan drove up and slowly stopped next to a 3-story building. Brother Chuan, this street is so unique. The architectural style makes me feel like I'm abroad. Li Jianxi exclaimed. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Take a few photos here and go back and brag that you are in Europe, and people will believe you." Central Avenue was built more than 100 years ago. It was designed by foreigners at that time, and all the buildings constructed were European-style buildings. It brought together various styles such as Renaissance, Baroque, eclecticism, and modern. It has become a check-in destination for later generations. But aren't we going abroad? Why are we here? Look what's here. This is a building with a pointed roof, curved exterior walls, and curved windows. It looks very beautiful. There are many signs hanging at the entrance on the first floor with the names of various companies. Li Jianxi looked over and had no idea what Qin Chuan was talking about. Huikong Travel Agency? Li Jianxi felt that this was the most reliable one. That's right. With our identities, there's no need to go through the formalities ourselves. We can just entrust a travel agency. Oh, it seems like every province has a travel agency. The name isn't named after a province or city, so it doesn't seem to be state-owned, right? Is it reliable? State-owned enterprises are unreliable. Okay, travel agencies have existed for a long time, but in the past, there were only a few travel agencies serving a few people divided into 1, 2, and 3 categories. They were monopoly organizations and were high and mighty. By the 1990s, each province had established a travel agency, but since they were state-owned, you can imagine their service attitude. Huikong Travel Agency was founded in 1984. Although it is also state-owned, the state-owned enterprise is only responsible for holding shares. Private development is definitely better. Huikong Travel Agency in Bingsheng was established in 1993. Its main business is to travel to the Russian territory opposite. 3rd floor, stairs. Are you two here at Huikong Travel Agency to handle travel business? A blonde girl with long legs and a hot body, the kind that could make one's nose bleed, came up to us with a smile on her face and spoke fluent Chinese, making people think she was a native. Who are you? I'm Ananina from Huikong Travel Agency. You can call me Tanya. The girl said, "Come on, I'll take you to the VIP room to handle your business." When the Audi stopped downstairs, she saw it and wondered what the customer was here for. When she heard footsteps on the stairs, she ran out immediately. Big business was coming. What do you do specifically? External liaison, planning and coordination, or tour guide? Travel agencies have their own operating model and have now established 3 standardized areas. External relations is responsible for external contacts, including scenic spots, hotels, airlines, transportation departments, etc., to find resources and expand product lines. The travel planner is responsible for arranging the entire travel plan, including where to stay and where to eat every day, so as to ensure the smooth progress of the entire trip. As for the tour guide, he is the one who takes the clients around on site. In 1993, ordinary people only dared to wander around their own homes. Signing up with a travel agency for a trip or even traveling abroad was unthinkable. When Qin Chuan said these 3 titles, people immediately knew that he was an expert. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'm good at all 3 jobs. At this time, Zhao Jinlong, the head of the travel agency, also came out. Yes, you too, if you plan to travel to the other side, it would be most appropriate to take our Mao Mei with you. We could be together anytime, day or night. We have many other beautiful girls like Tanya in our travel agency. Traveling abroad lasts more than just one day, and having a blonde girl in a warm bed at night, wouldn't that be great? It turns out that privately managed travel agencies understand social needs better, but Qin Chuan changed the subject. Did you see my car downstairs? We want to drive this car to the other side. Do you have any ideas? It was easy to travel abroad by car in later generations, but now it is a bit difficult. However, a car is a symbol of status, and it would be great if you could drive your own car. This is a bit difficult, but if you need it, we can contact the other side and coordinate a Mercedes-Benz. But the price is... Money is not a problem, but face is a must, so let's run for it. Qin Chuan nodded. At the same time, assigned 2 more bodyguards. Do you have any Russian bodyguards here? They must be reliable. Yes, Tanya could be a bodyguard. Even though she's a woman, she's very skilled, and she came from the KGB. Chapter 80. The real destination is the largest city in the Far East. Swallow. Qin Chuan looked at Antonina curiously. Antonina smiled and said, Yes, I did once. But when I first entered the 4th school and studied for a few months, the Soviet Union disappeared, and the 4th school also lost its office funding. All the seniors went out to work on their own, and Antonina was very calm. Okay, you come with us. Qin Chuan nodded. Since we already have a swallow, let's get a crow, but the 4th school is a special school opened by the Russian KGB. The only mission of this school is to train erotic spies. The female ones are called swallows, and the male ones are called crows. This school has always existed. An early masterpiece was Margarita, who hid next to Einstein. Later, the wife of a particularly unreliable guy was also suspected to be Swallow. These people are first-rate, and there is nothing they can't handle. This time I went to the Russians to do some work, and it's most appropriate to bring these 2 people with me. But, as if he knew what Qin Chuan was thinking, Zhao Jinlong patted his chest and assured, Don't worry, they are absolutely loyal and reliable. They signed a 5-year contract with our travel agency and currently have a large deposit. Moreover, they have also brought their families over. What are you afraid of? The Russian country is in chaos now. Swallow and Crow have never had any sense of right and wrong. When they see a rich man like Qin Chuan, they can kill him, rob him of his money, and then disappear without a trace. Qin Chuan didn't want to die in confusion. He had to do something after living his life again. Now, after hearing Zhao Jinlong's answer, Qin Chuan was relieved. Okay, let's arrange it this way. We're going to go to Gecheng to take a look. How much is the deposit? $2,000 is enough for a normal trip, but if you want to use a Mercedes-Benz, I'll give you $20,000 first. If it's not enough, we'll talk later. Arrange it for me. If it doesn't suit my taste, then you can close this travel agency. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Give me your IDs. The procedures were very fast. Early the next morning, the group of 4 arrived in Swifen. Under the watchful eyes of people carrying large and small bags, they left the Audi and walked through a special channel to pass through the customs. A Mercedes-Benz was already waiting on the other side. The Tigerhead Benz is the 6th generation of the Mercedes-Benz S-Class launched in 1991, codenamed W140. It has a domineering front and a chrome-plated air intake grille with 3 horizontal and 1 vertical shapes, just like the Chinese character Wang, king on a tiger's head. So it is called the Tigerhead Benz. In this era, the Mercedes-Benz is the exclusive car for the rich. Boss Qin, let's get in the car. Antonina enthusiastically opened the back door and asked Qin Chuan to get in. Then, she planned to follow him in. You sit in the front. Qin Chuan said, Jianxi, what are you standing there for? Experience the boss seat in the back. Here it comes. There was a hint of resentment in Antonina's eyes, and one look at her for a second longer would be enough to seduce anyone. If this beauty sat in the back seat, there would definitely be countless entertainment along the way. Unfortunately, Qin Chuan is not interested in the bus. Another crow that followed. No, the tour guide got in the driver's seat. He was a tall and strong old Russian named Ivan, a name that is very common in Russia, similar to Xiaohong and Xiaoming in the East. Boss Qin, please take a seat. Next we will go to Good City for a stroll. Antonina introduced. No, we're going to Vladivostok. Opposite Swifin is Pogranicny, also known as Guching for short. It is most suitable to go to Guching for a day trip from Swifin. The distance between the city centers of the two cities is only 21 kilometers. There are railways and shuttle buses. If you don't buy tickets, you could just walk. However, Guching is too desolate after all. With the popularity of short-term certificates for 4-day and 7-day tours, dealers began to move towards Ussurisk. This city is located on the Trans-Siberian Railway between Galmud and Vladivostok and has convenient transportation. Through Ussurisk, high-quality and low-price goods from the east enter the entire Far East. In 1993, Ussurisk was the favorite gathering place for profiteers. However, Vladivostok is not a place that trader can venture into, as it is the largest city in Russia's Far East. This is the Russian name. In the East, it is called Vladivostok. Different names are used in different contexts, and the meanings are also different. If it were on the internet, Qin Chuan would also shout like those people that the Far East belongs to us and we want to restore Genghis Khan's territory. But now, he is just a trader and he has to follow the local customs. Otherwise, it would be a miracle to come back alive. Boss Qin, according to the plan. Before Antonina finished her words, she saw Qin Chuan winking at Li Jianxi, so Li Jianxi took out 2 small boxes and handed them to the front. I'll give you some small gifts as a token of my appreciation. I'll often run this route in the future. If you perform well this time, you can work with me. It's more promising than working in a travel agency. Antonina took it, opened the box, and saw a diamond ring glittering inside. With her trained eyes, she knew it was the real deal, worth at least $2,000. The driver, Ivan, also took another box, which was also shining with gold, and it was a gold watch. Thank you, Boss Qin. Ivan was delighted. Now that you are here, you have the final say. You can go wherever you want, even Moscow. Boss Qin, you are so generous. Tanya will be yours from now on. Antonina said seductively. By the way, after we arrive in Vladivostok, where are we going to travel? Where are we going to stay? If you don't have any plans. To Pacific Fleet headquarters. What? Even Li Jianxi was stunned. According to Qin Chuan, the purpose of going to Damao was to buy boilers. Li Jianxi also did some homework in advance and found out that there was no boiler factory in Damao's Far East region at all. But Qin Chuan didn't say anything, and he didn't ask. He just followed Brother Chuan. Now that Qin Chuan had told him the destination, he still couldn't help but be surprised. Big Mao Pacific Fleet. Once upon a time, this was something that gave Koreans and Japanese people nightmares when they heard about it. At its peak, the Russian Pacific Fleet had 2 40,000-ton aircraft carriers, which they called heavy aircraft carrier cruisers. They also have nuclear-powered cruisers with a displacement of more than 20,000 tons, conventional powered cruisers with a displacement of 10,000 tons, and destroyers with a displacement of 8,000 tons. However, surface ships are nothing. The Russians value submarines the most. At its most powerful point, the Pacific Fleet had 110 submarines. You have to know that when the Americans were at their strongest, they only had 120 submarines, and that was all the fleets combined. During the Cold War, a writer from an island country wrote a novel called Minsk Attack, which imagined the outbreak of war and the scene of the Russian fleet coming in overwhelming force. It can be seen how terrified the Japanese were at that time. However, those are all in the past. The Russians are now weak and completely defeated, and a large number of their submarines have been retired and eliminated. Qin Chuan's power station is aimed at the nuclear submarines that have been eliminated by the Russians. Chapter 81. Buy a nuclear submarine. Vladivostok is the largest port city on the Pacific coast of Russia's Far East, the economic and cultural center of the Far East, and also the base of the Pacific Fleet. Although there is an ice period of almost half a year here, the Russians do not have a better port. Fortunately, the Russians have the largest number of icebreakers in the world. If they need to fight a war during the ice period, the icebreakers will lead the way. Besides, if that time really comes, throwing a few nuclear bombs onto the ice will naturally solve the problem. The Russians are capable of doing such a thing. After all, they use nuclear bombs to build the reservoir. However, After it was built, they found that the radioactivity in the water exceeded the limit, and the reservoir could not be used. Galmud is 210 kilometers away from Vladivostok. If there were German highways, it would only take 1 hour to drive there. But the conditions in the Far East were too bad. It took the Hutubin 3 hours to finally enter the city, and then another half an hour to reach the port where the Pacific Fleet was located. It is not the freezing season yet, but most of the Pacific Fleet's warships are left in the port. Their rusty appearance makes people wonder if they are all scrap metal. Will they be able to start working next time they go out to sea? Will there be parts missing from them? Boss Chin, shall we drive straight in? Ivan asked as he looked at the gate of the base, so close. If he still had his former identity, he certainly wouldn't care and would just step on the accelerator and drive in. But now, of course not. Qin Chuan said and winked again, so Li Jianxi took out a $10 bill and handed it to the front. Antonina took it with a smile. The guard on duty strode over, saluted, then bent down and looked into the car window. The car window slowly opened a crack, and then a green coin stretched out from inside. The guard's eyes immediately lit up. He quickly took it, put it in his pocket, and saluted again. Welcome home. The guard already knew that this kind of Mercedes-Benz was not to be messed with. The person sitting inside must be a big shot. He came here just for routine work. Now that he has made a profit of $10, there is no need to check it. The door opened, and Ivan stepped on the accelerator. I never thought that a key department like the fleet base could be entered for just $10. Antonina exclaimed. In 1991, the Red Empire collapsed, and many people went to the west, but by chance, Antonina came to the east. Unexpectedly, in just 2 years, these institutions have degenerated into this state. There isn't even a security check. What if a bad guy comes in? If I'm not mistaken, they haven't received their salary for at least a year. It's good enough that they can continue to stand guard here. Qin Chuan said, these are all respectable people. I like it here. Ivan had been here before, so he drove to the bottom of the office building with familiarity. Boss Qin, next. You guys wait. Qin Chuan said, Jianxi, you and I go up. Although the journey was pleasant, after all, they had only known each other for 1 day, and Qin Chuan would never let them participate in course secrets. Okay, Boss Qin, if you need me, just ask me to come up. I can conquer any man. Antonina smiled sweetly. Li Jianxi carried a suitcase and followed Qin Chuan into the building. This is the heart of the Pacific Fleet. Li Jianxi felt his heart thumping. Brother Chuan, what are we doing here? I don't think they produce boilers here. We will buy a nuclear submarine and convert it into an offshore floating nuclear power plant. What? Li Jianxi stopped in his tracks. He never expected that Qin Chuan would actually buy a nuclear submarine. This thing is definitely not something that ordinary people can buy. Even the national level ones are not good. No one buys this thing at all. Okay? If they told the Russians, they would probably call the guards over, take them to a small dark room, and torture them severely. Can I still go back? Thinking of this, Li Jianxi felt his calves tremble. Stop you. In a lobby on the first floor, behind the desk, a bloated old lady stood up and asked, Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? Let's go find Uncle Igor. Which Igor? Igor Nikolaevich Khmelnov. We came from Central Asia and brought some local specialties. Qin Chuan said, pointing to the suitcase in Li Jianxi's hand. The old lady was stunned. You want to find a commander? During the Soviet era, the territory was vast, so there were many ethnic groups. There were many yellow people in Central Asia. It made sense for Qin Chuan to claim that he came from Central Asia. Li Jianxi, who was standing by, felt his calves trembling. Brother Chuan, when did your uncle become a Russian? You were bragging so much, can we still go back? Is my uncle already a commander? I remember that in 1989, my uncle passed by my house and came in to have a meal with us. He was only a major general at that time. He got promoted a long time ago. Wait, I'll give him a call. The old lady put down the phone and turned around to see where the people were. The two people had disappeared. Did they go straight up? Since he is the commander's relative, you could just go up and don't worry about it. Boom, boom. Come in. Qin Chuan opened the door. Uncle. The office was spacious. Behind the desk in the middle, an old general in his 50s looked up with astonishment in his eyes. Igor Nikolaevich Khmelnov was born in Ulan-Ude in 1946. He joined the army in 1964. After graduating from the Grechko Naval Academy, he started as a low-level officer and worked his way up step by step, first serving in the Northern Fleet and then in the Pacific Fleet. He did have a sister who married in Central Asia and became a citizen of another country. He does have a nephew, but he is definitely not the person in front of him. He has never seen this person. Uncle, long time no see. I came to give you some local specialties from my hometown. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, he turned his head and glanced at the person behind him. Jianxi, come in, quickly, bring the suitcase over. Before Khmelnov gets angry and asks the guards to drive him away, he has to show his sincerity first. Khmelnov stood up, looked at the two people who came in with a gloomy look, and reached under the desk with one hand, where there was a Makarov pistol. However, the next second, his eyes widened and a smile appeared on his face. Li Jianxi had already opened the box and walked over with it. The box was full of green US dollars. If there is no cheating inside, this suitcase is worth $1 million. What are they going to do with so much money? Uncle, how about our Central Asian specialties? Yeah, not bad. Did your mom say she wanted to bring anything back? There's not enough electricity at home, so I want to buy a nuclear submarine and convert it into a power station. Central Asia, nuclear submarines, power stations, these are completely unrelated, but Qin Chuan managed to put them together. Chapter 82. Is that it? Li Jianxi has a good talent for languages. Although he can't write or read Russian, he has no problem communicating directly in language. At this moment, listening to Qin Chuan's words, Li Jianxi felt his calves shaking even more violently. Brother Chuan, I know you are brave, but isn't this too much? Directly facing the leader of a Russian fleet, he asked to buy a nuclear submarine? Was the $1 million in front of him all bribes? When Qin Chuan said he would use $1 million to build a power plant, it turned out that it was not the purchase cost, but a bribe. This level of bribery is definitely enough to eat peanuts. Just when Li Jianxi thought he would die here, Khmelnov laughed. Convert a nuclear submarine into a power station. That's a good idea. Are you sure you just want to convert it into a power station? Of course, Uncle. I've been doing business in the East for the past few years and opened a steel plant. Some time ago, I bought tens of thousands of tons of steel from Ermau and planned to do a big business. But the power supply was insufficient, so I thought of you, Uncle. And he even emptied his own family assets? Wouldn't that make the other party more suspicious? Unexpectedly, Khmelnov's smile became even brighter. Okay, if we only modify the power station, there will be no problem. Wait a minute, I'll make a call. Not being arrested, not having to eat peanuts, but actually agreeing? Li Jianxi opened his eyes wide, never dreaming that he would be treated like this. Qin Chuan had a smile on his face, knowing that it had succeeded. Before the collapse of the Red Empire, corruption was already rife in the Russian country. A bunch of old men were in power and had been sitting on the chairs for decades. It was a miracle if the atmosphere could be good. Even the KGB often used its power to move supplies. Only the powerless civilians suffered the most, queuing for hours in stores to buy bread. The Red Empire was gone. They were very happy, clapped their hands, and thought they could live the same good life as in the West. But what was the result? Shock therapy, soaring prices, they even began to recall the good old days of the Red Empire. But unfortunately, they can't go back. The army was also greatly affected. Even the soldiers' salaries could not be paid. It was lucky that the soldiers did not mutiny. Everyone had to think of their own solutions. As for senior military officials, they have more opportunities to take action. Qin Chuan had no plan to look for the officers below. If he wanted to be a traitor, he would become the biggest traitor and bring back a submarine first. This requires contacting the other party's senior officials. As for how to contact, of course the US dollar is used to pave the way. $1 million is enough for even the devil to push the mill. Moreover, he was also very frank and explained that he had also bought back the steel at Ermau in order to make the other party feel more at ease. Get the submarine back by yourself and then make it disappear. Dismantle other parts and leave only the nuclear reactor part to convert it into a power station. Moreover, this is not just a one-time business deal. We can continue to cooperate in the future. A few minutes later, boom boom, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A middle-aged man with a big belly walked in. Commander, you called me? Come, let me introduce you. This is Dmitriev, the commander of the Vilyachinsk base. Dmitriev, these two are my relatives. They want to help us deal with abandoned nuclear submarines. Pick a retired submarine from our base with a good nuclear power system and give it to them. You can go back now. Dmitriev looked at Qin Chuan and Li Jianxi suspiciously. Your relatives? Their skin, hair, and eyes are nothing like yours. However, he only thought for a moment and immediately saluted. Yes. Nephew, You should go to Vilyachins with Dmitriev. I have many things to do, so I won't go with you. Yes, uncle, then we will go. This guy is indeed an old fox. He took the money and let his subordinates do the work. In this way, even if something goes wrong in the future, he can shirk responsibility cleanly. And what about me? After bribing Khmelnov, I still have to continue to give benefits to Dmitriev. However, this does not pose a problem for Qin Chuan. After leaving the office, Qin Chuan became enthusiastic. Uncle Dmitriev, I have something I would like to ask you for help. Tell me, I will definitely help as long as it is possible. Dmitriev was also very enthusiastic. I have a batch of agricultural products and light industrial products that have been piled up for a long time and cannot be sold. If you have a connection, I will send them to you when I return. This is not helping at all. This is clearly giving yourself a benefit. Dmitriev was immediately delighted. Of course, no problem, but I don't have any money to give you. There is a severe shortage of light industry and agricultural products in Russia, so you can make money no matter what you do. The traders in Swifin catch the train every day, but that is just a small business. Qin Chuan does business directly with the Pacific Fleet, which is a big business. However, doing business requires capital, which Dmitriev does not have, or rather, he does not want to invest. We can't sell them here anyway, uncle. I'll send them to you first, and you can pay me back after you sell all the goods. Qin Chuan said, by the way, it would be even better if you could help coordinate the transportation. For other businesses, freight costs are also a big expense. But what does it matter to the fleet? They could just send a ship here and load all the goods. After they return, the customs dare not check. Okay, no problem. I will definitely help you with this. The bribe was successful. Qin Chuan didn't spend a penny, and it was just a blank check. Li Jianxi sighed in the back. Brother Chuan is so awesome. It was amazing enough that he went to buy scrap steel from an aircraft carrier last time, and this time is even more amazing. As they were talking, several people came out. The old lady, sitting at the door, saw Qin Chuan coming down and talking and laughing with Dmitriev. She felt very moved. The children of these big leaders are so good. After exiting the office building, the sunlight was somewhat dazzling. A figure approached, with a graceful figure and an indescribable charm. Boss Qin, now that you are out, let's continue. You can go back. Before Qin Chuan could finish his words, he saw Dmitriev beside him staring at Antonina. Any man would understand the meaning of this look. Ivan, drive back. I'll call you when needed. Tanya, you go with us. Yes, Boss Qin. Ivan nodded and took a gold watch from the car. This trip was worth it. He would definitely help cover it up when he returned. As for Antonina, Antonina nodded enthusiastically. Okay, let's go together. This general looks so familiar. Uncle Dmitriev, this is Antonina. You can call her Tanya. My secretary, Tanya. This is my uncle. Antonina opened her eyes wide. Dmitriev, the head of the Vilyachinsk submarine base. Qin Chuan's background is unfathomable. Uncle Dmitriev, have you just come from Kamchatka? Dmitriev was a little embarrassed. Chapter 83, Desolate Land. The Russian Pacific Fleet is based in Vladivostok, but it only has surface ships. Their submarine forces are almost all deployed on the remote Kamchatka Peninsula, which is deep in the sea. As long as they leave the base, they will be directly in the deep sea. But it's so desolate there. Valenko defected in a fit of rage when he was stationed at the Chuvyevka base on the Kamchatka Peninsula. He found the base too desolate, and his wife left him. Therefore, although Dmitriev was the head of the submarine force, he was unwilling to stay in such a desolate place. He often uses the excuse of reporting work to stay in Vladivostok and only goes back when there is something important. It was also because of this that Khmelnov found a substitute and asked him to take Qin Chuan back. Now, Dmitriev feels that this mission is great, there's money to be made, and there are beautiful women, but how to explain it to the other party? That's right. Uncle Dmitriev just came from Kamchatka Peninsula. Now he has to go back for us. Let's go out and eat something. After we are full, we will go back with Uncle. Okay. Antonina nodded, but her heart was filled with turmoil. She could accept Qin Chuan's decision to come to Vladivostok, but she was shocked when he said he wanted to come to the Pacific Fleet base. Now it's shocking. What is there on the Kamchatka Peninsula? Mushroom bombs that can fly directly to the United States, MiG-31s that can take off at any time to intercept American aircraft, and a large number of submarines. In short, that place is not a place that ordinary people can go to, and Qin Chuan actually wants to go there. Who is he? Could it be that he has a military background? No matter who it is, He is not easy to mess with. Besides, I won't be silenced after I've used him, right? Antonina felt a chill in her heart at the thought of this. Base, officer's mess hall. Come here, Uncle Dmitriev, I'll toast you. Dmitriev held the glass, but instead of drinking, he looked at Antonina. Antonina smiled sweetly. Uncle Dmitriev, I toast you too. Dmitriev then picked up the glass and gulped it all down. Then he looked at Antonina and watched her drink it all in one breath. Then he smiled with satisfaction. Come on, let's have another drink. This old pervert actually wanted to force Antonina to drink. However, Antonina graduated from the 4th school and received professional training. How could she not drink more than him? After 3 glasses of wine, Antonina remained calm, but Dmitriev felt a little dizzy. No, I don't believe I can't drink more than you. Uncle, where are we going to take this afternoon? Qin Chuan reminded Dmitriev with one sentence that he still had important things to do and couldn't drink too much. So Dmitriev could only answer, take the base's 2-104 passenger plane. This type of aircraft has not been retired yet. Qin Chuan expressed that he was a little scared. After all, 10 years ago, it was this kind of passenger plane that wiped out the top brass of the Pacific Fleet. 10 years ago, the Russian Navy was conducting exercises in the West, and the Pacific Fleet was in the limelight. The senior officers of the fleet were very excited and boarded the 2-104 passenger plane to return to the Far East. Unexpectedly, it crashed just after takeoff, and no one survived. In just 8 seconds, 2/3 of the senior officers of the Pacific Fleet died. Even the fleet commander and the political committee member were not spared. After that, the plane became notorious. What are you afraid of? Dmitriev smiled. If you are afraid, then bring a few bottles of vodka. We will continue drinking on the plane. The Pacific Fleet base is located on the seashore, and behind the base, at the foot of the mountain, is an aviation base. Various aircraft can be seen on the apron exposed to the wind and sun, and many of them are rusted. This time we came for the nuclear reactor. Next time, we can use shirts or something to exchange for a few planes to go back. With the pride of a trader, Qin Chuan boarded the 2-104 passenger plane. The cabin was very spacious. With just a few of them, a small plane would be enough. On the one hand, they are extremely poor, and on the other hand, they are wasteful. This is the real Russian people. Qin Chuan was lost in thought as he stared at the scenery outside the cabin. Antonina suddenly whispered in Chinese, Boss Qin, Dmitriev has gone to the bathroom. Do I need to use the skills I learned in school? Antonina was experienced and could tell at once that Dmitriev had feelings for her. She also didn't mind showing off in front of her new boss and coaxing Dmitriev into obedience. Qin Chuan shook his head. No, Tanya, when you go to the East, learn more about Eastern philosophy. What you can't get is the best. You should have learned psychology at Yinzi school. You can't rush into it now. The other party will lose his appetite after eating. You have to take your time and whet his appetite first. Good. Tanya, do your best. I'm counting on you. Yes. Dmitriev came out of the bathroom, still looking at Antonina with lustful eyes. Uncle Dmitriev, are you tired? Sit down and I'll give you a massage. You can touch him, but you can't make close contact, just to keep him on tenterhooks. Of course, Antonina has learned these methods. Along the way, Dmitriev was served very comfortably and was in a good mood. As night fell, the plane landed at the Naval Aviation Base in Kamchatka. Kamchatka means a very remote place in Russian. It is bordered by the Pacific Ocean in the east, the Sea of Okhotsk in the west, and the Kuril Islands and the mainland in the north and south. It is also called the end of the world because of its unique geographical location. Although it is at a high latitude, it is surrounded by the sea, so the climate in the coastal areas is humid and cool, and the vegetation is lush. There are also many active volcanoes on the peninsula, which looks pristine. Although it is a peninsula, it has no ground passage, and all travel is by ship and plane, all of which are military and highly confidential. If it were the era of the Red Empire, Qin Chuan would definitely not have come. Now all you need is money. Looking at the 22 ms at the airport, Qin Chuan's eyes were full of excitement. He would buy them back when he had the chance. The submarine base is in Vilyachinsk, opposite which is Petropavlovsk, the largest city on the Kamchatka Peninsula, with a population of about 200,000. In China, this is just a county town or even a big town. But in the Far East, this is the 4th largest city, the only city in the world built on a hill and surrounded by volcanoes on all sides. Vilyachinsk is located on the seaside, with long piers extending into the sea. Some large sharks are parked on the piers. Of course, these are just what you see from the outside. There's no telling how many submarines there are in the caves inside. When American reconnaissance satellites passed by, they often saw that this place was empty, but that was before 1991. Now, the dock here is almost full of submarines. The fallen silencing tiles make the submarine's surface look mottled and hideous. The former war machine has now become scrap metal, and that powerful empire has disappeared in the long river of history. However, Qin Chuan likes it. Chapter 84. We have principles. The pristine Kamchatka Peninsula will certainly be praised by many environmentalists. But as our ancestors said, when people are well fed and clothed, they will think about sex. If basic material needs are not met, who would be so idle as to care about the environment? During the Red Empire era, although the people assigned here were like exiles, they at least had a good income and abundant daily necessities. When many places in the country began to line up to buy food, they still provided open supplies. As long as they can drink a glass of vodka every day, the Russians feel that their life is perfect. But now, the old Russians who remain on the island are all listless. They often look out at the sea from afar, looking forward to ending this monotonous life where wages are often delayed. This was the scene Qin Chuan saw. The guards casually slung their guns behind their backs, their clothes were disheveled, and their hats were crooked. Those who were not on duty lay lazily in the dormitory, and the sound of the television could be heard from inside. These were specially allocated by the Russians in order to enrich the cultural life here. However, due to poor quality, many of them became unusable after a few years. Of course, there are a few who live a comfortable life, such as Dmitriev's assistant Balaikov who stayed here. When the plane landed, he ran to greet him enthusiastically. He got in the car, and on the way to the base, Dmitriev drove while he excitedly told Dmitriev about recent events. The funds for the maintenance of the K-284 submarine have been allocated from above. These funds have just arrived at the Northeast Maintenance Center. Everyone thinks that half of them should be used to pay salaries. If not, no one will have the energy to work. K-284, the first of the Type 971 third-generation Russian attack nuclear submarines, codenamed Akula class in the West, has a smooth appearance, just like a huge shark underwater, especially the command tower, which has a smooth transition. It is a new generation of nuclear submarines produced by the Russians in the 1980s. The first boat, K-284, was officially put into service at the end of 1984. It has been 10 years since then, and it is time for an overhaul. In order to facilitate maintenance, the Russians set up a Northeast Maintenance Center directly next to the Vilyachinsk submarine base, which is under the responsibility of the Pacific Fleet and also controls the funding. Although the funds allocated from above were for repairing submarines, the Russians have always been very bold. Funds are in hand. Fill the hole first, especially the soldiers' salaries, which have been in arrears for a long time. They can justifiably embezzle the money to pay salaries. Half is paid as salary. What about the other half? There must be other plans in mind, but as for K-284, which is waiting for repairs, no one cares. Anyway, Russia's military budget is so tight that it can't support the scale of the Navy in the Soviet era. It will be tied to the dock of the Northeast Maintenance Center first, and will be repaired when there is money in the future, and retired when there is no money. Qin Chuan's mind was moved. This Type 971 is the main submarine currently in service of the Russians. With an underwater displacement of more than 9,000 tons and a 200-megawatt nuclear reactor, it can reach a high speed of 35 knots underwater, and it is also very quiet underwater. If we could get it back, forget it. The excuse I gave was to take one back and disassemble it to use as a nuclear power plant, but I never said I want to take one back to run it. This is the first time I do business, so I have to be honest and trustworthy. If I reveal too much desire, I might get into unnecessary trouble. Little brother, do you want this one? If you do, we'll report a production accident and destroy this submarine. Dmitriev said to Qin Chuan. Along the way, Li Jianxi was still wondering, if we buy a submarine and bring it back, what will the Russians do? After all, it is not allowed to be seen in public, so why should we report it to our superiors? Who would have thought that the Russians were so bold as to destroy this submarine through a production accident? No need. Qin Chuan said, we just want to get a few nuclear submarines with a few years of nuclear fuel left and use them as power stations. We can't get advanced equipment that is currently in service, and there is no need for that. Dmitriev nodded. Then let's get a 671. We have a lot of retire models here, and some are in good condition. Balikov drive directly to the dock. The submarine dock is long and slender, as if it extends into the depths of the sea. On both sides of the dock, there are large rusty sharks docked. Type 671, the second-generation main nuclear submarine of the Russians, codenamed Victor by NATO, is divided into 3 types according to the production years. The early production type was only 93 meters long and had an underwater displacement of less than 5,000 tons. The later production type was 106 meters long and its underwater displacement increased to more than 7,000 tons. From the construction of the first submarine in 1963 to the launching of the last submarine in 1991, this type of submarine was produced for nearly 30 years, with a total output of up to 50 submarines. You know, this number is already more than the total number of nuclear submarines of the other 3 countries, except the United States. Moreover, the service period is very long. The first submarine produced in 1963 was not retired until 1991. Subsequent submarines were also retired after entering the 1990s. Almost all of the early models were retired around 1993. This is a spectacular sight to behold at the pier. In the Red Empire era, the Russians only cared about making them and never considered how to deal with them when they were scrapped. It was just like the electric cars of later generations. They were environmentally friendly when they were running, but what to do with the batteries when they were scrapped? We'll figure out when the time comes. When the Red Empire collapses and a large number of nuclear submarines are retired, the Russians will not be able to handle so many submarines. Even if they have the ability to do so, they still need money. The one in the best condition is K-517. Once this submarine is resealed, it can be put into combat immediately. The car stopped at the dock, and Balikov pointed to a submarine nearby and said, "I'll take you in to have a look. If you like it, this is the one." No. Qin Chuan waved his hand quickly. "You can use this submarine at any time. We can't take it. Although my uncle is the commander, we can't do something that harms our own interests. Find someone else." Then K-513. Balikov said, "The one next to it was put into service in 1977, refueled once in 1987, and then sailed for 3 years. After 1991, it stopped here. The nuclear reactor inside can still be used for at least 7 years." "Well, let's take this one." Qin Chuan nodded. "Please take out the weapons inside to avoid leaks." "Tear it down? Is it our turn?" Balikov shook his head. "After docking here, we welded steel bars to the outside of the hatch and added a lock. However, 2 months later, the lock was pried open and a lot of precious metals inside were stolen. Is there no sentry?" Li Jianxi couldn't help but ask. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Needless to say, it was most likely the sentry who did it.